covering the roadshow. Unprecedented crowds on what was an unprecedented roadshow of the Prime Minister on both days. The first day he covered about 20 districts of Ahmedabad and then 3 other districts on the second day, and the Prime Minister right now coming in to cast his vote at the Ranip booth center in Ahmedabad. For the Bharatiya Janata Party, they've pulled out all the stops, but ultimately their biggest star campaigner is homeboy Narendra Modi. It's here that he cut his political teeth. It's here that he earned his spurs and is the Prime Minister of the country. Let's listen in to all the reactions that we've been getting in.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो शासन और जो शक्ति और सुशासन जो राज्य में रहा है और गुजरात की अस्मिता और गौरव के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जो काम किया है, तो मैं सभी गुजरातियों को अपील करता हूं कि सब साथ मिलकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की शक्ति को बढ़ाए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को वोटदान करें।
आज एग्ज़ाम है ऐसे ही मान लो, क्योंकि इतने दिनों से हम जो प्रिपरेशन कर रहे थे वो प्रिपरेशन अब ख़त्म हो चुकी है और आज एग्ज़ाम का दिन है और 2 दिन के बाद रिज़ल्ट भी है, तो काफ़ी उम्मीदें है कि रिज़ल्ट अच्छा ही आएगा। हार्दिक में काम करने का उत्साह है, वो यहीं का लड़का है, हमारा वीरव गाँव का लड़का है, यहाँ बड़ा हुआ है, तो वो वीरव गाँव की परिस्थितियों से काफ़ी ज़्यादा वाकिफ़ है। अगर वो आएगा तो गाँव के लिए कुछ अच्छा करेगा, वो गाँव के लिए कुछ भला करेगा, ये उम्मीद है लोगों की।
इस तरह से भाजपा को पूरे गुजरात ने 27 साल से आशीर्वाद दिए हैं, क्योंकि गुजरातियों ने वो 27 साल पहले का बदहाल गुजरात, जिसकी सड़कें, जिसका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, जिसकी शिक्षा व्यवस्था और जिसके हेल्थ व्यवस्था और जहाँ पे जंगल राज चल रहा था, गुंडा राज चल रहा था, जो दंगों के अंदर आए दिन डूबा रहता था, वो गुजरातियों ने देखा है। और उसके बाद जब भाजपा की सरकार आई, यहाँ की सड़कें दिखे, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दिखे, एजुकेशन सेवाएं दिखे, हेल्थ सेवाएं दिखे और खुशहाल गुजरात जहाँ लोग दंगे भूल गए हैं, जहां बायराज खत्म है, तो ये सब मुद्दों के लेके भाजपा को 27 साल से आशीर्वाद दिया, इस बार भी आशीर्वाद दें।
Once again, cut across to Saurabh Vakhtania, who's been tracking the cavalcade of the Prime Minister, who's going in to cast his vote. Saurabh, over to you. The Prime Minister usually always, casts his vote at this particular booth. Stands in a line last time as well. I remember exactly what had gone down. But take us through. When are we expecting the Prime Minister to cast his vote? Saurabh, can you hear me? All right, let's cut across right now outside the booth. My colleague Himanshu.
कि उनको भी हटा दिया गया, ना सिर्फ उनको मंत्रिमंडल से बाहर किया गया और फिर उनकी टिकट भी जो है उनको नहीं दी गई। तो एक तरीके से भले ही भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता ये जरूर कहें कि हमने अपनी स्वेच्छा से ये पार्टी संगठन के सामने रखा कि हम चुनाव नहीं लड़ना चाहते हैं, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं एक रणनीति का पार्ट है कि आप जाइए और ये बताइए लोगों को, संगठन में ये गलत संदेश ना जाए कि हम आपकी टिकट काट रहे हैं। आप खुद से कहिए कि आप जो है चुनाव नहीं लड़ना चाहते। और आप इसीलिए मैं कहता हूं, जिस दिन केंद्रीय चुनाव समिति की बैठक थी उससे 2 घंटे पहले इस तरीके के 8-10 लेटर जो है प्रदेश अध्यक्ष के नाम आते हैं, जिसमें वो ये बताना चाहते हैं या संदेश देते हैं कि हम चुनाव नहीं लड़ना चाहते हैं, जिसमें नितिन पटेल है, विजय रूपाणी है, भूपेंद्र चुडासमा है, सौरभ पटेल, प्रदीप जाडेजा, ये वो चेहरे थे जो बड़े चेहरे थे। इन्होंने खुद से पत्र लिखकर कहा कि वो चुनाव नहीं लड़ना चाहते हैं और नए चेहरों के ऊपर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने दाव लगाया। तो ये कहीं ना कहीं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को लगता है कि इस बार संगठन में बदलाव कर एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को भी जो खत्म किया जा सकता है, 27 साल की जो एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है उसको खत्म करने का एक तरीका है। जो बड़े चेहरे थे जिनके खिलाफ नाराजगी आ सकती थी उनको हटाकर नए लोगों को लाया गया है। साबरमती विधानसभा जहां मैं खड़ा हूं वहां से पिछली बार 2017 में अरविंद पटेल ने चुनाव लड़ा था और वो जीते थे, लेकिन इस बार उनकी टिकट काट दी गई है, उनकी जगह हर्षद पटेल को दिया गया। तो कहीं ना कहीं एक बड़ा बदलाव जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने किया। 99 विधायक जीत कर आए थे, लेकिन उपचुनावों में देखा जाए तो 111 विधायक चुने जो कांग्रेस छोड़ कर आए और फिर उपचुनाव जीत कर आए। उनमें से 44 लोगों की जो है वो टिकट काट दी गई। तो ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी ही कर सकती है कि लगभग जो है 35% से ज्यादा लोगों की टिकट काटना, ये एक बड़ा फैसला भारतीय जनता पार्टी ले सकती है। और ये इसलिए कह रहा हूं मैं क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए ये कहा जाता है कि गुजरात जो है वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की संगठन की प्रयोगशाला है। जो प्रयोग यहाँ किए जाते हैं उसको उसके बाद पूरे देश में इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाता है। तो वो प्रयोग यहाँ किया गया है। अब देखना यह है कि इस प्रयोग के बाद, क्योंकि त्रिपुरा में भी जो है सब कुछ बदल गया था, और अब आप देखिए कि ये जिस तरीके से सिक्योरिटी अब मुस्तैद हो गई है, उसके बाद ये कह सकते हैं कि चंद ही मिनटों में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जो है वो अब यहाँ इस मतदान केंद्र पर आएंगे और अपना मत करेंगे। श्वेता,
the Prime Minister just all set there to cast his vote in the Ranip booth in Ahmedabad. Both viewers, the Prime Minister and the Home Minister will be casting their vote today in Ahmedabad district. And the Prime Minister at Ranip locality, where it's the booth there. However, Amit Shah will cast his vote at Naranpura locality. I want to cut across immediately to my colleague Saurabh Vakhtania, who's on ground tracking the latest developments. Saurabh, any moment now, the Prime Minister would be casting his vote in Ranip. The Home Minister as well. Naranpura is what we are hearing.
Well, absolutely, Preeti. Naranpura, where Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be casting his vote. And remember, let me tell you, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has at the booth.
All right, we seem to be having a bit of a problem with the connect with my colleague Saurabh Vakhtania, but Trust India Today to get you the very latest. But viewers, I want to quickly take our viewers through on what to expect. 93 seats. This is the second phase of polling. Let me break it down. Two big regions of Gujarat go to polls today in these 93 seats. Central Gujarat, which is practically considered the bastion of the Bharatiya Janata Party, with 61 seats. Central Gujarat will go to vote with 61 seats. And Northern Gujarat, which is usually considered the rural area where Congress has traditionally been strong, with 31 seats, will go to vote today. 93 seats in all, spread across 14 districts. This is curtains down when it comes down to the Gujarat Assembly elections with the second phase today. India Today will get you the latest and the most accurate exit poll starting 6 p.m. right here on the network. But right now, the focus is on the Gujarat voter. Will the Gujarat voter go out and poll heavily? Let's just, draw a comparison when it came down to the first phase of polling. In something which was highly unprecedented, viewers, the Election Commission had to come out and urge the people. It's never quite happened. Very, very unusual. Urge the people to cast their vote, especially in the urban pockets. The Election Commission gave data that the 10 constituencies which polled the highest fell into the rural areas of Saurashtra, over 75% polling in them. However, when it came down to the urban pockets, the fall of voting percentage were anywhere from 4 to 8%, viewers, and that was abysmal. This time around, will it be different? Will voting pick up in the second phase? For the Bharatiya Janata Party, the central Gujarat area, we are showing you right there, extremely, extremely important. And up north, the northern region, very, very important. There are 3-4 seats which pretty much fall between both the central and the northern area, but in all, it makes it to 93 seats, viewers. This is the vote share in 2017, seat share in 2017. All of this might change because in 2017, what you just saw was 0 seats for the Bharatiya Janata Party in terms of seat share. 99 for the Bharatiya Janata Party, 77 for the Congress, and 0 seats, I beg your pardon, for the Aam Aadmi Party in 2017. What does that mean? In 2017, the Aam Aadmi Party had contested 29 seats. They had lost their deposit in each and every seat. This time around, is it going to be a triangular contest is the big question. Will those numbers that you see on your television screen change? Trust India Today to get you the very latest as we count down to the elections in Gujarat, closing in with the second phase of polling today. But today, the focus entirely on the voters. We're going to cut across to our reporters on ground, getting us up to speed with the latest. That cavalcade is of the Prime Minister have left Gandhinagar and making his way to the Ranip booth, which is where he will be casting his vote. The Prime Minister and the Union Home Minister both will cast their vote today. What you see on your television screen, the Prime Minister on his way to Ranip whereas Amit Shah will cast his vote in the Naranpura locality of the city. Ahmedabad was one district which the Bharatiya Janata Party had swept when it came down to 2017. Highly urban, dyed in wool when it comes to allegiance to the Prime Minister. Not just that, the entire Gujarat, if you go through it, there can be many, many factors. But if there is one factor that overrides a lot of the anti-incumbency, that's the X factor of the Prime Minister Modi. But let's focus right now on the seats which are going to polls this time around, and they are spread across two regions, 93 seats, 14 districts, central Gujarat and the north of Gujarat. Fairly divided. Central Gujarat used to be a stronghold traditionally of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Lots of urban pockets there. They have voted en masse for the Bharatiya Janata Party in 2017. That 99 figure where many would suggest the BJP just about won this election from the skin of its teeth. The lion's share of those seats came in from the central Gujarat region. Very, very important when it comes down to the BJP. The northern Gujarat region, traditionally the Congress has been strong in that region with the 28 seats in the northern Gujarat region. The BJP has hoped with lots of permutations, caste calculations, combinations, and cutting the tickets of the previous sitting MLAs traditionally to cut the anti-incumbency. Will all of that actually help the BJP to gain in the North Gujarat region? Well, we'll only know, but you can tune in to our exit polls, the most accurate exit polls right here, Access My India exit polls on India Today. Meanwhile, this is what it looks like, viewers. We're going to cut across to our reporters, but joining me is Mahima Singh, spokesperson, Congress. Mahima Singh, you've, in your words, fought a silent campaign in Gujarat, no big faces. Do you think your local leadership today, the likes of Jignesh Mewani in the fray from Vadgam, will be able to pull it through for you, especially in the northern region of Gujarat, which traditionally was your stronghold? You did very, very well. Let's say out of the 31 seats there, you actually won 18 when it came down to 2017.
Good morning, Preeti, and thank you for having me. Well, I think he will be able to pull it in not only for us, but for the democracy, in the interest of democracy, because that's where the BJP has been hitting hard over the last 2 days. What we have seen is, we have seen deaths due to spurious liquor being distributed across. We are seeing videos and photographs, and we are seeing, we saw how in Danta, Kanti Bhai Kharadi was kidnapped and was thrashed. He had to run 15 kilometers to save his own life. That's the state of affairs currently in Gujarat, where an array of the top leadership of the BJP is there trying to make it happen for the BJP. As Ravindra Jadeja rightly said in his video, he says that agar hum jeet gaye to hum BJP ke vikas ke liye kaam karenge, and that is all over the internet. And that's exactly the mentality BJP is running this election, running for this election. So the Congress is, fighting every election to save the democracy, especially for the last 8 years, because the BJP is condemning the people's rights, the people's interests. The inflation is at an all-time high. The growth rate has been in minus.
Mahima Singh, I'll come right back to you, because many would suggest that at least on ground right now, with the Aam Aadmi Party querying the pitch, your silent campaign of the Congress and the big Modi factor is where Gujarat is concerned. The lot of the Congress right now looks not as well poised as it did in 2017, but we'll only know when that last vote is counted. Do stay with us. I want to immediately cut across to Naranpura. Milan Sharma reporting live from Naranpura. That is where Amit Shah, Milan, will be casting his vote. Brisk voting this morning.
That's true. Yes, good morning, Preeti. Came through, and Amit Shah is all set to cast his vote from Naranpura. He will be expected to arrive, of course, at around 10:30. We are expecting after Narendra Modi is done with his voting schedule, we'll see Amit Shah here. But let me show you that, of course, there are people who are coming into the polling center. Some of them, of course, turned up early morning, because we are expecting some kind of voter percentage to move ahead, at least after the first phase, wherein we saw that the voting percentage was lesser as compared to last year, Preeti. Last time, in fact, the last elections in 2017. And of course, this particular seat, if I talk about it, the last time also the Patidar candidates were fielded by parties here. This time as well, there's a Patel candidate fielded by all three, the Aam Aadmi Party, the Congress as well as the BJP, although the BJP has changed its candidate, but Naranpura happens to be a BJP bastion and comparatively a safer seat. Even if we talk to voters, their responses are of course almost similar. Let me just try and get in a word from a few people here. आप बताइए, महिला वोटर हैं, सुबह सुबह आई हैं, बताइए कि किस मुद्दे पर चुनाव इस बारी वोट दे रहे हैं लोग, किसी पार्टी या फिर प्रत्याशी का नाम नहीं लीजिएगा?
किसी ऐसे नहीं है, हमको जो अच्छा लगेगा उनको ही वोट देंगे।
जो
हम
अच्छा लगेगा उनको देंगे। मुद्दा क्या है महिलाओं का?
महिलाओं का तो अभी यही है, रेप, शिक्षण, सब बहुत लोग ज्यादा हो गया। शिक्षण तो ज्यादा है, उसके ऊपर बहुत लोड लिया है। शिक्षण लड़कियों को बहुत अच्छी तरह आगे निकलना है।
आप बताइए, आपके लिए क्या वोटिंग इशू है आज?
वोटिंग इशू एज सच तो नहीं है, बट डेफिनेटली गर्ल एम्पावरमेंट और एजुकेशन पे ज़्यादा देना चाहिए।
यंग वुमेन,
यस, यंग वुमेन वोटर्स।
आप बताइए, आपके लिए मुद्दा क्या है चुनाव का इस बारी?
हमें सही नेता को चुनना है जो सबका विकास और सबके लिए साथ में लेके चले।
अच्छा।
तो वो जरूरी है, एजुकेशन हो या फिर जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटी है, उसके लिए सबके साथ होना चाहिए। और जो कॉमन होता है, जो इश्यू रोड के भी पानी की समस्या जो भी, तो उसमें भी ये खरा उतरे, वैसा हम सोचते हैं कि सबके साथ लेके चले, अकेले अकेले नहीं।
अच्छा, कैंडिडेट को सब कुछ एक साथ,
पूरे संगठन के साथ न्याय होना चाहिए।
अच्छा।
और ये जो बढ़ रहा है पेट्रोल का भाव वगैरह, जो भी
महंगाई
है, उसमें भी थोड़ा हो सके कि भाई चलो सब जरूरी है कि उसमें भी थोड़ा कम होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा कहना है।
ठीक है, बिल्कुल। सो प्रीति, young voters, women voters more excited than men in this particular polling booth. They've stepped out in the morning, of course, as we were talking about this being a safe seat for BJP, but certainly across Ahmedabad as well, the 16 seats in Ahmedabad, of course the BJP has been winning majority since 1990, but we'll have to wait and see this time, because the contest is a try contest this time that has come into fore because of the Aam Aadmi Party as well fielding candidates from here. And certainly of course areas like Jamalpur Khadia happen to be a Muslim dominated seat. More than 61% voters are Muslim dominated voters, so we'll have to wait and see which way the votes go this time. But certainly because of the large number of crowds that we are witnessing early morning, we're hoping that the voting percentage could be slightly more or less disappointing as it was in the first phase there.
To Ahmedabad, the district, the number of seats in Ahmedabad, these are live visuals that are coming in at Ranip. The Prime Minister would be coming in to cast his vote. But Milan, I want to get you in on this. The Prime Minister held two road shows in Ahmedabad. Ahmedabad district was one which has the lion's share of seats when it comes down to central Gujarat. The BJP swept Ahmedabad district when it came down to 2017. The Prime Minister has held two road shows here. The Home Minister, who's also casting his vote in the same district of Ahmedabad where you're standing, has held over 5 road shows here. Give us the lowdown on the importance of the Ahmedabad district with its over 22 seats.
Well, of course, Preeti, Ahmedabad, as I said, happens to be a very important area, and this is where the BJP has always felt that they have gained more in terms of seat as well as vote share. And if we talk about a lot of districts that are going into polls this time, whether it's the seat of Jamalpur Khadia, as I mentioned, or if it's Bapu Nagar, even Naranpura and other areas in Ahmedabad and Gandhi Nagar, there's South Gandhi Nagar, from where Amit Shah himself fielded Alpesh Thakur this time, having a large chunk of the OBC vote there in the Thakur community. In fact, Alpesh Thakur was first contesting from Radhapur seat, and that is where he wanted to contest from, having lost that by-election. But it was Amit Shah who asked someone like Alpesh Thakur to be contesting from the South Gandhinagar seat. So the permutation combinations here that have been set by the BJP, of course, the party general there, Amit Shah, has also been a big factor in the wins that have been gainers for the BJP in these particular constituencies of Ahmedabad. Remember that North Gujarat is where the BJP has not been able to cement itself, where Congress has got more seats. But in Ahmedabad district, certainly the BJP in 2017 elections as well has been able to garner extra number of seats that has made it
Milan,
possible.
the reason I'm just going to come in. Finally, shots of the Prime Minister making his way to cast his vote. He's decided not to actually go all the way by his cavalcade. He's walking the last mile, or rather the last few meters to the polling station, and one can understand the kind of people there. The opposition is, of course, going to come again and call this campaigning and a violation of the election code. But having said that, the Prime Minister has decided to walk the final few meters to the Ranip booth. It's in Ahmedabad city. He's waving out to the crowds. You can see that there is a connect that the Prime Minister has where the people of Gujarat are concerned, and it goes beyond kind of anti-incumbency that you see. But trust the opposition. The opposition is going to come out and call this out as campaigning and the violation of the EC code. Saurabh Bhaktania is with us. Saurabh, a lot of people we can see on either sides of the road where the Prime Minister is walking. He's chosen to walk to his polling booth and not by car. Chants of Modi, Modi. What's the atmosphere? Over to you.
The atmosphere, we're waiting.
All right, we don't seem to have Saurabh Bhaktania. We're having a huge issue with his live link. We're going to try and rectify that. Understandably, fair amount of chaos when it comes down to when a Prime Minister security pulls in. There are jammers there as well. I want to cut across to Himanshu, my colleague, who is live right now at the Ranip station. Let's dip into our sister concern आज तक.
वो लगने शुरू हो गए हैं और प्रधानमंत्री लगभग मतदान केंद्र से 60 से 70 मीटर दूर, और ये प्रधानमंत्री अब बिल्कुल करीब आते हुए देखिए, ये जो है हाथ हिलाकर अभिनंदन करते हुए लोगों को जवाब देते हुए हाथ हिलाकर, यह है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का करिश्मा। और आज कहे कि भारतीय राजनीति में इस तरीके का चेहरा अब देखने में, और ये हर्ष पटेल जो यहाँ से उम्मीदवार हैं, वो उनको जो है भेंट स्वरूप शॉल पहनाते हुए, दूसरी तरफ अरविंद पटेल है जो यहाँ से चुनाव पिछली बार लड़ा था, जीते थे, और ये प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अब मतदान केंद्र की तरफ अंदर जाते हुए, बिल्कुल आप देखिए हर्षद पटेल उनके हैं, और ये बताता है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की जो लोकप्रियता है वो किस तरीके से अभी भी बरकरार है, और उसमें किसी तरीके की कोई कमी नहीं। अब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जो है वो अंदर पहुंच चुके हैं मतदान केंद्र के, और वो यहाँ पर मतदान करेंगे, और श्वेता ने आया कि वो इस तरीके से जो है वो कभी भी जो है वो तोड़ नहीं है, उसी लाइन में
We seem to have, understandably viewers, this is all what live coverage is about. The Prime Minister's security, understandably, extremely tight. And when it comes down to the jammers there, they inhibit live relay, where at least private channels are concerned. These videos coming in of the Prime Minister entering the polling booth, and he would be casting his vote. He chose not to come by car the last 100 meters, decided to walk it, waving out to the crowds. And there was a groundswell of sorts. You did see what happened. Chants of Modi, Modi on either sides of that road as the Prime Minister walked in. Not just the Prime Minister, viewers. The Home Minister also will be casting his vote. This region, the importance of central Gujarat cannot be lost when it comes down to the Bharatiya Janata Party. 2017, if the Bharatiya Janata Party won that election practically through the skin of its teeth, it was this very region which aided the Prime Minister or which aided the Bharatiya Janata Party to that win of 99 seats. The Prime Minister interacting with the booth workers there. He met with the local candidate right outside and now coming in to cast his ballot. He is standing in line. You know, it's interesting. Because what do you really do? The amount of pressure on that man right in front of the Prime Minister is unprecedented because he's chosen to stand in a line to cast his vote and all cameras are on him. He doesn't want to skip the line. He's waiting it out. But imagine, you know, the person standing right in front of the Prime Minister because it's not that you can turn around and start a conversation. Okay, there you go. That's the Prime Minister showing his voter ID card, I would think, or his Aadhaar, finding his name in the voters list, moving forward, filling in his details. Yes, he has his voter ID card in his hand and his Aadhaar both. He's been inked, his index finger has been inked and he's all set to go and press the ballot button. All right, that's a fair amount of excitement where the booth workers at Ranip are concerned as well. Right before him, there was another voter and she tried to give the Prime Minister way to go ahead and cast his vote, but he urged her to go first, and now the Prime Minister has cast his vote. It's very, very interesting because trust, you know, what is going to go down, especially the last final walk of the Prime Minister, the 100 meters, where he chose to walk, waving out to the crowds. It's definitely going to be picked up by the opposition as violation of the EC code. The Prime Minister has cast his vote, coming out, once again, greeting all the booth workers. And he's done. All right, so those are visuals that we are getting in, viewers, from inside the polling booth. There seems to be a surge where the other voters are concerned. You can see on the left-hand side wanting, you know, to meet the Prime Minister who waved out to them, but now he's on his way out, but it seems he's going to directly get into his car. A quick greeting to the crowds outside. We're going to try and get in the sounds from as the Prime Minister makes his way. Okay, he's not getting into the car. He's deciding to walk again. All right, there was his car, which was right outside the polling booth, but the Prime Minister has decided that he's going to walk a bit. Let's listen to some Nat sound, because the last time we had lots of cheers of Modi. He is showing the finger, his inked finger. A lot of people wanting to go and meet him. You know, he usually does it, which throws his security out of gear a mite, but the Prime Minister did not get into his car. He decided once again to walk the stretch out, showing the people, the voters, his inked finger. Well, this hasn't gone as per script where his security is concerned. Even when he came in, he decided to stop 100 meters before the polling booth and walk the rest of the 100 meters. And now, once again, yeah, let's try and get in some surround sound, because a lot of people who are standing on either sides of that road, and he's just walking because his car is behind him. He didn't choose to sit in it and leave. A lot of people, you know, this happens where Ahmedabad is concerned. The kind of support that the PM has as homeboy is organic. The last rally, a lot of people were out, from their windows, from their balconies, on treetops, just to get the final glimpse of the Prime Minister. Where is he going is the big question. I would reckon he's walking the last 100 meters again. He walked to the booth, waving out to people, acknowledging the chants of Modi, Modi. He's gone and cast his vote, and now he is making his way back, and he's choosing to walk again. This is practically the Prime Minister's Karam Bhumi, if one might say. It's the people of Gujarat that have paved the way for the Prime Minister from Gandhinagar to Delhi. 2012 was the last election that the Prime Minister fought as Chief Minister. By the time 2014 came in, the Prime Minister was in the national capital as from CM to the PM of India. CM Gujarat to the Prime Minister of India. Let's once again try and dip in and try and get some surround sound. Big question, where is the Prime Minister walking to? He's waving out to the crowds, he's acknowledging them. A lot of, these are crowds which are not organized, viewers. These are crowds which are people standing on their balconies, outside their houses, greeting him. This is going to be something which is going to cause a bit of a flurry where the opposition is concerned, because the opposition will now go to town and say that the Prime Minister has violated the election code of conduct by doing what he is doing. Many would perceive this as prachar or campaign for the Bharatiya Janata Party. But, this is classic playbook where the Prime Minister is concerned. He's done it. He did it the last time around in 2019 when he cast his vote, decided to walk the final lap. He's done it this time as well. And if I'm not wrong, and I remember very clearly in 2017, the Prime Minister had again decided to walk the last final lap when he was casting his vote for the Gujarat Assembly elections. Now he's got his entire cavalcade at the back, which is trailing him, and he's walking through a local society in Ranip, Ahmedabad, greeting people, waving out to them. When he came in, he met the local candidate. He's walked to... one wonders if this is planned, because he's gone ahead and walked to somebody's residence. Where has the Prime Minister gone is the big question. He went and cast his vote, walked the last 200 meters. He's entered what seems like a residential area. All right, very, very unusual. Where has the Prime Minister gone? Has he entered a residential area? Clearly. And chants of Modi, Modi now reverberating outside the booth where he cast his vote. All cameras on the Prime Minister this morning, viewers. We're going to try and get in our reporters on ground to get an understanding on what has just gone down. Where did the Prime Minister walk to after casting his vote? Where has he gone? He chose to walk the last 100 meters to the polling booth after he cast his vote. He's decided to walk 200 meters inside a residential colony, and he's gotten inside a house. Let's try and dip into my colleague Himanshu, who's right now outside Ranip, to get an understanding where the... All right, okay. So, word coming in that the Prime Minister has gone to his brother's residence, his own brother's residence. He's walked to his brother's residence. All right, so that's what we are getting in. I want to cut across back to Milan, who's joining us from the polling booth where Amit Shah would be voting today. But Milan, you're in Naranpura, we understand, but this wasn't scripted, was it? That the Prime Minister, of course, walking to the polling booth, walking out of the polling booth, but visiting his brother. Is that what happened?
Yes, Preeti. In fact, the Prime Minister, after casting his vote, was on schedule to meet his brother. The residence is quite close by to the polling station. This is where the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vote has been registered from. And we know that he has taken that entire walking stretch and has not opted to use his official vehicle there, of course, amid tight security with him. Last evening, he met Hiraba, his mother, just before casting his vote today, and today he was scheduled to meet his relatives, his brother over there, as you can see in the visuals too. And we're looking at this whole thing to be scheduled and planned because, of course, with the voting and with Prime Minister, the Modi face being so popular in Gujarat, of course, we saw people standing in the polling centers who were trying to speak with him as well. There was a woman we saw who was trying to raise a slogan. Of course, the PM has been quiet about it, quietly smiling and then casting his vote and then stepping out and walking with the security there. But certainly, Preeti, this was planned, of course, with the PM security being utmost, to the T level of the kind of cordon that was seen in the voting. Of course, they didn't even stop people from voting at that point. This is clearly the exercise of democracy that the Prime Minister is appealing for. He stepped out, he showed the ink mark on his finger, and of course they want people of Ahmedabad and central Gujarat as well as the north to come out and cast their votes. But this was a scheduled exercise that was supposed to be undertaken by the PM. Of course, the walking was perhaps unplanned, but that is what Narendra Modi is. He decides sometimes to sort of go all out without his security, without a proper cordon or a convoy, and that is exactly what he has done, walking that mile to his relatives' home there, which is where his vote has been registered from and which is where he votes even today, even in 2017, even earlier. And that is the kind of message that I am the son of the soil, I live here, I'm from here, I'm from Gujarat, and of course the people of Gujarat have elected him time and again, made him the Prime Minister, and perhaps, thanking the voters and the people who have gathered there to take a glimpse of the
All right, Milan, stay on with me. I have Saurav Vakhtania, who's tracking the Prime Minister's visit. The walk to the polling booth, from the polling booth, unscheduled, there was indication that he might be visiting his brother. But Saurav Vakhtania, everything last minute, wasn't it?
Well, PP, I can't say that it was last minute because the barricading yesterday itself, they're expecting that on both the sides of the barricading there will be people around, and for the past several hours they were waiting over them. This is what the opposition is not liking. Remember, earlier also when Prime Minister Narendra Modi in this manner had casted his vote, it was Congress who had objected any roadshow which Prime Minister Narendra Modi is having, and this is what the opposition. Having said that, there is a lot of popularity Modi has in Gujarat, and wherever he goes, there are people who gather around, and just to get a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the people were him.
All right, we seem to have lost my colleague Saurav Vakhtania's audio line. Understandably, there are a lot of security checks in place, jammers which inhibit live telecast, and understandably so. It's the Prime Minister's security in question. But, I want to bring in our National Affairs editor, Rahul Srivastav, into this conversation. Rahul, the Prime Minister's done it every time, be it 2017. I still remember he walked the last final 100 meters, his entire security in a tizzy. He's done the same thing now, going and visiting his brother. All cameras on him. Understandably, the opposition once again is going to say this is violation of EC norms.
You see, Preeti, there is a grey area. I think always the law operates between the lines. You see, there is no stopping anybody walking in a polling booth or walking out. Now, if it becomes a campaign, then it's a different story altogether. Now, if you recall, a few years back, the Prime Minister, in fact, rode a jeep also.
True.
And even that was interpreted as an attempt to campaign. Definitely. See, a political person, when he walks, especially with the SPG security, the area is sanitized. So the walking has a meaning. as you were just now talking to Saurabh, there is nothing called sudden visit by the Prime Minister. Nothing. It can never happen.
True.
Because the Prime Minister's arrival, before it, there has to be a certain degree of security sanitization. So if he has gone to his brother's place, there must have been a certain amount of security check there. But yes, definitely, if there is an advantage a walk from the polling booth or to the polling booth provides in terms of votes. See, you can see that Prime Minister meeting people on his way out. And this
that's a
well
local
be,
candidate, yeah.
This could well be because candidates can be there, the voter can be there.
True.
And see, this is the belt where the BJP wants to improve its numbers. Remember, in the first phase, the polling percentage has dipped. And that's one worrying element for the BJP because lesser numbers in this segment. Because here, where the BJP has its caste element as well as the communal polarization element slightly more worked out than the south and southern and Saurashtra part. Here the BJP needs those little pushes and nudges that the Prime Minister's visit like this would be providing.
Well, Mahima Singh from the Congress is with us. I'm sure you're not taking this kindly.
Well, Preeti, it's not about whether we are taking it kindly or not. It is certainly about the ethics and the ethos of an election. It is very clear, as your editor also pointed out right now, that walking down to the polling booth certainly may not be taken as a campaign, but waving at the people, you know, exchanging glimpses with the people in that particular manner is certainly what is a breach of model code of conduct. But we are not surprised. We are not surprised because this is nothing new to the culture of the BJP. BJP is in a perpetual election mode only. All the ministers, the Prime Minister himself are out of their offices in Delhi where they should be looking after the policy making and the country's needs. They are on the ground of the Gujarat. One can sense the insecurity. One can see how petrified they are. The very walking down of the Prime Minister to the polling booth and the whole conduct actually, I have to say that reeks of fear to me, to my party, because that's what we have seen. Shahji actually...
It might reek of fear to your party. It might reek of fear to a certain sect, but to a lot of people where Ahmedabad is concerned, it also might reek of abject adulation. And you can't deny that because the Prime Minister enjoys that unprecedented support.
To be, well, then that's got to be ignorance because one has to know that this is a democracy and there is a certain code of conduct we have in place. And we can't function with that amount of ignorance. One has to realize that in the past few days, the incidences we've seen, Amit Shahji...
All right, Mahima Singh, your party is free to file and complain with the Election Commission, and I'm sure somebody will do it, but just stay on with us. What I'm going to do is, as the Prime Minister has gone to his brother's residence, he's gone to meet his brother. The entire walk, at least like what our reporters are saying, must be scheduled, but of course the press had absolutely no idea what he was doing. The last 100 meters, walking to the polling booth, waving out to the crowds with chants of Modi, you see that right there. Then walking inside the polling booth, casting his vote, and then walking 300 meters, not getting into the car, but walking from the polling booth to his brother's residence in Ranip. While we stay on with these visuals, as the Prime Minister is still inside his brother's residence, I want to take you now. It's just not Ranip booth or Ahmedabad, which is voting today, viewers. Two major regions in Gujarat going to polls spread across 14 districts, 93 seats. Devankur Vadhavan joins us from Mehsana, which is up north. Traditionally, Mehsana is also, where the Prime Minister traces his roots from. Vadgaon there, but Pankaj Upadhyay also joins us from Godhra. Milan Sharma continues to be with us from Naranpura and Ahmedabad. That's where Amit Shah would be casting his vote. They've taken us through the seats in the north. Extremely important for the BJP to change the dynamic there. When it came down to 2017, 18 of those 32 constituencies were won by the Congress, only 14 by the BJP.
Well, you know, North Gujarat, where we are right now, Preeti, has been traditionally a stronghold of the Congress, as you two mentioned. But in Mehsana, there are 7 assembly seats. And in these 7 assembly seats, it's the BJP which has traditionally been, you know, have had the upper hand. There are several interesting contests within the larger picture, which one can get to see today, Preeti. One is the Viramgam seat, where Hardik Patel is contesting. Now, Hardik Patel is an ex-Congress person. He is currently contesting on the BJP ticket. Now, how do the partidars react to Hardik Patel switching sides? You know, he had been indulging in a lot of name-calling initially, earlier on, but now he's a BJP candidate. So how will that fare? Now, that particular seat has had the Congress's stamp on it for the last 2 assembly, elections. But this time round, Hardik Patel maintains that there will be a tough contest and that he will emerge victorious. The other seat is, you know, the Viramgam seat, the Vadgaon seat. On the Vadgaon seat, Preeti, Jignesh Mevani of the Congress is contesting that. Another is another
Banaskantha, not from Mehsana. Banaskantha, right, Dev?
You know. No, I'm talking about Jignesh Mevani. Jignesh Mevani is contesting from Vadgaon. That is a part of Mehsana, Preeti. Now, there are 7 assembly constituencies in total in Mehsana itself. Now, in all of those seats, earlier the BJP had its stronghold, but Nitin Bhai Patel has not been given the ticket. But what the BJP has done, you know, it has... instead of giving ticket to Nitin Bhai Patel, it has given tickets to several of its close associates. On at least 5 of the 7 assembly seats, Preeti, close associates or proteges of Nitin Bhai Patel has been given tickets.
Dave, I'm going to just correct you a while. Vadgaon seat falls in the Banaskantha region. It borders with Mehsana at some point, but in terms of the calculation of the seats, it falls with the Banaskantha region. And that is where Jignesh Mevani is in the fray. Where Mehsana was concerned, when it came down to 2017, couple of seats were taken by the Bharatiya Janata Party as well. Especially, this is where the Prime Minister hails from, Vadgaon, if one calls it. But strangely, that seat was won by the Congress. So the dynamics are very, very interesting when it comes down to North Gujarat. I'll bring in, before we cut across to Pankaj Upadhyay, who's reporting from Godhra, I'll quickly bring in Rahul Srivastava, our National Affairs Editor, who's in the studio with us. Rahul, the northern belt, the northern region of Gujarat, very, very important for the BJP to change the dynamic there. 2017, Congress had, taken at least 18 of those 32 seats. Rural in nature, in terms of demography, OBCs, Muslims, communities which you usually don't identify voting for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
You see, Preeti, you have the OBCs, the Thakors basically, and Chaudhrys, of course. And there is something about Chaudhrys which you have to tell us, that why is it that everywhere there are Chaudhrys, you have trouble for the BJP? In northern Gujarat, in Mehsana, Banaskantha and other districts, you have the Chaudhrys who are up in arms, the Arbuda Sena, because of Vipul Chaudhry's arrest. So one can very clearly see a 50-50% split happening, because it is Shankar Chaudhry of the Banas Dairy and Vipul Chaudhry of the Dudhsagar Dairy. It's a dairy versus dairy, Chaudhry versus Chaudhry contest in this region. So if you are having a split in the Chaudhry vote. Now, what is interesting is that the BJP last time around, compared to 2012, actually polled a very similar amount of votes. But the BJP seat went down by 1. The Congress also voted very similar, but Congress maintained its hold in terms of number of seats won in this region. This time there is a third strong player, Aam Aadmi Party, especially in the urban regions of North Gujarat and North Central Gujarat has a good presence, whereas in North Gujarat one doesn't see much of the Aam Aadmi Party. But eventually in this region, I think the BJP seems to have done what is called micromanagement, though it has got tremendous amount of dissidence. Preeti, I'll tell you something very interesting. If you would have not noticed Mr. C.R. Patil anywhere in the campaign, why is it happening? It's happening because Amit Shah is micromanaging. C.R. Patil has an aircraft or a helicopter to his disposal. Wherever there is a rebellion, Mr. C.R. Patil has to rush there and silence the rebellion. That's exactly what Mr. C.R. Patil is doing. You have got problem happening in Himmatnagar, you have got problem happening in the Khed Brahma, you have got problems happening in nearly 11 constituencies in North Gujarat. And that's where lies the BJP's headache. That is why I think what the Prime Minister is doing, that if there is a traditional vote, which is, you know, that fence sitter who is unhappy with the BJP for some reason, will see the Prime Minister on his screens, visiting the brother, rekindling old associations. Say, for example, Prime Minister, interestingly, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in a rally recently in the Banaskantha area, you know, while delivering his address, says, Lakhoti wala kheda ki jo soda hai, wo abhi bhi milta hai. So the Prime Minister from the stage, addressing a crowd, talks about a soda wala in the region to create that connect with the locals. And I think that's what the element is. Eventually in North Gujarat, polarization, I think because this is one of the areas, central Gujarat, where the 2002 riots impact was the maximum.
Right.
And I think still the BJP, that is why if you see the polarization element, the UCC, all those elements are being pushed in this region by the BJP.
All right. You know, what's interesting is, and if we have the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson, I'm going to bring him into this conversation. If we have Mr. Hirapara still with us, because Rahul, with what you've detailed as well, the Aam Aadmi Party's contest, okay, we don't have the spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party. We're going to try and connect to him. But, you know, what the Aam Aadmi Party, which you know, understands as well is extremely weak in northern Gujarat, you know, even in certain pockets of Patan where they were practically forced into maybe doing a road show too. Do you see them cutting in at all to the Congress vote there?
See, Preeti, I have spoken to a lot of people in Gujarat on this one element of who is AAP hurting. What they are saying that such is the character. Don't go into broader picture. This election is about micro issues. With no strong wave, I think with even that Modi factor not as potent as 2012 or slightly earlier, with no sweeping wave or element in Gujarat at this time, local and micro issues have come into play. Now, since local and micro issues have come into play, you find that the BJP has, say for example, the Ahmedabad region. In the Vadodara and Ahmedabad region, the BJP swept all the seats last time, like Surat. But this time...
So two seats in Ahmedabad went to the Congress.
2 seats, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Barring 2 seats, one is I think Narol and one more, the BJP swept all the seats in the Ahmedabad region.
23 if I'm not wrong, or 22,
yeah.
Some to that
Now
effect,
in
right.
that scenario, what is happening that this is where AAP is very potent. AAP has created the right amount of buzz for the BJP. And that is why you see that the BJP, to balance a lot of equations, has brought in a lot of congressmen.
True.
From outside. And that is why for the first time, I think in years, I'm finding that there are rebellions happening in the BJP. And that's one very important factor which cannot be ignored. That with, I have got a list of nearly 16 odd constituencies in this region, which were decided by a gap of less than 3,000 seats, votes. Now, if you have such a large number of seats with such narrow margins, yes, nearly 12 of them. Now, if you have 12 seats with narrow margin and you've got 12 seats with rebels, this is where the BJP needs to be very cautious. Because if you see that the Congress already had an advantages in the area, the rebels will push the BJP. Now, I think in rural areas, certainly the AAP is hurting the Congress. The candidate selection is such, the caste element is such that the AAP is hurting the Congress. Whereas in urban areas, definitely the AAP is trying to take on the BJP and will hurt the BJP.
You know, just stay with me because we're going to cut across to our election intelligence dashboard as well. You know, especially with what Rahul was saying, the number of seats where we lost, was won by a margin of less than 3,000 seats. It will be interesting how it plays out in the region of central Gujarat, which is going to vote today, northern Gujarat, which is going to vote today. But having said that, I want to cut across to my colleague Pankaj Upadhyay, who's joining us from Godhra. The BJP has run a communally explosive campaign, Pankaj, and you know that where Godhra is concerned. Godhra is an interesting seat, falls in Panchmahal district, was traditionally a stronghold of the Congress, but when it came down to 2017, was won by the Bharatiya Janata Party. This time around, there's also the AIMIM in the pitch.
Yes, Preeti. This is a prestige seat, as it were, for the Bharatiya Janata Party as well. The Bharatiya Janata Party has put in their might behind this seat. Godhra, as you rightly pointed out, is a very communally sensitive area as well. Remember, the victory margin last time around in 2017, when the BJP candidate won, was 258. So the Congress Party isn't really far behind. And yet another interesting aspect is that the candidate of the Bharatiya Janata Party, who won in 2017, had on...
These visuals coming in, the Prime Minister has left his brother's residence after spending about half an hour there, and he's now making his way out, waving to the crowds which have gathered all on the sides, chants of Modi echoing. And understandably, you know, this is a peculiar election, viewers. For any journalist on ground would vouch for the fact. When you see a wave of anti-incumbency, where you see people crib about not getting water, basic amenities, not, reaping the fruits of development that possibly the urban pockets of Gujarat have seen, if there is, visible anti-incumbency, there is also abject love when it comes down to the Prime Minister. You know, I've had people tell me while I've been on ground that they haven't gotten water for 8 days, that the schools are terrible in parts, that hospitals are not up to the mark. But ultimately, vote to Modi ji ke liye hi hai. Modi ji Bhagwan jaise hain is what some pockets of our Gujarat will echo. And what you see on your television screen is testimony to that, where people crowding their balconies, waving out to the Prime Minister. And what could be a bigger dichotomy, Rahul, than this? Because how do you gauge an election? You can see anti-incumbency, but, if there are so many factors, there seems to be an overarching X factor, which is the Prime Minister.
Yes, Preeti, before I answer you, now the Congress and the others can complain that this is a roadshow now. What was a walk for votes has turned into a virtual roadshow with crowds cheering the Prime Minister. Yes. See, the Prime Minister, that Narendra Modi element, I think, has become a very, I think it's a political study, matter of political study now. That can it happen that election after election, people in a state, irrespective of the issues that are bothering them, the bijli, sadak, pani, bread, butter kind of issues, they are ignored, they are obscured by the image of a leader. And is that a good sign for democracy? That people don't let their basic issues dictate the elections, but it is Narendra Modi. But yes,
right,
it does help Gujarat. See, Gujarat is acutely sharp when it comes to business skills. And it knows that certain amount of stability has come in. They're not as involved in an election as a UP wala or a Bihar wala is. As long as things are okay, there is a certain amount of law and order. And Narendra Modi as a Prime Minister brings global accolades to Gujarat and recognition to the state, and 1.7 lakh crore business is snatched away from Maharashtra and brought to Gujarat. These are elements that Gujaratis, I think, will be bothered about, and that's why the kind of adulation Prime Minister gets here.
Well, understandably, so these are visuals of the Prime Minister pulling out. Let's quickly dip in to my colleague Himanshu. It's practically a roadshow of sorts.
That's what I'm saying. It's a roadshow.
आज भी मीडिया के लिए एक स्पेशल स्टैंड बनाया गया है एसपीजी के द्वारा, जहां पर और देखिए अब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जब आने वाले हैं तो लोग यहाँ मोदी के नारे आ रहे हैं और लोग एक झलक एक बार फिर से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की पाना चाहते हैं। जिस तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी यहाँ से गए थे, उसी तरीके से उनके जाते हुए की एक झलक प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की लोग चाहते हैं। और मैं कैमरामैन से कहूंगा वो दृश्य दिखाएं कि लोग किस तरीके से उनका नाम के नारे लगा रहे हैं। संजीव, आप पूरा दिखाइए किस तरीके से लोग जो है प्रधानमंत्री मोदी की झलक पाना चाहते हैं। और देखिए पैदल चलते हुए आ रहे हैं और मीडिया स्टैंड की तरफ आ रहे हैं, तो इसका मतलब है कि वो मीडिया से मुखातिब होंगे।
Towards the cameras.
लोकतंत्र का ये उत्सव गुजरात के, हिमाचल के और दिल्ली के मतदाताओं ने बहुत ही उत्साह और उमंग के साथ मनाया। मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन को भी हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं तो उन्होंने बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से पूरे विश्व में भारत के लोकतंत्र की प्रतिष्ठा को बढ़े इस प्रकार से चुनाव का संचालन करने की एक महान परंपरा विकसित की है और उसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण इस चुनाव में भी नजर आया। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन का भी हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। હું ગુજરાતના મતદારોનો પણ હૃદયથી ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર માનું છું કે એમણે આ લોકતંત્રના ઉત્સવને આન બાન શાન સાથે ઉજવ્યો। ખૂબ ઉત્તમ પ્રકારે ચર્ચાઓ કરી। ગુજરાતની જનતામાં નીર ક્ષીર વિવેક છે એ સાંભળે બધાનું અને જે સત્ય છે તેને સ્વીકારવાનો ગુજરાતનો સ્વભાવ છે અને સ્વભાવના અનુસાર આજે ભારી માત્રામાં બધા મતદાન પણ કરી રહ્યા છે। હું ગુજરાતના મતદાતાઓનો પણ હૃદયથી ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર માનું છું અને આપ સૌને પણ ખૂબ ખૂબ ધન્યવાદ। નમસ્કાર।
Unprecedented? No, not quite. He did it in 2017 as well, coming out speaking to the press, asking people to vote in Gujarat and also congratulating the Election Commission for holding one would say the festival of democracy. But the opposition wouldn't take it kindly. For them, this would be a mini roadshow of sorts where the Prime Minister waving out to the crowds, acknowledging the chants of Modi, Modi. But this is classic playbook where the BJP is concerned, and that is homeboy Narendra Modi accepting all the accolades the love that clearly he seems to be getting on the streets of Ahmedabad. He's cast his vote. Over to now the Home Minister. Next in line would be Amit Shah, would be coming in, and I would reckon our viewers would also understand all of this is very, very well timed. The Prime Minister going in the morning, casting his vote. In a short while now we'll see the Home Minister as well, Amit Shah, who would be voting there. But let's quickly listen in to what the Prime Minister said while he spoke to the press.
लोकतंत्र का ये उत्सव गुजरात के, हिमाचल के और दिल्ली के मतदाताओं ने बहुत ही उत्साह और उमंग के साथ मनाया। मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं।
All right, viewers, that is the Prime Minister there speaking to the media. Let's now quickly cut across to our election intelligence dashboard on what we were discussing earlier on with our National Affairs Editor Rahul Srivastav in the studio with me. We'll also cut across to our various reporters spread across 93 seats today, viewers. 14 districts, second phase, central Gujarat, northern Gujarat, both regions going into vote. The Prime Minister right now speaking right outside where he cast his vote, but it was an event of sorts, walked the last 100 meters to the polling booth, waving out to the crowds, acknowledging the chants of Modi, and then coming out, walking about 200 to 300 meters to his brother's residence, once again waving out to the crowds. The opposition would call it nothing less than orchestrated roadshow of sorts. But having said that, this is classic BJP playbook. What we were discussing earlier, as we cut across to our reporters, is the margin of seats where possibly the BJP or the Congress won from less than 5,000 or 3,000 seats. Let's see what our election intelligence dashboard suggests. You know, what is interesting in all of this is there are two states which are going in for counting, Himachal and Gujarat. Let's look at Gujarat, the second phase there. There you have it. Let's look at the margin of seats in terms of, we have less than 100, less than 500, less than 1,000. Let's look at, you know, what is a less than 5,000 count. So we look at that, and this is what it looks like, Rahul. And what's interesting, okay, so what is going to vote today? This region is going to vote, okay, 1 second. So what is going to vote today is, 1 sec, we'll get back to Gujarat, we'll get to less than 5,000 vote. And okay, there seems to be a bit of a problem there. We're going to try and redo it. All right, okay. I think there seems to be a bit of an issue. We're going to try and connect with it. But, you know, Rahul, with what you were talking about, the number of seats which were won or lost with less than 5,000 to 3,000. Do you think now a triangular contest with the Aam Aadmi Party coming in, will that square the pitch somewhere?
Preeti, it's not just a triangular contest, I think, this time. This time it is a multi-cornered contest, primarily because of the presence of a lot of number of rebels and independents. And I would like to tell you that there is one constituency, I'm forgetting the name, in which there are 46 candidates in all, out of which 36 are Muslims.
Okay.
Now, these are a lot of them are dummy candidates. That's the kind of micromanagement which has gone in this time around, because it has become a multi-cornered contest. In a multi-cornered contest, the basic idea is to create, instead of narrowing down the battle, expand the battle further so that people eat away each other's votes. And that is why I think this region is going to be a very, very interesting region, because in this region alone, you had lot many seats which were decided with less than 3,000 votes, and 12 of them. Now, if 12 seats were decided with less margin, and voting percentage which came down in first phase does stay low even in this. Remember, last time I remember you discussing with some reporters, you see, BJP always needs high percentage of voting. Why does it need high percentage of voting, not just in Gujarat, but in UP and other places? Because it is the upper caste and the upper class which is usually reluctant to vote. Like yesterday in the MCD poll you were talking about how a Vasant Vihar does not vote while a Jahangir Puri votes. So,
but you know, Rahul, we don't have to even draw MCD comparisons. Let's draw Gujarat first phase comparisons. 10 constituencies in Saurashtra, rural in nature, saw voting percentage of 75% and over. Urban pockets saw a drop of percentage of from 4% to over 8%.
Yes. Look at a constituency called Dediapada. Dediapada is in the Narmada district, one of the southern-eastmost districts of Gujarat. Do you know what usually the voting percentage is? 85%. One of the poorest of the poor tribals live there, and the voting percentage is 85. Now, the BJP's trouble lies here. And that is why I will say that the multi-cornered contest, do not forget the AIMIM also contesting in this region. So when we talk about the AAP as the third player, Muslims this time are spoiled for choices because they have got AAP as well as AIMIM. But
do you think they've read the tea leaves this time around? And they will consolidate their vote? Okay, let's listen into Hardik Patel speaking to the press.
सुशासन का मॉडल, सलामती का मॉडल, और निश्चित रूप से ये जो मॉडल है वो आने वाले दिनों में और मजबूत होगा। नरेंद्र भाई मोदी कहते हैं कि ये चुनाव सामान्य नहीं है। ये चुनाव आने वाले 20 साल का गुजरात का भविष्य तय करेगा, और निश्चित रूप से हर एक वोट भारतीय जनता पार्टी के समर्थन में पड़ रहे हैं।
गुरुग्राम एक कांग्रेस का गढ़ माना जाता है 10 सालों से, उसके ऊपर क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
कोई कांग्रेस, जनता से बड़ा गढ़ कोई नहीं होता, और जनता इस बार यहाँ से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को विजयी बनाएगी।
तो आपको लगता है इस साल भी मोदी जी की लहर रहेगी या फिर वैसा कुछ?
क्यों नहीं, 150 सीटों से साथ सरकार बनेगी तो लहर नहीं है तो क्या है? ये निश्चित रूप से बड़े मार्जिन के साथ सरकार बनने वाली है, और ये सरकार विकास और मॉडल जो गुजरात मॉडल है उस पर पड़ रहा है। भरोसा, लोगों का भरोसा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ है, सड़कें आप देखिए, सरदार पटेल साहब का स्टैच्यू देखिए, रिवर फ्रंट पे जाइए, गुजरात के गांव में जाके लोगों को पूछिए कि 24 घंटा बिजली मिल रही है।
लेकिन जब आपने बीजेपी ज्वाइन किया तब बहुत सारे विवाद हो गए थे। जो
कोई विवाद नहीं हुआ, तो आप विवाद बना रहे हैं।
नहीं, जो आपके अपने वाले थे।
कोई अपने वाले नहीं है, मेरा कौन अपना वाला, सब लोग अपने ही है। आप भी अपने मेरे ही है ना।
All right, Viramgram, that is where you just saw Hardik Patel. He cast his vote, but let's once again listen in to the Prime Minister.
लोकतंत्र का ये उत्सव गुजरात के, हिमाचल के और दिल्ली के मतदाताओं ने बहुत ही उत्साह और उमंग के साथ मनाया। मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं।
All right, let's now cut across to our battery of reporters. Joining us, Dev Ankur Vadhavan joins us from Mehsana, that's North Gujarat, where the region is concerned. My colleague Milan is right now at Naranpura, that is where the Home Minister, Ahmedabad, where he will be casting his vote very soon. Trust those visuals also to stream live. It's interesting, and one has to give it to the BJP how it's micromanaging even voting timing of its various leaders, so at least all cameras are fixated where the BJP is concerned. And on the other hand, joining me, who I cut the earlier time around, apologies, Pankaj Upadhyay, who's getting us the latest from Godhra. Pankaj, yes, you were telling us, will the AIMIM be able to clear the pitch where Godhra is concerned? Traditionally a Congress stronghold won by the BJP in 2017. This time they have also run, especially on the seat of Godhra, understanding its history, an explosive communal campaign. But that aside, where the Muslim pockets are concerned, something which even Rahul Srivastava was talking about, will that vote split? Because now you not just have the AIM, you have, of course, the Aam Aadmi Party as well. So Congress, Aam Aadmi Party and the AIMIM vying for the minority vote.
Preeti, what I have gathered after having conversation with the people here is that as far as Godhra is concerned, even though the Bharatiya Janata Party won this seat last time in 2017 with a margin of 258 votes, many people say Congress still has that brand recall. They have goodwill among a lot of people here, and that is the reason why a great percentage of the people here in Godhra believe that the Congress party stands a very good chance. But at the same time, with the entry of the MIM, many who are otherwise the Congress voters have in a way, transferred their loyalty and allegiance to the MIM, because they maintain that the Congress party did not give this seat to a person, a candidate from their community, and that is the reason why many people are angry as well. So it becomes a very interesting battle now, because if there is this internal conflict within the supporters and the voters of the Congress party as well, and if a certain percentage deviates towards the MIM as well, then it is definitely advantage Bharatiya Janata Party. It's interesting to note that as far as the Godhra seat is concerned, ever since 2002, the victory margin hasn't really gone beyond 3,000. So this is a very, this is the Congress candidate that you are seeing on your screen right now. मैम, आप बात करना चाहेंगे? हम इंडिया टुडे से हैं, यहाँ पर कांग्रेस और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बीच में हमेशा की टक्कर रही है। इस बार तो MIM भी आ गई है।
सर, वो उसमें क्या ऐसे कि वो हिंदी नहीं समझ सकेंगे, ये नोज ओनली गुजराती।
गुजराती में बता दीजिए, गुजराती में वो हमें बता दीजिए। इस बार MIM की भी एंट्री हो गई, कितना फर्क पड़ेगा?
फर्क कुछ भी नहीं पड़ेगा।
कुछ नहीं पड़ेगा, कुछ नहीं।
हिंदी बोल रही है ना, बोलने दीजिए उनको, बोलने दीजिए। अच्छा, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? आप सीधा प्रसारण है आज तक इंडिया टुडे पे, but Preeti, a very communally sensitive seat this is, Godhra. And I also have the figures, the voting percentage, because since 8 o'clock, I've been seeing many voters who've come in here. In fact, many polling booths that I have visited since the morning hours have been really full. You know, and here I have the voting percentage. This is the Panchmahal district, which has around 5 assembly constituencies, including Godhra. So till 9 a.m., Godhra has voted around, the voting percentage has been 3.65. Kalol has had 5.21%, Halol has had 2.93%, Morwa Hadaf 4.19%, and Shera 4.43%. That's a average of 4.06%. Here's yet another polling booth, which is an indication enough of how, you know, people are showing a lot of interest in voting here. And though most of them aren't really talking, they fear, you know, that if they say anything on screen, that perhaps, you know, there might be certain repercussions. But the fact remains.
With what you're saying, Pankaj, stay with me. I want to bring in Rahul Srivastav as well. This time around, is there a silent voter in all of this, viewers? Once again, what I'm going to do is I'm cutting across to the election intelligence dashboard, and we're going to take you through the second phase and what it looked like in 2017. There you have it. 51 seats of the 93 were won by the Bharatiya Janata Party. 39 were won by the Congress. So this is what it looks like in terms of the electoral map. And as it's spread out, Rahul, what is interesting to note is exactly where the BJP consolidated. Central parts of Gujarat and the northern areas are dyed in blue in 2017, which were consolidated by the Congress. But what would be interesting in all of this would be to see the swing seats in this area. Let's look at the swing seats this time around. Well, this is the entire picture of Gujarat, but what's interesting is if we focus on the region which is going to vote right now, these were seats which swung to the BJP. If you look at the central, area of that, Rahul, most of them were of the Congress, and in 2017, the BJP won these seats. One of them is, of course, where Pankaj is standing, the seat of Godhra.
Preeti, the BJP has worked at its micromanagement, but it is a fact that if we are looking at the picture as far as the minority vote is concerned, till a little while ago, there was a sense of worry in the Congress and even among those who are watching the elections there, that is there going to be a split in the minority Muslim vote. But what it seems has happened is that some very senior leaders who had joined the AIMIM left the party very unhappy. There is Mr. Shamshad Pathan, who was an emerging leader of AIMIM. He, after the Surat elections and later exercise, he went out of the Owaisi's party, claiming that it's working more as the BJP's B team. AAP was doing very well in the Muslim segments in Gujarat, but there is, what I found in the last 2-3 weeks, there have been questions asked over the AAP silence on the Bilkis Bano case. That why is AAP maintaining that very stoic silence on this issue, and that has not gone down very well with the minority voters. And that is why what has happened, that there is some kind of an unstated agreement now among minority voters that those who are best placed to defeat the BJP in a constituency, they will go for that. And that's what makes the chances for the Congress much better, because that means there could be less.
I agree with you, Rahul, because as I was also traveling through, some of these seats where there is a sizable minority population, at least in the last final leg of the campaign, you saw a basic consolidation by the minority vote. And it seems, at least on ground, to suggest to go the way of the Congress. And, earlier on, there seemed to have been a split because the Aam Aadmi Party was coming out stronger. But I feel that the AIMIM might not be able to, the 14-odd seats that they are fighting this election, might not be able to take away that much of the minority vote.
No, it seems very difficult for Mr. Owaisi right now. But one element which we were talking about, you saw Pankaj trying to speak to the Congress candidate. And there was a picture of Prime Minister in another window on our screen. Now, this is the stark difference between the political management of the parties in Gujarat and all over India today, I will say, barring an Arvind Kejriwal. You don't have local leaders, Preeti. The Congress, if it had a local chief ministerial candidate, he could have been here talking to the media, creating those pixel moments, perhaps even if it earns them 2 more votes. For example, see, this is how the BJP fights election. That while we are talking about Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Ahmedabad voting for his party.
Rahul, I'm going to come in. Anandi Ben Patel, the former Chief Minister, speaking. Just cast a vote. But, what I'm going to do is let's quickly cut across to our guests as well. Rahul Srivastava continues to be with us. Charu Pragya, spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party. Jasmine Shah, spokesperson, Aam Aadmi Party. Anshul Avijit, spokesperson, Congress. Anshul Avijit, this question is for you. If you had one big leader, at least visually, in terms of optics, which re-energizes a campaign for any party, that could have benefited you to run this silent campaign where I would reckon even the likes of Jignesh Mevani are crowdfunding their own campaign. They are, struggling to fight their own seats.
Preeti, this is certainly not a silent campaign. I think there is a misapplication
in your own words. That's
here.
The Congress's word, not mine.
This is an intense, focused, concentrated campaign. This is a micro strategy in which we go from houses, which we go to muhallas, we go to gullies. There are nukkad sabhas. Of course, there is no bombast from rooftops. There is no shouting from rooftop. There are no big billboards. It's a different kind of campaign. We are focusing on our past, on our accomplishments, on the fact that we fulfill our promises like we did in Rajasthan. We brought in urban MNREGA, like we did in Chhattisgarh, where we brought in the Nyay scheme. And the BJP here is marked by complete desperation. The polarization that we've seen, the high-pitched Hindutva engine that is running over time, we've seen that, and the rebel candidates that have emerged. And the BJP now is resorting to thuggery, kidnapping, as we've seen in the MLA from Banaskantha, who had to run in the middle of the night. This is the desperation that we're seeing in the hands of the BJP. Remember, in this phase, in the northern parts, these are the parts where traditionally it's been a Congress stronghold. Of course, in every election, there are challenges. But we have managed to overcome the challenges by a different nature of campaign, a micro strategy. The BJP is exceedingly desperate, let me tell you, in this particular election, because they failed on all accounts. The Morbi incident was an outcome of the Gujarat model of development. And Mr. Modi is actually mimicking the Bharat Jodo Yatra in which he undertook that long sort of what is termed as the largest roadshow or whatever. So we are setting the agenda, we are setting the trend. They are falling behind, then they're actually mimicking us.
Anshul Avijit, many would suggest right now this is a tad bit delusional. You and I both understand that. The fact is, look at where the Bharatiya Janata Party is right now, especially in the state of Gujarat. To call them mimicking your campaign, not many would buy it. I would think that would require a reality check, but I understand what your sentiment there is. Charu Pragya, okay, I'll come back to you. I want to quickly bring in Charu Pragya into this campaign. Charu Pragya, it's not that there isn't any anti-incumbency, there is. There seems to be one underlying factor where the BJP has clearly put all its eggs in one basket, and that is the factor of Narendra Modi. Over 27 rallies over the course of this campaign. Even at the fag end, 2 big rallies. Even by this morning, you've had the Prime Minister, which possibly an Anshul Avijit and a Jasmine Shah will say is a violation of the EC code, holding a mini roadshow of sorts.
Good morning, Preeti. And let me begin by appealing to the people of Gujarat to go out and vote if they haven't done so already. It's extremely important you cast your vote today so that you can be a part of the thriving democracy of your country. See what Anshul was saying, I've been hearing that, Preeti. And the comparison between our two parties is extremely unfair. Ours is a party where the senior most leader and the junior most karyakarta work shoulder to shoulder to win an election, to meet people, to tell them about our vision for the future, to present our report card. That does not seem to be the case with Congress. So even though they are on one of their most historical marches across India, it seems to be for political reasons, they choose to skip on both the poll-bound states of Gujarat, of Himachal, and I fail to understand the reason for that. The only thing that I can understand from that is that the prince does not want to go to a state where he is not going to be winning sufficient seats, and they decide to skip it altogether. That's not how politics works. I'm very sorry. As for the state of Gujarat, all you need to do is look at the overwhelming love which pours in for Modi ji. And this
But is
love
that enough?
is not only for
Charu
the
Pragya,
personality
is that
he
enough?
is.
The overwhelming love, and yes, there are no two ways about it.
It is, yes.
You're bang on.
Can I please tell you the reason for that? This overwhelming love, Preeti, is not only because of the personality that Modi ji is, it is also because of the vision that he presents for India.
Okay.
It is because the development he brings to his home state. It is because of the transformation he brings and the way he manages to connect our glorious past to our future. And it is all of this that makes Modi ji the most popular
but will
leader.
that be enough is the big question. That's the big question.
Oh,
will that be enough this time around? There is the Anshul Amit. I know you want to come in, but this is not a debate. So let's not get into a debate this morning. Okay, I want to just bring in Jasmine Shah from the Aam Aadmi Party before I cut across to our reporters. Dev Ankur still continues to be with us from Banaskantha. Not Banaskantha, Mehsana, I beg your pardon. But Jasmine Shah, I'll bring you in on this. The first phase, we saw this massive thrust from the Aam Aadmi Party to the extent where your own leader has predicted that you're going to come to power with 98 to 99 seats. You know, many would say it could be a little preposterous but audacious at the same time. Having said that, the second phase kicks in. It doesn't seem you're very strong in the second phase. We haven't seen that kind of campaigning where central Gujarat is concerned. You know, where North Gujarat is concerned, it seems you've practically pulled out your forces.
Preeti, I do not know on what basis you make those statements. The reality on the ground is that today there is a wave for parivartan that we are seeing in Gujarat. There's a wave for change. You know, this is not very unsimilar to what we saw in Punjab. And mind you, this is not just anti-incumbency. It's 27 years of anger. You know, the people of Gujarat tried giving Congress the opportunity 5 times in the last 25 years. What happened? Either they would not be able to defeat BJP, or after winning some MLA seats, they would sell their souls and transfer to BJP. Today they know that BJP keeps talking about Asmita, keeps talking about PM Modi, but has nothing to do on the ground which affects their day-to-day lives. Tell me one promise that BJP has made in that manifesto that will affect the lives of people. Nobody remembers their promises. On the other hand, they know that Kejriwal talks about real issues. He talks about schools. He talks about clinics. He talks about giving 3,000 rupees to unemployed youth. He talks about giving 1,000 rupees to the women. Who's talking about these mool issues or ground issues? It is only the Aam Aadmi Party.
Okay.
Unfortunately, so far the contest was between a non-existent Congress, and we are seeing this. Saying that this is a silent campaign is basically revealing what the truth on the ground is. Congress is absolutely absent. It is only the Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP, and you will see come December 8th, a sweep, a kind of a historic mandate that you're not seeing in Gujarat for the past 27
Well, all three of you are claiming victory. We'll only know when that last vote is counted. But for a larger picture, you can tune in 6 p.m. Right here on our exit polls. Access My India exit polls right on the network. We've usually given the most accurate results where exit polls are concerned. But I want to cut across to our battery of reporters. Rahul Srivastav continues to be in the studio with me. Dev Ankur Vadhavan wants to make a point. He joins us from Mehsana. Dev, you've been traveling extensively through Mehsana. What does it look like, especially where the northern region is concerned? 32 seats, 28 to 32 seats, if you also count, the urban belt of Gandhinagar. But having said that, as you've made your journey through Banaskantha to Patan, from Mehsana where you're reporting, what does it look like this time around? 18 seats here were won by the Congress, 14 by the BJP.
Well, of course, and Preeti, Mehsana is one place which has 7 seats. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in fact, hails from Mehsana. His home district is Mehsana because, Vadnagar, the place where, his growing up years were spent, initially at least the 10 years of his childhood were spent, are from Vadnagar, where, it is claimed that he used to sell tea at the local railway station as well. Locally, I can tell you, Preeti, that if any party is not taking this election easily or lightly, it is the BJP. Look at what the BJP has been doing. Right on the day when the first phase of elections were held, that is the December 1st, the BJP held a massive roadshow. The Prime Minister, the BJP itself claimed, travelled for 50 kilometers. That is classic Modi, gaining attention, garnering attention, having the attention onto himself. And again, you saw him today, after or before casting the vote, traveling the last 100 meters on foot, and even after casting his vote, coming towards where the media contingent was stranded, going over there, having his brief talk, perhaps even waving to some of the bystanders. So that is the classic BJP strategy that Rahul and you also perhaps referred to. On the other hand, Preeti, there is the Congress, and I've spoken with a very senior Congress leader who has been, very intrinsic to the decision-making process for the Congress. He perhaps would not want to be named, but one important point that he made to me, Preeti, was that, I asked him particularly that the Aam Aadmi Party has already declared Isudan Gadvi as its chief ministerial candidate. The BJP has, put its might behind Bhupender Patel, mentioning that if the party again comes to power, Bhupender Patel will once again be leading. Why has the Congress not come up with any name? The one line that he gave to me was, अगर हम ऐसा करते हैं तो कांग्रेसी पहले ही लड़ लेंगे, तय ही नहीं हो पाएगा कि पार्टी का कैंडिडेट कौन बने, और पार्टी जो है अंदरूनी लड़ाई इतनी तेज हो जाएगी क्योंकि there are several names. That is what a very senior Congress leader mentioned to me. So that is the difference between the BJP and the Congress out here in Gujarat.
Multiple differences. Dave, can you get us some reactions by the voters this morning? Yeah. Can you get us some reactions? You're in Mehsana.
Of course, Preeti, I'm right now in Kadi. Within about half an hour, it is said that Nitin Bhai Patel will be arriving out here. And, local mentioned that he will be coming with Dhol Nagada still right outside the polling station. The queues, Preeti, have been growing by the minute. And there are several people who are out here. Sir, आप यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं. नहीं जानना चाहूंगा कि आप किसके लिए वोट करेंगे, पर ये जानना चाहूंगा लोकल मुद्दे क्या हैं.
लोकल यहाँ पे तो विकास ही है. हाँ,
विकास हुआ है सर.
हाँ, पक्का बहुत विकास है, पहले से बहुत अच्छा है, और मोदी जी है, मोदी जी के लिए ही वोट करना है.
चलिए सर, आपको लगता है महंगाई अगर बाकी देश में है, गुजरात में आपको क्या लगता है, क्या इफेक्ट करी है महंगाई? लोग कह रहे हैं सिलेंडर का दाम बढ़ गया है, पहले 400 के करीब होता था, अब 1000 के ऊपर पहुंच गया.
महंगाई में तो ऐसा है कि पूरे वर्ल्ड में महंगाई है, लेकिन अपने भारत में नहीं है. अभी आप जो जीडीपी देखो, आप महंगाई की दर देखो, लेकिन आज भारत उसके बहुत पीछे है, और अमेरिका में आप देखो बहुत महंगाई है.
Well, Preeti, people have been turning up since early in the morning, although the voting began at about at 8 o'clock, but people have been out here since almost 7:30 in the morning.
Patel was from the seat. You're saying he's going to come with Dhol Nagadas for what? He's not contesting this time around. Either his seat, he was told not to contest, or he would do whichever way our viewers want to look at it.
That is quite true, Preeti, and not just Nitin Bhai Patel. There is Vijay Rupani, the former CM. There is Bhupender Singh Chudasama. There is Pradeep Singh Jadeja. All of them senior names. And the party claims that they voluntarily had opt out. But, what several sources have been telling us is that they were made to step back. One particular reason was that perhaps BJP was not very happy with Aam Aadmi Party talking about Parivartan, about a change. So perhaps, to negate that anti-incumbency which prevails as per many, what the BJP did was that have newer faces, youth infused. So on Mehsana, the
this
7
time around,
seats that I was
Mukesh
talking to
Bhai
you
Patel
about,
has
the
taken
BJP
over
has
the
done
seat of the Deputy Chief Minister Nitin Bhai Patel, and primarily the reason for cutting out Nitin Bhai Patel, Rahul Srivastav, is that in 2017, after trailing, and I still remember Nitin Patel was trailing, only to win by a whisker, I would reckon just about 7,000 votes.
I think it was way lower.
Lower than that, possibly.
I think it was in few hundreds. And the more interesting thing is that the result got delayed because eventually the win was after there was a recount of the postal ballots.
Right.
It was the postal ballots which tilted the scales in favor of
Which is very
Nitin
interesting
Patel.
is this is what was the Congress had contested, because the postal ballots emerged as 7,000 extra votes, and the Congress had contested how can there be 7,000 votes in the postal ballot.
See, but I will say that see what Dave is saying is a very interesting point. The BJP is a strong party, but the BJP is still visibly making maximum effort. I think that's what the spirit of an election eventually is, that the BJP just does not give up. Now, this is something which I've been wanting to tell you, that the BJP, while we are talking about Prime Minister Narendra Modi campaigning, voting and moving around in Ahmedabad, the BJP has sent out a press release that today afternoon at 1 o'clock, the Prime Minister will be leaving from here, will be reaching the BJP headquarters at 1 o'clock, and I will read the press release, that Adaraniya Pradhan Mantri Shri Narendra Modi दोपहर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के केंद्रीय कार्यालय में भाजपा की 2 दिवसीय राष्ट्रीय पदाधिकारी बैठक का उद्घाटन करेंगे। भाजपा इसमें इट विल हैव ऑल द लीडर्स लाइक ऑल द ऑफिस बीयरर्स, स्टेट इंचार्जेस, स्टेट ऑफिसर्स एंड अदर्स। इस बैठक में पार्टी की आगामी रणनीति पर चर्चा होगी और अगले साल कुछ राज्यों में होने वाले विधानसभा में चुनाव,
राजस्थान, छत्तीसगढ़, मध्य प्रदेश,
the BJP starts preparing for the next spate of elections today, not tomorrow. And that's what makes the BJP a difficult political machinery or electoral machinery to take on.
Well, you're right there, because where Gujarat is concerned, they've pulled out all the stops. Whether it works or it doesn't work, I would reckon many political analysts, including Rahul Srivastava, said that the BJP did all that it could to make things right in areas of Saurashtra, in areas of North Gujarat, at least to the best of their ability in terms of caste calculations, pulling out tickets at the last minute, putting in Congress candidates days before nomination and giving them the ticket at the cost of antagonizing their own lot. Winnability, the only factor which works for the BJP here. And like Rahul said, in just about 2 hours from now, the Prime Minister would be sitting in on a meeting, chairing a meeting, nothing to do with Gujarat, but everything to do with Karnataka, with Rajasthan, with Chhattisgarh, with Madhya Pradesh, states which are going into elections next year. I want to cut across to Milan, my colleague joining us from Naranpura, where the Home Minister, Amit Shah, would be coming in to cast his vote. It's very interesting how the BJP micromanages even timing of voting for its senior leaders, making sure all cameras are on the Bharatiya Janata Party. Nothing wrong with that. It's all part of the massive machinery which makes BJP win an election firing on all cylinders. Over to you, Milan. What are you expecting?
Well, Amit Shah is supposed to be here by 10:30, but of course everything has now been delayed. Perhaps we are looking at the security measures that have been put in place for the Home Minister. We are also expecting perhaps his family will also be accompanying him. But of course we've got intelligence that, he will shortly be moving from his home, and that is where the main gate is. And people have gathered outside as well, perhaps just to see Amit Shah too, but inside they're not being allowed near this polling station, Preeti. And right now also we'll have to wait and see whether he'll come in his own vehicle right outside the polling booth, because all the vehicles have been parked outside, and that is also something that we are anticipating could happen. But he could be accompanied by his family. And as I was speaking, in the Naranpura seat where we are right now, the Ellis Bridge seat, of course all these are perhaps the BJP's bastions, and they have been safer seats for the BJP. We have also been speaking to voters around. They are talking about various kind of issues that they have mentioned. But of course, as you were discussing earlier as well, it's going to be a litmus test for the BJP to gain corners once again in these seats, because the Aam Aadmi Party also being in fray, and especially in seats where there's dominance of the Muslim voters, such as Jamalpur Khadia as well, Bapu Nagar, wherein out of the 29 candidates that have been fielded by all political parties, independent, 10 candidates are Muslims. So that is also the BJP's engineering to sort of divide and consolidation of Muslim votes in many of these seats. And in Jamalpur Khadia especially, earlier there was a divide between the Muslim votes which led to BJP winning that seat. The last time we've heard that the imams here are telling people that please vote for one party only, because with the Asaduddin Owaisi in the fray, with the other Congress candidates and other rebels and other Muslim candidates in the fray, they are expecting that the votes will be divided once again. But of course, as we all know, that the BJP has been able to garner a lot of support from central Gujarat. Of course, North Gujarat happens to be a problem. In central Gujarat, they have won a considerable number of seats that have led to their tally. And as I show you in visuals at the moment, also we're hearing some movement around us, and perhaps Amit Shah could just be expected to arrive at this particular polling station shortly. Well timed, of course, after Prime Minister Narendra Modi has voted in Ranip.
Milan, I'm going to, on that note, as you wait for the Home Minister, I'm going to slip into a quick break, but trust India today to get you the front row seat to all the political action viewers, all of it. Stay tuned.
India's biggest and most accurate exit poll is back. Three different elections, a poll with a sample size of more than 75,000.
तो मंत्री आपके हिसाब से किसको बनना चाहिए?
A phenomenal 93% accuracy record. Credibility that comes by being out in the field. Capturing the pulse of voters like no one else. Watch the India Today Access My India exit poll, the 5th of December, starting 6 p.m.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
The booth there where Amit Shah, the Home Minister, casting his vote. It's in Ahmedabad, it's in the urban pocket. My colleague Milan is standing by. Over to you,
अमित शाह जी के नारे लगाते हुए आप देख रहे हैं हमारे साथ कि लोग यहाँ पर अमित शाह से मिलने के लिए पहुंचे हैं। बाहर से अमित शाह ने यहाँ तक चलने का निर्णय लिया है। यहाँ पर लोकल कैंडिडेट के साथ दिखाई दे रहे हैं। अमित शाह नारंगपुरा पहुंचे हैं वोटिंग करने के लिए। यहाँ की जो सीट है वो मानी जाती है कि बीजेपी की प्राइम सीट मानी जाती है और इसी वजह से यहाँ पर अमित शाह गृह मंत्री खुद पहुंचे हैं वोटिंग बूथ पर। आपको चलते हुए दिखाई दे देंगे। गाड़ी उन्होंने बाहर ही छोड़ दी और सिक्योरिटी कॉर्डन इनके आसपास दिखाई दे रहा होगा आपको और साथ ही में उनकी पत्नी भी दिखाई दे रही हैं। यहाँ पर उनके बेटे जय शाह भी उनके साथ मौजूद हैं। पूरा परिवार अमित शाह इस वक्त वोटिंग स्टेशन पर पहुँच गए हैं और भारी भीड़ में यहाँ पर मतदान डालने के लिए यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं पूरे परिवार के साथ। आप देख रहे हैं बगल में उनकी वाइफ और साथ में बेटा बेटी के साथ जय शाह यहाँ पर आपको दिखाई दे रहे होंगे पोलिंग स्टेशन के आसपास और लोगों की काफी भीड़ भी है अमित शाह को देखने के लिए। यहाँ पर सिक्योरिटी कॉर्डन के साथ अंदर जाते हुए इस वक्त निर्धारित समय पर यहाँ पर आने वाले थे और निर्धारित समय से पोलिंग स्टेशन पर पहुंच गए हैं और अंदर जाते हुए आपको इस वक्त अमित शाह दिखाई दे रहे होंगे पूरे परिवार के साथ। वो इस वक्त अंदर पोलिंग स्टेशन में चले गए हैं। साथ ही में उनकी पत्नी भी जय शाह, उनके बच्चे और एक साथ पूरा परिवार यहाँ पर नारायणपुरा सीट पर पहुंचा है। लोकल कैंडिडेट भी उनके साथ ही पहुंचे हैं और इस वक्त हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि यहाँ की जो गृह मंत्री की सिक्योरिटी है और जिस तरीके से पूरे एरिया को इस वक्त सैनिटाइज किया गया है गृह मंत्री के आने के लिए, आप देख सकते हैं कि भारी तादाद में यहाँ पर पर्सनल और जो सरकारी सिक्योरिटी कर्मचारी है, गुजरात पुलिस है, पूरी तरीके से तैनात है। अमित शाह इस वक्त अंदर वोट देते हुए और बाहर ही पूरे परिवार ने गाड़ी छोड़ दी थी। पोलिंग स्टेशन से कुछ मीटर दूर ही यहाँ पर तक चलकर आए हैं और परिवार के साथ यहाँ पर अब इस वक्त मतदान करते दिखाई दे रहे हैं अमित शाह। नारायणपुरा की ये सीट है, यहाँ से इनका रजिस्टर्ड वोट है और भाजपा का गढ़ रहा एक तरीके से। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के वोट करने के बाद यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं और दृश्यों में आपको अभी दिखाते चले कि यहाँ पर भारी तादाद में जो सिक्योरिटी है वो इस वक्त पोलिंग स्टेशन के बाहर ही तैनात है, मौजूद है और लगातार हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि अमित शाह खुद चलकर कुछ मीटर दूर से यहाँ तक पहुँचे अपने परिवार के साथ, उनके साथ उनकी पत्नी और बच्चे। जय शाह भी उनके साथ ही थे और अब थोड़ी ही देर में वोटिंग करने के बाद वो यहाँ से बाहर आएंगे और देखना ये होगा कि क्या वो बात करना चाहेंगे मीडिया कर्मियों से। यहाँ पर सब बाहर ही मौजूद हैं पोलिंग स्टेशन के और ये सीट अहमदाबाद की अन्य सीटों की तरह बेहद दिलचस्प और बहुत ही ज़रूरी भाजपा के लिए। यहाँ से पिछली बारी भी भाजपा ही जीती थी लेकिन इस बार कैंडिडेट बदला गया था। पाटीदार की जो चुनौतियाँ हैं यहाँ पर, तीनों कैंडिडेट इस बारी पाटीदार कैंडिडेट हैं और लगातार हम देख रहे हैं और आपको दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर जो है सीट अमित शाह की जो वोटिंग रजिस्ट्रेशन है वो यहीं पर होती है और तमाम लोग यहाँ पर इस वक्त अमित शाह के साथ जो आए थे, बाहर अमित शाह के नाम के भी नारे लगे, भाजपा के नाम के नारे लगे और यहाँ तक सारे लोगों को आने नहीं दिया गया लेकिन कुछ सिक्योरिटी के लोग, कुछ पार्टी के लोग यहाँ पर अमित शाह के साथ इस वक्त पहुँचे हैं। कैमरा पर्सन रविकांत के साथ नारायणपुरा से मिलन शर्मा, आज तक। वोटिंग स्टेशन पर पहुंच गए हैं।
There you have it. That's Narayanpura constituency where the entire family of Amit Shah, you can see Jai Shah, you can see his wife, you can see his son's wife, Jai Shah's wife and his own wife Sonal Shah, all of them coming out and voting. This is, viewers, the constituency of Narayanpura, considered to be a very, very strong seat of the Bharatiya Janata Party. And when I say strong, I'll give you an example. In 2017, Kaushik Bhai Jamna Das Patel of the BJP won this seat with a margin of 66,000 votes. So 66,215 votes is what the BJP won this seat from. Extremely urbanized, called a bastion of the BJP, traditionally very, very strong where it comes down to the BJP. This time around, in terms of the candidates, Pankaj Patel from the Aam Aadmi Party, Sonal Ben Patel from the Congress Party, now facing off with Jitendra Bhai Patel from the Bharatiya Janata Party. What is interesting here is, even though in 2017, Kaushik Bhai Patel won the seat from 66,000, the BJP has chosen to go with a new face. You know, what could be the permutations or combinations of that, Rahul? Sorry. You know, the sheer fact that in 2017, the candidate of the BJP won this particular seat of Narayanpura with a margin of over 66,000 votes. This time around, he's not been repeated.
You see, that's what the BJP has done this time, that it has, if it has found that there is any amount of anti-incumbency, you know, we may think that it is not so, but you see, Ellis Bridge and adjoining areas is one of the areas which the BJP dominates. And there were a lot of complaints against the sitting MLA, and that's why the BJP wanted. And also, what it wanted to do was change the caste equations. And that is why the candidate in this area was changed. Ghatlodia. Interesting seat because I don't know whether we have heard what Anandiben said.
Right.
That's one seat which was won with a huge margin.
By the BJP.
1.17 lakh votes, I think, because Bhupendra Patel was contesting from there.
You know, what's interesting is, Rahul, what you talk about Ghatlodiya, which with that I'm going to take our viewers through the key candidates which are in the fray in the second phase of election. We're going to take that through, but let's quickly listen in to Amit Shah speaking to the press after casting his vote alongside his family.
देखिए, अमित शाह इस वक्त अपने परिवार के साथ यहाँ पर पहुँचे थे और यहाँ से निकल रहे हैं इस वक्त वोटिंग करके। आप देख रहे हैं कि लोगों का यहाँ पर भारी भीड़ और जमावड़ा यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रहा है और अमित भाई यहाँ पर आपको भीड़ में दिखाई दे रहे होंगे। हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि उनसे बात करें अगर वो आगे जाकर बात करना चाहते होंगे तो, और वोट करने के बाद तुरंत यहाँ से अमित शाह बाहर जाते हुए आप देख रहे हैं कि सीधा वोट करने के बाद यहाँ से बाहर निकलते हुए अमित शाह और लोगों से मुलाकात करते हुए बात करते हुए यहाँ पर अमित शाह जो यहाँ पर से निकलते हुए आप देख रहे हैं इनको। इस वक्त भी भारी सिक्योरिटी का कॉर्डन है अमित शाह जी के आसपास। उनके साथ उनके पुत्र जय शाह भी हैं, परिवार के सारे लोग पहुंचे हैं। सर वोट कर चुके हैं, सर वोट दिखा दीजिए। सर वोट कर चुके हैं, वोट दिखा दीजिए। एक तरीके से यहाँ पर अपील करते हुए लोगों को कि और वोट करें और मतदान करें। गृह मंत्री अमित शाह यहाँ पर भारी सिक्योरिटी के साथ पहुँचे हैं और लोग भी यहाँ पर उनसे मिलने के लिए उत्सुक। लोगों को वी विक्ट्री साइन दिखाते हुए गृह मंत्री अमित शाह इस वक्त नारनपुरा से रवाना होते हुए वोट करने के बाद, और उनके साथ आप देख रहे हैं उनके सुपुत्र जो हैं जय शाह भी साथ में हैं। यहाँ के लोकल जो बीजेपी के प्रवक्ता हैं वो भी उनके साथ इस वक्त दिखाई दे रहे हैं और भारी भीड़ में यहाँ पर लोगों को हाथ दिखाए, यहाँ पर लोगों से मुस्कुराकर बात करते हुए अमित शाह तुरंत यहाँ से जो गाड़ी उनकी बाहर खड़ी है वहाँ से निकलते हुए पास ही में जो कामेश्वर मंदिर है इस वक्त वहां पर हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं। कामेश्वर मंदिर के आसपास हम इस वक्त मौजूद हैं। कामेश्वर मंदिर के पास अमित शाह यहां पर दिखाई दे रहे हैं और कामेश्वर मंदिर में उनका स्वागत करने के लिए यहां पर लोग खड़े हैं। हम देख रहे हैं कि अमित शाह गृह मंत्री पोलिंग स्टेशन के बिल्कुल नजदीक यहाँ पर कामेश्वर मंदिर के पास यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं और यहाँ पर ये मंदिर बिल्कुल ही पोलिंग स्टेशन से 50 मीटर की दूरी पर भी नहीं है। आप देख सकते हैं अमित शाह, उनकी पत्नी, उनके बेटे, पूरा परिवार इस वक्त कामेश्वर मंदिर में जाते हुए आपको दिखाई दे रहा होगा कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर अमित शाह इस वक्त मंदिर जाने के लिए पहुंचे हैं। आप बताइए कि क्या यहाँ पर अमित शाह हमेशा इस मंदिर में आते हैं जो बहुत दूर है?
रेगुलर आते हैं।
दूर नहीं है यहाँ से पोलिंग स्टेशन?
हाँ, पास में ही है।
पास ही में है। तो अभी भी यहाँ पर पहले कभी वोट करने जब आए थे तो क्या मंदिर गए थे?
हाँ, गए थे, लास्ट टाइम भी गए थे। हर बार जाते हैं, वोट देने के बाद या वोट देने से पहले जरूर जाते हैं। जरूर जाते।
बहुत पुराना मंदिर है ये, तो कायम आते रहते हैं। जितनी बार भी अहमदाबाद आए तो ये आते ही रहते हैं।
जरूर आएंगे।
कुछ लोगों से यहाँ पर बात करके हम दिखा रहे हैं आपको अंदर दृश्य। बाहर लोगों से पूछ रहे हैं कि क्या अमित शाह पहले भी इस मंदिर में आ चुके हैं? यहाँ पर लोगों का कहना है
बरसों से आ रहे हैं, आज से नहीं, उनका पूरा जीवन इधर गुजरा हुआ है। तो ये दर्शन करने हर रोज पहले आते थे, ऐसा तो नहीं है कि पहली बार आ रहे हैं।
अच्छा।
हर बार आ रहे हैं, ऐसा है ही नहीं।
कामेश्वर मंदिर की मान्यता क्या है?
बहुत पुराना मंदिर है, बहुत पुराना महादेव का मंदिर है और यहाँ अगल बगल के विस्तार के सभी लोग यहाँ अपनी श्रद्धा से आ ही रहे हैं इधर।
और देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से अब भी अमित शाह अंदर मंदिर के प्रवेश करते हुए और अंदर यहाँ पर पूजा अर्चना करते हुए आपको दिखाई दे जाएंगे। हम लगातार आपको दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर जो अमित शाह पहुँचे हैं यहाँ पर अपने परिवार के साथ अंदर पूजा अर्चना करने के लिए वहाँ पर दिखाई दे रहे हैं। और लगातार हम आपको विजुअल्स में दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि अंदर अमित शाह इस वक्त मौजूद हैं, लेकिन बाहर जो लोग हैं हमारे साथ वो यही कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ की जो प्राचीन सभ्यता है, मंदिर ये बहुत पुराना मंदिर है और क्योंकि यहाँ पर अमित शाह यहाँ के सन ऑफ सॉइल हैं, यहीं के बेटे हैं, इसलिए लगातार यहाँ पर इस मंदिर में वो आते रहे हैं। दोबारा से बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे लोगों से। आप बताइए कि कितनी बारी ऐसा हुआ कि अमित शाह वोट करने के बाद यहाँ आए?
हर बार आते हैं, पहली बार नहीं है, हर बार यहाँ उनका रूल है, ये आके ही जाते हैं। पहले दर्शन करते हैं, बाद में दर्शन करते हैं। दर्शन करने के लिए आते ही है, हर बार आते हैं।
और इस मंदिर में जैसे परिवार के साथ आते हैं या फिर आज, क्योंकि आज परिवार के साथ दिखाई दिए?
परिवार के साथ ही आते हैं, अवश्य आते हैं।
हमें दोबारा से बताएं कि इस मंदिर की जो प्राचीन मान्यता है वो क्या है? यहाँ पर जो मांगो वो मिल जाता है?
वो कितना वर्ष पुराना मंदिर है ये, पहला छोटा था अभी बड़ा कर दिया। ये कामेश्वर महादेव पहला पुराना था, बाद में बड़ा कर दिया, बहुत पहले की बात है।
ठीक है, बताइए।
ये कामेश्वर महादेव है, इधर अमित शाह अपने परिवार के साथ आते थे और यहाँ जो भी कोई भी आवे उसकी मन्नत पूरी होती है। और अमित शाह प्रगति के पंथ पर इधर से ही प्रगति से उसकी प्रगति हुई है और प्रगति कर रहे हैं और आगे भी प्रगति कर रहेंगे।
So you can see Amit Shah at the moment has gone inside the Kameshwar temple and it's being said that he is someone who's been coming to this temple in a long while. He has come here very often whenever he has voted from the Naranpura seat. At the moment we saw that he was accompanied by his entire family inside the Kameshwar temple here, and hordes of crowds are waiting for him outside here to greet him. There are people that we spoke to, they have said that he is currently not the only one who's come here for the first time, and as we show you in visuals, he's currently leaving from the temple. Amit Shah यहाँ पर पूजा अर्चना करके कामेश्वर मंदिर से बाहर आ रहे हैं, अपने परिवार के साथ दिखाई दे रहे हैं। जय शाह, उनकी पत्नी अमित शाह और उनकी धर्मपत्नी चारों साथ में दिखाई दे रहे हैं इस वक्त आपको, और यहाँ से मंदिर से पूजा अर्चना करके वो बाहर अब जाने के लिए तैयार हो गए हैं। चारों इस वक्त यहाँ पर मौजूद दिखाई दे रहे हैं हमें, और भारी भीड़ मंदिर के बाहर भी आप देख सकते हैं कि अमित शाह यहाँ पर वो निकलते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं। आज सामने आपको दिखाएं दृश्यों में कि अमित शाह इस वक्त यहाँ से मंदिर से कुछ ही दूर बस चलकर जाते हुए, गाड़ी में अभी तक नहीं बैठे हैं, लेकिन सिक्योरिटी का जमावड़ा आपको ज़बरदस्त दिखाई दे रहा होगा। गृह मंत्री रहे, यहाँ के लोगों से, हमने स्थानीय लोगों से बात की, उन्होंने हमें बताया कि एक प्रथा रही है शाह परिवार की कि जब भी वो यहाँ पर वोट करने आए हैं तब भी उन्होंने देखा है कि कामेश्वर जो मंदिर है काफ़ी पुराना, यहाँ पर पूजा अर्चना करते हैं अमित शाह। और यहाँ पर आप देख रहे हैं कि पूरा परिवार एक साथ यहाँ से निकलता हुआ इस वक्त गाड़ी की तरफ चलते हुए, 4 सदस्य चारों दिखाई दे रहे होंगे आपको, और आपको दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि यहाँ पर अमित शाह पहुँचे हैं। और यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं दृश्यों में कि इस वक्त भी वो यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। सामने थोड़ा सा इंतज़ार, थोड़ा सा विलंब, और अमित शाह यहाँ पर लोकल जो कैंडिडेट हैं, लोग हैं, उनसे बात करते हुए।
चल रही આજે ગુજરાતના 2022 વિધાનસભાની ચૂંટણીના બીજા તબક્કાનો મતદાનનો દિવસ છે. સવારથી જ ખૂબ ઉત્સાહપૂર્વક ગુજરાતની જનતા અઢી દાયકાથી વધુ ગુજરાતની વિકાસ યાત્રાના સમર્થનમાં વોટ આપવા માટે ખૂબ ઉમળકાભેર નીકળી છે. હું ગુજરાતના સૌ મતદાર ભાઈઓ બહેનો અને વિશેષ કરી ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ વોટર જેમને પહેલી વાર મતાધિકાર પ્રાપ્ત થયો છે એ સૌ યુવક યુવતીઓને વિનંતી કરું છું કે આપનો મત જરૂર આપો અને ગુજરાતના અઢી દાયકાની વિકાસ યાત્રાને આગળ વધારો. गुजरात नो विकास
जो विकास यात्रा है भाजपा की उसे आगे बढ़ाएं.
गुजरात ना विकास ना माध्यम थी
ये गुजरात का सिर्फ विकास नहीं है.
देशना विकास करवानी गुजरातनी परंपराने આપણે જાળવી રાખવાની છે.
This is not just the vikas of Gujarat, this is the vikas of the country, this is development for the country.
ગુજરાતનો વિકાસ હોય છે.
The entire country should progress.
મૂડી રોકાણ
and therefore Gujarat will also progress.
100% enrollment, 0% dropout ratio, गरीबी उन्मूलनना समग्र
कार्यक्रम. We need 0% dropout ratio, high enrollment in schools.
સમગ્ર દેશને આકર્ષી રહ્યું છે. વખતે ગુજરાતના
The vikas model needs to be taken forward.
વિનંતી કરું છું કે આ વિકાસના મોડલ.
And therefore all the voters in Gujarat should come out to vote. Amit Shah at the moment showing that indelible ink on his finger where he and his entire family has stepped out to vote. He's saying that this is not just for the development of Gujarat, this is the development of the country, and we should see that people should come out in large numbers to vote for the exercise of democracy. At the moment, Amit Shah, they're appealing to the people that one should vote and come out in large numbers to vote. This has been the appeal, not just from the Home Minister, but also from certainly the Prime Minister as well. But at the moment also Amit Shah, they're addressing the people in Gujarati, and he has said that voting is an important exercise that needs to be done in order for people to be able to bring out the true festival of democracy. It is not just for Gujarat, but it is for the development of the country, and that voters should come out and vote, and in appeal to vote for the people of the Gujarat state. Here we are looking at Amit Shah's cavalcade, the cordon cavalcade right now, where he is seated inside the car with his family at the moment, moving away from here. And of course, after voting from here, Amit Shah waving out to people and trying to show that victory sign. Home Minister of Gujarat, Amit Shah, over here. Of course, with his family, he is here, and he has already voted. The wife as well, his son Jay Shah as well in the car at the moment. The family smiling and leaving from the Naranpura seat. With Ravikant in Naranpura, this is Milan Sharma for India Today.
Amit Shah in Naranpura casting his vote. It's very interesting how it's all playing out. You had first all the cameras on the Prime Minister when he went and cast his vote, and after that walked all the way to his brother's residence, and all the cameras were on him. It's it's no coincidence that we are seeing the big leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party practically timing their vote so that to get maximum political mileage. And why not? This is what an election is all about. Every political party would, or rather should, want to stay in the news as much. And right half hour after the Prime Minister cast his vote, you had the Home Minister with his entire family going ahead and voting, and not just that, then walking to a temple close by, praying at the temple. Maximum impact, maximum optics is what is playing out. And understandably, once again, understandably so, the BJP pulling out all the stops, the machinery knows exactly what to do to make sure that all the cameras, the narrative practically governed by the party through a very important day. It's the second phase of polling. So what I'm going to do, as we take you through the second phase of polling, 93 seats spread across 14 districts, 2 regions, central and north. Who are the VVIP candidates, the big faces in the fray this time around? Let's begin right now. Amiben Yajnik. Dr. Yajnik is contesting from the Ghatlodia seat. She's a Rajya Sabha MP. What is very interesting of this contest is Amiben Yajnik is facing off with none else but the incumbent Chief Minister Bhupender Bhai Patel. He's from Ghatlodia. This is a traditional BJP bastion. And Amiben Yajnik seen as a prominent Congress face, or the most prominent Congress face, to give a fight to the incumbent CM. The next in line, Congress candidate Jignesh Mewani. He is the sitting MLA of Vadgam, Banaskantha, a Dalit face. Comes from a constituency which is mixed, OBCs, Muslims, Dalits, traditional communities that haven't quite voted for the BJP. He's hoping to stay on with his seat, especially at the back of the work that he has done in COVID. This time around, Hardik Patel, who used to be with the side of Jignesh Mewani, those three faces of Alpesh, Jignesh, Hardik, 2 of them now with the BJP, 1 of them Hardik Patel, the face of the Patidar agitation, is from Virangam seat, which has been quite strongly with the Congress in the recent past. But let's now move on to Alpesh Thakur. He is the Thakur face of the OBC face for the BJP, was with the Congress, switched over, and he is now fighting it out from the Gandhinagar South seat. Payal Kulkarni is the other face, controversial at that. Why controversial, viewers? Payal Kulkarni representing the Naroda seat, and why is she controversial? Because she's the daughter of one of the convicts of Naroda Patia, the massacre that had taken place, and she was given the ticket, and it's a lot of controversy. The other one, Bhupender Bhai Patel, the incumbent Chief Minister of Gujarat, is standing from the Ghatlodia seat. He is the one who will be contesting against Amiben Yajnik. The BJP had comfortably, with a huge margin, won the seat the last time around. So this is what it looks like is the big VVIP faces. Rahul Srivastava, I'll pull you in on that. What is interesting is the trio in all of this. All of them facing off with the Congress, Hardik Patel, Alpesh Thakur, Jignesh Mewani. Only Jignesh right now with the Congress, fighting a lonesome campaign where he's even had to crowdfund parts of his own campaign, while Hardik and Alpesh now sitting comfortably with the Bharatiya Janata Party. Will it change the dynamics in terms of the community dynamics? OBC face Alpesh Thakur, interesting. Hardik Patel was the face of the Patidar agitation. There is still Patidar anger though, but has it subsided enough to not make a difference this time?
See, it's not as acute. It's not as acute. Definitely there has been a calming down. Anandiben was replaced. Bhupender Patel brought in. The BJP tried with a Jain in Chief Minister, but Mr. Rupani, and then came back to the Patidar formula, and somewhat that anger has subsided. This north zone is very critical. North Gujarat is very critical because these are the castes which are in play. The Patidars, the OBCs, that is especially the Thakurs and the Chaudhries. These are the dominant forces, electoral forces in this region.
Dalits as well.
Dalits also, yeah, yes. Right. But the fact is that these are, and tribals of course, not to forget the tribals in the northeastern region. Interestingly, when we talk about prominent faces, I think, see, again, since it is the dominance of the BJP in the electoral narrative, that we don't talk about. The Congress misses an opportunity, for example. One of the candidates is Congress's Mahin Singh Waghela, the son of former Chief Minister Shankar Singh Waghela. Why isn't the Congress making a meal out of Mr. Waghela going to vote in the morning? Then there is Rajendra Singh Rathwa from Chota Udaipur. His father, Mohan Singh Rathwa, is a 10-time MLA, 10-timer. He quit the Congress for the BJP. Now these are things which can be utilized by the Congress party. You've got Jignesh Mewani. Why is he fighting a lonely battle? I think in the last, right after he was released from the jail, Jignesh Mevani has been one of the strongest voices the Congress had in Gujarat. So why is Jignesh Mevani suddenly finds that he is left alone in the contest? Also, this contest is a lot about those who have hopped from the Congress and have joined the BJP. And I think this election could also be determined by the fact, the results, that there is a large-scale resentment in the BJP cadres in several areas. What I'm told, that the BJP cadres are not firing. For example, as far as Alpesh Thakur is concerned, in Gandhinagar West, there is push by the BJP as a party, but workers are not backing him. In Himmatnagar, we find that workers are not backing the BJP. Eventually, I think this element is very critical, that will the BJP able to rise over the rebellion which it is facing in the region?
You know, like we were talking about optics, Rahul, when a one coming in, Hiraben, the mother of the Prime Minister, will now be coming out and casting her vote as well. Optics dominated the screens yesterday where the Prime Minister met his mother. He usually does it, you know, especially before and after an election when he is in Ahmedabad. But what we are expecting any time now, the third face of the BJP, though not being in the fray, but very prominently featured in the campaign, has been Hiraben. And I still remember in 2012 when I interviewed her when the Prime Minister was fighting for the Chief Minister's chair, and she had said, Maro Dikro PM banege. So finally, and she was right, she predicted it completely bang on. Her son went on and became the Prime Minister of the country. So we are expecting Hiraben also to come in. I want to quickly take our viewers through our guests this morning. Rajiv Pandey, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party; Nishant Rawal, spokesperson Congress; Abhinandita Mathur, spokesperson Aam Aadmi Party. Mr. Rawal, let me, you know, with what Rahul Srivastava was saying, it's the day of trying to weave a political narrative on big ticket days as polling. The BJP has dominated with the likes of the Prime Minister, with the Home Minister, you know, going ahead and voting. Even somebody, you know, I'll give you an example. Nitin Bhai Patel is not in the contention as well, where his seat in Mehsana is concerned. He's not even fighting, but even he went there with Dhol Nagaras to get that 1 minute of the cameras on him. Where is the Congress in all of this? We feel some of your big leaders completely isolated.
No, actually, Preeti, Nitin Bhai Patel, he has to do this kind of dramas because he has been sidetracked from the party since long. See, you have seen in phase one, the way people have voted, the pattern you have seen, where BJP leaders or BJP MLAs won last time in 2017, the same constituencies, voting ratio was 8 to 12% less. But where Congress MLAs fought and they won last time, voting percentage has been increased and it was between 62 to 82%. Same right now in second phase, the same pattern we can see right now. See, in city areas, well, voting is going on really good this time in second phase. But in second phase, in central region, you have seen out of 61 seats, BJP won 37 and we won 22 seats and others won 2 seats. So the margin was too less. But in North Gujarat, we won 17 seats, 3 seats more than BJP. And North Gujarat, and we definitely have strong feeling that in North Gujarat, we will come up with the more seats in Central Gujarat. We fight with the Rahul Gandhiji's 8 vachans they have given for the people of Gujarat. We introduced those vachans. Gullies, our karyakartas went there.
So 8 vachans of Rahul Gandhi, guarantee card of Arvind Kejriwal, and the manifesto which has Modi writ all across it of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Rajiv Pandey, there's an important point that the Congress spokesperson has made, and maybe Rahul and I haven't really talked that much about it, is the fall in voting percentage where at least Saurashtra was concerned. 68 seats in Saurashtra. It's interesting to just look at that map there, and which the EC has acknowledged itself. 10 areas which have voted over 75%. Rural, traditionally, the Congress won in 2017, most of them the Congress won in 2012 as well. And that is where the voting percentage was over 75%. Areas traditionally considered your strongholds, urban pockets, Jamnagar, Rajkot, Bhavnagar, areas such as that, where the voting percentage has come down considerably, starting from 4 to 8%. Rajiv Pandey. That should have been a worry, maybe translating into, carpet bombing in terms of optics second phase.
Preeti ji, we are a cadre-based party. If voting percentage is going down, our cadre and our supporter will come and vote. Now, that will be only known on 8th when the result is out. I just wanted to add one thing because I am a big fan of Rahul ji as far as his interpretations are concerned, political interpretations.
So am I. Rahul ji, who can't hear you right now, must hear this and we'll amp up the volume. Rahul Srivastava, Rajiv Pandey is a big fan of your oratory and your
his interpretation and his what I'm saying, only one thing, what I feel as far as the BJP voters are concerned, it's not the individual. That who is winning, who is losing, who has got ticket, who has not got ticket. BJP, it's a cadre-based party and ideology matters. The main point is, I may be having some difficulty with my candidate, suppose. But when I go to vote, I have to see that whether the ideology, one second, Apriti ji, just 1 second, whether the ideology on which I joined BJP is being implemented or not. That is one aspect. As far as the second aspect is concerned, that Congress party and other parties, they keep on talking like this. They have done this in UP. What has happened? Congress party talked same language. On your channel, you can rewind that and see they were saying the same thing. This is happening, that is happening. Nothing is being done. What happened finally? People reduced Congress party from 6% to 1%. And 1% won election. I think that is all because of his personal capacity.
But Rajiv Pandey, I'll ask you another, I'll ask you a counter question to that. You keep harping on your cadre-based party. That's the question that is being raised. That in key areas where you needed your voter to come out, your voter hasn't come out, only your cadre is voted.
No, I am saying, the opposition is so devastated that their voter is thinking that BJP is going to come back with 135 seats, 140 seats. Why to waste time and go and vote? In my opinion, all BJP worker and supporter come and vote in the election. Because that is this country, finally, you have to see the people who think that BJP is going to come back.
Preeti, I want to respond for 30 seconds,
Sir, it's not a debate. I'll come back, but give me a minute. I will come back. It's not a debate. I'll go across to the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson as well. But before that, we want to get you as much action coming in from the ground. And I want to cut across to Gopi Manyal, who's joining us outside the residence of Hira Ben, Prime Minister Modi's mother. And Gopi, अगर याद है 2012 में हीरा बहन ही बोली थी मारो डीक्रो पीएम बने छे बन गए ट्वाइस ओवर
बिल्कुल देखे प्रीति और उन्हीं का ये हम कह सकते हैं कि अफर्मेशन था कि बार बार वो यही कह रही थी कि मेरा बेटा जो है वो प्रधानमंत्री बन रहा है और 2014 में जो हमने इंटरव्यू किया था उसमें भी उन्होंने यही कहा था और वो प्रधानमंत्री बन गए। अब जब 22 का चुनाव हो रहा है और 22 के चुनाव में आप देखेंगे कि हीरा बहन जो है 100 साल की हो चुकी है और 100 साल की होने के बावजूद भी अब वोटिंग बूथ पर यहाँ पे पहुँच रही है। यहाँ पे आज मतदान करने के लिए पहुँचेंगी। जो अहमदाबाद का रायसन का पूरा इलाका है वहां पे वो पहुंचने वाली है और दिलचस्प बात यह है कि लोग भी जो है जैसे प्रधानमंत्री का अपना एक क्रेज रहता है अलग से वैसे हीराबा का भी यहाँ पे लोगों में एक अलग ही क्रेज है। लोग उनको देखने के लिए एक झलक देखने के लिए यहाँ पे पहुंचे हुए लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। ये बताइए क्या कहेंगे आप हीराबा यहाँ पे वोट डालने के लिए आप पहुंची हुई आप लोग भी सुबह से यहाँ पे आए।
ऐसे तो इस एरिया के लोगों के लिए हीराबा कोई ऐसे जन सामान्य व्यक्ति ही है। हम तो उनके ये कोरोना के हिसाब से नहीं जा सकते थे लेकिन पहले तो हम जन सामान्य जैसे ही उनका परिवार रहता है हमारे बीच घुल मिल के रहते हैं और उनका जैसे सेलिब्रिटी जैसा कुछ भी नहीं है। वो ये जन सामान्य व्यक्ति जैसे ही है जैसे लोग सेलिब्रिटी होते हैं ऐसे नहीं है। बिल्कुल ही सोशल तरीके से हिल मिल के रहते हैं सबके के साथ।
उन्हीं के साथ रहते हैं क्या? उसी
नजदीकी हमारे पड़ोसी है। मोदी साहब आते हैं तो हम उनका दर्शन कर सकते हैं नजदीक से।
अच्छा आप बताइए क्या कहेंगे आप वोट यहाँ पे डालने के लिए आए?
देखिए मैडम हमारा वोटिंग मेहसाना में है लेकिन ये बच्ची की और मेरी इच्छा थी कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी की बा हीराबा को मिलने के लिए जाए तो सुबह 8 बजे से हम यहाँ आए हैं और उनका इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं क्योंकि ये शतक उनका चल रहा है और इतने बड़े विश्व विभूति को जो जन्म दिया है तो वो माँ भी महान होगी ये समझकर हम हीराबा के दर्शन और आशीर्वाद हेतु यहाँ आए हैं।
बिल्कुल आप भी यहाँ पे पहुँचे?
हाँ। घर आए?
कहाँ आए आप?
अंकल के घर।
अच्छा, अंकल के घर पहुंचे हैं। और ये बताइए, अभी वो वोट डालने के लिए आए, 100 साल की उम्र में भी वोट डालना, खुद यहाँ पे वोटिंग बूथ तक वो पहुंच रही है, वो आती है, हर बार अपना वोट ज़रूर डालती है, तो लोगों के लिए भी एक संदेश रहता है। आप भी लोगों को क्या कहेंगे?
जो पहले चरण में जो वोटिंग कम हुआ है, वो देखते हुए सभी नागरिकों को वोटिंग से ज़्यादा अपना हक है ये, और जनप्रतिनिधि अच्छा चुनने के लिए नागरिक को ये अपना हर दफ़ा ये चांस नहीं मिलता अच्छा कैंडिडेट चुनने के लिए। तो अपना कैंडिडेट भी अच्छा, बाद में बोलना है, कंप्लेन करना कि ये हमारा प्रतिनिधि अच्छा नहीं है, ऐसा है, तो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जो लोग वोट करेंगे तो ही अच्छा प्रतिनिधि आएगा।
बिल्कुल। आप महसाना से यहाँ पे आए, आपने वोटिंग किया या नहीं किया?
नहीं, मैं यहाँ हीराबा का दर्शन करके आशीर्वाद लेके जाऊंगा और फिर महसाना में वोट करूंगा। ये जैसे सामाजिक उत्सव होता है, इसी तरह ये लोकशाही का बड़ा महापर्व उत्सव कहा जाता है। तो हमें हमारी जिम्मेदारी समझ के अच्छे प्रतिनिधि को चुनने के लिए वोटिंग अवश्य करना चाहिए। और हीराबा से ये हम प्रेरणा लेते हैं कि वो 100 साल की उम्र में यहाँ आती है और वोटिंग करती है, तो हमें भी करना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल, 100 साल की उम्र में वो आती है और वोटिंग करती है। आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे बड़ी तादाद में जो लोग हैं वो भी यहाँ पे वोटिंग बूथ पर पहुँचे हुए हैं, क्योंकि ये रायसन का इलाका है जो पूरा जिसे कह सकते हैं गांधीनगर में आता है, लेकिन जो डेवलपमेंट है ये अहमदाबाद और गांधीनगर के बीच का इलाका है। और वैसे में कई सारे जो कॉरपोरेट्स हैं वो भी यहाँ पर है, तो जो अलग अलग कंपनीज हैं उनके एम्प्लॉयज़ जो है वो भी यहीं पर रहते हैं, और वो सारे लोग जो है वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे हुए हैं वोटिंग के लिए। सुबह से ही अगर देखने जाए तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा वोटिंग, अब तक करीब 20% के आसपास इस अकेले इस जो पोलिंग बूथ है वहाँ पे वोटिंग हो चुका है। लेकिन कई लोग ऐसे हैं जो हीराबाग को देखने के लिए यहाँ पे पहुँचे हुए हैं। प्रीति,
हमसे जुड़े रहिए, हम आपके पास आएंगे जैसे ही हीराबा बाहर निकलेंगी वोटिंग के लिए। बट आई वांट टू ब्रिंग इन राहुल श्रीवास्तव बिकॉज व्यूअर्स, less than 24 hours, second time around, you'll have the Prime Minister's mother on television camera. She's practically one of the star campaigners for the BJP, Rahul.
Yes. Prime Minister Narendra Modi reached Ahmedabad yesterday and visited his mother, and there was, you had Prime Minister's mother on air. And again, as I said, that this is how the BJP creates this election campaign, that impression, that narrative. See, it's commendable that she's 100 and she's still voting.
True.
And we have people who are not been voters for even 100 days, they don't go out and vote. But also interesting fact in this is that while we have the Prime Minister, Amit Shah, families, where is the Chief Minister?
True.
The Chief Minister is contesting from Ghatlodiya. Fantastic margin. He inherited the seat from Anandiben. That's a 2 CM seat, so it's no ordinary seat. He won with a margin of 1.17 lakh or something, I think. And yes, convincing win. But if he's the chief ministerial face, and on a day when the BJP wants maximum of voters to come out, its voters to come out, its cadres to feel motivated that they should get everybody out on that day, till now there has been not much of
not
the
just
chief
till
minister.
now, and maybe we'll bring in Gopi on this as well. If Gopi is still with us, Gopi Ben, all right, we still have Gopi with us. गोपी, जो सीएम है वो किधर है? हमको नॉन स्टॉप मोदी दिख रहे हैं, नॉन स्टॉप अभी अमित शाह दिख रहे हैं। पहले हमको जो रोड शो हुए उसमें सिर्फ मोदी जी दिखे। जो पीएम है, जो रिकॉर्ड भूपेंद्र नरेंद्र जी का तोड़ना चाह रहे हैं, वो 127 सीट्स का, वो आदमी तो दिख ही नहीं रहा है कहीं पे। गोपी, आवाज आ रही है आपको? All right, we seem to have lost Gopi, but that's the interesting part in all of this. Where is the sitting chief minister? We haven't seen him do any road shows, but understandably, and the reason for that is the fact that this election has primarily been fought under one banner, and that's the banner of Prime Minister Modi.
Also, I think that's good strategy in a way.
True.
Also, Preeti, because if there is a certain amount of anti-incumbency, corruption issues in Gujarat under Bhupendra Patel, then you don't have Bhupendra Patel visible. It is, you obscure everything else and you are focused like Narendra Modi, and that's it. Charges, counter charges, corruption, poor governance, bad roads, pani, sadak, bijli. there is only one factor overriding
That is Narendra Modi's factor.
So if there is North Gujarat going to vote, in Sabarkantha, Banaskantha, there is a water problem. What I found, I spoke to some people, they said, Pradhan Mantri ne is baar bola hai ki pani ka kuch karenge. So it is not Bhupendra Patel part of the narrative. Nowhere you will find that the Chief Minister is part of that. It's Narendra Modi. So it's all about Narendra Modi.
But you're right there, because I remember going on the borders of Patan and Kutch, and Rahul, out there at least they said Prime Minister ने वादा किया है. I met women who said कि हमारे यहाँ पानी 8 दिन में एक बार आता है, पर वोट तो मोदी जी को जाएगा. But I want to bring in the spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party, Abhinandita Mathur, because when you talk about cult personalities, Abhinandita Mathur, if the BJP has Narendra Modi, you have Arvind Kejriwal. The question I want to ask you is, even in the second phase, the campaigning in central Gujarat, in North Gujarat, were done by the leaders like Arvind Kejriwal with that roadshow, Bhagwant Mann, who conducted many roadshows in the north of Gujarat as well as central Gujarat, Raghav Chadda. Your local leadership, you've restricted them to their own constituencies, because after the second phase, an Ishudan Gadvi, who's your CM face, could have campaigned extensively both in north and central Gujarat. Gopal Italia could have campaigned both in north and central Gujarat. Alpesh Katheria could have campaigned both in north and central Gujarat. They're all missing. Where are they?
Well, I don't think it's true that they're missing. In fact, Isudan Bhai has been campaigning every day, and so has Gopal Italia ji and Alpesh ji. I don't think it's true that they're missing. Also that, you know, they were all three of them were contesting on their own seats and, you know, taking responsibility for that. And if you see, before the elections came closer, they were with Arvind Kejriwal ji everywhere, and in fact held many big sabhas on their own. I would also like to, you know, talk about this seat where we just saw the Home Minister vote, Mr. Amit Shah, and I happened to spend a lot of time in Naranpura in the last couple of months. You know, we can totally see the desperation of the BJP, because the state of the poor segment in Ahmedabad, especially the urban poor, and in Naranpura is pathetic. The conditions in which people are living in certain poor pockets is unimaginable considering it is, you know, the Home Minister's home seat. So I think that these are very important factors that might surprise everybody especially in the context of Ahmedabad and other poor urban pockets. I think that, you know, both in Asarwa and Naranpura and places like this, for example, and I must point out one incident. I cannot take that out of my mind. You know, we were visiting some of the bastis, and in one basti where there is literally like people with just one room, एक बल्ब है बिजली का, एक पंखा है और एक टीवी है. इसके अलावा कुछ नहीं है. And उनके 3-4 महीने के बिजली के बिल हमने देखे, and they were 2,500, 3,500 and upward. Why do you think people like this are going to continue to vote for the BJP? They will not. And that people did not.
You know, there's a point. Okay, there's a point that you're making, which is that is the Aam Aadmi Party permeating the urban pockets of Gujarat, and that if it is possible, and if it is, you know, not just optics, it's not just hawa. If there's actually dent on ground, then it's a cause of concern where the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned. Wouldn't you reckon?
See, I think I would like to add here that for the last several years, the narrative in Gujarat, electoral narrative, was all about Modi or those who were trying to attack Modi. I think what Aam Aadmi Party did in a poetic way, to say it in Urdu, is कि वो बात जिसका सारे फसाने में जिक्र ना था, Aam Aadmi Party brought it into the picture. Manish Sisodia, in the early part, even before the elections were declared, I met him in North Gujarat, and what was he talking about? Schools. Now, schools is something that nobody has talked about in Gujarat. This is the second most industrialized state in the country.
And Rahul, forcing the Prime Minister to run a campaign based on education there.
Yes.
You did force his hand, while the BJP forced Arvind Kejriwal's hand to talk about Hindutva and Ganesh and Lakshmi.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, I'll tell you, there is a very distinct element in this, that Aam Aadmi Party started talking about these issues. This 300 units free electricity, I think electorally very sharp move, because it may not bring you votes, but it started making people notice Aam Aadmi Party. Why I say that? 1.6 crore electricity subscribers in Gujarat. 1.2 crore consume 300 units or lesser in Gujarat. So you immediately caught the attention of 1.3 crore. Now, what happens in Gujarat, since it does not have liquor sales and it needs money for revenue, what it does is it added surcharges to almost everything. So electricity bills get inflated because of these kind of elements. And I think a lot of people in urban centers started thinking about that 300 units electricity free, because remember, you have to also add the fact that a LPG cylinder costs 1150 rupees. So if somebody saves some money a bit here, they can buy an LPG cylinder. And that is where Aam Aadmi Party definitely changed the course of the election. Also the Prime Minister's speeches. Initially, he was talking development. In the second phase, he started attacking Congress for going with Medha Patkar. In the third, calling them anti-tribal, pro-terror, and then came Aukat and Ravan and others, largely because AAP was emerging as a very strong part of the narrative.
Well, and not just in urban centers, when it comes down to Bijli, when it comes down to free electricity, or, you know, another very important point, when it comes down to 1,000 rupees in every woman's account every month, which the Aam Aadmi Party promised, which other parties also did follow, also has traction in the tribal areas. And there is dent, especially in the tribal areas, on these issues. But having said that, you know, I'll take that question to our BJP spokesperson. You know, okay, lots of chaos right there. We're going to try and get in. All right, oh, that's Hirabai, who's apparently coming out in Gandhinagar to vote. We're going to stay with those visuals. But, you know, Rahul, before I cut across to Rajiv Pandey from the Bharatiya Janata Party, who you just quoted a couplet there. I'm sure he'll be very happy because he's a big fan of your oratory, he said. But I want to come, you know, with the question that we were touching on the fact, do you see this by design of the Aam Aadmi Party as well, to keep pushing its central leadership, which is Arvind Kejriwal, across Gujarat? This election, pan-India figure in Gujarat will be Arvind Kejriwal and not an Isudan Gadvi or a Gopal Italia. They have been restricted to their region.
See, every smart politician borrows from others. Why shouldn't they? There was one election after which Rahul Gandhi had said that we will learn from Aam Aadmi Party. I think Arvind Kejriwal has realized that to take on Narendra Modi, there has to be an Arvind Kejriwal cult-like element. True. Now, if he starts sharing that space with others like Italia and Gadvis and others, I'll tell you a very simple thing. For example, in the northern region, there are tribals where Maldharis protest is a big issue. Now, what are the Maldharis? You have got the Ratwas, Charans and Gadvis. Now, why isn't a Gadvi campaigning in North Gujarat? But I think that's a good strategy, because eventually...
Or why wasn't Italia campaigning in Mehsana, which has been, you know, the Patidar agitation?
See, because he was part of... He was not only party, but also he was with Hardik Patel in the campaign.
He should have been facing off against him in terms of at least campaigning right now.
So I think it's a very careful strategy Arvind Kejriwal has. It is Arvind Kejriwal's
Let's dip into, Rahul, I'm sorry I'm coming in. Let's just quickly dip into Gopi, who is right now in front of Hiraba's residence, Narendra Modi's mother.
कुछ ही मिनटों में बाहर से वो सीधा अंदर की ओर आगे बढ़ेंगे और आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे जो पोलिंग स्टेशन है वहाँ पे हीराबा को अब लाया जाएगा और दरअसल 100 साल की उम्र है इसी साल उनको 100वां बैठा था तब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी उनको मिलने के लिए उनके घर पहुंचे थे उनके जन्मदिन के दिन और पूरा परिवार एक साथ इकट्ठा हुआ था। जो अहमदाबाद का जगन्नाथ जमालपुर मंदिर है वहाँ पे पूरा परिवार जो था वो वहाँ पे इकट्ठा हुआ था। उन्होंने एक महाभोग का प्रसादी भगवान जगन्नाथ को लगवाया था और वहाँ पे वो खुद पहुंचे थे, आरती की थी भगवान की, क्योंकि 100वां साल में वो प्रवेश कर रही थी और 100 साल की उम्र के बावजूद आज वो वोटिंग स्टेशन पर खुद पहुंच रही है। ये अपने आप में एक बड़ी बात है कि खुद वो यहाँ पे पहुंच के लोगों को एक सीधा संदेश देने की कोशिश कर रही है, क्योंकि 100 साल की तो वो है ही, साथ ही प्रधानमंत्री की माँ होने की वजह से भी एक सीधा संदेश है जो लोगों को यहाँ से पोलिंग बूथ उससे वो देगी कि मतदान करना चाहिए, बेहद ज़रूरी है और लोकतंत्र में एक वोट की कीमत काफ़ी ज़्यादा होती है। वो यहाँ से एक सीधा जो संदेश है वो देने की कोशिश खुद हीराबा यहाँ से करती है, क्योंकि हर साल हमने देखा है, चाहे वो कॉरपोरेशन का इलेक्शन हो या फिर लोकसभा का इलेक्शन हो या विधानसभा का इलेक्शन हो, वो खुद मतदान केंद्र पे पहुँचती है, खुद वोट डालती है और हमेशा एक सीधा साफ संदेश रहता है कि मतदान जो है वो करना चाहिए। अब कुछ ही मिनटों में, क्योंकि काफ़ी ज़्यादा यहाँ पे पुलिस है, साथ ही पब्लिक भी है, क्योंकि जो उन्हें देखने के लिए यहाँ पे पहुँचे हुए लोग हैं, कि हालांकि ये सारे लोग पोलिंग स्टेशन के अंदर ना आ जाए, इसलिए जो लोग हैं लोगों को बाहर रखा गया है। कुछ लोग हमारे साथ मौजूद है जो यहाँ पे पहुँचे हुए हैं, उनसे भी बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। आप बताइए कहाँ से आए हैं आप और यहाँ पे वोट आज डालने वाले?
नहीं, मेरा वोटिंग मेहसाना में है, लेकिन ये हीराबा जो यहाँ मोदी जी की बात वोटिंग करने के लिए आ रही है, तो उनको मिलने के लिए, देखने के लिए और आशीर्वाद लेने के लिए आए हैं। और ये बच्चे की बहुत इच्छा थी।
तो आपने खुद ने मतदान किया या नहीं?
नहीं, यहाँ से जाके मैं मतदान करूँगा। यहाँ से मेहसाना का 1 घंटे का रन है, तो निकलूँगा और फिर मतदान करूँगा।
अच्छा, सिर्फ उनको देखने के लिए यहाँ?
और आशीर्वाद लेने के लिए आया हूँ।
बिल्कुल, उनके आशीर्वाद लेने के। उनके पड़ोसी जो है वो हमारे साथ मौजूद है, उन्हीं से बात करते हैं। आप बताइए कि क्या कहेंगे, हीराबा खुद चलकर यहाँ पे मतदान करने के लिए आई, कितना महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है?
उनकी एज 27 तो हो गए है, लेकिन जो 40% लोग वोटिंग नहीं कर रहे, उनके लिए ये मैसेज है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा।
We continue to train our cameras at the polling booth where Hiraba is going to vote. Like I said, even the Prime Minister's mother is a kind of a star campaigner, unknowingly so, for the Bharatiya Janata Party. In the last 24 hours, this would be her second outing on cameras. Close to 100, hats off, still going out and casting her vote, which many of us don't. And that's the, the unfortunate part of it. But we've been talking about the urban pockets of Gujarat. We've been talking about the possible entry of the Aam Aadmi Party. How much has the Aam Aadmi Party queered the political pitch in urban pockets? And if it has, then what does it really mean for the Bharatiya Janata Party? The BJP has banked heavily on these very pockets to come to power, and in 2017, it was these very pockets which propelled the BJP to a not so comfortable win of 99 seats. Many would suggest BJP won through the skin of its teeth. Rajiv Pandey, urban pockets, voting patterns now falling in terms of percentage, would be a huge cause of concern. Because if there is traction of the Aam Aadmi Party, then that whole narrative that the Aam Aadmi Party is actually denting the Congress more doesn't hold. Because then it's eating into your own vote base where the urban pockets are concerned.
Nitiji, traction of Aam Aadmi Party is more in the media studios and all. When the election was taking place in Goa and Uttarakhand, the same thing were being discussed that, Aam Aadmi Party is doing this, they have offered something, this, that. In this country in 2019, Congress tried with 6,000 that Nyay scheme. People rejected. People know that talking something and implementing something are two different things. In my opinion, here the common voter is much, much more smarter than the people who are sitting in the studio and talking and trying to, change the opinion of the people. I am saying Aam Aadmi Party has, they talk anything and everything. Let them talk, no problem. But on your channel, I am saying, they चौबे जी गए बनने छब्बे, बन गए दुबे. 15 साल से भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है एमसीडी में. अभी आपको 2-3 दिन में पता चलेगा. Now they have not only lost Gujarat, they have lost MCD also. So what I'm trying to say, talking something, I will make this much school. They are unable to show that how many schools they have constructed in Delhi. Where is the situation of Mohalla Clinic? Talking something, ma'am, and the hard-earned tax. What is money you are spending on something which I do not call freebies. That is every political party has a right to offer anything. It is the people who has to accept or reject. What I'm trying to say, Aam Aadmi Party, what is the situation of Delhi? People cannot breathe. Mohalla Clinic, only pigs are around. All the pictures are coming. What is the situation of road? Even road is not good in Delhi right now. Electricity, there is a problem. Electricity cut is there in Delhi.
All right. Okay, Rajiv Pandey. You've made your point. I want to just bring in, I know Abhinandita Mathur wants to come in for a rebuttal. It's not a debate this morning. Let's leave it at that. But Ms. Mathur, I will come back to you. I know you want to respond, but I want to bring in the Congress spokesperson as well into this conversation. Because, you know, if there is, because when a political disruptor, and one has to admit that the Aam Aadmi Party has entered the Gujarat field as a political disruptor, one can never quite tell, and I'm sure Rahul Srivastava will agree, that what kind of damage or just perception a political disruptor will create. So it's very difficult to quantify the kind of damage. Will it have any impact on ground? Will it just be you know, optics of it all? Is it all hawa, or is there real strength behind that entry? But I want to bring in the Congress spokesperson into all of this, because, you know, with the analogy that Rajiv Pandey was giving about Chaube becoming a Dubey, that's the perception you have created in your voters today, you know, sir. What has happened is you go down on the ground and they will say, "Aaj to Congress ko vote diya, kal ye Bhajap mein baithe honge." And that has happened with most of your strongest candidates, not just in Saurashtra, across Gujarat.
See, Preeti, there are two matters. Number one, you spoke about Aam Aadmi Party. You said that leaders are missing. But since 6 months before, when Aam Aadmi Party enters into Gujarat elections this time, you know, after declaring their 182 seats, their majority, 99.99%, you know, umedwars were missing in the election campaign. You have seen. We have not seen any rally. We have not seen any sabhas in majority, you know, seats where Aam Aadmi Party is contesting this election. Second point, Aam Aadmi Party will be disappeared after result. Same like they disappeared in Himachal Pradesh 1 month ago. They have stopped their campaigning totally. They put their entire focus in Gujarat. And they, whatever marketing, promotional activities they did with the money of Punjab government, right? Second point, BJP spokesperson said about cadre base. What do you mean by cadre base? Your 19 sitting MLAs are fighting against BJP candidates this time.
You know, okay, I've got to go into a break. I want to bring in Rahul Srivastava very quickly before I go into a break, because Mr. Rahul, you know, you've made two very strong points, but one would think a little rich coming from you. You talk about missing leaders. Sir, Congress in this election cannot talk about missing leadership. You know, look at what your own lot there. It's a, you know, it's a tad bit strange that you make that point. On the other hand, you talk about cadre. Your cadre en masse, and you yourself know it, because these are your own details, where if you talk about areas of Somnath Gir, which you swept Morbi, Amreli, were a couple of districts where, other than one seat in Amreli, you won all seats. Your cadre there has defected nearly all to the BJP, sir. And you know that best. But having said that, we'll come right back. Rahul Srivastava, I want to bring you in on the Aam Aadmi Party factor as a political disruptor. How much hawa do you think? Because it's very difficult to quantify what will exactly go down on ground.
You see, in a bipolar contest, it is very difficult for a newcomer to find space. It will take a certain amount of time. You see, what Aam Aadmi Party had to do, win a Punjab, to create that kind of a mind space among the voters, that it is a beyond one city-state kind of a party. It's the first. See, Aam Aadmi Party, remember, is the first party in the history, regional party in the history of this country, which has moved from one state to another. A successful leader like Mulayam Singh Yadav, Lalu Prasad Yadav, they could not do it. It is for the first time a regional player who was ruling a city-state crossed over into Punjab and won an election. And that is where, what I have always said, the starter became a unicorn.
Right.
And Aam Aadmi Party, I think I don't usually call people disruptors, B-grade. I think it's a political process. I think Aam Aadmi Party has begun very well this time around in this election. And I think the people of Gujarat will take a certain amount of time to move from bipolar to multi-pole contest in Gujarat. And I think that concept is arriving also because if Narendra Modi made it big in 2002, there is an entire generation of voters today who have not seen anybody but a BJP government. And I think that will definitely make an election by the time the next Lok Sabha elections are there or the next Assembly elections.
Abhinandita Mathur, and that is what many political analysts believe. This is your first time around in Punjab. You're testing waters, seeing how it goes. And ultimately, you want to come back for the next election where Saurashtra is concerned, hoping this would be your Malwa next time around.
Well, we are actually going to come back for every election, and I wouldn't say come back. I think we are here to stay. I don't know about Dubeji and Chaubeji, but certainly, the Pandeji on this panel was a bit on the back foot once the Aam Aadmi Party is being praised or talked about. There is absolutely no thought that they have for us and Arvind Kejriwal, and then they get very angry, whether on ground or on TV shows. I have to say that, I'm saying this with full responsibility, that, the BJP has looted and cheated the people of Gujarat, especially the poor. Congress has been sleeping on this. They have not raised the issues. लोग आज एक alternative देखते हैं, लोग अरविंद केजरीवाल पे और
Okay, the question is, has the Aam Aadmi Party raised that issue enough for people to actually believe that they can win this election? Because to make people believe, especially in a state like Gujarat, that you can actually come in and win an election where the last time you lost your deposit in all 29 seats in 2017. Well, that's a big one for there. We'll only know when that last vote is counted. I want to go into a break, but when we return, there's a very peculiar question that is being asked right now, Rahul, and that question is, if the Prime Minister who contests from Varanasi can actually cast his vote in Gujarat, is it possible? Is what, one question doing the rounds. You'd know.
See, his vote is he's a resident of that
He's
place.
a resident, but and there's...
You can have an address. Say, for example, Manmohan Singh had his address in Guwahati. He was a tenant to one of the ex-chief ministers of Assam.
Right.
And he was a Rajya Sabha member from there.
All right, so that is settled. On that note, a quick break to stay with us. Continuous coverage on the second phase of polling. 93 seats, 2 regions, North and Central, 14 districts. Stay tuned.
The ultimate newsman, Rajdeep Sardesai.
इस बार आप लोकल कैंपेन लड़ रहे हैं, नेशनल कैंपेन नहीं।
My husband pushed me. Then we met our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji.
यहाँ 5 मुद्दों पर लड़ा जा रहा है।
Brings you the most accurate exit poll.
उससे दुगनी ताकत में जनसभा खड़ी करूंगा। राहुल गांधी के पास विजन ही नहीं है।
The India Today. Access My India Exit Poll. 6 p.m. onwards on 5th December.
Let's also now hear out India's Chief Economic Advisor Anant Nageswaran on what he makes of India's growth in the quarter gone by.
Other indicators of service sector activity have expanded quite ably and quite robustly compared to the 2019 levels, as you can see in this. Private consumption growth rate has rebounded, which is good news because that shows that households are in general optimistic about their income prospects and employment prospects. On the right side, you can see that this improved balance sheet on the part of the banking system has also been accompanied by a willingness to lend. Credit growth is all around. It is not just concentrated in one sector. Credit to MSMEs is particularly strong, and that is gratifying. Clearly, a very strong momentum in credit growth, and the demand for credit coming from all sectors points to continued economic momentum and growth continuing. As far as the growth numbers are concerned, that is why India's growth estimates, which were to the north of 8% or even 9% at the beginning of the year, it has come down to between 6.8 and 7%, precisely because global growth has slowed down and monetary tightening is happening, still underway in the developed world, and export growth will not be able to contribute as much as it did last year. And that is the reason why these estimates are have come down from the beginning of the year.
2 were killed in a crude bomb blast in East Mednipur ahead of the TMC rally. Now, after the blast, the BJP claimed that the bomb went off while being manufactured at the TMC Neta's home, and they demanded a probe by the National Investigation Agency. However, the TMC has denied these allegations and said that the party has no role in the blast. Here's more.
A crude bomb blast at TMC leader Rajkumar Manna's house in West Bengal's Bhupati Nagar on Friday has left 2 dead and 2 injured. The explosion's impact was so powerful that the mud house with a thatched roof was blown apart in the incident. It is suspected that all the deceased are TMC workers. It is suspected that a crude bomb stored in the house went off accidentally.
On Saturday early morning, a blast was reported at Kathi inside a house. Now, the house was reportedly of a Trinamool local leader named Rajkumar Manna, who lost his life. In that house, there was another person who lost his life in that blast as well. Now, the BJP claims that it was crude bombs which exploded in the house.
The BJP alleged that Mamata Banerjee's party is trying to create fear before the Panchayat elections scheduled for next year.
যেখানে বোমা বিস্ফোরণ হচ্ছে হয় টিএমসি নেতার বাড়িতে বা টিএমসির লোকেরা যুক্ত, সমস্ত দুষ্কৃতকারীদের পার্টিতে ঢোকানো হয়েছে ক্ষমতা ধরে রাখার জন্য। ফলে এটাই হচ্ছে, তারাই প্রধান, তারাই পঞ্চায়েত, তারাই এমএলএ, এই হয়ে গেছে সমস্ত সমাজ বিরোধী।
लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन शुभेंदु अधिकारी ने फाइनली मान लिया कि आज कंटाई में बम तैयार हो रहा था फेंकने के लिए। आज कंटाई में किसका रैली है? ऑल इंडिया तृणमूल कांग्रेस का नेशनल जनरल सेक्रेटरी एमपी अभिषेक बनर्जी। तो शुभेंदु अधिकारी मान लिया ये बम बनाया जा रहा था अभिषेक बनर्जी को ऊपर फेंकने के लिए, नहीं तो इस रैली को रोकने के लिए।
BJP and TMC leaders are campaigning on each other's turf. Abhishek Banerjee is campaigning in Kontai, a stronghold of Suvendu Adhikari, while the BJP leader is campaigning in Diamond Harbour, a stronghold of Mamata Banerjee. With the two parties locked in a fierce fight, the fear is that the civic polls could see violence again. With Suryagni Roy in Diamond Harbour, Bureau Report, India Today.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching our rolling coverage. Second phase, Gujarat elections, 93 seats spread across 14 districts, 2 regions, North and Central Gujarat. Now, traditionally, what does it look like where these 2 regions are concerned for either political party? The Aam Aadmi Party has, of course, come out and quelled the bid. So that data we won't quite have, because in 2017, the Aam Aadmi Party contested 29 seats, lost deposit on each and every seat. Vote share was 0.5%. But this time around, let's take a look on what it looks like where in terms of the strongholds, the second phase around. What does it look like for the Bharatiya Janata Party? Well, this is what it looks like, the entire map of Gujarat. When we talk about phases, let's go into the second phase. What does it look like in the second phase where strongholds are concerned? And this is the picture, viewers. It's spread across quite in an interesting fashion, where you see the consolidation of the saffron surge, which is the Bharatiya Janata Party in central Gujarat, where especially seats in urban pockets, in districts, lots of seats in certain districts. Ahmedabad alone, 23 seats in Ahmedabad alone. The BJP had swept the lion's share of that, 21 seats. In the north, the Congress had done traditionally really, really well. Will the BJP make inroads in the northern region? Well, that's the big question. This is the map of 2017, what it looks like. But of course, it doesn't factor in the Aam Aadmi Party or even the AIMIM, which is contesting many of the 14 seats that in all it's contesting are contesting right from these 2 regions. Trust India Today to get you the ringside view of all the action as it takes place. But do stay tuned, because starting 6 p.m, the most accurate exit polls right here on the network. We'll join you then. A quick break.
India Today Access My India gets it right.
That's the man. Well done.
So he wins.
Full credit to Rajdeep, Rahul and India Today Group.
That is incomparable. Nobody comes close to India Today.
India's biggest and most accurate exit poll is back. 3 elections, 75,000 plus sample size, credibility that comes by being out of the studio and on the field. 93% accuracy record, capturing the pulse of the voters like no one else. India Today, access My India exit poll, 6 p.m. onwards on 5th December.
TRS MLC K. Kavita has received a notice from the CBI for her investigation in connection with the Delhi liquor scandal. Telangana Chief Minister's daughter has the option of taking the test at her residence in Hyderabad or Delhi, depending on her convenience, and she's agreed to be investigated at her residence in Hyderabad. Take a look at this report.
We are the family of fighters. We fought for Telangana.
Delhi liquor gate explodes. Telangana Chief Minister KCR's daughter Kavita has been summoned by the central agency. After the Enforcement Directorate, now the Central Bureau of Investigation has served a notice to TRS MLC K. Kavita for her examination in relation to the Delhi liquor scam on December 6. Telangana Chief Minister's daughter has been given a choice to take the examination at her home in Hyderabad or Delhi according to her convenience. Following the arrest of Amit Arora, one of the accused in the case, on November 30, the Enforcement Directorate filed a remand report with the court, which led to the CBI's notice to Kavita. Kavita has meanwhile blamed Prime Minister Modi and BJP, accusing them of misusing agencies.
इन 8 सालों में तकरीबन 9 प्रदेशों में जो डेमोक्रेटिकली इलेक्टेड गवर्नमेंट्स है उनको गिरा के एक असहज तरीके से वहां उन्होंने भाजपा का सरकार बनाया है और ये आज देश में बच्चा बच्चा जानता है कि किसी भी प्रदेश में इलेक्शन होने वाला होता है वहां मोदी से पहले ईडी पहुंच जाता है.
Apart from Kavita, YSR Congress Party MP Magunta Srinivasulu Reddy and his son Raghava were also mentioned by the agency. TRS's political opponents have slammed the involvement of K. Kavita in the liquor scam.
Bharatiya Janata Party has been maintaining that her involvement is there, and though their denial and they are going to court to prevent the BJP leaders from speaking on the issue, has exposed the entire TRS government and TRS party with this involvement, the involvement of their leaders. One thing is sure, that the involvement is proved. Involvement is pretty clear and it is apparent.
Sometimes CBI may be misused by the BJP government. That's a different matter. But as far as their duty as per law is concerned, that they must, whenever they receive an application or a complaint or a petition from government or for person, or from the High Court, they have to investigate into the matter. So Kavita was summoned rightly, and she has to answer all the questions posed by the CBI. So Congress Party is welcoming it, if it is true.
Meanwhile, Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia and 35 other people are under investigation in connection with the excise policy scam. Probe agencies show they destroyed 170 cell phones to hide evidence. Bureau Report, India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Rabila Jamal. Gujarat election phase 2. Prime Minister Modi himself casts his vote. Let me take you through all the snippets coming in from the poll-bound state. The headlines first. Prime Minister Modi walks to brother's house after casting vote amid rousing cheer by supporters. Congress alleges breach of poll code.
मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं।
Gujarat Congress MLA sensational allegations against the BJP, claims that BJP MLA attacked him with swords, says that he ran for at least 15 kilometers to save his life.
सब लोग आए थे, तलवार लेके निकले थे, तुमने देखा गर्मी का माहौल है, अग्नि का माहौल है, हम वहां से पैदल चले निकल गया।
And as votes close, suspense begins. India Today brings you the most accurate exit polls. Who's winning Gujarat and Himachal? This evening, 5 p.m. onwards. Stay glued to India Today. Prime Minister to inaugurate BJP score key meet. BJP in full swing after Gujarat's Delhi polls. 2-day national office bearers meet. And here, a Gujarat Imam stokes row with his sexist slur. Imam opposes tickets to Muslim women. Imam says, why choose women when there are men? And now big escalation between Sharmila and KCR in Telangana. Sharmila makes big charge at Telangana Chief Minister KCR, claims that she has threat to life.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-powered by OLXautos.in. Only OLX Autos gives OLX extra price for every car. In association with Titan Eye Plus, expert who cares. AMD, take the quantum leap in performance.
All right, the second phase of Gujarat polls has witnessed 19% turnout so far. Top BJP netas have been hogging all the limelight so far. Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a small roadshow from Raj Bhavan to outside the polling booth, receiving quite a rousing reception there before he walked in himself to cast his vote. After exercising his rights, the Prime Minister shunned his convoy, greeted the crowds in person, which was waiting, all the people there were waiting in anticipation to catch a glimpse of Prime Minister Modi. And post that, he visited his brother's residence for a brief period. Meanwhile, Home Minister Amit Shah has also cast his vote from Naranpura, Ahmedabad. He was accompanied by his family, including the BCCI Secretary, Jai Shah. They also visited Kameshwar Mahadev Temple after voting to offer prayers. Other top BJP leaders who voted today include Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, Hardik Patel and Anandi Ben.
लोकतंत्र का ये उत्सव गुजरात के, हिमाचल के और दिल्ली के मतदाताओं ने बहुत ही उत्साह और उमंग के साथ मनाया। मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन को भी हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि उन्होंने बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से पूरे विश्व में भारत के लोकतंत्र की प्रतिष्ठा को बढ़े, इस प्रकार से चुनाव का संचालन करने की एक महान परंपरा विकसित की है और उसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण इस चुनाव में भी नजर आया। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन का भी हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं।
સવારથી જ ખૂબ ઉત્સાહપૂર્વક ગુજરાતની જનતા અઢી દાયકાથી વધુ ગુજરાતની વિકાસ યાત્રાના સમર્થનમાં વોટ આપવા માટે ખૂબ ઉમળકાભેર નીકળી છે। હું ગુજરાતના સૌ મતદાર ભાઈઓ બહેનો અને વિશેષ કરી ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ વોટર જેમને પહેલી વાર મતાધિકાર પ્રાપ્ત થયો છે એ સૌ યુવક યુવતીઓને વિનંતી કરું છું કે આપનો મત જરૂર આપો અને ગુજરાતના અઢી દાયકાની વિકાસ યાત્રાને આગળ વધારો।
गुजरात में लोकशाही का पर्व का उत्सव मनाया जा रहा है। प्रथम चरण के मतदान पूर्ण हो गए हैं। आज दूसरे चरण का मतदान शुरू हुआ है। सब गुजरात के मतदार आज दूसरे चरण में भी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से सब इसमें भाग लेंगे और भारी मतदान करेंगे।
हार्दिक भाई, वोट कर दिया है आपने, क्या कुछ मुद्दे लेके आज गुजरात की जनता वोट करेगी? क्या कुछ मुद्दे विरमगाम के रहेंगे?
विरमगाम का मुद्दा डेवलपमेंट पे है और वो डेवलपमेंट जो लगातार यहाँ के लोगों को वंचित रखा है। यहाँ विकास की बात करें तो जिला बनाना है अपनी तहसील को। कुछ गांव ऐसे जहाँ पर भौगोलिक स्थिति ऐसी है जिसके कारण पानी नहीं पहुँच रहा है, वहाँ पानी पहुँचाना है। तो निश्चित रूप से विरमगाम के लोग विकास को और मजबूत करने के लिए वोट डाल रहे हैं और गुजरात के लोग सुरक्षा और सलामती जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने गुजरात में कायम की है उस पर वोट डाल रहे हैं।
तो आपको लगता है कि क्या जो बीजेपी को सफलता मिलेगी इस बार, क्योंकि थोड़ी एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है, त्रिकोणीय लड़ाई हम देख रहे हैं?
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी तो आप यूपी में भी बोलते थे, उत्तराखंड में भी बोलते थे, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ कभी एंटी इनकम्बेंसी नहीं रही। भरोसा और मजबूत होता है, बढ़ता है।
यहाँ पे जो आम आदमी पार्टी के कैंडिडेट है, पिछली बार 10,000 से ज्यादा मत मिले थे उनको, तो क्या आपको लगता है कि
मीडिया वाले को मालूम नहीं है कि यहाँ कैंडिडेट कौन है आम आदमी पार्टी का? अभी भी आप एक ही नाम लिख रहे हैं जो बीजेपी में खुद है। तो पहले जान लीजिए कि आम आदमी पार्टी का कैंडिडेट कौन है।
तो आम आदमी पार्टी पूरे गुजरात में परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाएगी?
निश्चित रूप से एक सीट से अधिक नहीं आएगी।
एक सीट भी नहीं
आए तो आए।
बीजेपी की कितनी सीट आएगी?
150 से अधिक।
कितने कॉन्फिडेंट लग रहे हो आप विरमगाम से, क्योंकि ये ऐसे कहा जाता है कि कांग्रेस का गढ़ है? जब
आप भी कॉन्फिडेंट है कि मैं जीत रहा हूँ?
काफी कॉन्फिडेंट है, मतलब
आप भी कॉन्फिडेंट है?
जिस तरह से भाजपा को पूरे गुजरात ने 27 साल से आशीर्वाद दिए हैं, क्योंकि गुजरातियों ने वो 27 साल पहले का बदहाल गुजरात, जिसकी सड़कें, जिसका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, जिसकी शिक्षा व्यवस्था और जिसके हेल्थ व्यवस्था और जहाँ पे जंगल राज चल रहा था, गुंडा राज चल रहा था, जो दंगों के अंदर आए दिन डूबा रहता था, वो गुजरातियों ने देखा है। और उसके बाद जब भाजपा की सरकार आई, यहाँ की सड़कें दिखे, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दिखे, एजुकेशन सेवाएं दिखे, हेल्थ सेवाएं दिखे और खुशहाल गुजरात जहाँ लोग दंगे भूल गए हैं, जहाँ बायराज खत्म है। तो ये सब मुद्दों को लेके भाजपा को 27 साल से आशीर्वाद दिया, इस बार भी आशीर्वाद दें।
देखो, वैसे हमारी संस्कृति में पूर्व जन्म की कोई ना कोई बात रहती है। मैंने इस जन्म में तो काम किया ही, अच्छा किया होगा, इस हिसाब से मुझे भारतीय जनता पार्टी में काम करने का मौका मिला है, जिसके हिसाब से मैं साबरमती 55 में इस बार मुझे एक उम्मीदवार की तरह से पार्टी ने घोषित किया है। अब सद्भाग्य इस हिसाब से हो कि माननीय नरेंद्र भाई मेरे लिए कैंपेनिंग में आए, उन्होंने रोड शो भी किया और आज खुद वो मत डालने के लिए आ रहे।
लेकिन कांग्रेस का दावा है 125 सीटें जीतेंगी और आम आदमी पार्टी भी इस बार फाइट में।
छोड़ो आप ये, इसमें आपका और मेरा समय बर्बाद मत करो। कुछ होने वाला नहीं है, ना कांग्रेस से ना आम आदमी पार्टी से।
गुजरात में लोग आज अपने आप को ठगा महसूस कर रहे हैं। अब देखिए कि जो समस्याएं गुजरात की है, अपने मुख्यमंत्री बार बार क्यों बदले, पूरा प्रधानमंडल आपको खारिज क्यों करना पड़ा? वरना आप देखिए, मनमोहन सिंह जी भी प्रधानमंत्री थे, पंजाब से थे, एक दिन जाते थे, 1 या 2 जनसभा करके कहते थे कि मुझे पूरा देश देखना है, आपको लगता है मैंने अच्छा काम किया है तो पंजाब में मेरी सरकार बना देना। आज हमारा अर्थतंत्र लुढ़क गया है, लोग परेशान है और प्रधानमंत्री जी देश को छोड़ के रोड नाप रहे हैं, रोड शो कर रहे हैं, छोटे छोटे शहर में 4-4 बार 15 दिन में जा चुके हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि गुजरात में लोग इनसे बहुत नाराज हैं।
All right, let me quickly cut across to our reporter Saurav Vakhtania, who's joining us from BJP candidate Hardik Patel's residence in Ahmedabad. Saurav, we heard Hardik Patel speaking. In fact, Hardik, Alpesh Thakur, Jignesh Mewani, these are the faces who really shaped the 2017 Assembly elections for Gujarat. Hardik and Alpesh now joining the BJP, quite confident that they're going to sweep 150 seats. Tell us a little more about the excitement and mood on ground.
Well, absolutely, Nabila. Let me tell you that Hardik Patel is very confident, but it is not going to be that easy, Nabila, because let me tell you, in 2012, it was Congress who won Viramgam. Then later on, the candidate from Congress went in to join BJP. Later on, she actually got defeated by another Congress candidate in 2017. So this particular place in Viramgam, where we are right now present, is the stronghold of Congress party. And now Hardik Patel is trying very hard to get win over the people of Viramgam. There was a lot of campaigning which happened over here, Nabila. Let me tell you, Yogi Adityanath was here, several other ministers were here. And since the time Hardik Patel joined BJP for past 5 to 6 months, he's been campaigning in Viramgam, meeting people, door-to-door campaign and so on, whatnot. And now it's the data, it's the deciding time when people of Viramgam will be deciding that who is going to win Viramgam. Remember, Lakhabhai Bharwad is a very strong person in Viramgam from the Congress party. Not to forget that the casteism politics which plays in Gujarat, there are highest number of Thakur, Bharwad and other community who stays in Viramgam. Then comes Patidar community which Hardik Patel belongs to. Then there are the community from Dalits, Muslims and other OBC castes. So this is what is going to play an important factor in Viramgam. When we talk about more VIP seats, that's the Jignesh Mewani from Vadgam. Again, it's a very tough fight for him because let me tell you, the
stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to live visuals coming in of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother, who's set out to cast her vote. These are live visuals coming in. Prime Minister Modi's mother all set out to cast her vote.
बिल्कुल देखिए शुभांकर, इस वक्त जो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की माताजी है हीराबा, वो यहाँ पे पहुंची हुई है, व्हीलचेयर के जरिए वो यहाँ पे पहुंची है। पोलिंग स्टेशन जो कि अहमदाबाद का रायसन का, ये गांधीनगर क्षेत्र का जो रायसन का ये है, वहाँ पे वो पहुंची हुई है। उनके साथ पंकज मोदी और उनकी माताजी जो है, ये दोनों यहाँ पे पहुंची हुई है। यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं ये दृश्य 100 साल की उम्र की है वो, बावजूद उसके यहाँ पे वो वोट डालने के लिए पहुंची हुई है, जो कि सीधा सिंबल है। आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की मां जो है हीराबा, वो यहाँ पे पहुंची हुई है। और यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं उनके जो भाई है वो उनके साथ यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं। और साथ ही उनका जो पूरा परिवार है, पंकज मोदी का जो पूरा परिवार है वो यहाँ पे पहुंचा हुआ है। और यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं 100 साल की उम्र के बावजूद व्हीलचेयर में उनको लाया गया है। उनकी माँ हीराबा जो है वो यहाँ पे पहुंची हुई है। और यहाँ पे आप ये दृश्य देख सकते हैं, वो पोलिंग स्टेशन के अंदर उनके भाई के साथ जाती हुई अंदर दिख रही है। और व्हीलचेयर पर वो पहुंची हुई, व्हीलचेयर पर वो पहुंची हुई है। और यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं कि फिलहाल वो पोलिंग स्टेशन के अंदर पहुंच चुकी है। और जो दृश्य है अपनी आम तौर पर अक्सर वो चुनाव के वक्त पे या चुनाव में अक्सर वो यहाँ पे वोट डालने के लिए आती है। और वैसे में इस बार भी चाहे वो कॉर्पोरेशन का चुनाव हो शुभांकर या लोकसभा का चुनाव हो, वो हर बार आती है वोट डालने के लिए। और पंकज मोदी के साथ वो यहाँ पे पहुँची हुई है, जो वो पोलिंग स्टेशन है वहाँ पे पहुँची हुई है। बड़ी तादाद में जो पुलिस कर्मचारी है वो यहाँ पे तैनात है। और यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं कि पोलिंग स्टेशन के अंदर इस वक्त वो वोट डालने के लिए पहुँची हुई है। शुभांकर।
All right. It's Gopi, India Today correspondent, joining us on ground, giving us a live update of Prime Minister Modi's mother, Hira Ben, who's just arrived at her constituency in Gandhinagar. She is wheelchair bound, but yet comes at this age to cast her vote. Prime Minister Modi himself met his mother, sought her blessings just a day earlier. And today she has come out to exercise her franchise. Wheelchair bound, Prime Minister Modi's family members, it appears, his brother, his mother, who arrived at the polling booth casting her vote. These are live visuals coming in of Prime Minister Modi's mother casting her vote even at an age well past her 90s. Hiraben, amid all this poll chaos, comes in a wheelchair to cast her vote. Just yesterday, Prime Minister Modi himself has met with her and sought her blessings. And here we see his mother today coming out with the family and casting her vote, exercising her franchise. Gujarat elections, BJP seeking a 7th term in the state. And here Prime Minister Modi's mother, Hiraben, well, she's well past 100. And she's come out to cast her vote. The phase 2 of polling today, the phase 2 and final phase, which will decide the fate of 833 candidates. Prime Minister Modi's mother herself, who's well past the age of 100, comes out in a wheelchair to cast her vote. Gopi Manyar joining us for live updates. Let's listen in.
व्हीलचेयर में वो यहाँ पे पहुंची और कल प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी भी गांधीनगर पहुंचे थे, उनके घर गए थे, उनके साथ करीब आधे घंटे का वक्त जो है वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने भी अपनी मां के साथ बिताया है। तो ये अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा संदेश होता है। जब वो यहाँ पे पहुंचती है तो वो भले ही 100 साल की है तो उसकी लिहाजा उसके तो एक बड़ा मैसेज होता है उन वोटरों के लिए जो युवा है, जो वोट नहीं डालते हैं उनके लिए। लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री की माँ होने की वजह से भी एक सीधा संदेश जाता है। प्रधानमंत्री के जो भाई है पंकज मोदी, जिनके साथ वो यहाँ पे गांधीनगर में रहते हैं, वो भी यहाँ पे पहुंचे हुए हैं, पूरे परिवार के साथ यहाँ पे वोटिंग के लिए पहुंचे हुए हैं। और ये गांधीनगर का रायसन का इलाका है। अक्सर आमतौर पर हमने देखा है कि वो सुबह सवेरे ही पहुंच जाते हैं, लेकिन इस बार ठंड की वजह से वो थोड़ा देरी से यहाँ पे पहुंचे हुए हैं और वोट डाल रहे हैं। देखिए, संदेश बेहद साफ है कि लोकतंत्र है, लोकतंत्र में वोट बेहद कीमती और बेहद ज़रूरी है। तो वैसे में हर किसी को वोट डालना चाहिए। यही संदेश के साथ वो यहाँ पे पहुंची हुई है। जब वो यहाँ पे आते हैं तो अक्सर, क्योंकि हमने देखा है कि चाहे वो म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन का चुनाव हो या फिर
that's Hiraben, Prime Minister Modi's mother, wheelchair bound. At the age of 100, she's arrived to cast her vote in Gandhinagar. Quite a statement, undoubtedly. First, a woman ensuring that she comes out and casts her vote, and then she's about the age of 100 and wheelchair bound, yet the spirit is unmissable. Hiraben, Prime Minister Modi's mother, who's blessed her son just a day earlier. Prime Minister Modi is said to have visited her home yesterday, sought her blessings. Today she's come out to exercise her franchise as the BJP pitching to come back to power for the 7th straight time in Gujarat. Phase 2 final round of election in Gujarat that will seal the fate of 833 candidates. Prime Minister Modi himself cast his vote a little earlier today in the same constituency of Gandhinagar, and followed by Hiraben, his mother, at the age of 100, wheelchair bound, has come to the polling booth with her family, has just cast her vote. At this point, live images coming in from Gandhinagar, Gujarat. Hiraben, Prime Minister Modi's mother, where any event or an important occasion of such nature, Prime Minister is known to visit his mother, seek her blessings, and the bond with his mother is widely known. And this time, just a day before Prime Minister cast his own franchise, his vote, he sought blessings from his mother. And today, his mother has also come out in the second phase of polling in Gujarat and has cast her franchise at the polling booth in Gandhinagar. Well, we hear from our reporter Gopi Manyar that it's a tradition for Prime Minister Modi's mother, Hiraben, to come right in the morning and cast her franchise, the first thing at the start of the day, on the day of polling. But today it seems like it's slightly leaning towards the afternoon, as it was cold in the morning. So considering her health, they decided to delay it a bit, and right on top of the afternoon, she and her family members have arrived to cast their vote. This is the family of Prime Minister Modi and his mother, of course, wheelchair-bound Hiraben, who's just cast her vote this minute. In Gandhinagar, this is a polling booth. Gopi Manyar bringing us more.
अगर हम देखें तो इलेक्शन कमीशन ने ये फैसिलिटी भी खड़ी की है कि वो अपने घर पे जाके वहाँ पे वो वोट डाल सकते हैं। घर के अंदर ही 100 साल की उम्र से ज़्यादा के जो लोग हैं वो वोट डाल सकते हैं, लेकिन नहीं, वो खुद यहाँ तक पहुँची है, खुद व्हीलचेयर में बैठकर मतदान केंद्र तक पहुँची, खुद अपना वोट डाला और खुद अपनी लीली साइन जो है वो उन्होंने दिखाया और मतदान का जो अधिकार है वो उन्होंने अपनी उंगली पर दिखाया। ये एक बेहद संदेश हम कहेंगे, एक ऐसा संदेश है जो हर किसी के लिए समझना बेहद जरूरी है, क्योंकि कई लोगों से हम बातचीत कर रहे थे तब लोग ही ये कह रहे हैं कि अगर हम हमारे मतदान का जो अधिकार है अगर उसी का इस्तेमाल नहीं करते हैं तो हमें ये बोलने का अधिकार नहीं है कि हमारा जनप्रतिनिधि ठीक नहीं है या वो हमारे लिए काम नहीं करता है। अगर जनप्रतिनिधि सही चाहिए तो हर किसी को मतदान करना चाहिए। ये एक सीधा संदेश।
Well, we heard Gopi Manyar say that it's important to note that there could have been facilities arranged for Hiraben, of course acknowledging her age. They could have sent officials to get her vote right from inside her home, but it was at her insistence that she wanted to step out and cast her vote. And this is not the first time. This is a tradition that even be it a civic body polls in Gandhinagar, Gujarat, Hiraben, Prime Minister Modi's mother, always comes out, exercises her franchise. Gopi for more on that.
प्रधानमंत्री की माताजी वोट डालने वाली है, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये जो पूरा इलाका है, ये अगर ठाकुर वोट बैंक की बात की जाए ठाकुर तो यहाँ पे करीब 60% के आसपास जो ठाकुर वोट है वो है। और देखिए प्रधानमंत्री की माँ जो है वो अब यहाँ पे बाहर आ चुके हैं और सारे मीडिया कर्मी जो है वो अब उनके पीछे पीछे देखिए लगातार उनको यहाँ से आपको वो दृश्य दिखाने की मैं कोशिश करूँगी। अपने कैमरामैन अनिल जायसवाल को कहूँगी कि वो ये दृश्य दिखाए। यहाँ पे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की माताजी हीराबा जो है वो कुछ ही मिनटों में बाहर आ जाएगी। जो पोलिंग स्टेशन है वहाँ से उनको बाहर लाया जा रहा है, वहाँ पे उनको बाहर लाया जा रहा है। और आप देख सकते हैं ये दृश्य, क्योंकि खुद यहाँ पे चलकर वो पहुँची थी और यहाँ पे उन्होंने खुद वोट डाला है। आप देख सकते हैं सारे जो मीडिया कर्मी है, क्योंकि हर कोई ये तस्वीर जो है वो अपने कैमरे में कैच करना चाहता है कि ये जो लम्हा है ये लोकतंत्र का बेहद महत्वपूर्ण लम्हा कहा जाता है। जब खुद प्रधानमंत्री की माँ पहुंची है, वो भी 100 साल की उम्र में। अक्सर हम लोग ऐसी स्टोरीज तो करते हैं कि 100 साल की उम्र में जो बुजुर्ग है वो वोट डालने के लिए पहुंचते हैं, लेकिन ये भी तब जब खुद प्रधानमंत्री की माँ यहाँ पे पहुंची हो तो ये लम्हा बेहद खास हो जाता है। और ये लोकतंत्र में एक सीधा संदेश जो है वो भी देने की कोशिश की जा रही है। आप उसके साथ देख सकते हैं, उनके साथ उनके जो भाई है पंकज मोदी वो भी यहाँ पे पहुंचे हुए हैं। उनकी माताजी जो है वो उनका पूरा परिवार जो है वो यहाँ पे पहुंचा हुआ है। कोशिश करेंगे पंकज भाई से बात करने की कि क्या कहते हैं वो, क्योंकि ये जिस तरीके से वो यहाँ पे पोलिंग बूथ तक पहुँचे हैं वो महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है। और यहाँ पे पंकज मोदी जो है उनसे बात करने की हम कोशिश भी करेंगे कि वो क्या कहते हैं। आप देख सकते हैं कि गाड़ी में इस वक्त उनको बिठाया जा रहा है, क्योंकि उम्र काफ़ी ज़्यादा है, 100 साल की उम्र है, खुद चल नहीं सकती है। व्हीलचेयर के ज़रिए उन्हें यहाँ पे जो पोलिंग स्टेशन है वहाँ पे लाया गया है। और आप देख सकते हैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की माताजी जो है ये सीधे तौर पर एक संदेश है वो उन लोगों के लिए जो वोट नहीं डालते हैं, उन लोगों के लिए ये संदेश है कि उनको वोट डालना चाहिए। अगर इस उम्र में भी यहाँ पे आके वोट डालते हैं तो लोगों को अपने मताधिकार का इस्तेमाल करना ही चाहिए। आप देख सकते हैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की माताजी जो है वो यहाँ पे अपने उनके छोटे भाई पंकज मोदी के साथ यहाँ पे पहुंची हुई थी और कोशिश करेंगे पंकज भाई से बात करने की कि वो क्या कहते हैं। पंकज भाई क्या कहेंगे? मां ने मताधिकार का इस्तेमाल किया है, क्या कहेंगे आप? इस उम्र में भी यार लोगों को क्या कहेंगे? पंकज भाई
बिल्कुल देने देना। नमस्कार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सबका।
चलिए, धन्यवाद कहा है उन्होंने कि इस उम्र में भी यहाँ पे पहुंची थी वो अपने मताधिकार का इस्तेमाल करने के लिए, और उनके जो पूरा परिवार है, जो छोटे भाई है पंकज मोदी जिसके साथ वो यहाँ पे रहते हैं, वो यहाँ पे पहुंचे हुए थे। और देखिए यहाँ पे बहुत सारे लोग हैं, उनसे बात करते। बताइए, यहाँ पे आप भी वोट देने के लिए आए थे या हीराबा को देखने के लिए आए?
नहीं, वोट देने के लिए। हीराबा को भी दर्शन कर लिया,
वोट देने भी आए और मौका मिला उसको मिलने का।
क्या कह रहे हैं?
हीराबा को मिलने का मौका मिला और वोटिंग करने आए हम।
अच्छा, हीराबा को मिलने का मौका मिला। आप बताइए, वोट डालने आए थे या देखने के लिए आए?
नहीं, देखने के लिए आए थे हम।
अच्छा, कहाँ से आ रहे हैं? सिर्फ देखने के लिए? वोट डाला या नहीं डाला आपने?
वोट तो डाला मैंने, गांधीनगर का ही रहवासी हूँ मैं।
बिल्कुल, देखिए
Hira Ben, Prime Minister Modi's mother, who's really set quite an example, stepped out herself at the age of 100, wheelchair bound. She's come to cast her franchise in Gandhinagar right this afternoon. In fact, it's widely known the Election Commission allows for those above the age of 80 senior citizens to cast their vote at the comfort of their home. So ballot paper voting is allowed for those above the age of 80, but Hira Ben, Prime Minister Modi's mother, of course, wanting to set an example, and this is a tradition, even be it the civic body polls in Gandhinagar. She's the first to come out and cast her franchise and use the electronic voting machine herself to vote. All right, it is quite an exciting affair. Phase 2 of Gujarat elections and the final one. Who's going to make it in Gujarat in this tri-cornered contest? India Today's exit polls all set to begin at 6 p.m. in just a little while from now. Do stay tuned to watch out for that. Stay with us. We're coming in right after a short break.
The ultimate newsman, Rajdeep Sardesai.
इस बार आप लोकल कैंपेन लड़ रहे हैं, नेशनल कैंपेन नहीं।
My husband pushed me. Then we met our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji.
यहाँ 5 मुद्दों पर लड़ा जा रहा है. Brings you the most accurate exit poll.
उससे दुगनी ताकत में जनसभा खड़ी करूंगा।
राहुल गांधी के पास विजन ही नहीं है।
The India Today Access My India Exit Poll, 6 p.m. onwards on 5th December.
You are watching India Today.
India Today Access My India gets it right.
That's the man. Well done.
So he wins.
Full credit to Rajdeep, Rahul and India Today group.
That is incomparable. Nobody comes close to India Today.
India's biggest and most accurate exit poll is back. 3 elections, 75,000 plus sample size, credibility that comes by being out of the studio and on the field. 93% accuracy record, capturing the pulse of the voters like no one else. The India Today Access My India Exit Poll, 6 p.m. onwards on 5th December.
Trouble mounts for Bharatiya Janata Party's Karnataka unit. Another row hit BJP's Karnataka unit after a May 2022 picture went viral on social media. In the picture, Mysuru BJP MP Pratap Simha can be seen welcoming and inducting Betnagere Shankara, a rowdy sheeter, into the party. It is known that the history sheeter had changed his full name and joined the party. Cases have been registered against Betnagere Shankara in several police stations of Karnataka. Remember, this isn't the first time history sheeters' names have been associated with the saffron can. Earlier, another rowdy, Nagaraj alias Wilson Garden Naga and Sunil Kumar alias Silent Sunil were spotted with BJP leaders. Karnataka Congress has upped the ante by dedicating an entire website to showcase the improprieties allegedly of the BJP in the run-up to the 2023 polls. The Congress has released a list of leaked candidates with a criteria to become a BJP candidate through its website www.leakedbjp.com, which has details on how BJP is criminalizing politics by inducting rowdy history sheeters and wannabe rowdies.
कैसे लोग होना बोल के जैसे लोगों को ऐसे लोग मिलते हैं, वो जैसे है वैसे ही मिलते हैं। अब हमको कहीं कहेंगे रौडी, हमारे पास है क्या? तो इसलिए वो उनकी पार्टी का है, उसके बारे में कोई कमेंट नहीं करता। कांग्रेस वाले करते हैं, इन्हों कौन से अच्छे हैं, इनके पास भी वही है, उनके पास भी वही है, इन दोनों से हम भिन्न हैं।
All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Celebrities are often known to share the best of their lives with fans on social media. Some have broken the norm and shared about their personal struggles. Pop sensation Britney Spears opened up about her health condition in a new Instagram post and revealed that she has nerve damage on the right side of her body.
Baby, can't you see I'm calling? A guy like you should wear a warning.
Toxic singer revealed that she struggles with pain and disturbed sleep due to incurable nerve damage.
There's no escape. I can't wait. I need a hit.
Along with the dance video, Britney wrote, and we quote, "I'm dancing in time now, Victoria. Yes, nerve damage on the right side of my body. There's no cure except God, I guess." Nerve damage is caused sometimes when you don't get enough oxygen to your brain. Your brain literally shuts down. Nerve damage causes parts of your body to go numb. She further added that she doesn't feel the pain while dancing.
I got my peaches out in Georgia. Oh yeah, shit. I get my weed from California. That's that shit. I took my chick up to the north, yeah. Badass. Get my light right from the source, yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Similarly, Peaches singer Justin Bieber, who had suffered from partial facial paralysis, has put his music career on hold due to physical and mental health issues.
When I look at you, I'm looking at a star. It's the way you light up every room, just being.
Justin had resumed his world tour in Italy on July 31st after a 2-month hiatus due to his health issues and performed 7 concerts, culminating with Rock in Rio on September 4th before making the decision to walk away.
Attacks the nerve in my ear and my facial.
Back in June, the pop star had revealed that he feared struggling to eat after suffering temporary facial paralysis from Ramsay Hunt syndrome just days after being forced to cancel dates on his Justice World Tour and had asked fans to pray for him.
Nostril will not move. So there's full paralysis in this side of my face. So for those who are frustrated by my cancellations of
He took to social media to share a 3-minute video explaining the diagnosis, which is a complication of signals that can lead to facial paralysis.
This is pretty serious, as you can see. I wish this wasn't the case, but obviously my body's telling me I gotta slow down.
India's biggest and most accurate exit poll is back. Three different elections, a poll with a sample size of more than 75,000.
तो मंत्री आपके हिसाब से किसको बनना चाहिए?
A phenomenal 93% accuracy record. Credibility that comes by being out in the field. Capturing the pulse of voters like no one else. Watch the India Today Access My India exit poll, the 5th of December, starting 6 p.m.
You are watching India Today.
India Today Access My India gets it right.
That's the man. Well done.
So he wins. Full credit to Rajdeep, Rahul and India Today group.
That is incomparable. Nobody comes close to India Today.
India's biggest and most accurate exit poll is back. 3 elections, 75,000 plus sample size, credibility that comes by being out of the studio and on the field. 93% accuracy record. Capturing the pulse of the voters like no one else. India Today. Access My India exit poll. 6 p.m. onwards on 5th December.
You are watching India Today.
All right, cutting across to Uttar Pradesh, voting there is underway for 1 Lok Sabha and 2 Assembly seats, including Mainpur Lok Sabha seat and Rampur Sadar and Katauli Assembly seats in Uttar Pradesh. BJP is now clashing with Akhilesh Yadav Samajwadi Party and the Rashtriya Lok Dal in Mainpuri, in the bastion of late SP patriarch Mulayam Singh Yadav. SP chief Akhilesh Yadav's wife Dimple Yadav is the Samajwadi Party candidate from Mainpuri, while BJP has pitted former MP Raghuraj Singh Shakya against her. Mainpuri Lok Sabha seat fell vacant after the death of Mulayam Singh Yadav. In fact, the bypolls in Uttar Pradesh's Rampur Sadar and Katauli were necessitated after SP MLA Azam Khan and BJP MLA Vikram Singh Saini were disqualified in separate cases. Azam Khan was disqualified in a hate speech case and the BJP MLA Vikram Singh facing conviction in the 2013 Muzaffarnagar riots case.
अभी सुबह से लगातार शिकायतें आ रही हैं। केवल मैनपुरी लोकसभा की शिकायतें नहीं हैं, बल्कि रामपुर विधानसभा में जिस दिन से हम लोग वोट मांग करके आए हैं, जिस दिन से शुरुआत हुई है, उस दिन से प्रशासन लगा हुआ है कि वोट ना पड़ पाए। रामपुर में पहले तो वोट नहीं डालने दिया जा रहा है, कहीं भी किसी को निकलने नहीं दिया जा रहा है। जो वीडियो आ रहे हैं उसमें पुलिस चेक कर रही है। मुझे ये बताएं गाइडलाइन क्या है इलेक्शन कमीशन की? इलेक्शन कमीशन की गाइडलाइन ये नहीं है कि आप पुलिस को ये आज़ादी दे दें कि आपका चेक करेंगे। जो उनके पास आईडी हैं, जो निर्धारित आईडी होते हैं, उनके तहत जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उन्हें वोट के लिए वापस किया जा रहा है।
समाजवादी पार्टी तो पहले ही अपनी हार का बहाना ढूंढ लेती है कि अगर हारेंगे तो ये होगा। पहले ईवीएम उनके लिए ठीक नहीं थी, जब वो ईवीएम से जीते तो सही, और जब बीजेपी ईवीएम से जीते तो गलत।
तीनों उपचुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में लहर चल रही है।
मैनपुरी और रामपुर में तो ऐतिहासिक दृष्टि से मतदाताओं में बीजेपी के प्रति बड़ा रुझान देखने को मिल रहा है। जाति धर्म संप्रदाय से ऊपर उठकर लोग बीजेपी के कैंप पे पहुंच करके मतदान के लिए जा रहे हैं और लोगों में बड़ा उत्साह है। वो अपनी हार देख करके इस प्रकार खींच मिटा रहे हैं। बीजेपी जीत रही है और सपा बुरी तरह से परास्त हो रही है।
यहाँ चुनाव जनता और प्रशासन के बीच चल रहा है। जनता और मतदाता बड़े पैमाने पर 3/4 से ज़्यादा समाजवादी पार्टी के उम्मीदवार के पक्ष में है। नेताजी की वजह से, नेताजी की मृत्यु की वजह से ये सीट खाली हुई है और नेताजी 24 तक के लिए चुने गए थे। जनता नेताजी को श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए एक तरफा समाजवादी पार्टी के पक्ष में वोट करने के लिए तैयार है।
इस बार का चुनाव कैसा है? ये तो ऐसा है कि आप 1 लाख वोटों से अपने क्षेत्र में आप लीड में रहे हैं, क्या इस बार रहेंगे या इस बार मुश्किलों का सामना करना पड़ेगा?
देखिए, वोटिंग शुरू हो गई है और हमारे कार्यकर्ता बूथ पर पहुंच चुके हैं। जनता भी निकलना शुरू हो गई है और ये देखिए, आपकी ऐसा चुनाव था, मैंने तो कभी ऐसा चुनाव देखा नहीं जो प्रशासनिक अधिकारी किसके इशारे पर सीधा जनता से वोट, जनता को धमकाना और ऐसे प्रचार कर रहे थे कि मतलब सरकार वोट मांग रही हो या ये अधिकारी वोट मांग रहे हो। तो इसलिए हम लोगों को कई दिन से जनता के बीच में जाना पड़ा।
कि आप लोनी में चुनाव लड़े, 3 बार से लगातार हार रहे हैं, 12 हारे, 17 हारे, 22 का एक फेवरेबल चुनाव माना जा रहा था आपके लिए, वो हार गए, फिर सीट बदलने की नौबत आ गई। तो यहाँ पे कैसे आपको भरोसा हो रहा है कि जीत हो जाएगी?
देखिए, सवाल हम लोग जनता की सेवा के लिए हैं। हम लोगों पे हार जीत के लिए हम सेवा के लिए आते हैं और लोनी में अपार बहुमत मिला था, 1.25 लाख वोट मिला था, 44 से इतना मतलब परसेंटेज बढ़ा है। तो आप कैसे जो है वो ठीक है, वो होते मतदान इस तरह से उन्होंने हेरा फेरी की है, सब चीज है, 1-1 घंटे कैमरे बंद रहे, आपको मालूम है, चुनाव आयोग के कंप्लेंट है और सब आपको सबको मालूम है क्या हुआ।
लेकिन खतौली में आप पे आउटसाइडर का टैग लगा हुआ है।
नहीं, जो आउटसाइडर के कोई मुद्दे नहीं होते, वो आउटसाइडर की बात करते हैं। जो है आउटसाइडर तो कोई है ही नहीं, जो है हम किसानों के मुद्दे पे चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, अल्पसंख्यकों पे अत्याचार न हो उस पर चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं।
All right, Amit Bharadwaj joining us live from Kathauli, Uttar Pradesh. Amit, 1 Lok Sabha seat, 2 assembly seats. It seems like Mulayam Singh's bastion, as SP's bastion, post his death now going into bypolls. And in your area as well, Kathauli, we saw you speaking to one of the candidates there. Give us a sense of the mood and how will this really define prospects of either of the party in the coming election. We know the elections have completed, assembly elections in Uttar Pradesh, with BJP winning phenomenally. But will this really be a moral boost for the SP, if at all?
Well, Nabila, the result of the by-elections which are happening in Uttar Pradesh says 3 seats will not change will not make much political difference in the state as far as the assembly election politics is concerned or the Lok Sabha politics is concerned. Yes, definitely, Mainpuri battle is a battle of, dignity and self-respect for the Samajwadi Party. It is a battle to maintain the legacy of Mulayam Singh Yadav, late Mulayam Singh Yadav, and also to send across a message that the bastion of Samajwadi Party remains intact. As far as the Kathauli Vidhan Sabha by-poll is concerned, the election here was necessitated because the sitting MLA Vikram Singh Saini, he was disqualified because he was convicted in the Muzaffarnagar riots case. And very interestingly, Nabila, this issue is the core issue of the elections as far as the political campaign is concerned, because BJP has not missed any chance of making sure to, remind the voters of Kathauli that Muzaffarnagar riots had happened. The village from where Gaurav was is not far off from this Kathauli assembly seat, and in fact the sitting MLA and the candidate, both of them belong to that village, Kawal, from where Gaurav, who was first killed during the Muzaffarnagar riots, and after that the riot had triggered in the entire area. And in fact we have been travelling from one seat to other since morning. However, the polling booths don't have much people standing in queue. The polling is quite slow, even in the city area as well as the rural area. This is one of the rural...
Let's really hope that it picks up. Amit, thank you very much. These are snippets of what the by-poll in the assembly constituency there in Uttar Pradesh really looks like. Kathauli is where Amit joins us from. But in other news, let me quickly cut across to all those updates coming in from different states and their ongoing bipolar elections. Here, the Sardar Shahar Assembly constituency by-election is currently underway in Rajasthan, which is quite vital for both the Congress and the BJP, who are trying to gain some momentum for the 2023 Assembly elections after the death of its 7-time Congress MLA, Bhavar Lal Sharma, who had held the seat for at least 30 years. The seat now goes vacant. By-poll voting is currently underway in Chhattisgarh's Maoist-affected Bhanu Pratappur Assembly constituency. By-election in the Scheduled Tribes Reserved constituency has 7 candidates running. There is a straight fight between the currently ruling Congress and the BJP. Counting will take place on the 8th of December. And voting is underway for by-election in Padampur Assembly seat, Odisha. Over 2.5 lakh voters eligible to vote in that by-election. BJD's defeat in Dhamnagar has led to this by-election. All right, the ongoing border dispute between Karnataka and Maharashtra now intensifies as Maharashtra ministers all set to arrive in Karnataka. They are due to visit Karnataka. The border dispute, as it escalates in Belgaum, we're seeing symbolic protests there with the Kannada Rakshana Vedike, the pro-Kannada activists sitting down on the floor, right on the street and protesting, raising slogans, wearing the Karnataka shawl. In fact, the red and yellow is a combination signifying the Karnataka flag. Wearing the Karnataka shawls, these protesters there condemning Maharashtra's bid to occupy some parts of Karnataka, which is the Marathi-speaking, dominating that region. Marathi-speaking people who are entrenched in the Belagavi region. Maharashtra trying to stake claim in parts of Belagavi. Karnataka opposing this. Large protests that have been on for at least the last 2 to 3 weeks now. BJP governments on both ends, in Maharashtra and Karnataka, trying to sort the situation. Maharashtra ministers all set to arrive into Belgaum tomorrow. All right, meanwhile, Rahul Gandhi-led Bharat Jodo Yatra has now just entered Rajasthan. Amid this public address and musical show, Rajasthan's Jalwar Yatra receives grand welcome by party workers in the state. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has taken over the tricolour from Madhya Pradesh's Congress chief Kamal Nath. Claiming that he has no hatred in his heart towards the BJP and the RSS, Rahul Gandhi has said that he, however, will not let them spread hate in the country. And that's the motto of the Yatra, reiterating that. Rahul Gandhi spoke in that public stage. The Yatra has now entered Rajasthan at a time when the party is facing quite some internal fissures in the state of Rajasthan. Of course, very well known, the friction between Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot. Days before the Yatra has entered Rajasthan, posters starring Rahul Gandhi with Sachin Pilot were all placed across roads of the city, hinting at an ongoing fight within the party. Of course, considering that Ashok Gehlot is the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, it was Sachin Pilot who adorned the hoardings with Rahul Gandhi across the state. Now, clearing the air, though, about such animosity or internal tussle, Congress leader Sachin Pilot has said that there was no such competition going on and that their top priority at this time was to ensure that the Yatra is a complete success in Rajasthan. Not only that, two leaders also shook legs together in the stage in Jalawar as they had quite a music show for the public as they congregated.
Bharat Jodo Yatra, and of course, you know, we have a southern audience as well. This is the first time that it's entering a state where you're ruling, actually. You're in government. And so it's a double litmus test for you all.
I don't think it's a test as such, but this Yatra has got tremendous traction and response in southern parts of India. And people were apprehensive, at least our critics were, whether the Yatra will get traction in the northern parts of India. But as you've seen, it's turned out to be opposite. We had a fantastic start in Kanyakumari and Tamil Nadu and Kerala. But as we moved up north in Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh, it has been overwhelming. And now that we've entered Rajasthan, I can assure you this will be a historic Yatra with lakhs of people joining it, not because of the Yatra per se, but the issue that the Yatra is raising. What Rahulji is saying today, I think resonates with a lot of people, and young people, farmers, women, everyone is coming together with a sense of friendship and togetherness, also to fight issues of corruption, employment, which is lacking, huge back-breaking inflation. All these issues need to be tackled and answered questions, but Sarkar mein ko karne ko tayar nahi hai. But this Yatra, I think, is having a very positive impact, not just on us as party people, but on society as a whole.
मंच पर आप लोग साथ जो है एक साथ घेरा लगाते हुए दिखे, अशोक गहलोत साहब, आप, राहुल गांधी, तो all is well in your party within?
Hamari party not only is well, we are absolutely confident of fighting the next election and winning the next election 23.
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to some live shots coming in of Sasikala from Chennai. These are visuals coming in of Sasikala. In fact, it is Jayalalitha's death anniversary, as Sasikala herself, who is known to be the closest aide of Jayalalitha, makes her way as these live images coming in, huge crowds gathering for Jayalalitha's 6th death anniversary. Sasikala, known to be the closest aide of Jayalalitha, making her way to Jayalalitha's memorial. These are live images coming in. Sasikala right now at this point facing several allegations and a lot of questions being raised on her role itself in Jayalalitha's death. And at a time like this, when there's much investigation that's even currently underway, a committee was set up to probe her role. Here is Sasikala, who's of course flatly denied every allegation on her involvement in Jayalalitha's death. Today, on the 6th death anniversary of Jayalalitha, Sasikala comes by, makes her way towards the memorial on Jayalalitha's 6th death anniversary with huge crowds following her. Let me cut across to Pramod Madhav, India Today correspondent, joining us on the phone line. Pramod, a quick word. We see Sasikala making her way towards Jayalalitha's memorial on the 6th death anniversary of Jayalalitha. Quite an emotional moment for Tamil Nadu, undoubtedly. Now, we see also Sasikala teary-eyed making her way to the memorial there. Give us a little more.
It absolutely is, and this is the 6th death anniversary of Sasikala, and for the day, unfortunately, AIDMK is not a single party, and 4 representatives of the party so far have come to. This is Sasikala being the 4th one. Since morning, it was EPS and his team who came over there, who is currently being called as the interim general secretary of the party. Postage, it was O. Paneerselvam, then it was TTV Dinagaran, the nephew of Sasikala, who has his own party called as Amma Makkal Muneta Kadagam, AMMK, and now it is Sasikala. And if you could remember last time when she left Tamil Nadu for the prison Parpana Agrahara in 2017, she went directly to the memorial over there, and she took a vow. And after that, even after being released from the prison, she went. Went over there, and now she's once again going to Amma Memorial, and she will pay her respects to the Jayalalitha, who she considers as Akka. And just like you mentioned, even this Arumugasamy Commission, the report stated that Sasikala should be inquired along with then Health Minister Vijay Bhaskar. Amidst all this, Sasikala is walking all the way towards the Jaya Memorial to pay her respects.
All right, Pramod, thank you very much for joining us. These are live visuals coming in of Sasikala making her way to Amma's memorial. It's Jayalalitha's 6th death anniversary, and this is the same Sasikala who's facing huge allegations of being involved in Jayalalitha's death. A commission probing her role, which she is of course fully denied and condemned, saying Jayalalitha's death has been made controversial only to weaken her politically. Investigation on that goes on, and here we see live visuals from Tamil Nadu. We're going to slip into a short break. We'll be bringing you all that and more on the other side. But a quick reminder, 6 p.m. today, do not forget to watch out for exit polls. Gujarat, the tri-cornered contest, who's going to make their way, all that and more, 6 p.m. on India Today. Stay with us.
We have EVs and luxury SUVs on the show so often, but what if I told you, if you watch Ford versus Ferrari, you'd know how important it is for an automotive brand to understand what kind of tech and what sort of engineering works on the racetrack. In fact, a lot of the technologies and the practices that are used on the racetrack can be used to enhance and improve road cars. How does all of it happen? Why are we here at this iconic event in London? Well, here's a sneak peek. On Tech Today, we have a very special guest from the world of Formula E. We're talking all about how EV tech from the racetrack will make it to road cars with James Barclay from Jaguar ECS. Nice to meet you.
Great to be here.
James, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on Tech Today. With a lovely skyline to establish that we're not doing this in the metaverse, but we're doing it on the show, I want to start off by asking you, when we talk about how Formula E is a sort of a test bed for what's going to eventually come to the Jaguar EV road car, how much of it do we see translating from the racetrack to the road car?
Yeah, that's one of the fundamental reasons why we're involved in Formula E. It's a real-world testbed for electric vehicle technology. We're in a world championship sport where in order to gain advantage and be ahead of your competition, you have to innovate in the best way possible. And I always liken it, you in your professional level, you always push yourself further than you ever would normally go when that level of competition exists around you. So that competition is good, it improves the breed, so to speak. And it's everything. It's on the powertrain technology, the electric motor, the inverter, the software. Aerodynamics in Formula One is incredibly important. In Formula E, it's about the software, how we tune and control the powertrain to deliver that the most efficient way.
Thank you very much for speaking to India Today. We see you're quite terrified and shocked with that video where two bike-borne men stop by, try to pull your hand, get uncomfortably close. Would you want to narrate what exactly happened?
Hi, my name is Yihojang Park, and I am a live streamer during my travel. And 2 days ago, around 11:50 p.m., I was heading back to my hotel around the car road area, and there was two guys who were standing, and they when I was walking towards my hotel, they yelled at me that, "Oh, I love you." Those kind of thing is like pretty happen often if you're live streaming, because you have a camera, and as a tourist, you're showing around. Some of people showing the engagement for the communication. So I was walking towards my hotel and I say, "Oh yeah, love you back." And then they just started to come. And one of the guy, he hold my shoulder and tried to kiss me for the one time. And I felt very uncomfortable and I was pretty shocked. I thought that, okay, I have to leave this situation. So I tried my best not to escalate the situation and try to leave. And then he grabbed my wrist and dragged me to his motorcycle, and he told me that he wanna ride me to the home. And I don't feel comfortable at all to share my address. I just wanted to escape the situation. So I was like, no, it's okay, I'm wearing dress, because I cannot say aggressively. What if I really don't want you to escalate the situation as a solo female traveler. And then he grabbed my shoulder again and tried to kiss me again. At that point, I felt very, very, okay, this could turn into a very serious situation. So I just tried to tell him that, okay, I don't want this. I just want to leave this situation. and I walked very fast towards my hotel, and then they were following me with their motorcycle and asked me my phone number, and they will take me the ride.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए। Homeboy Modi votes in Ahmedabad. Chants celebration to welcome Prime Minister Modi. Amid waves and namastes, Prime Minister casts his vote.
मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं।
Home Minister Shah votes with Parivar. Mandir visit after inking his finger.
ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ વોટર જેમને પહેલી વાર મતાધિકાર પ્રાપ્ત થયો છે એ સૌ યુવક યુવતીઓને વિનંતી કરું છું કે આપનો મત જરૂર આપો.
Every leader, every update only on India Today.
सीएम है उनकी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में करना पड़ रहा है। ये अच्छी बात है कि लोकतंत्र की मजा है। ये लोकतंत्र की मर्यादा है।
State of War Gujarat, India Today leads coverage.
All right, the mood and excitement in Gujarat as we see second phase of voting that has just begun, the final phase that will seal 93 constituencies and their fate. Let me cut across to the headlines first before I bring you all the updates from the poll-bound state. Prime Minister Modi walks to brother's house after casting his vote amid rousing cheers by supporters. Congress alleges breach of poll code.
मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं.
The final phase of Gujarat polls, voting across 93 seats in 14 districts. Bigwigs cast their vote amid heavy security. Amit Shah offers prayers after casting his vote.
એ સૌ યુવક યુવતીઓને વિનંતી કરું છું કે આપનો મત જરૂર આપો અને ગુજરાતના અઢી દાયકાની વિકાસ યાત્રાને આગળ વધારો.
As votes close, suspense begins. India Today brings you the most accurate exit polls. Who's winning Gujarat and Himachal? This evening, 5 p.m. onwards, India Today exit polls. Do stay glued. Prime Minister to inaugurate BJP score key meet. BJP in full swing after Gujarat, Delhi polls. Two-day national office bearers meet. Gujarat's Imam stokes a row with sexist slur. Imam opposes tickets to Muslim women. Imam says, why choose women when there are men? And a mega escalation between Sharmila and KCR in Telangana. Sharmila makes big charge at the Telangana Chief Minister, claims she has threat to life. Now, a list of 56 Kashmiri Pandit employees posted in the Kashmir Valley has been published by a blog that's been linked to the Resistance Front, the TRF, an offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the LET terrorist group. In fact, the list includes Kashmiri Pandit employees working under the Prime Minister's rehabilitation package. TRS has claimed that it will carry out targeted attacks against Kashmiri Pandits on the list, claiming that they were spreading Hindutva agenda in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, BJP has called it a major security breach, as terrorists had a clear idea on who has posted where. This has come as a huge threat for Kashmiri Pandit community, considering there's already been targeted killings in the valley. The Saffron Party has now demanded a police probe on how the list was leaked and asked the administration to ensure safety and security of the Kashmiri Pandit community, employees particularly of the government in Kashmir.
हम लोग कब तक अपनी जान के लिए ऐसे तड़पते रहेंगे, कब तक बार बार अपनी गुहार लगाते रहेंगे। इसी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से बोल सकते हैं, किसको बोले और किसको बोले, हम कैसे बोले, कैसे समझाएं। कौन सी लैंग्वेज है, इंग्लिश है, हिंदी है, कौन सी, सारी पूरे इंडिया की लैंग्वेजेस में समझा चुके हैं गवर्नमेंट को, लेकिन ये लोग मानने को तैयार नहीं, अपनी दोहरी नीति को छोड़ने को तैयार नहीं। डबल स्टैंडर्ड्स को छोड़िए प्लीज, हमारी जानों के ऊपर डबल स्टैंडर्ड्स, ये गेम मत खेलिए।
हम यहाँ बैठ के गवर्नमेंट से अपनी जान की भीख मांग रहे, हम ये बोलते हैं हमें अटैच किया जाए, अटैच करके जब आपको हालात ठीक होंगे तो हम वापस चले जाएंगे।
All right, let me quickly cut across to Ashok Pandit, filmmaker, prominent Kashmiri Pandit, to give us an understanding on what really the community feels at this point in Kashmir Valley. Ashok Pandit, as we hear Kashmiri Pandits, the list of government employees published on an LET platform, an LET affiliated blog, has been put out on social media, almost a threat going out to the Kashmiri Pandit government employees, saying targeted killings will continue, considering that the Saffron Party is pushing the Hindutva agenda in the Kashmir Valley. How would you look at this?
You see, first of all, to be very honest, the situation for a Kashmiri Pandit is same as it was in the late 80s and 90s. Similar threatening letters, threatening names were pasted on our walls, and that Kashmiri Pandit was killed the next day. And we saw what is transpiring in last 6-7 months, where the Kashmiri Pandits were selectively killed in Kashmir, in their offices, outside their home, in their orchards. And the government failed to protect the Kashmiri Pandit. That's a reality. The way Dasakal was killed, Rahul Bhatt was killed, the killing spree of Kashmiri Pandit continues. And when the terrorists realized that Kashmiri Pandits are not an important issue for the present regime, the present government, where some foreigner comes to this country on a government platform in India, says that my genocide and my ethnic cleansing is vulgar and propaganda. And the government is silent on it, the director of film festival is silent on it, and the people in this country are supporting that narrative of what that foreigner said. So when the terrorists realize, as Vivek has rightly put in, that when they realize that they don't have a support, let's start attacking them. So the reality is that the Kashmiri Pandits who are demanding from last more than 200 days on the streets of Jammu, near the Relief Commissioner's office, screaming and shouting that please relocate us till the time the situation is right. You, on the other hand, say that the tourism is increasing, the development is increasing. Till the time the Kashmiri Pandit is not safe in Kashmir, he is not being killed, situation in Kashmir remains the way it was in 1989 and 90. There is no two opinions on that. Why have we not been relocated? And the most shameful thing is that you have withheld the salaries of Kashmiri Pandits from last 5 months working in Kashmir. You are not paying salaries. You are seeing to it that we die of hunger. You are seeing to it that we cannot pay the fees of our children for schools, for education. This persecution is more on the government side also. I'm here on your channel asking these questions to the present government, the present LG Manoj Sinha Sahab and the present government, that why are you not relocating us? What is the reason? Are you trying to use us to tell the world the situation in Kashmir is fine and that's why Kashmiri Pandits are working us? Don't use us. And the day the Kashmiri Pandits, these 5,000 Kashmiri Pandits will start working there, I'm telling you, the killing spree of Kashmiri Pandits will start again and you'll not be able to do anything about it. That's the true fact. So please, relocate us.
You know, Ashok,
see to it that the Kashmiri Pandits, and we're tired of, we
heard you. But don't you think this would, relocating them in a sense would give some kind of advantage to the terrorists? Because that's exactly what they want, for Kashmiri Pandits to vacate the valley, to literally cleanse their valley of all the Pandits, the Kashmiri Pandits, and that's what they've been doing right from the start to today. A spate of targeted killings over the last 1 year has really pushed out many of the Kashmiri Pandits already. So the rest of them who have been protesting for the last 200 days, we believe, they too, if they are relocated, this is almost going to be a win for the terrorists.
So I'm not responsible for that. Do you mean by saying that we keep on giving our lives and government keeps on proving that the situation in Kashmir is right? If you're not able to protect us, if you're not able to save us from the killings and from the bullets, you better try to work on that ground and see to that Kashmir is safe for Kashmiri Pandits. It's the responsibility of the government of India. It is not my responsibility to protect me. My right to life has to be given to me. So if the situation is not right for Kashmiri Pandits, just to prove that the Kashmir is normal, I cannot keep on giving my life. I cannot keep on carrying my dead bodies on my shoulder. I cannot see that the mothers and fathers have lost their young kids. I cannot see that. Since last 32 years, we have been persecuted and we are suffering from this genocide. It is the utter responsibility and the failure of the government to protect me. It's as simple as that.
You know, 57 Pandits and their names on the hit list, clearly already deterring many of them to go back to the valley. Families have already moved out. This must be has come as quite a shock there, as the terrorists now continue to give out warnings that we will carry out these kind of killings as long as they don't leave the valley. It's almost like a head-on clash between the security forces and the terrorists, and the Kashmiri Pandit community, unfortunately, the victims to this.
What is the strategy? I, as an individual, I as a citizen of this country, I need my right to life. So if the government is not able to protect me, if the government is not able to see to it that I'm safe, then I cannot be a scapegoat. That is what Kashmiri Pandits are talking about. Why are you not releasing our salaries? Forget murders and killings. You have stopped my salary to see to it that I am forced to go to Kashmir to die with the bullets and for a prey to the terrorists. What can be more shameful than that? That you are seeing to that we die of hunger in Jammu, and terrorists are seeing to that they will kill us with the bullets. So where do we go now? Where do Kashmiri Pandits go? Where do they survive? And how do they survive? It is a question being asked to the present government, that what is your strategy? How are you going to protect us?
Right, sir.
You have failed to protect us.
All right, here we're cutting across right to the BJP's National Office Bearers meeting. Prime Minister Modi himself inaugurating this meet as he arrives at BJP headquarters in Delhi. You had Prime Minister Modi himself casting his vote a little earlier today, and post his presence in his assembly constituency where he's cast his vote in Gandhinagar, he's quickly arrived into Delhi and is now part of this office bearers meet, National Office Bearers meet of the BJP, where party's senior organizational leaders from across the country will come together. The meeting has just begun as we see Prime Minister Modi himself inaugurating this as he's arrived at the BJP headquarters in the national capital. Let me quickly cut across to Aishwarya, joining us live for a few updates on this. Aishwarya, a quick word on you, on Prime Minister Modi here to chair this BJP's core key meet, the National Office Bearers meeting, right ahead of the Gujarat and the MCD Delhi poll results. Here, National Office Bearers meet of the BJP at the BJP headquarters. What is likely to be discussed? Tell us more.
the 2024 elections. Now, whatever work is being done in various states, whatever work the different organizations under the umbrella of Bharatiya Janata Party are doing, it will be a review. This is a 2-day review which will take place also. What has happened in the state of Himachal Pradesh, Gujarat and MCT will also be spoken about in details, and this all will be done under the guidance of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We are also seeing how JP Nadda will play an instrumental role in these 2 days. So a path ahead for the big 2024 elections will be laid in the next 2 days, and planning and what all the BJP needs to done will be done, Nabila, in these next 48 hours.
All right, here the party is all set to hold a key meeting. As Aishwarya said, a lot to be discussed. The all-important Lok Sabha elections of 2024, also something on the agenda. As BJP, we know Aishwarya are known to be war horses. Their planning and strategy is, of course, unmatched. One needs to learn from them on how they plan much ahead of time. And this is a classic example. Even before the Gujarat results or the MCD results, the key meet that's been scheduled with Prime Minister Modi himself in attendance. We believe the all-important Lok Sabha elections will be primarily on the agenda.
Yes. They will look into the ways in which the BJP fought these 2 elections, the Gujarat elections and the Himachal elections. Also, focus will be on the NCD elections. But the path ahead, the road ahead will be laid for 2024 elections in the meeting today, and which is why we are seeing Prime Minister, despite his hectic schedule, coming here. Amit Shah also expected here in some time. Both of them will share this very important meeting, and what the party needs to do, what the different organization needs to do, even at the morcha level, what different morchas, what they need to do, all these things will be discussed today, and a path will be laid out for the kind of schemes also. Schemes is also something, Nabila, which will be discussed today. The new schemes that the government wants to come up with, what will happen in the next year, all those things, the kind of money that the government would want to give to various projects, all these things will be discussed, and a blueprint will be ready by end of tomorrow, Nabila.
All right, here Prime Minister Modi himself has arrived, and like Aishwarya rightly said, hectic schedule for Prime Minister, of course Amit Shah as well. They've been hectically campaigning, a whirlwind campaign that the BJP has carried out in the home state of Modi in Gujarat. And right post that, Prime Minister, after he casts his vote right earlier today, has arrived into the national capital, Delhi, where all the BJP's national office bearers, including the presidents, the general secretaries of the party's state units, all in attendance, as is the practice. Now, the meeting will be chaired by BJP National President JP Nadda, and they are likely to deliberate extensively on the party's future strategy, take stock of its preparations for the next round of state assembly polls, and review various ongoing organizational activities as per what the BJP is looking at as per their program schedule for today. Aishwarya has been tracking that development for us, but here live visuals coming in as Prime Minister, right after he casts his vote in Gujarat, Gandhinagar. He now arrives into the national capital, Delhi, as per plan, as the BJP's National Office Bearers meeting has just about begun, with Prime Minister just making his way into the BJP headquarters. Towing him is JP Nadda, the BJP National President, who will be, in fact, leading this meet, who will be carrying forward this meeting in just a few minutes from now. JP Nadda will be chairing this meeting and is said to be extensively deliberating on the party's future strategy. 2024 is yet another year and a half to go, but BJP already making strong plans, or rather concrete plans, on how the party's cadre should go about making their way to ensure a victory for the party the third time around. That's their hope, and a meeting on that has just about begun. Those are live visuals of Prime Minister Modi there, right inside the BJP headquarters. JP Nadda as well present there, who will be chairing this meet. Shama Prasad Mukherjee and Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay. Their Prime Minister Modi has just made his way into the BJP headquarters in Delhi. He's taking a seat along with JP Nadda, the BJP National President, going to be starting this National Office Bearers meet of the BJP right ahead of Gujarat poll results and the MCD results in Delhi. Of course, the BJP already now making their plans, concrete plans on how to deploy their cadre across states to ensure another round of victory for the BJP in 2024. They're vying for a third time. And Prime Minister Modi there himself part of this meeting, as it appears they stand up for the national anthem. Aishwarya, Prime Minister Modi in attendance, JP Nadda right beside him. They're going to be flagging off this meeting. It's a huge congregation of BJP with all the state unit presidents and general secretaries who've arrived into the national capital. Their decision now will be, of course, a key, it will be quite important and key to strategize and plan for the upcoming 2024 Lok Sabha polls. Basically, the road ahead for the BJP, even before Gujarat poll results are out or the MCD results are out, here BJP planning far ahead of 2024.
Well, you know, this meeting definitely is extremely important. The reason being that they will do a dissection of what has been happening, what has happened over the past two elections, and also MCD elections is something which will be looked at because it has been a very close fight for both the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP in the MCD elections. They will also now be looking at the road ahead. Now, there were a lot of projects which the BJP had in the pipeline. Where all those projects have reached, the kind of money that the government will now have to shell out for various infrastructure projects is also something that they will look at. They will also be looking at what will happen in the budget session next year. That is also something which will be discussed today, which is why we are seeing most of the leaders, the important leaders, Prime Minister himself now here in attendance, making sure that the pathway is laid out for the 2024 elections. That is something that the party and all the leaders will now be looking at, Nabila.
It appears that it's not just Gujarat or the MCD polls. There are many state elections coming up, Karnataka to be precise, which the BJP again is eyeing to come back to victory. Karnataka goes to elections in barely 4 to 5 months' time. The BJP, of course, trying to strategize. Apart from that, Madhya Pradesh also going to polls, Rajasthan as well, besides, of course, Tripura and Chhattisgarh. The BJP, of course, trying to strengthen its grassroots cadre and ensure that they are pushing their organization, their teams on ground to ensure that they are working towards the state elections and strengthen the BJP to ensure a whopping victory for 2024. Party leaders here all in attendance, and this is an attempt to take stock of all the exercises and the organizational works which the BJP has already been indulging in over the last a few months. It appears that today, with Prime Minister Modi in attendance, this is more or less an event where they're going to take stock of all the activity that's already been done on ground. So almost a progress report that all the organizational leaders will be giving to the High Command of the BJP. JP Nadda, of course, chairing this meeting. Various groups of party leaders, including a lot of the union ministers, also going to be in attendance. And this is done to really strengthen the BJP's prospects, especially in areas where they've lost in 2019 Lok Sabha polls as they eye for a victory in 2024. This is a way to try and understand the lacunae and how they can strengthen their areas where they failed to gain traction in the previous 2019 Lok Sabha. Aishwarya with us, joining us live for more on that. Aishwarya, a quick word as we hear the BJP today is all set to try and take stock of all the works that's already been done. We have state elections coming up, including that of Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan. These are really important states which the BJP is really eyeing to come to power. And this will also define the prospects of the BJP for 24. So almost a stock-taking meet today as all the organizational people from different states are in congregation.
Well, this is a very true BJP style. the Bharatiya Janata Party is now eyeing the 2024 elections and all the state elections which will take place next year, which is why this work is being done. Let me tell you one other thing which will be spoken about today in detail is the G20. How the government wants to go about it. Now, we understand there are almost 9 months left. In September, we will have the big G20, and what all the states need to do, what all the office bearers need to do, all those things will also be talked about today. We are now expecting Amit Shah to be here any moment now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi already inside. The meeting, we believe, will begin in just a couple of minutes. All these things will now be looked at. A pathway will be decided as to what the BJP wants to do in the coming months. And G20, very important, very, very important for the party and for the country as a whole, is also something which will be talked about in details. Now, after that, they will move on and speak about the big 2024 elections, what all needs to be done, the kind of money that the government needs to put in, what are those new projects which will come in. All these things will be discussed today, and there will be a pathway which will be decided in the next 2 days. JP Nadda also will be giving his inputs, and they will decide what way the Bharatiya Janata Party will go in the next 1.5 years.
All right, Aishwarya, we believe this is a 2-day meeting and Prime Minister Modi has inaugurated it. Are we expecting Modi to address his team as he's present there? Is that going to begin in just a few minutes?
That is what we are made to, that is what we know at the moment. It will be Prime Minister who will also be taking stock and then giving his inputs. He will be here till evening, and then the very important meeting of all parties will take place in the evening today with regards to G20. The BJP on its part will now be looking at what different states need to do. They want to make G20 a big national event. We will see a lot of things being done by the party. A lot of leaders will also pitch in all those things. The ideation will be done today as well as tomorrow, and by end of day tomorrow there will be a chart, a blueprint of what will happen in the next 1.5 years. The projects that they need to do, the leaders who need to come up, all those things will now be decided in the next 2 days, 48 hours, very crucial for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Also, they will be looking at what has to be done with regards to Himachal and Gujarat. Those things will also be looked into, and then the blueprint will be given to all the organizations, and then this blueprint will be given to all the states also to make sure that they understand what they need to do in the next 1.5 years.
All right, Aishwarya, we're of course going to track this as Prime Minister Modi, we believe, is all set to address this office bearers meeting, a 2-day meet where his address will also guide them on the future course of action. This comes right ahead of Gujarat polls. But we have some more breaking news coming in from Gujarat. Let's cut across. All right, Gujarat Congress all set to move the Election Commission against Prime Minister Modi. Congress says Modi and Shah walked soon after casting their vote. Congress calls this a roadshow. Cries foul, says that this is nothing less than campaigning, as Modi and Amit Shah, both of them cast their vote and then took a long walk with people in the vicinity there cheering for the BJP. This was a walk roadshow carried out by the BJP honchos, Modi and Amit Shah. Politics over Prime Minister's walk right after voting that brews as the Congress now all set to move the Election Commission. Gujarat Congress is likely to file a complaint with the Election Commission of India on both Modi and Amit Shah voting and walking after, right after voting. They took a walk, and Congress calling this a road show. Amit Shah was seen with a Gujarat MP as well, who was campaigning and chanting BJP name and slogans while talking about the BJP. So Congress calls this an absolute violation of the poll code of conduct. Let me quickly cut across to Milind Sharma joining us from Ahmedabad. Milind, we believe that Congress is likely to file a formal complaint against Modi and Amit Shah, saying that they have voted and then stepped out, took a long walk, nothing less than a walk road show, trying to influence voters there, a violation of the poll conduct. Give us a little more.
Well, that's what we're gathering to know, because after Prime Minister Narendra Modi voted in Ranip and Home Minister Amit Shah voted in Naranpura. The Congress party, they're saying that they have violated the model poll code, and which is why they're going to move ahead by filing a complaint. We saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi, of course, the popularity that he has, people had gathered to view him, and which is why he had left his car and cavalcade behind. He walked all the way till the polling center, and also after the polling center he went to his brother's home. After that he spoke to the media in a very rare appearance for the Prime Minister there. And same with Amit Shah. Amit Shah was accompanied by one of the members of Parliament from Gujarat, and the Congress there alleges that he was the one who was sort of campaigning for the BJP at that moment, and he was seen wearing that BJP saffron color patka when he went near the polling station as well. So the Congress party, they are alleging that all this done by the BJP at the moment violates the model poll code, and which is why they are likely to move ahead filing a complaint. Also the fact that one of the candidates was attacked, and that is also being told by the Congress party, and that the Election Commission of India is not paying heed to the fact that the candidate was attacked, and which is why all these issues will form the cusp of the complaint that the Congress party in Gujarat wants to give the Election Commission of India. But we'll have to wait and see whether...
All right, let me quickly cut across to C.R. Patil, the president of the Gujarat state unit of the BJP, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Patil, we believe the Congress is now likely to file a formal complaint with the Election Commission of India against Modi and Shah, claiming that they cast their vote and took a walk, almost influencing voters through their walk road show. This is a violation of the Election Commission's poll code of conduct. What's your take on this?
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब ने और श्री अमित भाई शाह साहब ने कोई भी वायलेशन नहीं किया है। हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब जो भी इलेक्शन कमीशन ने जो नियम बनाए हैं उसको सख्ती से पालन करते हैं, और कभी भी उसका उल्लंघन न हो उसकी चिंता भी करते हैं, क्योंकि उनके अगर मैसेज जाता है कि अगर प्रधानमंत्री उल्लंघन करेंगे तो हम भी करेंगे, मगर प्रधानमंत्री अगर उसका पालन करेंगे तो हम भी करेंगे, एक मैसेज जाता है पूरे देश पे। और इसीलिए प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब पूरे नियमों का पालन करते हैं। आज भी उन्होंने गुजरात में वोटिंग करने के बाद कोई भी बात ऐसी नहीं की जिसके अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी का प्रचार किया हो, और प्रचार करने की आवश्यकता भी नहीं है, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो प्रचार का समय था उसके अंदर जो भी प्रचार करना था वो पार्टी ने कर दिया है, और हमें विश्वास भी है कि और ज्यादा प्रचार की आवश्यकता भी नहीं है। गुजरात के सभी मतदाता भाई बहनों को कोई मैसेज देने की जो जरूरत थी, जो टाइम था उसमें हमने दे दिया था। तो ये जो कांग्रेस है उनको दिखता है कि वो हारने वाले हैं, और हारने वाले हैं इसके लिए सुबह से वो बाइट दे रहे हैं, सुबह से वो बोल रहे हैं, कस के साथ पार्टी का सरकामनी करते हैं उसके साथ, और ऐसी ऐसी बातें करते हैं जो उनको शोभती नहीं है, शोभा नहीं देती है, और उनको आक्षेप करने के सिवा कुछ आता नहीं है। 5 बजे तक अभी मतदान खत्म हो जाएगा। मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है उनको कि 8 तारीख तक जरा वेट करिए, लोगों के उनके प्रति क्या भावना है उनको पता चल जाएगी, और इस तरह से आक्षेपबाजी नहीं करनी चाहिए। हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब पूरे देश के प्रधानमंत्री हैं, उनके ऊपर ऐसे गलत आक्षेप करके वो जो कर रहे हैं उससे उनको ही बड़ा नुकसान होगा, ऐसा मुझे लगता है।
जी, यहाँ पर जो आप बोल रहे हैं कि प्रचार हुआ नहीं है, मगर वहाँ पर नारे लगाए गए थे, जय बीजेपी, और मोदी का नाम वहाँ पर उठाया गया। जो इतने सारे लोग थे वो मोदी को देख के खुश हो गए, इतना शोर मचाया गया। वो कांग्रेस बोल रही है ये प्रचार नहीं है तो क्या है?
लोगों के खुशी जब कोई व्यक्त करता है उसके ऊपर भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कंट्रोल नहीं है, मगर हमारे लिए बहुत गौरव की बात है कि मोदी साहब को देखते ही अगर लोग मोदी मोदी कहते हैं या भाजपा के बारे में कुछ कहते हैं तो हमारे लिए गर्व की बात है। और मोदी साहब ने ना तो कोई नारा लगाया है, न उनके लिए उनको कोई प्रोत्साहित किया है। तो उसके बावजूद अगर उनको जब लोग नारा लगा रहे हैं, जो मतदाता भाई बहन है वो नारा लगा रहे हैं, तो उसके अंदर कांग्रेस के लिए एक मैसेज है, वो मैसेज उनको पढ़ना चाहिए, देखना चाहिए। धन्यवाद
जी। पाटिल जी, आप कैसे अपील करोगे वोटर्स को आके वोट करने के लिए? फर्स्ट फेज में बहुत लो वोटर टर्नआउट था। ये बार अहमदाबाद में 16 अर्बन कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी से आपका वो जो की वोट बैंक है, उनको अपील कैसे करोगे कि बाहर आके वोट करें?
मैं आपके माध्यम से यही कहना चाहूंगा सभी मतदाता भाई बहनों को, उनको जो मताधिकार मिला है वो मताधिकार का उपयोग वो करे, क्योंकि ये लोकशाही है और पूरे वर्ल्ड में सबसे बड़ी लोकशाही अभी हमारी है। उसको सशक्त करने के लिए उन्हें मतदान करना चाहिए, यही मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है।
आप अपने कार्यकर्ता को भी बोलोगे कि वहां पर बीजेपी के चांट्स या नारे ना लगाएं, क्योंकि इलेक्शन मॉडल कोड ऑफ कॉन्डक्ट होता है।
नारे लगाते नहीं, उनको बोल दिया गया है कि एक भी जगह पर नारा नहीं लगा। पहले भी 89 सीट के ऊपर जो वोटिंग हुआ है, एक भी ऐसा इंसिडेंट नहीं हुआ कि कांग्रेस को कोई कंप्लेंट करना पड़े। बस कुछ लोगों को आदत होती है कंप्लेंट करना, जब काम नहीं करते हैं तो कंप्लेंट करना ही उनके नसीब में रह जाता है।
जी, C.R. Patil ji, बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you very much. That was BJP chief of Gujarat, C.R. Patil, clarifying or attempting to justify that he has no control, or the BJP has no control if the crowd erupts in joy when they spot Modi. This is not a violation of the model code of conduct. This is just the Congress indulging in politics. Let me quickly cut across though to Jagdish Thakur, the chief of the Congress unit in Gujarat, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Thakur, here is a complaint. We believe the Congress is mulling over filing against Modi and Amit Shah for casting their vote in Ahmedabad and then walking out, meeting and greeting the crowds as they erupted in joy seeing the Prime Minister. Why do you call this a poll model code of conduct violation?
ये इसीलिए कि ये पहली बार नहीं हुआ है। ये करने वाले थे, उसकी शिकायत कल भी हम लोगों ने की है। हमारे कैंडिडेट जो आदिवासी थे और हमारे 2 टाइम के विधायक थे, उसको कल 3.5 घंटे तक घूम रहा, उसका अता पता नहीं लगा, उसकी 6 गाड़ियां तोड़ दी गई। इसकी भी कंप्लेन हमने 2 दिन पहले की थी। कैसे लोग हमारे कैंडिडेट को, हमारे वर्करों को नुकसान पहुंचाएंगे, और भाजपा के जो लोग हैं, कैंडिडेट हैं, उनके नाम जो हमने ये शिकायतें की थी। पीएम साहब भी आएंगे तब ये करेंगे, ये शिकायत भी हमने की है। सवाल यही है कि यहाँ पर चुनाव आयोग के जो आचार संहिता के नियम लगते हैं, उसकी धज्जियां उड़ाई जा रही है। जिस तरह से चलते आना, पूरे 1-8 घंटे का पूरा मीडिया शो करना और ये दिखावा करना, मतलब ये पूरे चुनाव को प्रभावित करने के लिए हो रहा है। और किसी भी प्रधानमंत्री या किसी भी मुख्यमंत्री ने अपना वोट देने के समय ये नहीं किया है। मात्र मोदी साहब को ही ये करना इसीलिए पड़ता है कि गुजरात में हर चुनाव में बीजेपी की सीटें घटती जा रही हैं। आज गुजरात में बीजेपी के सामने बड़ा आक्रोश है और उनकी सरकार नहीं बन रही। इसी हिसाब से चुनाव आयोग को जेब में लेके घूम रहे माननीय पीएम साहब।
जी, मगर ये आप वायलेशन कैसे कह सकते हो, क्योंकि मोदी ने वहां पर बाहर उतर के ही उनके भाई के घर तक वो पैदल चल के गए, तो ये मॉडल कोड ऑफ कॉन्डक्ट का वायलेशन हुआ कैसे? उन्होंने तो नारे नहीं लगाए, अब लोग उनको देख के खुश हो जाते हैं और नारे लगाते हैं, तो उनका कंट्रोल थोड़ी ना है।
नहीं, ये नहीं है, ये पूरा मैनेज किया हुआ है। आप दोनों साइड बीजेपी के झंडे लगे हैं, वो देख रहे हैं आप, और वहां पे बिल्कुल मैनेज किया हुआ है। ये पहली बार नहीं हो रहा है। हर चुनाव में पीएम रहे तब भी करते थे, सीएम रहे तब भी करते थे। 1-8 घंटे का ये पूरा शो कर रहे हैं और हर बार कर रहे हैं। और इसी तरह से ये चुनाव आयोग की जो भी आचार संहिता है, उसका उल्लंघन बिल्कुल ठीक तरह से होता है। लेकिन चुनाव आयोग को कितना भी लिखेंगे, कितना भी कहेंगे, ये कोई उनके सामने एक्शन लेने वाले लोग नहीं है।
जी सीआर पाटिल जी हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। पाटिल जी, जगदीश ठाकुर कह रहे हैं कि आपका प्लान्ड अफेयर है, ये 1 घंटे का रोड शो प्लान्ड ही था और आप आके मोदी ने आके वोट करने के बाद चल के गए क्योंकि ये ऐसे इन्फ्लुएंस करना चाहते हैं वोटर्स को। ये प्लान्ड अफेयर है, उनको क्या कहोगे आप?
देखिए, उनको तो हर चीज में बीजेपी का प्लान दिखता है। हमारा प्लान है और हमारा प्लान ये है जीतने का, जिसके लिए हमने इलेक्शन कमीशन ने दी हुई समय मर्यादा के अंदर हमारा प्लान पूरा कर दिया है। अभी जो है उसी के आधार पर ये वोटिंग हो रहा है और वोटिंग जिस तरह से हो रहा है उसके आधार पर कांग्रेस को दिख रहा होगा कि वो ये मैदान में से बाहर है और इसके लिए वो एक्सेप्ट करते हैं। प्लान करने के लिए उनको किसी ने मना नहीं किया, वो भी ये कर सकते थे, मगर वो नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि लोग उनके साथ नहीं है। और हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब जो सच्चाई के साथ इलेक्शन कमीशन का जो आदेश होता है, जो नियम होता है, उसका पालन करते हैं। तो कहीं भी उसका उल्लंघन ना हो जाए उसकी बहुत चिंता भी करते हैं। एक प्रधानमंत्री वोटिंग देने के बाद कोई वाहन नहीं लाने के लिए इतना अंतर तक चल के जाता है, तो नियम का भंग ना हो इसके लिए उनकी सुरक्षा अत्यंत आवश्यक है, फिर भी वो खुले में चलकर जा रहे हैं। तो कांग्रेस को ये देखना चाहिए कि उन्होंने कोई वाहन, सरकारी वाहन अंदर नहीं आए, उसकी भी चिंता की है।
ये कांग्रेस कह रही है कि बीजेपी का हर बार वायलेशन होता है ऐसे, और हर बार ऐसे प्लान करके निकलते हैं एक सेलिब्रेशन के दौर पे जो लोगों को इन्फ्लुएंस करने के लिए, ऐसे वोट डालने के लिए, बीजेपी को वोट डालने के लिए। तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी का चेहरा देखेंगे तो वो वोट डालेंगे और वो भी नारे लगाते हुए, जो बहुत सारे लोग थे बीजेपी जय करके बोलते हुए। ये सब एक पोल कोड ऑफ कॉन्डक्ट का वायलेशन हुआ है।
अगर इसके अंदर कोई कांग्रेस का मतदाता होता और वो कांग्रेस की जय करता तो हमें क्या प्रॉब्लम था। और हमारा प्लान है मैडम, मैंने पहले भी कहा कि हम जीतने का प्लान बनाकर चलते हैं, मगर उसकी जो समय मर्यादा इलेक्शन कमीशन ने दी है उसी के आधार पे, उसी मर्यादा के पहले हमने हमारा इलेक्शन का टारगेट पूरा कर दिया है। हम उसका उल्लंघन ना हो उसके लिए हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब ने भी जो लास्ट जिस दिन मर्यादा खत्म होती उस दिन तो गुजरात प्रचार के लिए नहीं आए, और यहाँ पर भी वो सरकारी गाड़ी या कोई वाहन लेकर अंदर ना जाए इसके लिए वो चलकर गए, चलकर बाहर निकले। तो ये उनको सुरक्षा अत्यंत आवश्यक है, और उनकी सुरक्षा।
जगदीश जी भी हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। जगदीश जी, आपको क्या कहना है? कांग्रेस में आपका इतना पॉपुलर लीडर नहीं है तो हम क्या करें? सीआर पाटिल जी कह रहे हैं
पॉपुलर लीडर हैं तो गुजरात में कोई लीडर नहीं है, इसीलिए 1 महीने से पूरे प्रधानमंत्री, गृह मंत्री और पूरी दिल्ली की कैबिनेट, सभी राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री की उसकी कैबिनेट के साथ 1 महीने से गुजरात में लगे हुए हैं। तो ये इनका चेहरा जो है, इतना बड़ा चेहरा है, तो 1 बार आना है, 2 बार आना है, नहीं आएंगे तो भी उनके चेहरे से भाजपा चुनाव जीतेगी। 1 महीने से पूरी दिल्ली की टीम को प्रधानमंत्री जी और हर स्टेट के जो भी उनके मुख्यमंत्री वगैरह हैं, उनकी टीम लेके, पूरे भाजपा की देश की लीडरशिप को लेके गुजरात में 1 महीने से यहाँ पर पड़े हुए हैं। यही बता रहा है कि भाजपा का जनाधार घटता जा रहा है, प्रजा में भाजपा का असंतोष है और सरकार यहाँ भाजपा की चली जा रही है।
जी, all right, Jagdish Thakur ji or C.R. Patil, thank you very much for joining us. We of course heard both ends of the story. Of course, this is yet again Prime Minister Modi facing allegations of violating the poll code of conduct made by the Congress party in Gujarat, saying that they are going to file a formal complaint with the Election Commission of India as Prime Minister Modi, going against the model code of conduct, walks out after casting his vote and then takes a whole walk all the way to his brother's house, only in a bid to influence voters along the way. Congress calling this a walk road show, which is an absolute violation. BJP saying they can't help Modi is popular. All right, some big news coming in after the Congress TMC hits out at the Prime Minister. Didi special people jibe at Modi. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee of West Bengal says poll bodies' duty is to stop this. A road show like this, a walk road show on polling day, is banned. Mamta lashing out at Prime Minister Modi for taking a roadshow in Gujarat while casting his vote, saying that they are special people. It is the Election Commission's duty. There should be some system in place. Roadshow on election day is a ban. Mamta Banerjee speaking. Listen in.
They are the special people. It is the Election Commission duty. As a political party, we abide by the Election Commission. But what Supreme Court said, I do agree, 100%, that Election Commission also, there should be some system for nomination of the Election Commission and all this. Election day roadshow is banned. But for them, they may be excused. This is the basic difference.
All right, there you have Mamta Banerjee now, yet another opposition leader, the TMC, hurling allegations at Modi, saying that this is nothing less than a roadshow. It's the duty of the Election Commission to control such roadshows. These are special people. It's the duty of the Election Commission to ensure that this doesn't happen. Mamta Banerjee lashing out at Modi for taking a roadshow in Gujarat right after casting his vote. Images on your right-hand side shows how Modi in Ranip, Ahmedabad, cast his vote and stepped out of the polling booth, flashed his finger with the indelible ink and walked all the way to his brother's home. And all along the way, you had people there lined up in huge numbers cheering for Modi and the BJP, which the opposition, the Congress as well as the Trinamool Congress, calling this a walk road show. Congress mulling over filing a formal complaint, while Mamta Banerjee now stepping in, saying that it's the Election Commission's duty. There should be some system in place. A road show on an election day like this is banned. All right, India Today's largest coverage here on the Gujarat elections as the second phase of polling continues. We're going to bring you all the updates on the other side of a short break, but a quick reminder here, 6 p.m., a big exit poll special on India Today. But let me quickly revisit Mamta Banerjee accusing Prime Minister Modi here on violating the Model Code of Conduct. We have Sugata Roy joining us live for more on this. Mr. Roy, a quick word from you. Prime Minister Modi steps out after polling, after his voting. He casts his vote and then steps out of that polling booth in Ranip, Ahmedabad, and walks all the way to his brother's home. BJP says this is not a violation of the Model Code of Conduct. Modi is so popular, people will gather to see him. They will chant Modi slogans or slogans praising the BJP. It's not in their control.
Now, but the fact is that the Prime Minister decided to walk with a big procession, which is only banned on election days. The Prime Minister normally sits around in a car. He could have taken the car from the polling booth to his brother's house, but he deliberately wanted to create a bus, and that's why he used the walk from the polling booth to his brother's house to create a bus, to create a crowd, which is totally uncalled for and against the Model Code of Conduct. I think
Roy, is it a violation for a candidate of any party to take a walk post-voting? Is it wrong to walk from one end to the other? Is that a violation?
If you're carrying a big procession. Normally, on election day, 144 is imposed. And as you know, 144 means that not more than 5 people will be together. With Mr. Modi, many more people travelled. It's totally against the laws of the land and Model Code of Conduct.
He has a security deployment with him, so they have been towing him while he took that walk. But at the end of it, this is not unlikely of Prime Minister Modi to take a walk. Like you said, Mr. Sagata Roy, Prime Minister Modi, even while he arrives into United States, United Kingdom, on his international tours, you have the Indian community lining up, gathering to take a look at him. He steps out of his car, takes a whole walk and wishes, greets, shakes hands with people who are aligned to see him. So this is really not unlikely of Modi.
USA or UK, but in the country, on election day, in the state of Gujarat, he should not have done what he did. This is not USA or UK.
You know, Mr. Sugata Roy, BJP says he's a popular leader. It's beyond their control if people gather in numbers there. And Section 144 in place is to ensure that there isn't any kind of security threat or any violence that may erupt on the day of polling. But people there very calm and congregated to take a look at Modi. And this is something that you see, a phenomenon you see across India. Wherever Modi goes, there are people who lined up, whether they support him or not, in whatever way their political views are. Their interest in Modi is indeed evident.
There may be interest in Modi as a person, but this is a special day. This is election day. One has to be very careful. One has to observe all the rules. And one cannot carry a crowd with himself in a walk. This is not USA, this is not UK, this is not India at any time of the year. This is Gujarat, Ahmedabad on the election day. It should not have been done by Modi.
Well, precisely why I stress on the point, Gujarat, Ahmedabad, the home bastion of Modi himself. So he is certainly the face of the BJP there. In fact, people hardly know who the Chief Minister of Gujarat is, but they know Modi. So he has a phenomenal following and a loyal one. So people coming there, I'm not justifying for it, but if you could tell us, Mr. Sugata Roy, if this was a Neta from another party, say for that matter someone from the Trinamool Congress, do you believe the Election Commission of India would have taken suo motu cognizance and restricted that politician there to take this walk post-polling on
They would have
polling
taken
day?
suo motu cognizance. On any other politician, Election Commission would have reacted. But in Modi's case, they kept quiet. You were advertising Modi, saying he's a phenomenon, this, that. Remember that election is not yet over in second phase in Gujarat.
It's not over.
The time to praise Modi.
A final word, Mr. Sugata Roy. What's the action taken normally if this had happened by, if this was someone from another party, say for someone from the Trinamool Congress, what exactly would have been the action by the Election Commission of India?
Issued a show-cause notice.
Okay.
And then, depending on the reply, they would lodge a case.
And
that has not been done in Modi.
And what would be the consequence to it?
Consequence, there will be a case, there will be some punishment doled out.
Sugata Roy, thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Let me quickly cut across to Priyanka Tibrewal, joining us of the BJP. She herself from Kolkata. Priyanka, a quick word from you on Prime Minister Modi receiving flack from all political parties, including that of the TMC, saying that this is a poll stunt. It's basically an election campaign on election day, which is an absolute violation of the poll model code of conduct by the Election Commission of India. Had it been a politician from another party, they would have been, by now, pulled up by the EC. But since it's Modi, it's all let past.
See, be it Mamata Banerjee or anybody else from the opposition, they do not have the face to question the Prime Minister of our country, who's not just a Prime Minister, but the leader of the people, by the people and for the people. And how dare Mamata Banerjee say that? Because on the day of each and every voting, she goes to Mitra Institution for voting, and before that she has 110 cameramen standing there and posing. So she should not even utter a single word regarding this. And as I told you, the Prime Minister of this country is also a citizen of this country, and he has equal voting rights. And he goes walking or he goes in a car. That is entirely up to him.
Having a huge, a bunch of supporters following him and them chanting slogans of Modi and praising the BJP while he takes that walk, is that not a violation? Is that not a bid to influence voters on polling day?
Ask people not to like you. You cannot ask people not to follow you or like you. It is that he receives this importance from the people. As I told you, as a leader, he is for the people, of the people and by the people. And if others are jealous regarding this, BJP can't help, nor can the Prime Minister, as he is a citizen of the country first. And if people following him irritates the others, then he cannot do anything about it.
Priyanka, thank you very much for joining us on that. BJP, of course, insisting that this is Modi's popularity, something that they cannot control. India Today, of course, bringing you the largest coverage from every corner of Gujarat, the poll-bound state, as phase 2 of elections currently underway will seal the fate of 93 constituencies. This is the final phase, and who's going to really make it to govern the state of Gujarat? Will BJP come again the 7th time around? All that and more as part of our exit poll, our special that begins at 6 p.m. this evening. Do stay tuned to India Today. We're going to come back after a short break. Stay with us.
India's biggest and most accurate exit poll is back. Three different elections, a poll with a sample size of more than 75,000.
तो मंत्री आपके हिसाब से किसको बनना चाहिए?
A phenomenal 93% accuracy record. Credibility that comes by being out in the field. Capturing the pulse of voters like no one else. Watch the India Today Access My India exit poll, the 5th of December, starting 6 p.m.
Three elections, 75,000 plus sample size, credibility that comes by being out of the studio and on the field. 93% accuracy record, capturing the pulse of the voters like no one else. India Today, access My India exit poll, 6 p.m. onwards on 5th December.
I'm with a group of US Army soldiers who are part of Exercise Yudh Abhyas in Auli. Let's speak to them and find out what their experiences have been, what practices they have learned from here, and generally just get a sense of how their last 2 weeks have been. So guys, I mean, can you just share what all have you been through in the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, so we've been through mountaineering. We've been through obviously traps, as you guys saw. We've exchanged different tactics, and we've watched each other conduct operations, so we've learned a lot from each other.
And you know, of course, an exercise like this can be strenuous, it's hard work, but what do you do to unwind?
What do we do to unwind? Well, we had this thing called the icebreaker before the exercise started, so we all had a bunch of food and then songs, so that's what we had, you know, just to get to know each other. And
so did you dance to Bollywood tunes?
Absolutely.
Oh, yes, which is the favorite one?
Oh, I don't know if I can name it. I don't know.
How about you?
My favorite was Freebird. When they sang Freebird, I liked that one. So that's Bollywood, though.
And I've been hearing, speaking to all of you, you know, off camera, that the food was an exciting aspect as well. So what about that? I mean, Indian food?
Yes, I really liked the roti. That was really good. Upstairs, they cook Indian food, and downstairs is the Americanized. But I like to go upstairs for the Indian food, honestly.
Favorite dish? Anybody? Indian food when it comes to?
We had buttered chicken that we liked a lot.
You
butter
like
chicken,
butter
garlic
chicken?
naan, super
Everyone
good.
loved the naan all the time.
Yeah.
They're all about it.
Naan's delicious.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
After dramatic gunning down of a gangster in broad daylight in a gang war, the situation in Rajasthan Sikar remains tense. As thousands of supporters of a slain gangster seek justice. Notorious gangster Raju Tate was shot dead in a gang war right outside his house on Saturday. The chilling murder by 5 gangsters was caught on CCTV. Raju was arch-rival of the dreaded criminal Anandpal Singh, who was killed in June 2017 by the police. Rohit Godara, a gangster from Lawrence Bishnoi gang, claimed role. His supporters, led by RLP MP Hanuman Beniwal, laid siege to the crime spot seeking justice.
We are standing outside the mortuary of Shri Kalyan Hospital of Sikar district, where bodies of Raju Tate and Tarachand have been kept. You can see that members of the local community and supporters of Hanuman Beniwal, Mukesh Bakad, Raju Tate, all are here in this spot. They have gathered outside this mortuary demanding strict action against the accused. They say that the kingpin is yet to be arrested.
DG, CM सारे राहुल गांधी की मिजाज पुरसी में लगे हुए सारे पुलिस का ध्यान उधर है. पुलिस का कोई इंटेलिजेंस जो सिस्टम में वो नहीं था. पुलिस अगर चाहती तो इस घटना को रोका जा सकता था. और सबसे बड़ी बात इस घटना में कि जो निर्दोष व्यक्ति जिसका कोई लेना देना ही नहीं, उसको भी मार कर जो उसकी बच्ची जिस तरह बिलक रही है, तो मैं सीएम से पूछना चाहता हूँ, मुख्यमंत्री जी आप बयान दें इस बात पे. आप हर चीज में बोल रहे हो, इसमें बयान दो.
Rajasthan police managed to arrest all 5 accused involved in the gruesome killing after an encounter, where at least 2 shooters sustained bullet injuries. The murder weapons were also recovered. Rajasthan CM Ashok Gehlot promised punishment.
अभी ये कहना बहुत जल्दबाजी है कि कौन इसके पीछे किंगपिन है, कौन इस नेटवर्क को हेड कर रहा है. ये पूरी हर एंगल से हम तफ्तीश करेंगे, जांच करेंगे और जो भी एंगल हमें मिलेगा उस लीड को हम फॉलो करेंगे और इस कहानी को जानेंगे.
The Rajasthan cops are, however, accused of turning a deaf ear.
2000 रुपए का सस्ता कद्दू.
बाइक इंश्योरेंस महंगी पड़ रही है. प्रीमियम स्टार्टिंग एट जस्ट ₹1.5 पर डे ऑन फोन पे. टेंशन फ्री इंश्योरेंस.
India's biggest and most accurate exit poll is back.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-powered by OLXautos.in. Only OLX Autos gives OLX extra price for every car. In association with Titan Eye Plus, expert who cares. AMD, take the quantum leap in performance.
All right, politics over. Prime Minister's walk after voting. Let me cut across to Congress addressing this through a press conference. Pawan Khera speaking. Listen in.
ये आखिरी शम्मे भी बुझाने के लिए चुनाव आयोग से हम तो सिर्फ कह रहे हैं जो हमारी गलतफहमी है आपके बारे में, उसी को इज्जत कर दीजिए, उसी का सत्कार कर दीजिए, आदर कर दीजिए, सुन तो लीजिए, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. प्रधानमंत्री प्रथम चरण जिस दिन पोलिंग हो रही थी उस दिन रोड शो कर रहे हैं और लाइव चल रहा है प्रचार. क्या ये तमाम जो प्रचार होता है प्रधानमंत्री का भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खर्चों में नहीं जुड़ना चाहिए? आप लोग लाइव दिखाते हो, आपको हम अगर विज्ञापन देते हैं किसी चैनल को, पॉलिटिकल विज्ञापन, तो जो रेट्स आप लेते हैं इलेक्शन में, हमारी ये अभी इस पर हम आगे भी कदम उठाने वाले हैं. सिर्फ आपको सूचित कर रहे हैं, आपको विश्वास में ले रहे हैं. आपकी भी कमाई होगी चैनल्स की, आपके मालिक भी बड़े खुश हो जाएंगे हमसे, बड़े वैसे दुखी रहते हैं हमसे. ये तमाम जो आज लाइव दिखाया चैनल्स ने, इसका बिल जरूर भेजिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को, हम आपकी सहायता करेंगे इसमें उस बिल को की भरपाई करवाने में। 3 घंटे का विज्ञापन अगर बताइए आपकी चैनल्स पे चल रहा हो, मुफ्त में क्यों चला रहे हो साहब? कुछ ले लीजिए। जब 93% इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड्स भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिल रहे हैं तो आप लोग पीछे क्यों रहते हो? खर्च भी करवाइए उनसे। जिस तरह से लोकतंत्र की दिन दहाड़े हत्या हो रही है और वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है, प्रधानमंत्री उसमें शामिल हैं, मैं बिल्कुल सीधे सीधे हम लोग आरोप लगा रहे हैं। और चुनाव आयोग जिस तरह से बैठा है मुंह और कान और आंखें बंद करके, पीढ़ियां माफ नहीं कर सकती चुनाव आयोग की इस चुप्पी को। सरेआम जहां नशाबंदी है वहां शराब बिक रही है। वीडियो हमने भेजे चुनाव आयोग को, पूरी तरह से हर माध्यम से चुनाव आयोग तक सूचनाएं पहुंचाई। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के स्टिकर लगी गाड़ियां शराब बांट रही हैं गुजरात जैसे प्रदेश में जहां नशाबंदी है। चुनाव से 1 दिन पहले कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता चुनाव आयोग को। आपका भी हित इसमें है कि इस आवाज को आप उठाइए, इन मुद्दों को आप प्रखरता से उठाइए। मैं आपको दावे के साथ कह सकता हूं आपके जो ओनर्स हैं वो भी बड़े प्रसन्न होंगे इस बात से। मुफ्त में मत दिखाइए, ये सारे विज्ञापन चल रहे हैं। आपके सवालों का स्वागत है। Over the last several weeks, we have seen the total inaction, the total silence of...
This is Pawan Khera there addressing Prime Minister Modi, stepping out right after polling, after he cast his vote, and then took a walk road show. And this Election Commission of India, they're asking for them to take strict action, and they're mulling over filing a formal complaint as well. Let me quickly cut across to some more updates coming in from the second phase of polling that's currently underway in Gujarat. Gujarat witnessing a voter turnout of 19.7 as of 11 a.m. And this comes, of course, on the heels of low voter turnout on the first phase of polling that took place. But this time, it appears the Election Commission has been encouraging and pushing for people to come out and cast their vote, and also criticize the urban voters for being, when it comes to casting their franchise, for being irresponsible and refraining from it. Now we see BJP netas, on the other hand, all of them in full attendance, who have come out to cast their vote, exercise their franchise, many of them hogging the limelight. Prime Minister Modi himself held a small roadshow from Raj Bhavan to the outside of the polling booth, receiving a huge rousing reception before he walked to cast his vote. Now that, of course, has come under huge criticism, with the Congress calling this a walk road show to encourage or to influence voters on polling day. Now, Modi, after exercising his right, shunned his convoy and then went on to greet the crowds there, which was walking in anticipation. They were waiting in anticipation there in large numbers. Despite Section 144 in place, huge gatherings there when Modi came by to cast his vote. Modi promptly walked out, greeted people there, and walked all the way to his brother's house. And this entire walk itself now being politicized, with the opposition condemning this, calling this a road show of sorts, a walk road show done by Modi, which was a pre-planned affair. That's what the Congress says, accusing them of violating the Model Code of Conduct. In fact, on the other hand, we saw also visuals coming in of Modi's 100-year-old mother, Hira Ben, coming out and casting her vote. This is really an example set, considering all senior citizens post the age of 80. The Election Commission gives them a provision to vote through ballot. Ballot paper voting is allowed. But Hira Ben, of course, insisting that she wants to be present and use the electronic voting machine to cast her franchise.
लोकतंत्र का ये उत्सव गुजरात के, हिमाचल के और दिल्ली के मतदाताओं ने बहुत ही उत्साह और उमंग के साथ मनाया। मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन को भी हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि उन्होंने बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से पूरे विश्व में भारत के लोकतंत्र की प्रतिष्ठा को बढ़े, इस प्रकार से चुनाव का संचालन करने की एक महान परंपरा विकसित की है और उसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण इस चुनाव में भी नजर आया। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन का भी हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं।
સવારથી જ ખૂબ ઉત્સાહપૂર્વક ગુજરાતની જનતા અઢી દાયકાથી વધુ ગુજરાતની વિકાસ યાત્રાના સમર્થનમાં વોટ આપવા માટે ખૂબ ઉમળકાભેર નીકળી છે। હું ગુજરાતના સૌ મતદાર ભાઈઓ બહેનો અને વિશેષ કરી ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ વોટર જેમને પહેલી વાર મતાધિકાર પ્રાપ્ત થયો છે એ સૌ યુવક યુવતીઓને વિનંતી કરું છું કે આપનો મત જરૂર આપો અને ગુજરાતના અઢી દાયકાની વિકાસ યાત્રાને આગળ વધારો।
गुजरात में लोकशाही का पर्व का उत्सव मनाया जा रहा है। प्रथम चरण के मतदान पूर्ण हो गए हैं। आज दूसरे चरण का मतदान शुरू हुआ है। सब गुजरात के मतदार आज दूसरे चरण में भी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से सब इसमें भाग लेंगे और भारी मतदान करेंगे।
विरमगांव का मुद्दा डेवलपमेंट पे है और वो डेवलपमेंट जो लगातार यहाँ के लोगों को वंचित रखा है। यहाँ विकास की बात करें तो जिला बनाना है अपनी तहसील को। कुछ गांव ऐसे जहाँ पर भौगोलिक स्थिति ऐसी है जिसके कारण पानी नहीं पहुँच रहा है, वहाँ पानी पहुँचाना है। तो निश्चित रूप से विरमगांव के लोग विकास को और मजबूत करने के लिए वोट डाल रहे हैं और गुजरात के लोग सुरक्षा और सलामती जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने गुजरात में कायम की है उस पर वोट डाल रहे हैं।
तो आम आदमी पार्टी पूरे गुजरात में परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाएगी?
निश्चित रूप से एक सीट से अधिक नहीं आएगी।
एक सीट भी नहीं
आए तो आए।
बीजेपी की कितनी सीट आएगी?
150 से अधिक।
कितने कॉन्फिडेंट लग रहे हो आप विरमगाम से, क्योंकि ये ऐसे कहा जाता है कि कांग्रेस का गढ़ है? जब
आप भी कॉन्फिडेंट है कि मैं जीत रहा हूँ?
काफी कॉन्फिडेंट, मतलब
आप भी कॉन्फिडेंट है?
इस तरह से भाजपा को पूरे गुजरात ने 27 साल से आशीर्वाद दिए हैं, क्योंकि गुजरातियों ने वो 27 साल पहले का बदहाल गुजरात, जिसकी सड़कें, जिसका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, जिसकी शिक्षा व्यवस्था और जिसके हेल्थ व्यवस्था और जहाँ पे जंगल राज चल रहा था, गुंडा राज चल रहा था, जो दंगों के अंदर आए दिन डूबा रहता था, वो गुजरात गुजरातियों ने देखा है। और उसके बाद जब भाजपा की सरकार आई, यहाँ की सड़कें दिखे, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दिखे, एजुकेशन सेवाएं दिखे, हेल्थ सेवाएं दिखे और खुशहाल गुजरात जहाँ लोग दंगे भूल गए हैं, जहाँ बायराज खत्म है। तो ये सब मुद्दों को लेके भाजपा को 27 साल से आशीर्वाद दिया, इस बार भी आशीर्वाद दें।
देखो, वैसे हमारी संस्कृति में पूर्व जन्म की कोई ना कोई बात रहती है। मैंने इस जन्म में तो काम किया ही अच्छा किया होगा, इस हिसाब से मुझे भारतीय जनता पार्टी में काम करने का मौका मिला है, जिसके हिसाब से मैं साबरमती 55 में इस बार मुझे एक उम्मीदवार की तरह से पार्टी ने घोषित किया है। अब सद्भाग्य इस हिसाब से हो कि माननीय नरेंद्र भाई मेरे लिए कैंपेनिंग में आए, उन्होंने रोड शो भी किया।
कांग्रेस का दावा 125 सीटें जीतेंगी और आम आदमी पार्टी भी इस बार फाइट में।
छोड़ो आप ये, इसमें आपका और मेरा समय बर्बाद मत करो। कुछ होने वाला नहीं है, ना कांग्रेस से ना आम आदमी पार्टी से।
आपका वोट है वो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। अगर वोट नहीं करोगे दुर्जन लोग आकर बैठ जाएंगे।
कि पार्टी बड़े बड़े दावे कर रही है कि हम सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं, कितनी सीटों की आप उम्मीद करते हैं?
देखो 51 फर्स्ट फेज का रिपोर्ट आया है, उसमें हमारा इंटरनल उसमें 51 प्लस सीट हम जीत रहे हैं और सेकंड में हमें 52 प्लस मान रहे हैं, लेकिन आज वोटिंग खत्म होगी तब पता चलेगा, हम फिर से इनका एनालिसिस करेंगे।
ये एक सवाल है कि अभी जब आप मतदान करके आ रहे थे वहाँ मोदी मोदी के नारे लग रहे थे, यहाँ जय श्री राम के नारे लग रहे थे, आपको देखकर
नहीं तो अच्छी बात है ना, नारे लगनी चाहिए। अगर नारे लगने से अच्छी शिक्षा मिल रही है तो जोर से नारे लगनी चाहिए। अगर नारे लगने से अच्छी स्वास्थ्य सुविधा मिलती है तो जोर से नारे लगनी चाहिए। अगर नारे लगने से आपसे करप्शन फ्री गुजरात अगर बन सकता है तो नारे लगने चाहिए। मैं तो ये मान रहा हूँ। मैं तो देखो नरेंद्र मोदी की जो रोड शो चल रहा था उसमें केजरीवाल जी के नारे लगे। नारे लगने से कुछ नहीं होने, मैं सबको बोल रहा हूँ।
गुजरात में लोग
आज अपने आप को ठगा महसूस कर रहे हैं। अब देखिए कि जो समस्याएं गुजरात की है, आपने मुख्यमंत्री बार बार क्यों बदले, पूरा प्रधानमंडल आपको खारिज क्यों करना पड़ा? वरना आप देखिए मनमोहन सिंह जी भी प्रधानमंत्री थे, पंजाब से थे, एक दिन जाते थे, 1 या 2 जनसभा करके कहते थे कि मुझे पूरा देश देखना है, आपको लगता है मैंने अच्छा काम किया है तो पंजाब में मेरी सरकार बना देना। आज हमारा अर्थतंत्र लुढ़क गया है, लोग परेशान है और प्रधानमंत्री जी देश को छोड़ के रोड नाप रहे हैं, रोड शो कर रहे हैं, छोटे छोटे शहर में 4-4 बार 15 दिन में जा चुके हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि गुजरात में लोग इनसे बहुत नाराज हैं।
All right, final phase of voting that's currently underway in Gujarat. We see that the voter turnout as of 1 p.m. has now been updated, 34.7% as of 1 p.m. Gujarat voting turnout until 1 p.m. now, 34.7%. Of course, this is not very encouraging considering that even in phase 1, there was barely 67% votes that were cast, which is quite a low voter turnout for a state of Gujarat. As we see the second phase of voting as of 1 p.m., the voter turnout now has been updated to 34.7%. Until 1 p.m., Gujarat has voted 34.7%. The Election Commission of India, of course, has been quite upset with the fact that voters of Gujarat have refrained from casting their vote and really calling this an urban apathy. People from the urban areas largely have really not shown any enthusiasm, it appears. Let me quickly cut across to Milan Sharma, Dev Ankur, our reporters joining us from on ground to give us a sense on what's the reason for a slightly low voter turnout. Milan, would you take us through? I'm not too sure if 34.7% as of 1 p.m. is encouraging enough post the low voter turnout in phase 1. What do we see happening here today? Is there any drive to push people to come out of their homes and cast their vote, or wherever they are, whatever they're doing?
Well, of course, Nabila, interestingly, what is happening at the moment in Gujarat is that it's the wedding season as well, and it's just fallen right in the middle of the elections, which is why a lot of people are either coming in early or coming in later in the day, or have decided to come in way later towards the evening before the deadline ends. But let me just show you, we are at an urban seat, otherwise known as seats that don't come out to vote. We've been standing here for over an hour, and let me tell you that the line here hasn't ended. There are people who are coming in from various quarters to vote over here. Some of them have already voted and are now leaving, but certainly this being an urban seat of Ellis Bridge in Ahmedabad does not seem like voters are unenthusiastic to vote. In fact, we spoke to a few voters. They did say that they have taken out time. This particular seat does see a lot of voter percentage also, apart from the fact that overall voting you are looking at in Ahmedabad right now, which is about 30% in Ahmedabad, and overall is 34%. So I'll try to speak to a few people as well, if they would just speak to us. Ma'am, अगर आप बता सकती हैं कि क्या ऐसी सीटों पर, अर्बन सीटों पर वोटिंग कम होती है या लोग ज़्यादा आना पसंद करते हैं?
वोट तो सीट तो ज़्यादा ही आना पसंद करते हैं सब लोग।
वोट करते हैं?
हाँ, करते ही है।
आप कितने समय से यहाँ पर इंतजार कर रहे हैं वोट देने के लिए?
अभी तो 10 मिनट से कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन इससे पहले आके गया, बहुत लाइन थी तो दोबारा।
अच्छा, बहुत लाइन थी तो आपको दोबारा आना पड़ा?
हाँ।
अच्छा, ठीक है। So that's what, you know, there was a long queue as I was talking about, and this enthusiastic voter just told us that he had to come back after some time. Now, of course, we are looking at the ebbing of the crowd a little bit, Nabila, but certainly the large voter turnout will decide the fate of the BJP. There are seats that have been bastions of the ruling party over here, and more voting percentage is what the government is also gunning for, and they want people to come out and vote, because now it's a triangular contest. It's not just Congress and BJP.
But when you say it's the wedding season, Milan, when you say it's the wedding season and that's discouraged people from stepping out and voting because you're so busy, really none of these reasons truly justify. It's a responsibility of every citizen to come out and vote, and they must. If wedding season or anything else, nothing should distract them from taking that literally 20 minutes to get to their polling station and cast their franchise. Dev Ankur Vadhavan also joining us from Mehsana, a BJP bastion. Dev, is there any enthusiasm among the voters there to step out and vote? And if it isn't, what's the real reason for them to not show this kind of enthusiasm?
Well, good afternoon, Nabila. The voting percentage at 1 p.m. In its 30s is clearly not encouraging, to say the least. It is quite apparent that, at least the urban voters are not very keen to come out in large numbers. The kind of voting percentage one saw in 2017, it has dipped even lower than that. I'm right now outside one urban voting center in northern Gujarat's Mehsana. Out here, at least, I can tell you that there has been a steady stream of people coming in and moving out of the polling station, and we have travelled to several polling stations in northern Gujarat. The one reason perhaps of low voting percentage can be, one, apathy. B, it can also be for the last 27 odd years the BJP has been in power, and several people that I have spoken to have now this kind of a disinterest, claiming that some of the people mentioned that things are unlikely to change. The BJP is likely to return to power in Gujarat, and that is one reason perhaps why a section of the electorate has not come out to vote, at least till now in Gujarat. One other important thing is that the BJP, it seems, has more to worry if there is a lower voting percentage.
Yeah.
That is what some of the political pundits that I've spoken to maintain. They say that BJP traditionally relies on higher voting percentage of people coming out in droves, coming out in large numbers and voting en masse.
That's
and the
true.
BJP cadre in the past has been known to encourage people to vote
takeaway from not just Gujarat but across the country, where whenever there is a low voter turnout, it really affects the BJP the most. BJP expecting votes coming in from urban areas, and that seemed to have showed a low turnout even in Gujarat phase 2. Dev Ankur, thank you very much. I'm going to come back, and of course Milan to give us those inputs. We're going to come back to Gujarat, but a quick look at what's happening in Uttar Pradesh. Voting currently underway for 1 Lok Sabha and 2 assembly seats in Uttar Pradesh, including Mainpur Lok Sabha seat and Rampur Sadar and Katoli assembly seats of Uttar Pradesh. All right, we're cutting across to S. Jayashankar. Visuals coming live. These are live visuals of External Affairs Minister S. Jayashankar.
Thank you. We will now commence the joint press interaction, beginning with press statements by our ministers. May I now request Honorable External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jayashankar to make his remarks to the media. Sir.
Minister Annalena Baerbock, members of the Indian and German delegations, friends from the media. It's a great pleasure to address you all at the conclusion of our talks today. So let me say to the Minister that I deeply appreciate her visit, which of course comes just as we are concluding this year. I think we have met on a number of occasions at the Intergovernmental Commission, at the Munich Security Conference, at Paris during the Bali meeting, on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly. So it's really been a very intensive but a very rewarding interaction throughout this year. And I'm truly glad that we are concluding that, Minister, with your visit to India. I know that there's been a bit of a gap since you were last here in your personal capacity, and I'm happy that you will also have a chance tomorrow to go around a little bit and see some of the changes which have taken place here. India and Germany have a long history of close and warm relations. We are marking the 70th year of the establishment of our diplomatic relationship last year. And our strategic partnership, which is more than 2 decades old, has really been bolstered by greater political exchanges, ever-expanding trade, more investment, and a stronger people-to-people relationship. 2022 has been a year of particular note for us. We've held the 6th India-Germany intergovernmental consultations in Berlin in May, and this was the first since the current government in Germany, led by Chancellor Scholz, came to power. And this unique mechanism of the IGC, it's really ensured a whole of the government interaction with multiple ministers on both sides meeting their counterparts. And it was notable that we saw the launch of the India-Germany partnership on green and sustainable development, and I think in our conversations today, actually SDGs and climate issues, even though that's not my direct jurisdiction, these were also part of our discussions. Now, the IGC gave me an opportunity to spend time with Minister Baerbock in Berlin at that time, and I really thank you again for the warmth of your hospitality then and for the time that you set aside for us to discuss things. Now, today we have really spent the morning exchanging views on the major international issues of the day apart from our bilateral relationship, and this included the conflict in Ukraine, the Indo-Pacific strategic situation, developments pertaining to Afghanistan and Pakistan to some degree, Iran, Syria, and really each one of us brought to this set of issues our perspectives, and I think at least I can say this, I found it very useful, very rewarding to listen to your perspectives on many matters. We also briefly touched upon the multilateral issues. You all know that India and Germany interact in the framework of the G4 when it comes to the reform of the UN Security Council. We had a discussion on India's G20 presidency, which comes just as Germany itself is concluding a very successful G7 presidency. And I know that we have Germany's strong support as we take up our responsibility in the G20. Among the issues we discussed was also cooperation in third countries, in other regions. I think today our relationship has matured to a point where our cooperation should be visible more and more to the rest of the world. So that was something we discussed, how can we make this happen more effectively. We already have some projects in Cameroon, in Ghana, in Malawi and Peru, but the idea was really how can we be doing very much more. I also welcome Germany's decision to participate in the India-Pacific Oceans Initiative that we had announced in 2019. Where our economic ties are concerned, you all know that India, Germany is our largest partner in the EU. I think we both recognize that the business climate today, the business enthusiasm today is very much stronger. And we certainly, as foreign ministers, would like to channelize that and use it as a positive source of energy for the relationship. We are today supporting the India-EU negotiations on trade, investment and geographical indicators. We hope that they will progress well. The third round of negotiations on the FTA has just concluded. But I think on a broader scale, I think both of us spent time talking about how to create more reliable and resilient supply chains. In the digital world, how to encourage more trust and transparency. I think we have a common interest, India and Germany, in ensuring not just a stronger global economy, but also a more secure global economy. So as you can see, on this range of issues, really it's been a very productive morning. There was some talk between us on people-to-people relationships. We have just signed the Migration and Mobility Partnership Agreement, and I do think that this will be a very strong signal for a greater, not just a greater flow of talent and skills between our two societies, but I think also as a basis for a more contemporary partnership. One issue which also came up were the visa challenges, and we hope that some of these are addressed in the coming months so that the backlog can be cleared, and I have every confidence that there will be that effort made by our partner. A specific issue which came up, some of you may be familiar with this case. This relates to a child called Ariha Shah. So we have concerns that the child should be in her linguistic, religious, cultural and social environment. This is her right. And our embassy is pursuing the matter with German authorities, but it was also a subject which I had brought up with the minister. Overall, I would say our bilateral relationship today is very wide, it's very deep, and it really covers, all the key areas: political, strategic, economic, SMT, people-to-people, education. But it can grow very much. And I think we, the two foreign ministers, I think are particularly committed to make that happen. Our meeting today, our discussions were helpful in that regard. Once again, really, Minister, I thank you so much for being here and for partnering me in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Her Excellency Minister Baerbock to make her remarks.
Thank you very much, and I will speak in German. Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, lieber Subramaniam Jaishankar Ji, vielen Dank für den herzlichen Empfang heute hier in Neu-Delhi.
When votes close, suspense begins. Who's winning Gujarat and Himachal? Brace for the numbers poll quake. The only exit poll India trusts.
We're very, very close to the exact exit poll.
Channel with the #1 exit poll strike rate. State of War exit poll. 5th December, 5 p.m. onwards. Only on India Today Television.
India's biggest and most accurate exit poll is back. Three different elections, a poll with a sample size of more than 75,000.
तो मंत्री आपके हिसाब से किसको बनना चाहिए?
A phenomenal 93% accuracy record. Credibility that comes by being out in the field. Capturing the pulse of voters like no one else. Watch the India Today Access My India exit poll, the 5th of December, starting 6 p.m.
Trouble mounts for Bharatiya Janata Party's Karnataka unit. Another row hit BJP's Karnataka unit after a May 2022 picture went viral on social media. In the picture, Mysuru BJP MP Pratap Simha can be seen welcoming and inducting Betnagere Shankara, a rowdy sheeter, into the party. It is known that the history sheeter had changed his full name and joined the party. Cases have been registered against Betnagere Shankara in several police stations of Karnataka. Remember, this isn't the first time history sheeters' names have been associated with the saffron can. Earlier, another rowdy, Nagaraj alias Wilson Garden Naga and Sunil Kumar alias Silent Sunil were spotted with BJP leaders. Karnataka Congress has upped the ante by dedicating an entire website to showcase the improprieties allegedly of the BJP in the run-up to the 2023 polls. The Congress has released a list of leaked candidates with a criteria to become a BJP candidate through its website www.leakedbjp.com, which has details on how BJP is criminalizing politics by inducting rowdy history sheeters and wannabe rowdies.
कैसे लोग होना बोल के जैसे लोगों को ऐसे लोग मिलते हैं,
वो जैसे वैसे ही मिलते हैं। अब हमको कहीं कहेंगे रोडी हमारे पास है क्या, तो इसलिए वो उनकी पार्टी का है, उसके बारे में कोई कमेंट नहीं करता। कांग्रेस वाले करते हैं, इन्हों कौन से अच्छे हैं, इनके पास भी वही है, उनके पास भी वही है, इन दोनों से हम भिन्न हैं।
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You see this glazed donut? It's obviously glazed, glowing and glistening, but not greasy. Do you wish for your skin to look like that without it looking greasy? You can now achieve the ultimate glazed donut skin by following a skincare routine that is gold standard for skincare. Your skin can now look glazed, glowing, glistening without looking greasy. This trend has taken social media by storm and we are not complaining. Just look at these influencers with glazed donut skin. They look fresh, well hydrated, look like spring impersonated. Here are some simple, easy steps that can help you achieve this look. Firstly, cleanse the skin with a non-irritating face wash. Second, you need to use a hydrating serum that contains hyaluronic acid. Will even help you plump your skin up to get that fresh look. Thirdly, make your skin's moisture barrier intact. Use a moisturizer even if you have oily skin. A rich moisturizer if your skin is on the drier side. Just make sure the products are non-comedogenic in nature. If you don't look hydrated and like a glazed donut, then you're probably not doing the right thing. Lastly, always wear sunscreen before stepping out. Come rain, snow, hell or high water. Say it again with us. I will always wear sunscreen before stepping out. And voila, here is your glazed donut look. Of course, eating well, sleeping well will help you a lot. And some of our Indian influencers are now stamping this trend.
The glazed skin trend that is actually going viral on Instagram and all over the internet, which is all about well-nourished, well-moisturized, glowing skin that is not just makeup but actually is a glow from within.
So you just have to be mindful about what you eat, and you drink your water, you hydrate yourself, moisturize your skin, use your sunscreen, and I think you're good to go.
We anticipate this glazed donut skin is here to stay, especially since it builds on popular skincare principles like glass skin and slugging. Simply put, the glazed donut face reminds us that glowing, almost reflective skin is the skin of the moment. Let's all now thank Hailey Bieber for this rather delicious trend. With inputs from Riya Modi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
All right, cutting across to news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. The maker of Kashmir Files, Vivek Agnihotri, has linked the recent leaking of the terrorist hit list targeting Kashmiri pundits to the recent criticism of his movie at the IFFI 2002 event. In fact, a list of 56 Kashmiri Pandit government employees posted in Kashmir Valley, recently published by a blog that's been linked to the Resistant Front, the TRF, which is an offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the LET terrorist organization. This list here includes Kashmiri Pandit government employees working under the Prime Minister's rehabilitation package. The TRF claims that they will carry out targeted attacks against Kashmiri Pandits on that list, claiming that they were all trying to spread the Hindutva agenda in the Kashmir Valley. Vivek Agnihotri, filmmaker, has linked this to the recent criticism of his movie by Israeli filmmaker Nadav Lapid, claiming that the common narrative in both cases here was the use of the term fascist Hindus. Kashmiri Pandits now staging a protest in Jammu, demanding security and action against the terror outfit. Meanwhile, BJP has really called this, has in fact investigated the matter here as it calls for a police probe into this list of Kashmiri Pandits being published by a terrorist-linked organization.
उन्होंने स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में
हम लोग कब तक अपनी जान के लिए ऐसे तड़पते रहेंगे, कब तक बार बार अपनी गुहार लगाते रहेंगे। इसी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से बोल सकते हैं, किसको बोले और किसको बोले, हम कैसे बोले, कैसे समझाएं, कौन सी लैंग्वेज है, इंग्लिश है, हिंदी है, कौन सी, सारी पूरे इंडिया की लैंग्वेजेस में समझा चुके हैं गवर्नमेंट को, लेकिन ये लोग मानने को तैयार नहीं, अपनी दोहरी नीति को छोड़ने को तैयार नहीं। डबल स्टैंडर्ड्स को छोड़िए प्लीज, हमारी जानों के ऊपर डबल स्टैंडर्ड्स, ये गेम मत खेलिए।
हम यहाँ बैठ के गवर्नमेंट से अपनी जान की भीख मांग रहे हैं। हम ये बोलते हैं हमें अटैच किया जाए, अटैच करके जब आपको हालात ठीक होंगे तो हम वापस चले जाएंगे।
Well, absolutely tragic. It's been close to 200 days that the Kashmiri Pandits in the Kashmir Valley have been protesting against the government to relocate them after a spate of unending targeted attacks. At least over the last year, targeted killings on Kashmiri Pandits has really left the community exhausted, afraid, and many of them already leaving the valley out of fear. The Kashmiri Pandits condemning that the government has not secured them the way they should have been. That many of them believe that they've been used as political pawns. And at this time, clearly a police probe that's been initiated, but really what much can be done at this point to secure the Kashmir Pandit community? That's the demand by the Kashmiri Pandits, that they be rehabilitated or they should be relocated to safer areas, but somehow that's been impending for quite a while now, and the blame going on the government, the LG itself, of the valley. Let me quickly cut across to Sunil G. Bhatt joining us. He's been tracking those protests there. Sunil, very sad and tragic that the Kashmir Pandit community have to constantly go through this kind of fear. Those living in the valley there have not a moment of peace. And this list that has been published by a terror associated organization, and particularly specifying close to 56 odd Kashmiri Pandit names, that and saying that they will be killed in due course for pushing the Hindutva agenda, we see has left the Kashmir Pandit community there rattled. Give us a little sense on what their demands are now.
Well, Nabila, this is a very serious issue because more than 50 Kashmiri Pandits, their names, the details of their workstations, offices have been, the terrorists have managed to got access to that. And clearly it's a serious matter, and the Kashmiri Pandit community is already under fear, because in the recent past, many targeted killings have taken place in the Kashmir Valley. And after that, hundreds of Kashmiri Pandit government employees fled the valley. They are in Jammu. They are sitting on dharna for last more than 200 days. Their demand is that they should be transferred to Jammu region, as situation in the Kashmir Valley is not conducive for their survival. And they want the government must take proper cognizance of their plight. Their salaries have been withheld. They want that their salaries should be immediately released. And with this latest threat coming from the terrorist organization, clearly the Kashmiri Pandit community is saying that they feel vindicated, and they are saying that the terrorists are hell-bent on, hell-bent on targeting them. And if they return to the valley, they resume their duties in their offices in the Kashmir Valley. Right. Again, they will be targeted. Targeted killings are going to take place, and that is what they are saying, that the government must immediately look into this matter with all seriousness, and they should be transferred to Jammu.
Sunil, thank you very much for joining us on that. All right, I'm going to cut across to what's happening in Uttar Pradesh. Voting currently underway for 1 Lok Sabha and 2 Assembly seats, including Manpuri Lok Sabha seat and the Rampur Sadar and Katoli Assembly seats in Uttar Pradesh. In fact, the BJP is now clashing with Akhilesh Yadav's Samajwadi Party and the Rashtriya Lok Dal in Manpuri, in the bastion of the late SP patriarch Mulayam Singh Yadav. SP chief Akhilesh Yadav's wife Dimple Yadav is a Samajwadi Party candidate from Manpuri, while BJP has now pitted former MP Raghuraj Singh Shakya against her. Mainpuri Lok Sabha seat fell vacant after the death of Mulayam Singh Yadav. The by-polls in UP's Rampur Sadar and Katoli were necessitated after SP MLA Azam Khan and BJP MLA Vikram Singh Saini were both disqualified in separate cases. Azam Khan was disqualified in a hate speech case, while the BJP MLA Vikram Singh is currently facing conviction in the 2013 Muzaffarnagar riots case.
बड़ा दिन है मैनपुरी के लिए, पहले तो बताइए संदेश क्या है आज, क्योंकि पोलिंग का दिन।
मुझे उम्मीद है कि मैनपुरी की जनता नेताजी को याद करके और जो विकास नेताजी ने किया है उस विकास का समर्थन करेंगे। समाजवादी पार्टी की कोशिश है और हम लोगों का ये प्रयास रहेगा कि जो नेताजी ने सपना देखा था उस सपने को कैसे पूरा करें।
आपने कहा डीएम फ़ोन नहीं उठा रहे हैं, आपने कई लापरवाही बरती जा रही हैं।
डे 1 से जिस दिन से नॉमिनेशन हुआ और आज तक लगातार उनकी कोशिश रही है कि समाजवादी पार्टी का कैसे नुकसान हो, उनके कार्यकर्ताओं को कैसे डराया धमका जाए, उनके खिलाफ कैसे मुकदमे दर्ज हों। सेंट्रल फोर्स आई है, वो समाजवादी पार्टी के गांव में जा रही है। उन्हें कैसे पता कि ये गांव समाजवादियों का है? उन्हें दूसरे गांव में क्यों नहीं जा रहे हैं फ्लैग मार्च करने? आखिरकार कौन उनको गाइड कर रहा है, कौन उनको बता रहा है कि इस गांव में आपको जाना है? ड्यूटी कौन लगा रहा है?
आप यहाँ से रामपुर को भी देख रहे हैं। रामपुर में आसिम रजा को इस तरह से कल हिरासत में लिया गया, फिर छोड़ दिया गया।
देखिए, ये रामपुर में लोकसभा में ही वोट नहीं डालने दिया, इस समय भी वो वोट नहीं डालने दे रहे हैं। ये कर्फ्यू लगा के काम कर रहे हैं। लोकतंत्र में अगर वोट नहीं डालने दोगे तो लोकतंत्र खत्म हो गया।
योगी आदित्यनाथ यहाँ कहते हैं कि समाजवाद नहीं चाहिए, यहाँ पे मैनपुरी को रामराज्य चाहिए।
जो समाजवाद है वही रामराज्य है, जो रामराज्य है वही समाजवाद है। और उनका अगर कोई रामराज्य है तो क्या ये रामराज्य है कि महिलाओं का सबसे ज़्यादा अन्याय उत्पीड़न हो रहा हो, सबसे ज़्यादा घटनाएं घट रही हों? तो आखिरकार उनका रामराज्य क्या है? अपना रामराज्य नहीं बताएंगे।
3 जगह है, मैनपुरी, खतौली और ये आप RLD आपकी सपोर्ट में क्या कहना चाहिए?
मुझे लगता है तीनों सीटें समाजवादी पार्टी और RLD जीतने जा रही है।
मैं जनता से अपील करना चाहूंगी, आपके चैनल के माध्यम से ज़्यादा लोग जाएं, बूथों पे पहुंचे, अपना वोट डालें, अपने हक और अधिकार का इस्तेमाल करें।
आपने ट्वीट करा, लगातार ट्वीट हो रहे हैं इलेक्शन कमीशन से, आप लोग शिकायत कर रहे हैं, इस पर कुछ कहेंगी?
जी हाँ, जिस तरह से प्रशासन और सरकार लगातार लोगों को हैरेस कर रही है, कार्यकर्ताओं को हैरेस कर रही है, और जिस तरह रात को भी काफ़ी इस तरह की प्रक्रिया हुई है क्षेत्र में जहां पैसे और शराब बांटी गई है, कोई हथकंडा छोड़ नहीं रही है, जहां ये प्रशासन नहीं छोड़ रहा, सरकार नहीं छोड़ रही है, तो इस वजह से ट्वीट हुए हैं मेरे अकाउंट।
रघुराज शाक्य को बड़ा चैलेंज मानती हैं?
मैं समझती हूँ क्षेत्र की जनता जिससे इतना विकास देखा है और लगातार विकास देखा है, यहाँ पे आप देखेंगे लोग संपन्न है, लगातार विकास हुआ है, तो इस क्षेत्र की जनता इस बार नेताजी के नाम पे वोट करने जा रही है।
डिम्पल यादव अगर जीत कर आती है तो वो जनता के लिए क्या करेंगे?
मैं समझती हूँ 1 साल का मौका मिलेगा मुझे, तो जितना हो पाएगा मैं उतना करूंगी और फिर अगले चुनाव का देखेंगे।
आखिरी सवाल छोटा सा, अखिलेश यादव ने आपको कोई टिप्स दिए, कुछ बताया हो कि कैसे आप चुनाव लड़िए?
मैं समझती हूँ ये मेरा घर है, मैनपुरी लोकसभा क्षेत्र, और घर के लिए कोई टिप्स नहीं चाहिए।
इस बार का चुनाव कैसा है? ये तो ऐसा है कि आप 1 लाख वोटों से अपने क्षेत्र में आप लीड में रहे हैं, क्या इस बार रहेंगे या इस बार मुश्किलों का सामना करना पड़ेगा?
देखिए, वोटिंग शुरू हो गई है और हमारे कार्यकर्ता बूथ पर पहुंच चुके हैं, जनता भी निकलना शुरू हो गई है। और ये देखिए, आपकी ऐसा चुनाव था, मैंने तो कभी ऐसा चुनाव देखा नहीं जो प्रशासनिक अधिकारी किसके इशारे पर सीधा जनता से वोट, जनता को धमकाना और ऐसे प्रचार कर रहे थे कि मतलब सरकार वोट मांग रही हो या ये अधिकारी वोट मांग रहे हो। तो इसलिए हम लोगों को कई दिन से जनता के बीच में जाना पड़ा।
समाजवादी पार्टी तो पहले ही अपनी हार का बहाना ढूंढ लेती है कि अगर हारेंगे तो ये होगा। पहले ईवीएम उनके लिए ठीक नहीं थी, जब वो ईवीएम से जीते तो सही, और जब बीजेपी ईवीएम से जीते तो गलत।
तीनों उपचुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में लहर चल रही है। मैनपुरी और रामपुर में तो ऐतिहासिक दृष्टि से मतदाताओं में बीजेपी के प्रति बड़ा रुझान देखने को मिल रहा है। जाति धर्म संप्रदाय से ऊपर उठकर लोग बीजेपी के कैंप पे पहुंच करके मतदान के लिए जा रहे हैं और लोगों में बड़ा उत्साह है। वो अपनी हार देख करके इस प्रकार खींच मिटा रहे हैं। बीजेपी जीत रही है और सपा बुरी तरह से परास्त हो रही है।
All right, now by-polls currently going on in a few other states as well. Let's have a quick look on the ongoing by-elections. The Sadar Shahar Assembly constituency by-election that's undergoing in Rajasthan is quite vital for both the Congress and the BJP, who are trying to gain some momentum for 2023 Assembly elections. After the death of its 7-time Congress MLA Bhavar Lal Sharma, who had held the seat for more than 30 years, the seat now falls vacant. And by-poll voting is currently underway in Chhattisgarh's Maoist-affected Bhanu Pratappur Assembly constituency. The by-election scheduled tribe reserved constituency there has 7 candidates running. There is a straight fight between the currently ruling Congress and the BJP. Counting will take place on December 8th. And voting is underway for by-election in Padampur Assembly seat in Odisha. Over 2.5 lakh voters eligible to vote in the by-election. All right, moving on, Andhra Pradesh supporting the state government's decentralized development plan. Thousands of people there, including prominent leaders from the Joint Action Committee and the YSRCP, advocates, NGOs, students gathered to take part in this massive rally held at STBC grounds in Prakash Nagar. Minister of Finance and Planning of Andhra Pradesh, Bogarna Rajendranath, stated that the YSRCP is strongly supporting the Joint Action Committee, which is holding a huge meeting tomorrow to not only bring to notice of the state government of Andhra Pradesh, but to also bring to notice of the entire country the history of the Rayalaseema and the culture of Rayalaseema region, the present situation of Rayalaseema and the future of Rayalaseema. Basically, everything to do with Rayalaseema fully will be outlined and presented. This, we hope, they say, is to a large extent to help having one seat of authority at the judicial level, which will definitely give back the hope that this region, all that the region was really lacking over the several years, will give it some kind of boost through this activity here. All right, on that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. Gujarat into second phase of polling and the last phase. The fate of 93 candidates will be sealed here. Of course, the tri-cornered contest in Gujarat this time with the Aam Aadmi Party also in the fray. Who will really make it this time? Will it BJP be the 7th term running, or will there be a change of guard this time around? India Today's largest coverage that will begin, the exit poll coverage at 5 p.m. today. Do stay tuned. I'm going to take a short break. We'll be right back with news and updates on the other side now.
India Today Access My India gets it right.
That's the man. Well done.
So he wins. Full credit to Rajdeep, Rahul and India Today group.
That is incomparable. Nobody comes close to India Today.
India's biggest and most accurate exit poll is back. 3 elections, 75,000 plus sample size, credibility that comes by being out of the studio and on the field. 93% accuracy record, capturing the pulse of the voters like no one else. India Today Access My India Exit Poll, 5th December, 5 p.m. onwards.
I'm with a group of US Army soldiers who are part of exercise Yudh Abhyas in Auli. Let's speak to them and find out what their experiences have been, what practices they have learned from here, and generally just get a sense of how their last 2 weeks have been. So guys, I mean, can you just share what all have you been through in the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, so we've been through mountaineering. We've been through obviously traps, as you guys saw. We've exchanged different tactics, and we've watched each other conduct operations. So we've learned a lot from each other.
And, you know, of course, an exercise like this can be strenuous, it's hard work, but what do you do to unwind?
What do we do to unwind? Well, we had this thing called the icebreaker before the exercise started. So we all had a bunch of food and then songs. So that's what we had, you know, just to get to know each other. And
so did you dance to Bollywood tunes?
Absolutely.
Which is the favorite one?
Ooh, I don't know if I can name it. I don't know.
How about you?
My favorite was Freebird. When they sang Freebird, I liked that one. So that's Bollywood, though.
And I've been hearing, speaking to all of you, off camera, that the food was an exciting aspect as well. So what about that? I mean, Indian food?
Yes, I really liked the roti. That was really good. Upstairs, they cook Indian food, and downstairs is the Americanized. But I like to go upstairs for the Indian food, honestly.
Favorite dish? Anybody? Indian food when it comes to?
We had buttered chicken that we liked a lot.
You
Butter
like
chicken,
butter
garlic
chicken?
naan, super
Everyone
good.
loved the naan all the time.
Yeah.
They're all about it.
Naan's delicious.
We have EVs and luxury SUVs on the show so often, but what if I told you, if you watch Ford versus Ferrari, you'd know how important it is for an automotive brand to understand what kind of tech and what sort of engineering works on the racetrack. In fact, a lot of the technologies and the practices that are used on the racetrack can be used to enhance and improve road cars. How does all of it happen? Why are we here at this iconic event in London? Well, here's a sneak peek. On Tech Today, we have a very special guest from the world of Formula E. We're talking all about how EV tech from the racetrack will make it to road cars with James Barclay from Jaguar ECS. Nice to meet you.
Great to be here.
James, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on Tech Today. With a lovely skyline to establish that we're not doing this in the metaverse, but we're doing it on the show, I want to start off by asking you, when we talk about how Formula E is a sort of a test bed for what's going to eventually come to the Jaguar EV road car, how much of it do we see translating from the racetrack to the road car?
Yeah, that's one of the fundamental reasons why we're involved in Formula E. It's a real-world testbed for electric vehicle technology. We're in a world championship sport where in order to gain advantage and be ahead of your competition, you have to innovate in the best way possible. And I always liken it, you in your professional level, you always push yourself further than you ever would normally go when that level of competition exists around you. So that competition is good, it improves the breed, so to speak. And it's everything. It's on the powertrain technology, the electric motor, the inverter, the software. Aerodynamics in Formula 1 is incredibly important. In Formula E, it's about the software, how we tune and control the powertrain to deliver that the most efficient way and the best way in terms of performance. And it's everything from material science in terms of how we develop our powertrain systems all the way through to the application of the software. So it's actually a hugely exciting area. The technology is evolving incredibly quickly. And what's really relevant is that the things we're doing in Formula E will make our future road cars even better.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
India's biggest and most accurate exit poll is back. different elections, a poll with a sample size of more than 75,000.
तो मंत्री आपके हिसाब से किसको बनना चाहिए?
A phenomenal 93% accuracy record. Credibility that comes by being out in the field. Capturing the pulse of voters like no one else. Watch the India Today Access My India exit poll.
5 p.m. onwards on 5th December.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए।
Watching India Today.
Homeboy Modi votes in Ahmedabad. Chants celebration to welcome Prime Minister Modi. Amid waves and namastes, Prime Minister casts his vote.
लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं।
Home Minister Shah votes with Parivar. Mandir visit after inking his finger.
ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ વોટર જેમને પહેલી વાર મતાધિકાર પ્રાપ્ત થયો છે એ સૌ યુવક યુવતીઓને વિનંતી કરું છું કે આપનો મત જરૂર આપો.
Every leader, every update only on India Today.
सीएम है उनकी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में करना पड़ रहा है। ये अच्छी बात है, ये लोकतंत्र की मजा है। ये लोकतंत्र की वजह है।
State of War Gujarat, India Today leads coverage.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Our continuous rolling coverage on Gujarat election phase 2. And by the afternoon, 1 p.m., voter turnout was roughly around 34% odd. Certainly not encouraging, but certainly also the mood there in parts of Gujarat palpable. We are catching that sentiment right after the headlines. Take a look. Prime Minister Modi walks to brother's house right after casting his vote amid this rousing cheer by supporters as he steps out. Congress alleges this as a walk roadshow, calling it a poll code of conduct breach.
मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद.
And final phase of Gujarat polls here, voting across 93 seats in 14 districts. Big wigs cast their vote amid heavy security. Amit Shah offers prayers right after he exercises his franchise.
યુવક યુવતીઓને વિનંતી કરું છું કે આપનો મત જરૂર આપો અને ગુજરાતના અઢી દાયકાની વિકાસ યાત્રાને આગળ વધારો.
As voters, really, as Gujarat comes to a near close, a few hours still remaining, but the suspense already has begun. Who's really going to come to power in Gujarat this time? India Today brings you the most accurate exit polls. Who's winning Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh starting 5 p.m. this evening. Do stay tuned to India Today. Prime Minister to inaugurate BJP's core key meet. BJP in full swing after Gujarat Delhi polls. Two-day national office bearers meet at the national capital to decide the road ahead. And after Lashkar Front's open hit list for Kashmiri Pundits, Kashmir Files Director Vivek Agnihotri points fingers at the IFFI jury chief Lapid's comments, saying this is a result of what Israeli filmmaker Lapid had said. All right, as we cut across to Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra that's just about entered Rajasthan, Rahul Gandhi blows kisses to all those baiters. Rahul Gandhi blows a flying kiss to Modi fans. Soon as he entered an area in Rajasthan, there were some people standing on top of their homes and chanting Modi, Modi, raising slogans in praises of Modi. And during this yatra, Rahul Gandhi, as he spotted them, blew a flying kiss to them, almost encouraging them to come down and walk with him in Rajasthan as part of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. In fact, let me correct myself here. This is Madhya Pradesh. As the Bharat Jodo Yatra enters Agar Malwa, Madhya Pradesh, you have Modi chants that were being raised, and many of them on top of their rooftops and at their homes chanting Modi, Modi slogans, pro-Modi slogans. Rahul Gandhi taking a look at them and blowing flying kisses to them. Watch Rahul's response to Modi, Modi chants. Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra as it enters Madhya Pradesh. We're seeing, as he visits this area, Agar Malwa district, some people standing on a house raising slogans, pro-Modi slogans. Rahul Gandhi walking, pointing out at them, blowing, in fact, giving them some flying kisses and egging them on to come join him as part of the yatra. Cut across to Moshmi joining us live for a little more. Moshmi, Rahul Gandhi and his classic move, showing all love to the people of Madhya Pradesh soon as he enters. Of course, pro-Modi slogans were natural, inevitable in fact. Madhya Pradesh, as it's currently governed by the BJP, we hear that there were chants, pro-Modi chants that were raised as soon as Rahul Gandhi entered Agar Malwa region, that district, and Rahul in response has given them some flying kisses. A classic Rahul Gandhi move, isn't it?
Yes, in fact, and you know, Nabila, that did happen in Agar in Madhya Pradesh. That's the border of Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, as the yatra actually reached Rajasthan yesterday. And it's not happened for the first time. We've seen in the Bharat Jodo Yatra, even earlier, there were Modi, Modi chants by some youngsters, probably somewhere in the beginning of Madhya Pradesh. And Rahul Gandhi, in fact, we saw him signaling to them to join the yatra, and then the youth actually just vanished in thin air. So this has not happened for the first time. Rahul has, in fact, responded to Modi supporters here with a flying kiss somewhere by asking them to join the yatra. And I can recall, even Priyanka Gandhi Vadra in Uttar Pradesh, when there were chants of Yogi and Modi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, in a classic act, threw a garland to the supporters who were chanting Modi, Modi. So the siblings perhaps responding to criticism and also opposition, or perhaps support for the opposition leaders in this fashion, Nabila.
All right, can we quickly cut across to the visual yet again and showing Rahul Gandhi as he enters Madhya Pradesh, which is currently governed by the BJP there, blowing kisses at all those critiques of Rahul Gandhi as he enters MP. Some people right on their rooftops chanting pro-Modi slogans. Rahul Gandhi in response blows flying kisses at them, and some of his supporters there egging them on to come join this Bharat Jodo Yatra, which has been on over 100 days now, entered Madhya Pradesh. All right, I'm going to cut across to Karnataka-Maharashtra border dispute that's currently rages on. It's been over 2 weeks now. Undying protests. While this happens, Chief Minister Basaraj Bommai, in fact, warns Maharashtra mantris on their Karnataka visit. Bommai says this is not the right time for Maharashtra ministers to visit the disputed region of Belagavi. Bommai, as the Chief Minister of Karnataka, says aim should be to maintain law and order and not ruin it. A quick background, as both states currently at loggerheads over a border dispute, Karnataka and Maharashtra. In fact, Maharashtra has been mulling over staking claim of one part of Belagavi, which currently is very much part of Karnataka. In fact, an integral part of Karnataka is Belagavi, which Maharashtra says is rightfully part of Maharashtra because they have a dominant Marathi-speaking population. And to settle this dispute, 2 Maharashtra ministers are all set to arrive into Karnataka, and Basaraj Bommai, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, says, not right. Don't come in now when tensions are high. Listen in to Basaraj Bommai speaking.
Police has already taken action on it, and this kind of writing on the walls are the desperate act. After banning all these organizations, they have become desperate and they want to create confusion in the society, which I condemn and will take prompt action against them.
All right, let me cut across to India Today correspondent Sagai Raj, who's been tracking those developments. Sagai, a quick word from you. It's really an unlikely problem of the 2 BJP governments. We haven't seen 2 states with both ruling BJP governments clashing. Karnataka and Maharashtra, both of them are at loggerheads over this border dispute when it comes to Belagavi. We hear that 2 ministers of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde's ministers, Chandrakant Patil and Shambhuraj Desai, all set to head towards Belagavi to meet the Maharashtra activists, the Maharashtra Ekikaran Samiti. This is the MES. They're very popular and quite, in terms of numbers, they're quite dense in the region of Belagavi. Maharashtra ministers meeting with these activists, pro-Maharashtra activists in Karnataka is really going to rile the situation. And that's what Basaraj Bommai says. We will take legal action if need be. Do not come here at this time.
Absolutely, Nabila. As you rightly pointed out that both the states are at loggerhead, and in fact what we also get to learn is that these ministers are hell-bent to visit Belagavi district of Karnataka on a pretext of garlanding a B.R. Ambedkar statue on a public program tomorrow. These leaders are expected to meet activists in Belagavi district, but Karnataka Chief Minister categorically mentioned that the Chief Secretary of Karnataka has already written a letter to the Chief Secretary of Maharashtra requesting them to not allow the minister to come to Belagavi at a situation where the law and order is out of control if these ministers reach Belagavi district. And even the Deputy Commissioner of Belagavi district have mentioned that if they try to come to Belagavi district, they will be taking necessary action against these ministers under Section 144. So as of now, it is quite clear that BC will not allow. We need to wait and watch the final decision from Eknath Shinde's government whether those ministers will be visiting Belagavi or not. Because today is the last day. By end of the day, we'll get to know whether these ministers will be visiting or not.
All right, and this comes in the backdrop of Karnataka elections. The state goes to polls in barely 4 to 5 months' time, and it seems like a real unlikely problem for both BJP governments. 2 states, both BJP governments clashing over a border dispute in Karnataka.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance. the health insurance specialist. Co-powered by OLXautos.in. Only OLX Autos gives OLX extra price for every car. In association with Titan Eye Plus, expert who cares. AMD, take the quantum leap in performance.
All right, coming back to the second phase of Gujarat polls currently underway. Gujarat has witnessed close to 34% voter turnout as of 1 p.m. Top BJP netas there have been hogging all the limelight so far. Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a small roadshow from Raj Bhavan to outside the polling booth, receiving a rousing reception before he walked to cast his vote. After exercising his right, the Prime Minister shunned his convoy and greeted the crowds, which was waiting in anticipation. Protests there, as we see, in fact, the Prime Minister himself walked all the way to his brother's residence in quite a fashion where he had many of them aligned to wave at and meet them personally. And the highlight of today, as this state of Gujarat enters the second phase of polling, is the 100-year-old mother of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is led by example, casting her vote in Gandhinagar. She was wheelchair bound and brought in by her family, and she cast her vote right in the afternoon today. Home Minister Amit Shah has also cast his vote from Naranpura in Ahmedabad. He was accompanied by his family, including the BCCI Secretary Jai Shah. They also visited Kameshwar Mahadev Temple after voting. In fact, other top leaders also voted today after Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, Hardik Patel and Anandiben came out to exercise their franchise. Top opposition leaders to exercise their right were AAP Chief Ministerial Candidate Isudan Gadvi, Congress MP Shakti Singh Gohil.
लोकतंत्र का ये उत्सव गुजरात के, हिमाचल के और दिल्ली के मतदाताओं ने बहुत ही उत्साह और उमंग के साथ मनाया। मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन को भी हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि उन्होंने बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से पूरे विश्व में भारत के लोकतंत्र की प्रतिष्ठा को बढ़े, इस प्रकार से चुनाव का संचालन करने की एक महान परंपरा विकसित की है और उसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण इस चुनाव में भी नजर आया। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन का भी हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं।
સવારથી જ ખૂબ ઉત્સાહપૂર્વક ગુજરાતની જનતા અઢી દાયકાથી વધુ ગુજરાતની વિકાસ યાત્રાના સમર્થનમાં વોટ આપવા માટે ખૂબ ઉમળકાભેર નીકળી છે। હું ગુજરાતના સૌ મતદાર ભાઈઓ બહેનો અને વિશેષ કરી ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ વોટર જેમને પહેલી વાર મતાધિકાર પ્રાપ્ત થયો છે એ સૌ યુવક યુવતીઓને વિનંતી કરું છું કે આપનો મત જરૂર આપો અને ગુજરાતના અઢી દાયકાની વિકાસ યાત્રાને આગળ વધારો।
विरमगांव का मुद्दा डेवलपमेंट पे है और वो डेवलपमेंट जो लगातार यहाँ के लोगों को वंचित रखा है। यहाँ विकास की बात करें तो जिला बनाना है अपनी तहसील को। कुछ गांव ऐसे जहाँ पर भौगोलिक स्थिति ऐसी है जिसके कारण पानी नहीं पहुँच रहा है, वहाँ पानी पहुँचाना है। तो निश्चित रूप से विरमगांव के लोग विकास को और मजबूत करने के लिए वोट डाल रहे हैं और गुजरात के लोग सुरक्षा और सलामती जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने गुजरात में कायम की है उस पर वोट डाल रहे हैं।
तो आम आदमी पार्टी पूरे गुजरात में परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाएगी?
निश्चित रूप से एक सीट से अधिक नहीं आएगी।
एक सीट भी नहीं
आए तो आए।
बीजेपी की कितनी सीट आएगी?
150 से अधिक।
कितने कॉन्फिडेंट लग रहे हो आप विरमगाम से, क्योंकि ये ऐसे कहा जाता है कि कांग्रेस का गढ़ है? जब
आप भी कॉन्फिडेंट है कि मैं जीत रहा हूँ?
काफी कॉन्फिडेंट, मतलब
आप भी कॉन्फिडेंट है?
इस तरह से भाजपा को पूरे गुजरात ने 27 साल से आशीर्वाद दिए हैं क्योंकि गुजरातियों ने वो 27 साल पहले का बदहाल गुजरात, जिसकी सड़कें, जिसका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, जिसकी शिक्षा व्यवस्था और जिसके हेल्थ व्यवस्था, और जहाँ पे जंगल राज चल रहा था, गुंडा राज चल रहा था, जो दंगों के अंदर आए दिन डूबा रहता था, वो गुजरातियों ने देखा है। और उसके बाद जब भाजपा की सरकार आई, यहाँ की सड़कें दिखे, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दिखे, एजुकेशन सेवाएं दिखे, हेल्थ सेवाएं दिखे, और खुशहाल गुजरात जहाँ लोग दंगे भूल गए हैं, जहाँ बायराज खत्म है। तो ये सब मुद्दों के लेके भाजपा को 27 साल से आशीर्वाद दिया, इस बार भी आशीर्वाद दें।
आपका वोट है वो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। अगर वोट नहीं करोगे दुर्जन लोग आकर बैठ जाएंगे।
कि पार्टी बड़े बड़े दावे कर रही है कि हम सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं, कितनी सीटों की आप उम्मीद करते हैं?
देखो 51 फर्स्ट फेज का रिपोर्ट आया है, उसमें मेरा इंटरनल, उसमें 51 प्लस सीट हम जीत रहे हैं, और सेकंड में हमें 52 प्लस मान रहे हैं। लेकिन आज वोटिंग खत्म होगी तब पता चलेगा, हम फिर से इनका एनालिसिस करेंगे।
ये एक सवाल है कि अभी जब आप मतदान करके आ रहे थे, वहाँ मोदी मोदी के नारे लग रहे थे, यहाँ जय श्री राम के नारे लग रहे थे, आपको देखकर
नहीं तो अच्छी बात है ना, नारे लगने चाहिए। अगर नारे लगने से अच्छी शिक्षा मिल रही है तो जोर से नारे लगने चाहिए। अगर नारे लगने से अच्छी स्वास्थ्य सुविधा मिलती है तो जोर से नारे लगनी चाहिए। अगर नारे लगने से आपसे करप्शन फ्री गुजरात अगर बन सकता है तो नारे लगने चाहिए। मैं तो नहीं मान रहा हूँ। मैं तो देखो नरेंद्र मोदी की जो रोड शो चल रहा था उसमें केजरीवाल जी के नारे लगे। नारे लगने से कुछ नहीं होने वाला, मैं सबको बोल रहा हूँ।
गुजरात में लोग आज अपने आप को ठगा महसूस कर रहे हैं। अब देखिए कि जो समस्याएं गुजरात की है, आपने मुख्यमंत्री बार बार क्यों बदले, पूरा प्रधानमंडल आपको खारिज क्यों करना पड़ा? वरना आप देखिए मनमोहन सिंह जी भी प्रधानमंत्री थे, पंजाब से थे, एक दिन जाते थे, 1 या 2 जनसभा करके कहते थे कि मुझे पूरा देश देखना है। आपको लगता है मैंने अच्छा काम किया है तो पंजाब में मेरी सरकार बना देना। आज हमारा अर्थतंत्र लुढ़क गया है, लोग परेशान है, और प्रधानमंत्री जी देश को छोड़ के रोड नाप रहे हैं, रोड शो कर रहे हैं, छोटे छोटे शहर में 4-4 बार 15 दिन में जा चुके हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि गुजरात में लोग इनसे बहुत नाराज हैं।
All right, let me quickly cut across to Saurabh Bhaktania joining us live from Ahmedabad. Saurabh, quite a disappointing show, the first phase of elections in Gujarat. The voter turnout barely 60% odd. The second phase of polling now, as of 1 p.m, we believe it's around 34.7%. Not encouraging enough. Ahmedabad, the urban area is still lacking in terms of encouragement. Tell us really what's led to this subtle or subdued response in Gujarat.
Well, Nabila, from very beginning, let me tell you that this was the situation of Gujarat election. Let me tell you, when the MCC was declared, from that particular time, Nabila, we did not see the enjoyment, the excitement of the people of Gujarat. They were not taking part or taking involvement in the Gujarat Assembly elections. Now, what happened in phase 1, that the voting percent was pretty much less. It was around 5% less. But in some of the areas of Saurashtra, Nabila, 10 to 15% voting has happened very less. So now, for the phase 2, from ECI to top leaders, from PM Narendra Modi, from Aam Aadmi Party, Congress and everyone, I have urged the voters to come out and vote in huge number. Right now we are seeing, Nabila, that around 35% of voting has happened, but what the ECI is telling us that this is a good number, that by 5 PM the voting percent will increase and we will see a better result than the phase 1. Where I am present right now, Nabila, it's the Viramgam area and this is the Taluka school, and here we are seeing some sort of excitement among the voters who are here. You can see the queue over here inside the school. And what is more interesting over here, Nabila, let me tell you that this place where this voting is happening is a school. So there is also playground over here. So what the family members are coming with everyone, small children, and children are playing over here, and their parents and the family members are voting inside this polling station. When we talk about Viramgam, let me tell you, Nabila, that this is very important this time around for BJP, because first time Hardik Patel is contesting elections from Viramgam, and after the Patidar Andolan, he went to Congress party, then he joined BJP, and several of the BJP cadre was upset with Hardik Patel joining BJP. And most importantly, for last 10 years, Congress is sitting over here. So it will be a bit difficult for Hardik Patel to win over it. Hardik Patel is very confident. For past so many months, he has been campaigning in Viramgam, doing door-to-door campaign, public meeting people personally, going to their events. So Hardik Patel have worked very hard. So it will be now important to see, and it's up to the people of Viramgam to whom they vote for. And when we talk about the phase 2 elections, voting right now happening, Nabila, many important faces from Alpesh Thakur to Jignesh Mewani, Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel himself, several of the tribal belts. So all are going to the polls. So therefore this particular phase 2
so that should have been encouraging enough for people to come out and cast their vote.
We expect that.
Yeah, absolutely, Saurabh. Just a few more hours left. In fact, to be precise, barely about 2 hours left for people to come out and cast their franchise. And if it's a low voter turnout, we believe it's the BJP who's really affected the most over it. That's what analysts say. Do stay with us, Saurabh. Let me quickly cut across to the controversy in the meanwhile that's broken out after Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah voted in Gujarat as part of the second phase of polling. In fact, right after they cast their vote, they walked out of the polling booth and took a huge lap, which the Congress calls a walk road show. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, walked all the way to his brother's house, and in the meanwhile, you had huge crowds there cheering for Modi and raising pro-BJP slogans, which the Congress now calling this an absolute violation of the poll model code of conduct. In fact, the Congress, we believe, is also all set to file a formal complaint with the Election Commission of India for allowing such an act by the BJP. The Grand Old Party alleges that Amit Shah as well interacted with a party MP who was seen campaigning and chanting BJP slogans right outside the polling booth, which is also illegal. Meanwhile, TMC chief Mamata Banerjee has also jumped into the controversy. West Bengal Chief Minister taking a jibe at both Modi and Amit Shah, calling them special people who get special treatment and directing the Election Commission of India to not allow or tolerate such kind of activity by the BJP.
They are the special people. It is the Election Commission duty. As a political party, we abide by the Election Commission. But what Supreme Court said, I do agree, 100%, that Election Commission also, there should be some system for nomination of the Election Commission and all this. Election day roadshow is banned. But for them, they may be excused. This is the basic difference.
हमारे कैंडिडेट जो आदिवासी थे और हमारे 2 टाइम के विधायक थे, उसको कल 3.5 घंटे तक घूम रहा, उसका अता पता नहीं लगा, उसकी 6 गाड़ियां तोड़ दी गई। इसकी भी कंप्लेन हमने 2 दिन पहले की थी कि ऐसे लोग हमारे कैंडिडेट को, हमारे वर्करों को नुकसान पहुंचाएंगे और भाजपा के जो लोग हैं, कैंडिडेट हैं, उनके नाम जो हमने ये शिकायतें की थी, पीएम साहब भी आएंगे तब ये करेंगे, ये शिकायत भी हमने की है। सवाल यही है कि यहाँ पर चुनाव आयोग के जो आचार संहिता के नियम लगते हैं, उसकी धज्जियां उड़ाई जा रही है।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब ने और श्री अमित भाई शाह साहब ने कोई भी वायलेशन नहीं किया है। हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब जो भी इलेक्शन कमीशन ने जो नियम बनाए हैं उसको सख्ती से पालन करते हैं और कभी भी उसका उल्लंघन न हो उसकी चिंता भी करते हैं। लोगों के खुशी जब कोई व्यक्त करता है उसके ऊपर भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कंट्रोल नहीं है, मगर हमारे लिए बहुत गौरव की बात है कि मोदी साहब को देखते ही अगर लोग मोदी मोदी कहते हैं या भाजपा के बारे में कुछ कहते हैं तो हमारे लिए गर्व की बात है। और मोदी साहब ने न तो कोई नारा लगाया है, न उनके लिए उनको कोई प्रोत्साहित किया है।
All right, cutting across to Saurabh Akhtania for more on that. Saurabh, a quick word from you as you see polling happening, phase 2 of Gujarat elections, and controversy has already erupted and surrounding Prime Minister Modi walking out of the poll booth after he casts his vote. towards his brother's house. There were huge crowds, all of them chanting Modi slogans, pro-BJP slogans, Modi waving at them. And if one observes, this is not the first time that allegations are cast on the BJP for carrying out so-called road shows on the day of polling. In 2019 too, these are similar allegations where the opposition demanded the Election Commission of India to stop Modi from campaigning, ban him from campaigning for at least 2-3 days along the poll period. This time, yet again, Congress wanting to file a formal complaint saying, how is this even allowed? Tell us what's been the BJP's response to this?
Well, absolutely. Well, absolutely, Nabila. Let me tell you that Congress has filed a complaint with the ECI because what they are saying that this is type of mini roadshow which Prime Minister Narendra Modi is doing while the campaigning is already over. It's the time of voting when campaigning is not allowed. You cannot show these symbols or party flags. Now, what has happened over here is we spoke to the government officials and also the BJP. What they are saying is that around the 200 meters of the polling station, cars are not allowed. And therefore, Prime Minister Narendra Modi left his car and then he came walking. Now, this is what the BJP and the government has to say. But now what Congress is saying, why both the side proper barricading were done? There were crowd, there were so many of people from Ahmedabad who were waiting to see Prime Minister Narendra Modi cheering up for Modi for over several hours. So it kind of shows that there is a road show. But BJP and the government has their own thing to say that the whole convoy and the cars cannot go near around the polling station, and therefore going by the protocol and by the rules and regulation, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had to get down 200 meters earlier and then he walked down. So earlier also, Nabila, rightly pointed out by you, this is not the first time which has happened. Earlier also, let me tell you, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi had come for voting, that time he had a symbol of Kamal which was on his kurta, and that time again Congress had complained about the same thing to the ECI. So there have been complaints in the past. This time also around the complaint has been made to the ECI. It will be important to see what stand is taken by the ECI, because both parties have given their own explanation, like we pointed out on India Today. It will be now important for ECI to take any stand on this, what decision they take around.
All right, Saurabh, thank you very much for joining us on that. Let's see if the Election Commission of India indeed cracks a whip, or does this not count as a model code of conduct violation? On the other side of a short break, after Lashkar Front's open hit list for pundits, Kashmir Files director now Vivek Agnihotri points fingers at the IFFI jury chief Lapid's comments, calling that movie Kashmir Files a vulgar propaganda, saying that this was a comment that's led to further targeting of Kashmiri pundits in the valley. More details up next. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
The ultimate newsman, Rajdeep Sardesai.
इस बार आप लोकल कैंपेन लड़ रहे हैं, नेशनल कैंपेन नहीं.
My husband pushed me. Then we met our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji.
यहाँ 5 मुद्दों पर चुनाव लड़ा जा रहा है.
Brings you the most accurate exit poll.
उससे दुगनी ताकत में जनसभा खड़ी करूँगा. राहुल गांधी के पास विजन ही नहीं है.
The India Today. Access My India exit poll. 6 p.m. onwards on 5th December.
Chinese company Alibaba has reportedly diluted its stake in Zomato to 10% from 13%. The e-commerce platform likely sold 26 crore shares for about $200 in trade today. The Zomato stock was up 3.5% in today's trading session. So what is really next for this particular stock? Here is what Divam Sharma of Green Portfolio has to say.
Alibaba Group is planning to sell a stake of around 3% in Zomato worth $200 million through a block deal. Earlier also, the company's co-founder Mohit Gupta resigned, and the stock is actually down over 60% from its 52-week high. So what are your thoughts on Zomato, and where is the stock headed according to you?
So if you look at the Zomato's balance sheet, the debt is almost insignificant. There is in fact a significant cash on the books on the balance sheet. If you look at the market is further consolidating with news like Amazon going out of the food delivery business, which is a very positive news for this duopoly business, which is Swiggy and Zomato. The worst news, which includes exit of some of the senior officials or exit of some anchor investors or fall in valuations in global tech product companies, is already factored in. Like the guidance of the company also says that the company on a broader level will be operationally profitable in the next 2 to 4 quarters if you keep aside the quick commerce business, right? So profitability is also coming.
are watching India Today.
All right, there you have it. Visuals coming in of Prime Minister Modi inaugurating the big party meet. In fact, you have all office bearers of the BJP, national office bearers, congregating at the national capital, the headquarters of the BJP in Delhi. And this is a huge meeting that's been scheduled as part of their plan to strategize the road ahead for 2024. BJP, known as the election war horses, already coming together to try and chart out a plan on how to face, or rather how to receive a sure shot victory again in 2024. Really to get the right strike. Prime Minister Modi there himself inaugurating this meet and also guiding the officials in this office bearers meet on how to really chart out a sure shot plan to win the upcoming Lok Sabha polls in 24. And of course, not just that, there's state elections as well, including that of Karnataka, Rajasthan, you have Madhya Pradesh. These are states that will be going into elections. Prime Minister Modi, they're already setting the tone through this office bearers meet that's currently underway in the national capital, Delhi. Prime Minister Modi himself, who's arrived, he cast his vote in the morning from his assembly constituency in Gandhinagar, Gujarat, and right after arrived into Delhi and inaugurated this office bearers meet, national office bearers meet of the BJP. Now, these are visuals as Prime Minister Modi, along with the president of the BJP, JP Nadda, who chaired this meet, will be focusing on the organization and the activities carried out by the organization in different states. All the general secretaries of different states have also participated in this crucial party meeting. Strategies for Lok Sabha as well as preparations for 2023 state polls, like I mentioned, all will be charted out as part of this meet. The party is looking at various important elections next year, and as I highlighted, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, really the focal point for the BJP. Even as Gujarat has not even ended its, or rather Gujarat results has not even come to fore, and MCD results in Delhi as well awaited. Right before that itself, BJP not waiting longer to decide on what will be the road ahead for their party ahead of 2024. All right, cutting across to some big news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. NC Chief Farooq Abdullah makes a big allegation. Farooq Abdullah warns the army over the upcoming elections in J&K. NC Chief says, don't interfere in our polls. Farooq Abdullah says army has used, in fact, army is being used by the government to influence polls in Jammu and Kashmir. Farooq Abdullah claiming that they will protest if at all the government tries to influence polls, almost referring to the fact that the BJP is known to buy leaders with their huge money power. He will not let that happen in Jammu and Kashmir. Listen in.
आज मैं फौज से कहना चाहता हूं, खबरदार आप इलेक्शन में कोई ऐसा काम न करिएगा। मैंने कहा आज मैं आपसे गुजारिश करता हूं, ऐसा काम नहीं करिएगा। मैंने 84 में देखा किस तरह हमारे लीडर बिक गए, वो कभी भूलिएगा नहीं। इसे अल्लाह करे जो आगे इलेक्शन लड़े वो अपने ईमान को बेचे नहीं, क्योंकि बीजेपी ने कोशिश की है।
All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, after Lashkar Front's open hit list for pundits, Kashmiri Pandit files, the film Kashmiri Files, the director Vivek Agnihotri now pointing fingers at the IFFI jury chiefs. Nawaz Lapid claiming that his comments calling the movie vulgar propaganda is what has led to this further targeting of Kashmiri Pandits in the valley. More details up next.
You are watching India Today.
Walk into a grocery store today and you will find a range of nutraceuticals that promise to aid your nutritional needs. You can buy them without a prescription too. But many of these are not clean label supplements.
Especially when you're buying lower quality products out there in the market that contain a lot of inactives, you're putting way too much stress on your kidney and liver to flush those inactives out. So first of all, to start with, buy clean label products. Look at the back of the product list, look at the ingredients, and look at the positioning of the ingredient list, right? You will notice that the ingredient that is mentioned first is of the highest quantity in that particular product, right? If it says sugar or any other chemical name, don't purchase that product.
Supplements can supplement your nutritional needs and fill gaps in certain deficiencies when taken under medical supervision, and they do work when taken in the right fashion. But doctors warn that excess of anything, and especially them, can lead to toxicity and should be ideally consumed under medical supervision.
There is a routine of daily some form of exercise as well as consuming a healthy balanced diet, then there won't be any need to consume such supplements. And yes, one should always remember that anything in excess will be harmful, so it should not be consumed without the supervision of your doctor.
If one is grossly deficient in certain vitals, docs themselves prescribe them to you. Some of the most popular nutraceutical supplements that have recently taken the market by storm include collagen, CoQ10, zinc, magnesium, ginseng, omega-3, amongst many others. When it comes to collagen, that many women are now turning to, the experts say, check the label properly.
When we start off, we will always go for the low-hanging fruit, which is these cheaper alternatives that are available. But as we get a better understanding of nutrition as a whole, we understand that the better products will always be a little bit more expensive. The ones that have no inactives in them, the ones that are used no sugar in them, the ones that use higher quality ingredients in them. We will always go towards that at a later stage.
Watching India Today.
All right, now makers of Kashmir Files, Vivek Agnihotri has linked this recent leaking of a terrorist hit list targeting Kashmiri Pandits to the recent criticism of his movie at the IFFI 2022 event. In fact, a list of 56 Kashmiri Pandit government employees posted in Kashmir was recently published by a blog linked to the Resistance Front, an offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist group. The list includes Kashmir Pandit government employees working under the Prime Minister's rehabilitation package. TRF claims that it will carry out targeted attacks against the Kashmiri Pandits on the list, claiming that they were spreading Hindutva agenda. Agnihotri has linked this to the recent criticism of his movie by the Israeli filmmaker Nadav Lapid, claiming that the comments and the narrative in both cases was in fact, they've used in both cases the word fascist Hindus, and this more or less is the result of what's happening with Kashmiri Pandits in the valley. Kashmiri Pandits now staging a protest in Jammu demanding security and action against the terror outfit. Meanwhile, BJP now calling for a police probe into the matter.
हम लोग कब तक अपनी जान के लिए ऐसे तड़पते रहेंगे, कब तक बार बार अपनी गुहार लगाते रहेंगे? इसी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से बोल सकते हैं, किसको बोले और किसको बोले? हम कैसे बोले, कैसे समझाएं? कौन सी लैंग्वेज है? इंग्लिश है, हिंदी है, कौन सी? सारी पूरे इंडिया की लैंग्वेजेस में समझा चुके हैं गवर्नमेंट को, लेकिन ये लोग मानने को तैयार नहीं, अपनी दोहरी नीति को छोड़ने को तैयार नहीं। डबल स्टैंडर्ड्स को छोड़िए प्लीज, हमारी जानों के ऊपर डबल स्टैंडर्ड्स, ये गेम मत खेलिए।
हम यहाँ बैठ के गवर्नमेंट से अपनी जान की भीख मांग रहे, हम ये बोलते हैं हमें अटैच किया जाए, अटैच करके जब आपको हालात ठीक होंगे तो हम वापस चले जाएंगे।
All right, Sunil ji Bhatt joining us live for a little more. Sunil, it's certainly tragic that ultimately it's the Kashmiri Pandit community who bears the brunt. This time we see that a terrorist organization has put out a hit list naming at least 50 odd Kashmiri Pandits, saying that they're going to target them because they're pushing the Hindutva agenda in the state. What exactly is this allegation? And do tell us about Vivek Agnihotri's comments on that Israeli filmmaker and his understanding on the movie Kashmiri Files leading to this kind of further targeted killings.
Well, Nabila, this is a very serious, matter that has come to light. That details of the Kashmiri Pandit government employees have reached the terrorist in the Kashmir Valley. And clearly there seems to be that somebody within the administration has leaked this list and it has reached to the terrorists. It's a very serious matter because already many Kashmiri Pandits, many Dogra Hindus as well as non-local Hindus have been targeted by the terrorists. Targeted killings have taken place, and now this threat has come from terror organization Kashmir Fight. They have said that they are going to carry out more killings of the Kashmiri Pandits in the valley. So the Kashmiri Pandit community is saying that the government must take cognizance of the recent developments in the valley and must provide adequate security to the members of the minority communities. And they have also demanded that the Kashmiri Pandit government employees who are serving in the valley, who fled the valley after the targeted killings, they must be transferred to Jammu region because situation is not conducive for their survival and for their working in the valley. So now all eyes are on the government that what kind of measures it takes, because the Kashmiri Pandit community has been knocking the door of the administration. They have been making repeated pleas that their genuine concerns must be addressed, but so far the Kashmiri Pandit community believes that the government hasn't taken proper measures for their security. Nabila.
Thank you very much, Sunil. Let's really wish safety for the Kashmir Pandit community. They've been struggling over 200 days of protests and certainly their future still uncertain. Let me cut across to some news coming in from Uttar Pradesh as voting is currently underway there at 1 Lok Sabha and 2 Assembly constituencies, including Mainpur Lok Sabha seat and Rampur Sadar Katholi Assembly seats. Now, BJP is clashing with Akhilesh Yadav Samajwadi Party and the Rashtriya Lok Dal in Mainpuri in the bastion of the SP patriarch Mulayam Singh Yadav. SP chief Akhilesh Yadav's wife Dimple Yadav is the Samajwadi Party candidate from Mainpuri, while BJP has pitted former MP Raghuraj Singh Shakya against her. Mainpuri Lok Sabha seat fell vacant after the death of Mulayam Singh Yadav. The bypolls in Uttar Pradesh's Rampur Sadar and Katholi were necessitated after SP MLA Azam Khan, BJP MLA Vikram Singh, both were disqualified in separate cases. Azam Khan was disqualified in a hate speech case. BJP MLA Vikram Singh has been disqualified as he's facing conviction in the 2013 Muzaffarnagar riots case.
बड़ा दिन है मैनपुरी के लिए, पहले तो बताइए संदेश क्या है आज, क्योंकि पोलिंग का दिन।
मुझे उम्मीद है कि मैनपुरी की जनता नेताजी को याद करके और जो विकास नेताजी ने किया है उस विकास का समर्थन करेंगे। समाजवादी पार्टी की कोशिश है और हम लोगों का ये प्रयास रहेगा कि जो नेताजी ने सपना देखा था उस सपने को कैसे पूरा करें।
आपने कहा डीएम फ़ोन नहीं उठा रहे हैं, आपने कई लापरवाही बरती जा रही हैं।
डे वन से जिस दिन से नॉमिनेशन हुआ और आज तक लगातार उनकी कोशिश रही है कि समाजवादी पार्टी का कैसे नुकसान हो, उनके कार्यकर्ताओं को कैसे डराया धमका जाए, उनके खिलाफ कैसे मुकदमे दर्ज हों। सेंट्रल फोर्स आई है, वो समाजवादी पार्टी के गांव में जा रही है। उन्हें कैसे पता कि ये गांव समाजवादियों का है? उन्हें दूसरे गांव में क्यों नहीं जा रहे हैं फ्लैग मार्च करने? आखिरकार कौन उनको गाइड कर रहा है? कौन उनको बता रहा है कि इस गांव में आपको जाना है? ड्यूटी कौन लगा रहा है?
आप यहाँ से रामपुर को भी देख रहे हैं, रामपुर में आसिम रजा को इस तरह से कल हिरासत में लिया गया, फिर छोड़ दिया गया।
देखिए, ये रामपुर में लोकसभा में ही वोट नहीं डालने दिया, इस समय भी वो वोट नहीं डालने दे रहे हैं। ये कर्फ्यू लगा के काम कर रहे हैं। लोकतंत्र में अगर वोट नहीं डालने दोगे तो लोकतंत्र खत्म हो गया।
योगी आदित्यनाथ यहाँ कहते हैं कि समाजवाद नहीं चाहिए, यहाँ पे मैनपुरी को रामराज्य चाहिए।
जो समाजवाद है वही रामराज्य है, जो रामराज्य है वही समाजवाद है। और उनका अगर कोई रामराज्य है तो क्या ये रामराज्य है कि महिलाओं का सबसे ज़्यादा अन्याय उत्पीड़न हो रहा हो, सबसे ज़्यादा घटनाएं घट रही हों? तो आखिरकार उनका रामराज्य क्या है? अपना रामराज्य नहीं बताएंगे।
3 जगह है, मैनपुरी, खतौली और ये आप आरएलडी आपकी सपोर्ट में क्या कहना चाहिए?
मुझे लगता है तीनों सीटें समाजवादी पार्टी और आरएलडी जीतने जा रही है।
मैं जनता से अपील करना चाहूंगी, आपके चैनल के माध्यम से ज़्यादा लोग जाएं, बूथों पे पहुंचे, अपना वोट डालें, अपने हक और अधिकार का इस्तेमाल करें।
आपने ट्वीट करा है, लगातार ट्वीट हो रहे हैं, इलेक्शन कमीशन से आप लोग शिकायत कर रहे हैं, इस पर कुछ कहेंगे?
जी हाँ, जिस तरह से प्रशासन और सरकार लगातार लोगों को हैरेस कर रही है, कार्यकर्ताओं को हैरेस कर रही है, और जिस तरह रात को भी काफ़ी इस तरह की प्रक्रिया हुई है क्षेत्र में जहां पैसे और शराब बांटी गई है, और कोई हथकंडा छोड़ नहीं रही है, जहां ये प्रशासन नहीं छोड़ रहा, सरकार नहीं छोड़ रही है, तो इस वजह से ट्वीट हुए हैं मेरे अकाउंट।
रघुराज शाक्य को बड़ा चैलेंज मानती हैं?
मैं समझती हूँ क्षेत्र की जनता जिससे इतना विकास देखा है और लगातार विकास देखा है, यहाँ पे आप देखेंगे लोग संपन्न है, लगातार विकास हुआ है, तो इस क्षेत्र की जनता इस बार नेताजी के नाम पे वोट करने जा रही है।
डिम्पल यादव अगर जीत कर आती है तो वो जनता के लिए क्या करेंगे?
मैं समझती हूँ 1 साल का मौका मिलेगा मुझे, तो जितना हो पाएगा मैं उतना करूंगी और फिर अगले चुनाव का देखेंगे।
आखिरी सवाल छोटा सा, अखिलेश यादव ने आपको कोई टिप्स दिए, कुछ बताया हो कि कैसे आप चुनाव लड़िए?
मैं समझती हूँ ये मेरा घर है, मैनपुरी लोकसभा क्षेत्र, और घर के लिए कोई टिप्स नहीं चाहिए।
इस बार का चुनाव कैसा है? ये तो ऐसा है कि आप 1 लाख वोटों से अपने क्षेत्र में आप लीड में रहे हैं, क्या इस बार रहेंगे या इस बार मुश्किलों का सामना करना पड़ेगा?
देखिए, वोटिंग शुरू हो गई है और हमारे कार्यकर्ता बूथ पर पहुंच चुके हैं, जनता भी निकलना शुरू हो गई है। और ये देखिए, आपकी ऐसा चुनाव था, मैंने तो कभी ऐसा चुनाव देखा नहीं जो प्रशासनिक अधिकारी किसके इशारे पर सीधा जनता से वोट, जनता को धमकाना और ऐसे प्रचार कर रहे थे कि मतलब सरकार वोट मांग रही हो या ये अधिकारी वोट मांग रहे हो। तो इसलिए हम लोगों को कई दिन से जनता के बीच में जाना पड़ा।
तीनों उपचुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में लहर चल रही है। मैनपुरी और रामपुर में तो ऐतिहासिक दृष्टि से मतदाताओं में बीजेपी के प्रति बड़ा रुझान देखने को मिल रहा है। जाति धर्म संप्रदाय से ऊपर उठकर लोग बीजेपी के कैंप पे पहुंच करके मतदान के लिए जा रहे हैं और लोगों में बड़ा उत्साह है। वो अपनी हार देख करके इस प्रकार खींच मिटा रहे हैं। बीजेपी जीत रही है और सपा बुरी तरह से परास्त हो रही है।
यहाँ चुनाव जनता और प्रशासन के बीच चल रहा है। जनता और मतदाता बड़े पैमाने पर 3/4 से ज्यादा समाजवादी पार्टी के उम्मीदवार के पक्ष में है। नेताजी की वजह से, नेताजी की मृत्यु की वजह से ये सीट खाली हुई है और नेताजी 24 तक के लिए चुने गए थे। जनता नेताजी को श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए एक तरफा समाजवादी पार्टी के पक्ष में वोट करने के लिए तैयार है।
All right, by polls in the state of Uttar Pradesh, but the real focal point here, Gujarat elections, second phase of polling that will seal the fate of 93 constituencies there. It's going to be quite a high octane finish there. Another hour and a half of polling, and once it ends, really the suspense all that will begin on who's going to be at the helm of affairs this time around. Will it be the incumbent BJP, or will we see a change in guard? India Today's exit polls and maxed out coverage that will begin at 5 p.m. Do stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
India's ace shuttler. A former world junior #1. And a youth icon finds himself in trouble over allegedly fudging his age. Badminton star Lakshya Sen booked in an FIR. The FIR filed in Bengaluru claims Lakshya's family and coach forged his birth certificate to avail government facilities. The complainant, Govippa Nagaraj, claims the 21-year-old shuttler has been playing with the doctored age certificate since 2010 and depriving other youngsters from badminton platforms.
बच्चे लोग अभी उस स्पोर्ट्स में खेल रहे हैं, ये सब ऐसे किया तो वो लोगों के लिए बर्बाद हो जाएगा, प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा उसके लिए, इसके लिए वो सब क्लीन करना है.
Lakshya Sen's family and coach rubbished the charges, claiming them to be motivated campaign. Lakshya's father added that the baseless charges have disturbed Lakshya.
देखो ये जो मैटर है इन्वेस्टिगेशन पे है और ये एक उनका अपना वो है और बट हमारे हिसाब से ये बेसलेस है और ये केवल मलाइन करने के लिए, इमेज डैमेज करने के लिए है ना, और एक मोटिवेटेड है ना.
Lakshya, an Arjuna Award winner, has many top honours to his credit, including Youth Olympic laurel and World Championship bronze. He also grabbed gold in 2022 Commonwealth Games. Can the champion player emerge unscathed from the controversy? Bureau Report, India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
The last time we spoke was a couple of months ago when you were riding your bike. I was amazed personally because you were on the bike and you were talking to me crystal clear about your Save Soil movement. 2022 has largely been about this movement for you, Sadhguru. Do you agree with me that time has flown by? This year has flown by for you?
A lot of other things also being done, but those 100 days we're completely on it. Now we are pursuing with various governments across the world to put it into action, which is working very well. Above all, it has shifted the narrative towards soil. COP26 didn't hardly said anything about soil. COP27 we have observer status and there is a significant space for soil and 81 nations are in the process of framing soil policies. Many nations have already put economic investments into soil including India. So it's working very well. I have no doubt anymore that the world will move in that direction. Only thing is to manage the pace. If the pace goes slowly, in democratic nations, this government may be committed, the next one that comes may slow it down, all this. So we are looking how to keep the pace up. This is why as part of the World Soil Day on 5th, we are once again raising our voices in a big way so that people, the governments across the world understand that this is not a one-time concern, this is a long-term concern.
And it's not a political one.
It is not. It's life.
Yeah. For a person who's watching this broadcast, for a viewer, Sadhguru, as someone like me, leave aside the fact that I'm a journalist. If I was watching the Save Soil movement and I said that, look, I want to contribute, even if it's the smallest way in my backyard, for example, or in my home, how do you think that can actually start?
So you go on fixing your backyard, very cute. But it's not a solution. Even if you had 1,000 acres and you make it really beautiful, it's very good, but it's not a solution. Solution will happen only when globally there are policies which will ensure that soil organic matter is maintained and microbial life is at a certain level of aliveness.
You are watching India Today.
Warm welcome. You are watching our continuous rolling coverage on the 5th phase of polling, but do stay tuned to the exact polls that India Today delivers with access by India Exit Poll starting 5:30 p.m. right here on the network. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. These are the headlines. Prime Minister Modi walks to brother's house after casting his vote amidst rousing cheers of support. Congress alleges breach of poll conduct.
मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं।
Final phase of Gujarat polls, voting across 93 seats in 14 districts. Bigwigs cast their vote in midst of heavy security. Amit Shah offers prayers after voting.
So, युवक युवतीઓને વિનંતી કરું છું કે આપનો મત જરૂર આપો અને ગુજરાતના અઢી દાયકાની વિકાસ યાત્રાને આગળ વધારો.
As votes close, suspense begins. India Today brings you the most accurate exit polls. Who's winning? Gujarat, Himachal, what about Delhi MCD? All of this evening, 5:30 p.m. onwards. Prime Minister to inaugurate BJP's core key meet. BJP in full swing after Gujarat Delhi polls. Two-day national office bearers meet. After Lashkar's front open hit list for pundits, Kashmir Files Director Vivek Agnihotri points fingers at IFI jury chief Lapid. Want to take you through the voting percentage recorded till now. A lot to read into that, viewers, understandably. Let's take you through that. Gujarat, voting turnout till 3 p.m. 50.1%. That's quite bad. If you look at it in terms of voting percentage of even 2017, will it pick up? Or is this going to be the trend when it comes down to Gujarat voting? Let's break it down further. And that shows you exactly what the EC was talking about, viewers. Ahmedabad has polled at 44.67% till 3:30 p.m. while Banaskantha at 55.52%. What's the difference between the two? Ahmedabad, an urban pocket with its 23 seats. Banaskantha with its 6 seats is a rural bastion of 55.52. So you see that 10% voting difference between the rural and the urban constituencies. Gandhinagar has fared better. It might fall in terms of region in North Gujarat, but in terms of development, it's an urban setting, urban pocket. It's voted 52.5% till now. Kheda 53.94%, Mehsana 51.33%, Patan 50.97%. Sabarkantha has gone out and voted the maximum till now at 47.23%. Vadodara abysmal 49.69%. Connecting immediately right now to Saurabh Bhaktania, who's joining us for the very latest on the voting figures that have emerged at 3:30 till 3:30 p.m. Saurabh, and it completely goes into what the EC has been saying, that there is a huge voting gap between the urban and the rural pockets in the state of Gujarat. Does it hold any more answers? Well, we'll only know, and you can possibly find that out during our exit polls. But having said that, Saurabh, the urban pockets, Vadodara, less than 50%, Ahmedabad, closing in at just about 50%. These are abysmal figures.
Absolutely, Preeti, and let me tell you that final 1 hour will be very crucial, because what we have been told that all parties are trying very hard that in final hours they try and make that the voters come out and vote in huge number. And what I'm seeing in Viramgam as well, you have traveled to Viramgam to interview Hardik Patel, and now look at the situation over here. There is no so much of crowd over here, very small queue over here, and not so much of public. This is the Taluka school in Viramgam, where Hardik Patel is contesting election for the very first time. It's a very tough fight for him, like I told you, Preeti, because the majority of the crowd is of Thakur community. Hardik Patel is from the Patidar community. Also, for the last 10 years, it's Congress who is in the power. So now it's very Hardik Patel, let me tell you, he has fought very hard. He has done a lot of groundwork. He's been campaigning in this Viramgam for quite several months now. So he is very confident. When we spoke to him, he clearly told us that he is confident. He has done a lot of groundwork, and therefore he might win the election. What the analysts are telling us, that the margin might be little less, but it can go anywhere around. Now, when we speak about, like you said, that the urban areas are not voting very high, that's very true, because we are, even this phase, on the second phase also, we are saying that the rural area like the Banaskantha, the tribal area of the Sabarkantha, Mahisagar, Aravali, they are voting pretty good. And also the Dahod and the Godhra side, the Panchmalsal district. So tribal areas and the rural areas, the voting percent is good. But in the urban area, it has upsetted again, because the people are not coming out. Even if we say that the Ahmedabad is the stronghold of BJP, it's nearly around 50% of voting which has happened. Now, final 1 hour is left. Political parties are trying very hard. In fact, what I am learning from my sources is that political leaders are in fact calling their booth level officials and telling them by making a phone call that they should ask maximum voters to come out and vote. But like I am showing you the pictures behind me, Preeti, usually in the final hours we see lot of long queues, but here you can see in one of the polling station only few women are present, and in the other polling station around 10 to 15 people are present. And this is in the heart of the
Stay with me, hold on to that thought, because there's a lot more that can be read into these figures, as in the first phase that we had seen, where even the EC viewers, in a very unusual move, the Election Commission had to come out and ask people to vote in high numbers. They even gave out districts which voted over 75%, which were rural districts, but the urban pockets which fell to about 8%, from 4 to 8% since 2017. So even the EC had to step in, urging voters to come out and vote. The similar pattern being observed in the second phase also. Is there a larger picture behind it? Is there more to read into all of that? Well, I'm going to cut across right now immediately to my colleague Milan, who's also reporting from an urban pocket of Ahmedabad, where Amit Shah voted a short while ago. Milan, are you at the same polling booth? What are you witnessing? It's the final 1 hour of voting. Will it pick up? Ahmedabad is recording somewhere close to 50% till 3:30 p.m., which is terrible in terms of voting percentage.
Well, absolutely, Preeti. In fact, the Prime Minister, whether it's the Home Minister, Amit Shah, everybody has appealed to voters to come out and vote in large numbers. I was touring many other polling booths as well. And now, finally, with the last hour left, I've come back here. And certainly, we are looking at a low voting percentage across urban seats in Ahmedabad. There are other seats in Ahmedabad where the voting is still slow and steady, but it's happening over here, at least in the centre where Amit Shah was voting. The polling
right now, immediately to my colleague Gopi. Manyar, just stay with me. The reason why we are cutting to her is there is a fair amount of chaos which is going at the polling booth.
बहुत स्लो मशीन चल रहा है। 3 बजे से इतना यहाँ पर इतना सारा ये 3 बजे से लगे हुए हैं। 64, 66 में बहुत सारे ऐसे बहुत इतना रश लगा हुआ है कि कोई जाने का कोई वक्त नहीं मिल रहा है। ऐसे परेशान हो रहे हैं सारे लोग।
यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं चाचा क्या परेशानी हो रही है।
सुबह 8 बजे से बिल्कुल स्लो चल रहा है और उसमें भी क्या है मालूम है कि प्रिसाइडिंग जो ऑफिसर बैठे हैं वो भी ना कुछ भी बोलते ही नहीं है। उसको बस जैसा चलता है वैसा चलता है, चलेगा, बोलो क्या करना है तुमको, ऐसा बोल रहे हैं। तो अब क्या करने का, हमारे को क्या कहाँ जाने का, चलो बताओ।
अच्छा, ये आप ही के बूथ में हो रहा है या आसपास के सभी इलाके में? क्योंकि जमालपुर खाड़िया यहाँ पे
लगभग बूथ कर ले रहा है, बिल्कुल स्लो चला रहे। मैं वोट देने गया, मैं कहा तुम यार तुम्हारे घर से फोन आवे या किसी का फोन आवे, तुम फोन लेके बैठे हो, अंदर लाने की मनाही है फोन, तुम फोन लेके बैठे हो अंदर, मैं फोन तुम्हारा बंद करो, हमने इसको बोला है।
बिल्कुल, आप बताइए क्या कहेंगे?
हम सुबह से कर रहे हैं, 1 बजे आके गए, इतनी लाइन अभी आए, इतनी लाइन है ना, हम कंडाल के फिर हमारा वोटिंग कब आएगा?
कितनी परेशानी हो रही? कब से आप यहाँ पे लाइन में खड़ी हुई?
कब से खड़े हैं? 1 कलाक हो गई। तो कब से आए थे, तो अभी नंबर आया 2 कलाक से। सुबह भी आके गए ना, सुबह भी 1 बजे ऐसा ही बोला, क्या है ना इतनी लाइन है तो फिर हम वोटिंग रह जाएगा ना हमारा।
बिल्कुल, यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं बहुत सारी महिलाएं हैं जो यहाँ पे पहुंची हुई है। जमालपुर खाड़िया का मत क्षेत्र है जहाँ पे वोटिंग में फिलहाल इन लोगों का ये कहना है कि खास करके जो लोग हैं उन लोगों का ये कहना है कि वोटिंग जो है वो काफी स्लो हो रही है। दूसरे लोगों से बात करते हैं। आप लोग कब से यहाँ पे खड़े हुए हैं?
1 घंटा ऊपर हो गया है।
और वोट क्यों आप लोग यहाँ पे स्लो होने की वजह क्या बता सकते हैं?
ये कुछ बता ही नहीं रहे, अपने हिसाब से अंदर ले रहे हैं सभी को। कुछ पूछ रहे तो सबको एक ही जवाब दे रहे, लाइन में खड़े रहो बस।
बिल्कुल, यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं, आप पुलिस जो है और फोर्स जो है, पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स, ये दोनों ही यहाँ पे तैनात हो गई है। हर एक को जांच करके यहाँ पे अंदर जाने दिया जा रहा है। ये बताइए आप लोग कितने घंटे से यहाँ पे खड़े हुए?
Seeing what's going on, we're going to try and get you maximum voter reactions. You just saw those 2 visuals there at one booth where my colleague Gopi is reporting from. Complete chaos. We're going to bring you those visuals again. Complete chaos at the booth where Gopi, my colleague, is reporting. Voting extremely slow. Voters getting exasperated. They feel their number will not come as the lines are so long. However, there are other polling booths where there is absolutely no queue when it comes down to it. Very interesting what's going on right now. These are visuals of the Prime Minister, viewers. He voted this morning in Ranip. That's his booth 17 as well. It is the Prime Minister's voting which has now led to a bit of a political controversy. The Congress has stepped in saying this is violation of the EC code because the Prime Minister, what they say, conducted a mini roadshow of sorts, waving to the crowds. A quick break. Stay with us.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-powered by OLXautos.in. Only OLX Autos gives OLX extra price for every car. In association with Titan Eye Plus, expert who cares. AMD, take the quantum leap in performance.
Welcome back. The second phase of Gujarat's poll has witnessed, and let's give that number to you viewers, 50.51% till about 3:30 p.m. It's terrible in terms of voting percentage. I want to break it down between the rural and the urban sectors. Could there be a lot more to read into that? Well, we'll only know when that last vote is counted. Or to get a bit of a precursor, you can join in the exact polls, is what we call them on India Today. India Today, access My India exit polls starting at 5:30 p.m. Just about 1 hour to go. Brace yourself for the numbers which will come in, which will pretty much mirror on what to expect come the 8th of December and the 7th of December, where MCD is concerned. Meanwhile, until 3 p.m., top BJP netas have been hogging the limelight, that's for sure. Prime Minister Modi voted at Ranip, conducted what the Congress called a poll violation. However, he went and walked through the final 100 meters, cast his vote and walked about 200 meters, waving out to the crowds as well, and visited his brother's residence. On the other hand, then there was Amit Shah. What you see on your television is the Prime Minister's mother, who pretty much has become a star campaigner possibly for the BJP without absolutely no idea. In the last 24 hours, she's been on television screens twice. She's nearly 100, commendable. She's gone out and cast her vote as well. That's Hiraba. And then there was Amit Shah, the Home Minister, who also cast his vote today and then went to a temple. Lots of optics coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party's side. Okay, so these were the two visuals of Amit Shah and the Prime Minister Modi. Let's listen into all the reactions that have come in since then.
लोकतंत्र का ये उत्सव गुजरात के, हिमाचल के और दिल्ली के मतदाताओं ने बहुत ही उत्साह और उमंग के साथ मनाया। मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन को भी हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं तो उन्होंने बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से पूरे विश्व में भारत के लोकतंत्र की प्रतिष्ठा को बढ़े, इस प्रकार से चुनाव का संचालन करने की एक महान परंपरा विकसित की है और उसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण इस चुनाव में भी नजर आया। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन का भी हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं।
સવારથી જ ખૂબ ઉત્સાહપૂર્વક ગુજરાતની જનતા અઢી દાયકાથી વધુ ગુજરાતની વિકાસ યાત્રાના સમર્થનમાં વોટ આપવા માટે ખૂબ ઉમળકાભેર નીકળી છે। હું ગુજરાતના સૌ મતદાર ભાઈઓ બહેનો અને વિશેષ કરી ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ વોટર જેમને પહેલી વાર મતાધિકાર પ્રાપ્ત થયો છે એ સૌ યુવક યુવતીઓને વિનંતી કરું છું કે આપનો મત જરૂર આપો અને ગુજરાતના અઢી દાયકાની વિકાસ યાત્રાને આગળ વધારો।
Because I want to cut across right now to the two urban constituencies of Ahmedabad. Ahmedabad, in terms of central Gujarat, two regions have gone to polls today, North and Central Gujarat. North to about 28 seats. South, where Central Gujarat is concerned, has about 65 seats. With that, where Central Gujarat is concerned, both Milan, my colleague, as well as Saurabh Vaktania join us. What is interesting is out of these 65 seats, 23 seats come out of Ahmedabad. Ahmedabad is both district is where Saurabh and Milan are reporting from. 2017, 21 of those 23 seats were taken in by the Bharatiya Janata Party. It's a very, very important district for the BJP. What might not be very good for the BJP, Saurabh, is a voting percentage till 3:30 p.m. that hasn't still crossed 50 in the urban district of Ahmedabad.
Well, absolutely, Preeti. Let me tell you that the voting percent are not pretty much good, even after appealing by the ECI, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and all the top leaders from all the parties. They kept on appealing to the voters that they should come out in a huge number, they should vote, they should cast their vote. But I am not seeing such enthusiasm, such excitement amongst the voter over here. And now this is going to directly affect the political parties. Now, in which way the voting actually goes, it's very uncertain right now, because this is very unpredictable. Now, for the second phase of voting which is happening right now, Preeti, the most important caste is the Thakur Samaj. Now, they are very much strong in the North Gujarat, Central Gujarat of Anand and Kheda. Now, for urban cities like Ahmedabad and Vadodara, BJP is very powerful. But for North Gujarat and Anand and Kheda of the Central Gujarat, they are pretty much stronghold of Congress party. They have very prominent leaders from the locally. rally, and they are campaigning very good. And in the north Gujarat, we are seeing a very good number of voting percentage happening. In Banaskantha is almost around 60% of voting has happened till now, and almost an hour left, Preeti. So which side this particular voting goes, it's very interesting to see. Now when we come about the tribal areas, that's the Arauli, Mahisagar, Dahod, Panchmahal and the Godhra belt, these are the tribal belt area, and here also we are seeing that the voting is happening in good number. But the most important questions are for the urban area. Urban area is not voting as expected by the political leaders, and behind me I would like to show you the visuals, Preeti, because it's just the final hour left for the voting. But look at the scenes over here. Only few 10 to 15 people outside the polling stations. So we had not expected like this. Nobody could have expected, because I was in Viramgam since morning, and I was saying that how the political leaders were appealing to the people to come out and vote in huge number. They were actually calling about to people. They were sending people on bikes so that people can come out and vote. But look at the situation right now. Only 10 to 15 people outside the polling station, and this is the situation in the Viramgam area from where Hardik Patel is right now contesting election. So this will directly affect on the results, Preeti, because it's not a very traditional fight. This time around, it's also the MIM, the Aam Aadmi Party, and Aam Aadmi Party and MIM which will come into play in this phase 2, because most of the candidates of the MIM and the Aam Aadmi Party who had campaigned very good comes from Ahmedabad and the Vadodara belt. So what the results come out will be very interesting to see, and it's just the final hours. We on India Today are also appealing to the voters that with the final hours they should come out and vote in high number.
Let's see if that really happens. If it doesn't, because these urban pockets will be directly impacting the Bharatiya Janata Party's vote. Why do I say that, viewers? Let's look at it. What happened in 2017? Traditionally, urban pockets, the strongest hold of the Bharatiya Janata Party, where both Milan and Saurabh Bhaktani are reporting from, is the Ahmedabad district. 23 seats out of the 65 fall in this very district. They were swept by the Bharatiya Janata Party. 21 of them were won by the BJP. And Milan, it'd be a huge cause of concern for the Bharatiya Janata Party if the voting pattern in Ahmedabad, in Vadodara, continues to be below, right now till 3:30 p.m, under 50%. Last 1 hour of voting, how much will it be pushed to?
सबको उठा के हमने भेजा.
Preeti, I could just hear half of your question, but I'll tell you a very interesting scenario here that people are using to help people cast their vote. Here's a man who's got with him another man, and they're roaming around with a thali and a belan, and they're appealing for people to wake up in Gujarat and come out and vote. And of course, Gujarat is known for its laid-back Gujaratis who sleep at 1, wake up at 4, and today happens to be a lay day. So I'm also going to speak to you. आप ये थाली और ये बेलन बजा के क्या प्रूव कर रहे हैं?
हम लोग दोपहर को खाना खा के गुजराती की आदत है सो जाते हैं. हाँ. तो उनको उठा के बोलते थाली बजाते तो सब लोग देखते, तो उसको बोले आज का दिन अपने लिए बड़ा दिन है. हाँ. 5 साल में एक ही बार आ रहा है, तो आज आपका वोट का उपयोग करो. ऐसे करके हम घर से निकाल के विनंती करके बूथ पे भेजते.
तो आप ये खुद से कर रहे हैं?
हम खुद से, हमारे रोटी बैंक है, इस हिसाब से हम करते हैं. आज का पब्लिक का दिन,
समाज सेवा कर रहे हैं.
जी, हम रोटी बैंक है, लीलाबा चैरिटेबल ट्रस्ट के तरफ से कर रहे हैं.
तो आपने ये आइडिया क्यों देखा अभी ऐसे बजाने का, थाली और
कोई भी कुछ है, मोदी साहब ने जो मतलब थाली पसंद है सबको. अच्छा? उठ जाते हैं, सोए तो उठाने के लिए आवाज चाहिए.
और लोग क्या गुजरात में कम वोट करते हैं अर्बन से?
नहीं, सब अभी निकल रहे हैं, क्योंकि सब लोग सोते हैं खाना खा के. औरत लोग भी सोती है, तो उसको थोड़ा आवाज देंगे तो उठ जाएंगे, देखेंगे क्या आया, कोई खेल आया, फिर उसको बोलते हैं कि भाई वोट दिया, तो ऐसे दिखाते हैं. कई लोग कहीं नहीं देते, तो सब लोग आते हैं.
So pretty interesting, Preeti. The sound of the thali with the banging of the thali, people are trying to encourage others to vote as well, because sleepy Gujarat at the moment, and voting percentage in urban areas also less, and which is why this kind of innovative thought may have come to this particular sir that I was just talking to. And he's standing at Amit Shah's booth where he voted this morning, and it's almost empty. Perhaps it's a bigger booth, but there are places where my other colleagues are, which is witnessing slow polling. But certainly the percentage that we have seen is not as much to bring out a large chunk of voters, which is also what political parties want at this moment after the first phase of polling, which has been less as compared to 2017, and we are supposed to perhaps we're going to witness low polling this time around as well in the second phase, and that's going to be detrimental to all political parties, in fact, with a triangular contest in Gujarat at the moment, Preeti.
Well, detrimental, yes, to all political parties, low voting turnout, but one really needs to get into and study where this low voting turnout is taking place. Right now, the urban pockets, and that will impact the BJP. How much is the bigger question? Will the machinery of the Bharatiya Janata Party still make sure that its voters are coming out and voting in large numbers? And will the machinery of the BJP buck 27 years of anti-incumbency? Lots going on there. Trust India Today to get you the very latest. Let's now cut across to reactions.
गुजरात में लोकशाही का पर्व का उत्सव मनाया जा रहा है। प्रथम चरण के मतदान पूर्ण हो गए हैं। आज दूसरे चरण का मतदान शुरू हुआ है। सब गुजरात के मतदार आज दूसरे चरण में भी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से सब इसमें भाग लेंगे और भारी मतदान करेंगे।
विरमगांव का मुद्दा डेवलपमेंट पे है और वो डेवलपमेंट जो लगातार यहाँ के लोगों को वंचित रखा है। यहाँ विकास की बात करें तो जिला बनाना है अपनी तहसील को। कुछ गांव ऐसे जहाँ पर भौगोलिक स्थिति ऐसी है जिसके कारण पानी नहीं पहुँच रहा है, वहाँ पानी पहुँचाना है। तो निश्चित रूप से विरमगांव के लोग विकास को और मजबूत करने के लिए वोट डाल रहे हैं और गुजरात के लोग सुरक्षा और सलामती जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने गुजरात में कायम की है उस पर वोट डाल रहे हैं।
तो आम आदमी पार्टी पूरे गुजरात में परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाएगी?
निश्चित रूप से एक सीट से अधिक नहीं आएगी।
एक सीट भी नहीं
आए तो आए।
बीजेपी की कितनी सीट आएगी?
150 से अधिक।
कितने कॉन्फिडेंट लग रहे हो आप विरमगाम से, क्योंकि ये ऐसे कहा जाता है कि कांग्रेस का गढ़ है? जब
आप भी कॉन्फिडेंट है कि मैं जीत रहा हूँ?
काफी कॉन्फिडेंट, मतलब
आप भी कॉन्फिडेंट है?
जिस तरह से भाजपा को पूरे गुजरात ने 27 साल से आशीर्वाद दिए हैं, क्योंकि गुजरातियों ने वो 27 साल पहले का बदहाल गुजरात, जिसकी सड़कें, जिसका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, जिसकी शिक्षा व्यवस्था और जिसके हेल्थ व्यवस्था और जहाँ पे जंगल राज चल रहा था, गुंडा राज चल रहा था, जो दंगों के अंदर आए दिन डूबा रहता था, वो गुजरात गुजरातियों ने देखा है। और उसके बाद जब भाजपा की सरकार आई, यहाँ की सड़कें दिखे, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दिखे, एजुकेशन सेवाएं दिखे, हेल्थ सेवाएं दिखे, और खुशहाल गुजरात जहाँ लोग दंगे भूल गए हैं, जहाँ बायराज खत्म है। तो ये सब मुद्दों को लेके भाजपा को 27 साल से आशीर्वाद दिया, इस बार भी आशीर्वाद दें।
देखो, वैसे हमारी संस्कृति में पूर्व जन्म की कोई ना कोई बात रहती है। मैंने इस जन्म में तो काम किया ही अच्छा किया होगा, इस हिसाब से मुझे भारतीय जनता पार्टी में काम करने का मौका मिला है, जिसके हिसाब से मैं साबरमती 55 में इस बार मुझे एक उम्मीदवार की तरह से पार्टी ने घोषित किया है। अब सद्भाग्य इस हिसाब से हो कि माननीय नरेंद्र भाई मेरे लिए कैंपेनिंग में आए, उन्होंने रोड शो भी किया।
कांग्रेस का दावा 125 सीटें जीतेंगी और आम आदमी पार्टी भी इस बार फाइट में।
छोड़ो आप ये, इसमें आपका और मेरा समय बर्बाद मत करो। कुछ होने वाला नहीं है, ना कांग्रेस से ना आम आदमी पार्टी से।
आपका वोट है वो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। अगर वोट नहीं करोगे दुर्जन लोग आकर बैठ जाएंगे।
कि पार्टी बड़े बड़े दावे कर रही है कि हम सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं, कितनी सीटों की आप उम्मीद करते हैं?
देखो, 51 फर्स्ट फेज का रिपोर्ट आया है, उसमें मेरा इंटरनल, उसमें 51 प्लस सीट हम जीत रहे हैं और सेकंड में हमें 52 प्लस मान रहे हैं। लेकिन आज वोटिंग खत्म होगी तब पता चलेगा, हम फिर से इनका एनालिसिस करेंगे।
ये एक सवाल है कि अभी जब आप मतदान करके आ रहे थे, वहाँ मोदी मोदी के नारे लग रहे थे, यहाँ जय श्री राम के नारे लग रहे थे, आपको देखकर
नहीं तो अच्छी बात है ना, नारे लगनी चाहिए। अगर नारे लगने से अच्छी शिक्षा मिल रही है तो जोर से नारे लगनी चाहिए। अगर नारे लगने से अच्छी स्वास्थ्य सुविधा मिलती है तो जोर से नारे लगनी चाहिए। अगर नारे लगने से आपसे करप्शन फ्री गुजरात अगर बन सकता है तो नारे लगने चाहिए। मैं तो ये मान रहा हूँ। मैं तो देखो, नरेंद्र मोदी की जो रोड शो चल रहा था उसमें केजरीवाल जी के नारे लगे। नारे लगने से कुछ नहीं होने वाला, मैं सबको बोल रहा हूँ।
All right, news break coming in Fatehpur village of Vadgam constituency, tweeted by Jignesh Mevani of the Congress. He's standing from Vadgam, sitting MLA. He says BJP people are doing fake voting by entering the booth center through the back window. Will the Election Commission take cognizance of this matter? Well, it's a big claim made by Jignesh Mewani of bogus voting. He's even shared images. Saurabh Bhaktania, Jignesh Mewani, sitting MLA of Vadgam, sharing images of bogus voting. He says this is by the BJP. What's the latest on that?
So, well, Preeti, a major allegation which has been made by the Vadgam MLA of Congress Party, Jignesh Mewani, saying that this particular booth in which there is a backdoor entry given by the BJP leaders, and this here bogus voting is happening. This is the huge allegation which has been made by Jignesh Mewani, who is a sitting MLA from Congress in Vadgam. Now, a formal complaint has not been given as of now. What the Jignesh Mewani group has told us, the team is right now reaching at the spot. That is what the team of Jignesh Mewani is telling us. Jignesh Mewani might also reach over there, and later on a formal complaint might be filed. But very interestingly, a huge allegation which has been made by Jignesh Mewani that bogus voting is happening at the polling station in Vadgam, where he is the sitting MLA. Remember, a very tough fight for Jignesh Mewani over there, because earlier the seat was with the Congress, but the Congress leader, the MLA over there, Manibhai Waghela, was denied ticket by the Congress party because Congress wanted Jignesh Mewani to contest from that particular seat in 2017, and Jignesh Mewani won the seat. Manibhai Waghela was so much angry with this particular decision that he switched on to BJP, and now he's fighting from Vadgam for BJP ticket. So it's direct fight between Jignesh Mewani and Manibhai Waghela, between Congress party and BJP. But we cannot ignore the MIM, because OVC has done several public meetings in Vadgam area where there is high population of Dalit and the Muslim population. So very interesting fight in Vadgam right now, Preeti, and for Jignesh Mewani it will be very hard to retain this particular seat, and this huge allegation at the moment coming by Jignesh Mewani saying that the bogus voting is happening in a polling station where backdoor entry has been done by the BJP leaders. A formal complaint might be filed by Jignesh Mewani later on. Preeti.
Well, if these charges are true, then they are grave and they need to be investigated. But this is an allegation made by Jignesh Mewani. Sort of continue to be with us. I want to quickly cut across to the other developing news that we are tracking. Controversy has broken out, understandably so, after the Prime Minister and the Home Minister's voting in Gujarat's second phase of polling. Congress is likely to approach the poll panel EC against what they claim was a roadshow by Modi before and after he exercised the right. The Grand Old Party alleges Shah interacted with party MP who was seen campaigning, chanting BJP name outside the polling booth. TMC chief Mamata Banerjee has also jumped in. She says, taking a jibe at both, calling them special who get special treatment.
They are the special people. It is the Election Commission duty. As a political party, we abide by the Election Commission. But what Supreme Court said, I do agree, 100%, that Election Commission also, there should be some system for nomination of the Election Commission and all this. Election day roadshow is banned. But for them, they may be excused. This is the basic difference.
हमारे कैंडिडेट जो आदिवासी थे और हमारे 2 टाइम के विधायक थे, उसको कल 3.5 घंटे तक घूम रहा, उसका अता पता नहीं लगा, उसकी 6 गाड़ियां तोड़ दी गई। इसकी भी कंप्लेन हमने 2 दिन पहले की थी। कैसे लोग हमारे कैंडिडेट को, हमारे वर्करों को नुकसान पहुंचाएंगे, और भाजपा के जो लोग हैं, कैंडिडेट हैं, उनके नाम जो हमने ये शिकायतें की थी, पीएम साहब भी आएंगे तब ये करेंगे, ये शिकायत भी हमने की है। सवाल यही है कि यहाँ पर चुनाव आयोग के जो आचार संहिता के नियम लगते हैं, उसकी धज्जियां उड़ाई जा रही है।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब ने और श्री अमित भाई शाह साहब ने कोई भी कानून नहीं किया है। हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब जो भी इलेक्शन कमीशन ने जो नियम बनाए हैं उसको सख्ती से पालन करते हैं, और कभी भी उसका उल्लंघन न हो उसकी चिंता भी करते हैं। लोगों के खुशी जब कोई व्यक्त करता है उसके ऊपर भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कंट्रोल नहीं है, मगर हमारे लिए बहुत गौरव की बात है कि मोदी साहब को देखते ही अगर लोग मोदी मोदी कहते हैं या भाजपा के बारे में कुछ कहते हैं तो हमारे लिए गर्व की बात है। और मोदी साहब ने न तो कोई नारा लगाया है, न उनके लिए उनको कोई प्रोत्साहित किया है।
All right, viewers, we continue to get you the very latest, but do stay tuned. In exactly 1 hour from now, or rather a little less than 1 hour, we are going to start and with our exit polls. Exact polls is what we call it here. The numbers that are accurate, the numbers you can trust, the numbers which will pretty much give you the picture on what to expect come the 8th of December. With that, a quick break. Stay with me. On the other side, we're going to shift focus. The Prime Minister all set to inaugurate BJP's core key meet. BJP in full swing after Gujarat's Delhi polls. Today, National Office Bearers meet. Stay with me.
You are watching India Today.
India Today Access My India gets it right.
That's the man. Well done. So he wins.
Full credit to Rajdeep, Rahul and India Today Group.
That is incomparable. Nobody comes close to India Today.
India's biggest and most accurate exit poll is back. 3 elections, 75,000 plus sample size, credibility that comes by being out of the studio and on the field. 93% accuracy record, capturing the pulse of the voters like no one else. India Today, Access My India exit poll, 6 p.m. onwards on 5th December.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching our very latest coverage on the final phase of polling, the second phase in Gujarat. In just about half hour from now, the polling will end in Gujarat. Till now, in terms of voting percentage, 3 p.m. what's been recorded in urban pockets is abysmal, terrible figures coming in. We'll break it down for our viewers, but to put the spotlight now on the BJP juggernaut. While the Prime Minister voted this morning, a meeting has already begun on next year's elections. Prime Minister Modi will now chair two-day National Office Bearers meeting. After casting his vote in the second phase, he now returned to Delhi for a two-day National Office Bearers meet. Party in-charges, co-in-charges in the states, as well as in charge of frontal organization and general secretaries have participated in this meeting. This is all to strategize for the next Lok Sabha elections, as well as prepare for 2023 state polls likely to be reviewed, discussed in the key party meet. The party is looking at various important elections next year, with crucial states like Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh all going into election. The year is expected to start with elections in 3 assemblies of Northeast like Tripura, Nagaland and Meghalaya in February, followed by Karnataka, and then year-end comes in Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan together. What the message or these bold optics is that this is a party that never quite catches a breath or takes a break. The second phase of polling hasn't quite ended, and the BJP is on the political drawing board, drawing out the political map of the BJP next year as many states go into elections. A lot to learn, I would reckon, by other political parties here. A quick break on the other side. After Lashkar Front's open hit list for pundits, Kashmiri Files director Vivek Agnihotri points a finger at IFI jury chief Lapid. Stay with me.
You are watching India Today.
Arun, given the recent numbers that have come in, November is now the third month where we've seen Ola topping the monthly sales in EVs. So you take us through first the latest trajectory, momentum, and what you're seeing with regards to demand for EVs at the moment.
Yeah, thank you, Abba. I think the larger story that's unplaying in front of us is much beyond Ola. The fact is, yes, we are number one player. But the biggest story out here is the gathering pace of the EV adoption. And I think that's the bigger underlying story. We believe, at least in two-wheelers, the inflection point is broadly a couple of months away. If you see the 12 months ago, the penetration was less than 1%, and now it's gone up to 4-5%. And amongst the top 15 cities in the country, the penetration is starting to hit cross double digits comfortably month on month. So I think it's a very, very good thing for the country, which eventually will become an EV hub for the world in terms of high quality, high tech products being manufactured for the world, and companies like Ola at the forefront of driving this electric revolution, and of course contributing to sustainability in a very, very big way. That's what is happening as we see today.
All right. You know, the earlier hiccups that we had pre-launch or just around launch time, or concerns that people had around EVs, are they well past, us now? Are they a thing of the past, or are there any niggling worries, so to say?
See, I think as far as the customers are concerned, they're a very evolved set of customers in India. As all of us know, you and I are customers as well. What do customers want? One, they want a very, very good quality product with all the latest features and the comforts that the product can give them. That's one. Second, they want it safe.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back, viewers. The maker of Kashmiri Files, Vivek Agnihotri, has linked the recent leaking of a terrorist hit list targeting Kashmiri pundits to the recent criticism of the movie at IFI 2002 event. A list of 56 Kashmiri pundit government employees posted in Kashmir was published by a blog linked to the Resistance Front, an offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Now, the list includes Kashmiri Pandit government employees working under the Prime Minister's rehabilitation package. TRF claims that it will carry out terrorist-targeted attacks against the Kashmiri Pandits on the list, claiming they were spreading Hindutva agenda. Agnihotri has linked this to the recent criticism of his movie by Israeli filmmaker Nadav Lapid, claiming that the common narrative in both cases was the use of the term fascist Hindus. Kashmiri Pandits staged a protest in Jammu demanding security and action. Meanwhile, BJP has called for a police probe.
हम लोग कब तक अपनी जान के लिए ऐसे तड़पते रहेंगे? कब तक बार बार अपनी गुहार लगाते रहेंगे? इसी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से बोल सकते हैं, किसको बोले और किसको बोले? हम कैसे बोले, कैसे समझाएं? कौन सी लैंग्वेज है? इंग्लिश है, हिंदी है, कौन सी? सारी पूरे इंडिया की लैंग्वेजेस में समझा चुके हैं गवर्नमेंट को, लेकिन ये लोग मानने को तैयार नहीं, अपनी दोहरी नीति को छोड़ने को तैयार नहीं। डबल स्टैंडर्ड्स को छोड़िए प्लीज, हमारी जानों के ऊपर डबल स्टैंडर्ड्स, ये गेम मत खेलिए।
In last 6-7 months, where the Kashmiri Pandits were selectively killed in Kashmir, in their offices, outside their home, in their orchards, and the government failed to protect the Kashmiri Pandit. That's a reality. The way Dasakal was killed, Rahul Bhatt was killed, the killing spree of Kashmiri Pandit continues. And when the terrorists realized that Kashmiri Pandits are not an important issue for the present regime, the present government, where some foreigner comes to this country on a government platform in India, says that my genocide and my ethnic cleansing is vulgar and propaganda. And the government is silent on it, the director of film festival is silent on it, and the people in this country are supporting that narrative of what that foreigner said. So when the terrorists realize, as Vivek has rightly put in, that when they realize that they don't have a support, let's start attacking them. So the reality is that the Kashmiri Pandits who are demanding from last more than 200 days on the streets of Jammu, near the Relief Commissioner's office, screaming and shouting that please relocate us till the time the situation is right.
हम यहाँ बैठ के गवर्नमेंट से अपनी जान की भीख मांग रहे हैं। हम ये बोलते हैं हमें अटैच किया जाए, अटैच करके जब आपको हालात ठीक होंगे तो हम वापस चले जाएंगे।
While voting underway for 1 Lok Sabha and 2 Assembly seats, including Mainpuri Lok Sabha seat and Rampur Sadar and Khatoli Assembly seats in Uttar Pradesh, the BJP is clashing with Akhilesh Yadav Samajwadi Party and the Rashtriya Lok Dal in Mainpuri. In the bastion of late SP patriarch Mulayam Singh Yadav, SP chief Akhilesh Yadav's wife Dimple Yadav is the Samajwadi Party candidate from Mainpuri, while BJP has pitted former MP Raghuraj Singh Shakya against her. The Mainpuri Lok Sabha seat fell vacant after the death of Mulayam Singh Yadav. The by-polls in UP's Rampur, Sadar and Khatoli were necessitated after SP MLA Azam Khan and BJP MLA Vikram Singh Saini were disqualified in separate cases. While Khan was disqualified in a hate speech case, the BJP MLA is facing conviction in the 2013 Muzaffarnagar riots case.
बड़ा दिन है मैनपुरी के लिए, पहले तो बताइए संदेश क्या है आज, क्योंकि पोलिंग का दिन।
मुझे उम्मीद है कि मैनपुरी की जनता नेताजी को याद करके और जो विकास नेताजी ने किया है उस विकास का समर्थन करेंगे। समाजवादी पार्टी की कोशिश है और हम लोगों का ये प्रयास रहेगा कि जो नेताजी ने सपना देखा था उस सपने को कैसे पूरा करें।
आपने कहा डीएम फ़ोन नहीं उठा रहे हैं, आपने कई लापरवाही बरती जा रही हैं।
डे 1 से जिस दिन से नॉमिनेशन हुआ और आज तक लगातार उनकी कोशिश रही है कि समाजवादी पार्टी का कैसे नुकसान हो, उनके कार्यकर्ताओं को कैसे डराया धमका जाए, उनके खिलाफ कैसे मुकदमे दर्ज हों। सेंट्रल फोर्स आई है, वो समाजवादी पार्टी के गांव में जा रही है, उन्हें कैसे पता कि ये गांव समाजवादियों का है? उन्हें दूसरे गांव में क्यों नहीं जा रहे हैं फ्लैग मार्च करने? आखिरकार कौन उनको गाइड कर रहा है, कौन उनको बता रहा है कि इस गांव में आपको जाना है? ड्यूटी कौन लगा रहा है?
आप यहाँ से रामपुर को भी देख रहे हैं, रामपुर में आसिम रजा को इस तरह से कल हिरासत में लिया गया, फिर छोड़ दिया गया।
देखिए, ये रामपुर में लोकसभा में ही वोट नहीं डालने दिया, इस समय भी वो वोट नहीं डालने दे रहे हैं। ये कर्फ्यू लगा के काम कर रहे हैं। लोकतंत्र में अगर वोट नहीं डालने दोगे तो लोकतंत्र खत्म हो गया।
योगी आदित्यनाथ यहाँ कहते हैं कि समाजवाद नहीं चाहिए, यहाँ पे मैनपुरी को रामराज्य चाहिए।
जो समाजवाद है वही रामराज्य है, जो रामराज्य है वही समाजवाद है। और उनका अगर कोई रामराज्य है तो क्या ये रामराज्य है कि महिलाओं का सबसे ज़्यादा अन्याय उत्पीड़न हो रहा हो, सबसे ज़्यादा घटनाएं घट रही हों? तो आखिरकार उनका रामराज्य क्या है? अपना रामराज्य नहीं बताएंगे।
3 जगह है, मैनपुरी, खतौली और ये आप आरएलडी आपके सपोर्ट में क्या कहना चाहिए?
मुझे लगता है तीनों सीटें समाजवादी पार्टी और आरएलडी जीतने जा रही है।
मैं जनता से अपील करना चाहूंगी, आपके चैनल के माध्यम से ज़्यादा लोग जाएं, बूथों पे पहुंचे, अपना वोट डालें, अपने हक और अधिकार का इस्तेमाल करें।
आपने ट्वीट करा है, लगातार ट्वीट हो रहे हैं, इलेक्शन कमीशन से आप लोग शिकायत कर रहे हैं, इस पर कुछ कहेंगे?
जी हाँ, जिस तरह से प्रशासन और सरकार लगातार लोगों को हैरेस कर रही है, कार्यकर्ताओं को हैरेस कर रही है, और जिस तरह रात को भी काफ़ी इस तरह की प्रक्रिया हुई है क्षेत्र में जहां पैसे और शराब बांटी गई है, कोई हथकंडा छोड़ नहीं रही है, जहां ये प्रशासन नहीं छोड़ रहा, सरकार नहीं छोड़ रही है। तो इस वजह से ट्वीट हुए हैं मेरे अकाउंट।
रघुराज शाक्य को बड़ा चैलेंज मानती हैं?
मैं समझती हूँ क्षेत्र की जनता जिसने इतना विकास देखा है और लगातार विकास देखा है, यहाँ पे आप देखेंगे लोग संपन्न है, लगातार विकास हुआ है, तो इस क्षेत्र की जनता इस बार नेताजी के नाम पे वोट करने जा रही है।
डिम्पल यादव अगर जीत कर आती है तो वो जनता के लिए क्या करेंगे?
मैं समझती हूँ 1 साल का मौका मिलेगा मुझे, तो जितना हो पाएगा मैं उतना करूंगी और फिर अगले चुनाव का देखेंगे।
आखिरी सवाल छोटा सा, अखिलेश यादव ने आपको कोई टिप्स दिए, कुछ बताया हो कि कैसे आप चुनाव लड़िए?
मैं समझती हूँ ये मेरा घर है, मैनपुरी लोकसभा क्षेत्र, और घर के लिए कोई टिप्स नहीं चाहिए।
इस बार का चुनाव कैसा है? ये तो ऐसा है कि आप 1 लाख वोटों से अपने क्षेत्र में आप लीड में रहे हैं, क्या इस बार रहेंगे या इस बार मुश्किलों का सामना करना पड़ेगा?
देखिए, वोटिंग शुरू हो गई है और हमारे कार्यकर्ता बूथ पर पहुंच चुके हैं, जनता भी निकलना शुरू हो गई है। और ये देखिए, आपकी ऐसा चुनाव था, मैंने तो कभी ऐसा चुनाव देखा नहीं जो प्रशासनिक अधिकारी किसके इशारे पर सीधा सीधा जनता से वोट, जनता को धमकाना और ऐसे प्रचार कर रहे थे कि मतलब सरकार वोट मांग रही हो या ये अधिकारी वोट मांग रहे हो। तो इसलिए हम लोगों को कई दिन से जनता के बीच में जाना पड़ा।
तीनों उपचुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में लहर चल रही है। मैनपुरी और रामपुर में तो ऐतिहासिक दृष्टि से मतदाताओं में बीजेपी के प्रति बड़ा रुझान देखने को मिल रहा है। जाति धर्म संप्रदाय से ऊपर उठकर लोग बीजेपी के कैंप पे पहुंच करके मतदान के लिए जा रहे हैं और लोगों में बड़ा उत्साह है। वो अपनी हार देख करके इस प्रकार खींच मिटा रहे हैं। बीजेपी जीत रही है और सपा बुरी तरह से परास्त हो रही है।
यहाँ चुनाव जनता और प्रशासन के बीच चल रहा है। जनता और मतदाता बड़े पैमाने पर 3/4 से ज्यादा समाजवादी पार्टी के उम्मीदवार के पक्ष में है। नेताजी की वजह से, नेताजी की मृत्यु की वजह से ये सीट खाली हुई है और नेताजी 24 तक के लिए चुने गए थे। जनता नेताजी को श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए एक तरफा समाजवादी पार्टी के पक्ष में वोट करने के लिए तैयार है।
कि आप लोनी में चुनाव लड़े, 3 बार से लगातार हार रहे हैं, 12 हारे, 17 हारे, 22 का एक फेवरेबल चुनाव माना जा रहा था आपके लिए, वो हार गए, फिर सीट बदलने की नौबत आ गई, तो यहाँ पे कैसे आपको भरोसा हो रहा है कि जीत हो जाएगी?
देखिए, सवाल हम लोग जनता की सेवा के लिए हैं, हम लोगों पे हार जीत के लिए हम सेवा के लिए आते हैं। और लोनी में अपार बहुमत मिला था, 1.25 लाख वोट मिला था, 44 से इतना मतलब परसेंटेज बढ़ा है। तो आप कैसे जो है वो ठीक है, वो होते मतलब इस तरह से उन्होंने हेरा फेरी की है, सब चीज है, 1-1 घंटे कैमरे बंद रहे, आपको मालूम है, चुनाव आयोग के कंप्लेंट है और सब आपको सबको मालूम है क्या हुआ।
लेकिन खतौली में आप पे आउटसाइडर का टैग लगा हुआ है।
नहीं, जो आउटसाइडर के कोई मुद्दे नहीं होते, वो आउटसाइडर की बात करते हैं। जो है आउटसाइडर तो कोई है ही नहीं, जो है हम किसानों के मुद्दे पे चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, अल्पसंख्यकों पे अत्याचार न हो उस पर चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं।
मान लीजिए, आपसे ये सवाल है, दंगों की चर्चा लगातार चुनाव में चल रही है, लेकिन आप किस मुद्दे पे वोट मांग रही हैं?
मैं विकास के लिए वोट मांग रही हूँ और बहन बेटों के सम्मान के लिए।
योगी आदित्यनाथ खुद आए थे, मुख्यमंत्री, उन्होंने अपील की आपके लिए वोट की और ये भी याद दिलाया, कवाल कांड का याद दिलाया, मुजफ्फरनगर के दंगों की याद दिलाई, तो क्या उसकी वजह से भी आपको वोट मिल रहा है?
हाँ भाई, उसकी वजह से वोट मिल रहा है और कवाल कांड भूलना नहीं जाने का। अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी योगी जी जैसे है, उन्हें पता है कवाल कांड में क्या हुआ, जब तो उन्होंने हमें 3 बार टिकट दे दिया। अगर उन्हें सच्चाई का पता होता तो अगर हम सच है जब तो दे दिया, या हम अपराध है, कोई झूठा है तो हमें टिकट नहीं देवे थी। और जनता तो हमारे बीच में, जनता को सब पता है और जनता इसका जवाब देगी 8 तारीख में।
Here's a quick look at other stories making news in poll-bound states. The Sardarshan Assembly constituency by-election in Rajasthan is vital for both the Congress and the BJP, who are trying to gain some momentum in 2023 Assembly elections after the death of its 7-time Congress MLA Bhavar Lal Sharma, who had held the seat for more than 30 years. Meanwhile, in Chhattisgarh, by-poll voting is underway in the Maoist-affected Bhanu Pratappur Assembly constituency. This by-election in the Scheduled Tribes Reserved constituency has 7 candidates running. There is a straight fight between the currently ruling Congress and the BJP. The counting will take place on December 8th. Meanwhile, voting is underway for by-elections in Padampur Assembly seat in Odisha. Over 2.57 lakh voters eligible to vote in the by-elections. All right, viewers, with that, it's a quick wrap on this edition of news, but do stay tuned. We are soon going to get you the latest results, just about 10 minutes from now. Tune in to India Today's exact poll. Access My India exit poll, near accurate results of possibly what to expect come the 8th of December, coming up on the other side. To stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
India's biggest and most accurate exit poll is back. Three different elections, a poll with a sample size of more than 75,000.
तो मंत्री आपके हिसाब से किसको बनना चाहिए?
A phenomenal 93% accuracy record. Credibility that comes by being out in the field. Capturing the pulse of voters like no one else. Watch the India Today Access My India exit poll.
5 p.m. onwards on 5th December. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Suspense begins. Who's winning Gujarat and Himachal? Brace for the numbers poll quake. The only exit poll India trusts.
We're very, very close to the exact exit poll.
Channel with the #1 exit poll strike rate. State of War exit poll. 5th December, 5 p.m. onwards. Only on India Today Television.
So sorry.
प्रेजेंटेड बाय धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए। Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-powered by OLXautos.in. Only OLX Autos gives OLX extra price for every car. In association with Titan Eye Plus, expert who cares. AMD, take the quantum leap in performance. We reinvent exit poll coverage today.
आपने कहा हिंदू मुसलमान एक थे, अभी भी रहेंगे क्या एक मोरबी में?
ऐसा रहेगा तो रहेंगे। तो आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार आएगी और गुजरात नहीं पूरे देश और इंडिया में इतिहास लिखा जाएगा।
Ignore number crunching amateurs.
विषय चुनाव का भारतीय जनता पार्टी और कांग्रेस के।
कांग्रेस तो लड़ी नहीं रही, वो तो भारत जोड़ो यात्रा कर रही है।
भारत जोड़ो वो गुजरात में जोड़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं उनके नेता, लेकिन वो जोड़ नहीं पा रहे।
New data mechanics for New India.
कांग्रेस आम आदमी पार्टी को कर पाएगा, पर क्या है, कौन सा कर पाएगा, कांग्रेस या आम आदमी?
दोनों का भी ज्यादा ही है।
Bigger, better and faster exact poll. We have a 93% exit poll strike rate.
Patel agitation.
The main thing was the Patel agitation.
इससे पहले एनसीपी में थे ना कई साल पहले, वो वहाँ पे और यहाँ पे आप क्या, स्वागत है आप सभी का।
Super unmissable Monday prime time.
Good evening, hello and welcome. We are back. That's right. The last big election of 2022 building up to 2024. Rahul and I are back along with our colleague Preeti Chaudhary for the India Today Axis My India exit poll. Results in the exit poll from three critical states. The Prime Minister's home state, Rahul, Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, the BJP President's home state, and MCD, our home state in a way, and that of Mr. Kejriwal as well.
Kemcho viewers and Kemcho Rajdeep, and the big question of course is, can the BJP break its record of 127 seats, which was won in 2002 when Prime Minister Modi, at that time Chief Minister Modi, was fighting his first election. There is massive anti-incumbency in Gujarat, but that anti-incumbency seems to be against the opposition party for once. The critical question, what happens? Let's just give you a sense of what to expect over the next 5 hours. At 5:30 p.m. the Election Commission notification says we can start getting you the results of the MCD exit poll. So that's where we'll kick off things from. And after that, by and by, sit back as Rajdeep and I get you the numbers from Himachal and then from Gujarat. Exciting evening, Mr. Rajdeep.
That's right, 5:30 p.m. as you said, MCD. Critical because remember, this is the citadel of the Aam Aadmi Party, which wants to emerge as a challenger to the Prime Minister and to the BJP. There's Gujarat, the Prime Minister's home state, which obviously therefore puts effectively the Prime Minister on the ticket, and Himachal Pradesh, which for the last 35 years has seen governments alternate. So will the Congress finally have a foothold in the Himalayas is a big question. Preeti, you've been traveling through Gujarat. As Rahul said, Kemcho.
Majama.
Majama. Majama.
Majama.
Okay, good. So, what's your sense? Is it that this is going to be an election which, as Rahul said, has anti-incumbency in a way against local candidates, whether they are BJP or Congress? Did you sense something new in the Hawa of Gujarat?
You know, I'll tell you why. It's a very peculiar election, Rajdeep, and I would reckon any political reporter that has gone on ground would admit, because at one end, you see anti-incumbency. There are people who will tell you that they are angry, they don't have water, that they have issues in terms of development. Rural pockets haven't seen the fruits of development in urban areas. But at the end of it, they will say, "Par Modi Bhagwan hai." So it's a very peculiar state to cover when you're covering an election, because they will tell you that they are unhappy, but then eventually they will tell you that Modi, this vote is for Modi. But having said that, I do sense an undercurrent. Now, that can be translated into whether it is, a triangular contest, or it is the Congress still holding on to its, natural strongholds. But I will, end with one thing. We've often written the Congress out. This would also be an acid test. Himachal and this will be an acid test if a new model of Congress will succeed. And that model is, to go ahead without the big faces, keep it hyper-local. So whenever there's a presidential style election, which is there nowadays, then you have a Congress which can go in with this model. And if Himachal they succeed, if they do well in Gujarat in terms of keep their strongholds together, then it's a big plus for the Congress as well.
There are three separate elections. Will they throw up similar results? Will they throw up differing results? Will there be three different parties in three different states? Some of the questions we'll be looking at very carefully today. And remember, the Municipal Corporation of Delhi is the world's second biggest municipal body, coming only after Tokyo, where the greater Tokyo area has 1.4 crore residents. The MCD area has 1.1 crore residents. Our metro editor Kumar Kunal tracks Delhi very carefully. How much was AAP's campaign impacted by the fact that the Chief Minister, the Deputy, Bhagwant Mann and the like spent a lot of time in Gujarat? Or do you think they were able to manage both?
Basically, the team was divided into two teams actually. There was a team A and there was a team B. Team A consisting of Arvind Kejriwal, Bhagwant Mann and other senior leaders like Raghav Chadha, Sandeep Pathak, all those were involved with the Gujarat elections. As far as Delhi MCD elections are concerned, they were quite confident that anyhow they are going to win MCD elections. So in a sense you can say that there might be some overconfidence in AAP strategy as far as MCD elections are concerned, but they are quite confident right from the onset that they are going to win MCD elections, as 15 years of anti-incumbency against BJP was there. And that's why they were confident, and they basically relied more on the local MLAs, other local political leaders, and they campaigned there.
This election in Gujarat is key for the Prime Minister because it kind of sets the ball rolling for 2024, which if he wins, it will be for the first time since Pandit Nehru that any Prime Minister has won 3 times over in succession. You traveled through Gujarat. We saw all the food you ate. What did you pick up? Give us a flavor.
Let's put it this way. Gujarat is different to other state elections because the Prime Minister is on the ticket here.
But where is he not on the ticket?
I'll tell you why. If you look from there are 2 periods, from 2014 to 2017, when Mr. Modi won first time. In a number of state elections, he lifted the BJP. And the BJP actually won states that they had lost in the past to the Congress. And Mr. Modi had this ability in the euphoria of 2014 to lift the BJP even in state elections. Then look at what starts happening from 2018 onwards. There is a vast difference between how the BJP performs in a general election and how they perform in the same state in a state election. Haryana, a good example. Haryana was swept by the BJP in 2019 Lok Sabha. 4 months later, Vidhan Sabha, sharp drop in the BJP's vote share. And that pattern was replicated till this year, when Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand, in a sense, went with the BJP. Himachal, therefore, becomes important. But Gujarat itself, the PM is on the ticket. But the reason I find this distinctive and I found it interesting is because of Aam Aadmi Party. Because the Aam Aadmi Party, in a way, has tried to break this very comfortable setting that exists in Gujarat between the BJP and the Congress.
No, but wait, let's also discuss very seriously, what is the mark at which you can determine whether the AAP has succeeded or not? Below what because they've made a lot of grand claims, including claiming that they'll get 90 seats, which is of course not going to happen. Now the question is, where do you say they made a smashing impact and where do you say it was all Hawa and didn't really take off?
If the AAP gets anything, I think, in vote share over 15%, the AAP can claim they've made a mark. If they get over 20%...
of course they'll make a mark. The fact that they're making a mark is not in question.
It's seat share. It's vote share, not seats. If AAP... Remember what is traditionally in Gujarat, Rahul, the BJP has consistently got between 46 and 50% vote share, and the Congress has tended to get 38 to 42. So it's a completely two-party state in that sense. If AAP now gets 20, 15, 20%, it suddenly makes this a potential triangular state in the future and puts the Congress on notice. So for AAP, according to me, the big election is Gujarat to get that 15-20% vote share to tomorrow emerge as a potential challenger to the Congress first in states where the Congress is taking on the BJP. Okay. That's why I think Gujarat is important, quite apart from the fact that it's the Prime Minister's home state. So that record you spoke of, 127, is what they want to break. I don't think they can break Madhav Singh Solanki's record of 149, but who knows? In a three-cornered race, even with lower vote share, you get higher votes.
That was in 1985 when Madhav Singh Solanki came up with the whole formulation of CAM. And won as a result of it, leading the Congress to a historic victory. It unraveled soon later. I want to introduce Rahul Srivastava, National Affairs Editor, as I show you the starting point of this election. Remember, the BJP from 2002 has been on a secular decline in terms of seat share. So 127, 115 coming down ultimately to 99. Now, can it bounce back? Which, remember, after the CPM won 7 straight elections, this will be the first time any party which is not the CPM would have won one state 7 times over. So it's a very historic election from that perspective. Rahul Srivastava, from 99, the BJP internally confident that they're going to break that Narendra Modi record of 127, and that's something that the Prime Minister and the Home Minister both been pushing for.
Yes, Rahul. See, last election was a setback for the BJP. It was a setback for the Modi-Shah duo also, because they slid below the that mental thing that you're below 100, and that's what something they didn't want. And also, I think the Congress in a bipolar contest gave a scare to the BJP. if you recall, there was something close to 24, 25 seats in Gujarat at that time in the last election. One of them, in fact, got decided by 178 votes. There were 100 odd seats out of 182, where Nota was 3,000. In at least 30 constituencies, Nota was the third highest vote getter. The BJP knew that something is going terribly wrong. But I think this election, increasingly, if you see, the BJP's vote share is remaining the same, as Rajdeep is saying, but its seat numbers is going down, and that's where increasingly, if you've been to Gujarat since 2002, you will realize the elections are getting more managed than very spontaneous swell for the BJP.
Rahul. The moment you've got a third contender in the fray in the form of the Aam Aadmi Party, the BJP could potentially lose a few percent of votes and yet see a big jump in its seat share. Dynamics in terms of conversion into seat share change the moment there is a third player. Rajdeep, you recall what happened in 2009 when the Maharashtra Navnirman Sena of Raj Thackeray was fighting. They pulled about 10% of the vote, but because of that, the Congress and the NCP did much better than they otherwise would have. So AAP's presence in some senses may actually end up helping the BJP in terms of the conversion of votes into seats.
Absolutely. I know. It is there is the huge question mark, and I think that's why pollsters are going to have a tough time today, because this is a party which in 2017 AAP contested in Gujarat, lost all their seats deposits, less than 1% of the vote. So you have no history to go by, and therefore you're not sure that AAP voter, is he coming from the BJP or is he coming from the Congress? My sense is it's the Congress voter who's the primary voter for AAP, because the AAP in Gujarat has taken on the BJP. It's taken on the BJP's Gujarat model without necessarily directly targeting Prime Minister Modi. So my sense is the more the AAP gains in Gujarat, particularly in Saurashtra and South Gujarat, where the Congress did very well last time, especially in Saurashtra, and where it traditionally has done well in the tribal belt, who benefits? The BJP. So the BJP benefits, I think, in terms of seats from a growing AAP, but trust me, if the AAP crosses 15-20%, that gives them a platform to build into 2027. And therefore, the BJP, in my view, fears the rising AAP much more than it does a Congress party in a state like Gujarat.
Okay, let's get a word in from our reporters. We've got Saurav Vakhtania joining us from Viramgam, which is where Hardik Patel, this time contesting on a BJP ticket. He's relatively subdued in comparison to when he was running the past campaign in 2017, taking on the BJP head-on. This time he is quite quiet during the campaign. Milan Sharma joins us. She's reporting from Ahmedabad, and one of the interesting things we saw was where the Election Commission actually came out and appealed to urban voters to go out and vote, which didn't happen in Surat and in other parts where elections happened in 89 seats in the first phase. Milan, what's it been like? In phase 2, you are also tracking phase 1 in Rajkot and in Jamnagar and in that whole Kutch Saurashtra belt. So when you compare voter enthusiasm in phase 1 with phase 2, how's it been on the ground?
Well, Rahul, I would say that phase 1 polling was far better than we saw in the phase 2 at the moment. Even if we are talking about the phase 2 polling, we would say that people were not as enthusiastic as we saw in Saurashtra, because in Saurashtra there are many issues that people came out to vote on, whether it's in Rajkot, that's the BJP bastion, whether it's in Jamnagar or in Kambalia, where Ishudan Gadhvi was fighting elections from, and whether it's Morbi, that happened to be the center of disgruntlement for many within the voters. But in this between the first and the second phase, I've seen that the first phase polling, even though it was less than 2017, has been much better turnout wise if we compare this to the urban voters, which is why the Election Commission had to come out and appeal that there's an urban apathy in the mind of voters. And since morning we've been witnessing that there were myriad reasons for people not coming to vote today also in the urban seats of Ahmedabad and nearby, and one of the prime reason happens to be the wedding season. But having said that, many people did did come out and vote also. There were innovative ways by which people were being told to vote, and this is what is giving political parties a sleepless night. Even if Prime Minister says that come out and vote, people are just going about their day and coming at a time when they have time to vote in many of these centres, which is not seen as much rush as compared to the first phase. And especially if I talk about Jamnagar and Rajkot, where people came out to vote heavily because they want to
curious on your thoughts on urban apathy. Now remember, this is very consequential because the BJP fears a lot of these are core BJP supporters who aren't enthused by the MLA or the government's performance. They love Prime Minister Modi but aren't going out and voting, and they're worried that in urban pockets this could damage some of their victory margins. But remember, they won so big in 2017 and the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, where if you convert into Lok Sabha into Assembly, they won 173 out of 182. So the margins in urban pockets could potentially come down, Rajdeep.
Yes, and what is interesting, Rahul, is that the Prime Minister is there with the road shows, which, you know, is being covered with breathless excitement across news channels, both in Gujarati and Hindi, and yet people don't come. You know, this is the Prime Minister's home state, it's the Home Minister's home state. You know, it is therefore a little surprising, but it also reflects what I believe has happened in Gujarat. Gujarat business is business, and politics also has become transactional. It's not about, you know, that while I have this great, I think it is India's most Hindutva state, in terms of the fact that political Hindutva is deeply rooted. I think people in Gujarat now feel that their political leaders are not inspirational. I did a straw poll in a village in between Mehsana and Banaskantha. 8 out of 10 villagers had not heard of the name of Bhupendra Patel, their chief minister's name. Now, this is very unusual. You won't find that in a Bengal. You may not even find it in Maharashtra. But I think the problem with Gujarat is you see, Modi is the poster boy. But below that, there's a vacuum. And therefore, in a state election where you're again fighting on Mr. Modi's name, the people are not enthused either about their MLA or their chief minister, or indeed of the opposition parties, who, you know, the Congress has not been able to throw up an inspirational figure. And, you know, let's be honest, the AAP's list also hardly has names that will rouse Gujaratis to action. I think there's a sense of cynicism.
No, so let's look at it as a relationship. There may be apathy or fatigue in the relationship, but will it lead to divorce? I think that is the critical question. Is the voter willing to walk away from his partner, the BJP, or is he just expressing, you know, like a lackadaisical approach ki nahi jana bhai vote
No,
karne?
I actually think this low voter turnout is troubling for the non-BJP opposition. BJP ka voter aa jayega. You see, that's Rahul Srivastav, I know, disagrees with me, but I actually believe low voter turnout for the very reason you said. Urban Gujarat has been a BJP citadel. 44 seats they have not lost since 1995.
But it's not just the victory, it's also the margin of victory.
Margin
Even if some voters sit at home, you still end up having the BJP win.
That's exactly. See, normally, if there is anti-incumbency, people feel strongly a government ko hatana hai. Then you come out to vote. So I want to understand, and therefore Pradeep Gupta's analysis will be interesting to see who has come out.
Totally incorrect, Rajdeep. Look at UP here. The BJP suffers every time there is a low voter turnout. Look at Bihar.
But Gujarat is different.
No, Rajdeep, no, it's not different. It cannot be different.
Why?
If there is a new voter who is seduced by a new party like AAP, he will come out to vote. Right. How can you say that this voter will not come out? He is being enthused by a new party.
Can I just ask you this?
No, one minute.
In all these states, if I'm angry with the government, will I not come out and vote?
That's what the problem is. This is a strange state which needs a good political and anthropological study, that issues are being obscured in my own, as a voter, by this thing that I am suffering because of Bijli, Sadak, Pani, unemployment, price rise, but I am not ready to cross that Lakshman Rekha. Unhappy with the BJP, not going against Modi. That's the line.
I agree.
That line...
You know, but
so who is the voter who's come?
No, I tend to agree with what Rajdeep is saying, but there's a dichotomy there as well. Okay, so Ahmedabad is right now polling till about 50%. But in 2017, Ahmedabad had polled till about 63%. It's not that Ahmedabad went out and the 23 seats in Ahmedabad did not poll extensively at that time. Yet the BJP swept 21 of the 23 seats in 2017. So I would think the real, you know, voter apathy will come into play, Rajdeep, in areas like Rajkot, in areas like Jamnagar, in areas like Surat, where the voting percentage last time time there's been a difference or a drop of 10%. In areas like Vadodara, in areas like Ahmedabad, which is seen right now, low voter turnout, same thing 2017, same thing 2012. BJP swept these areas even then. But the problem will be in Rajkot, Jamnagar, Surat, where they wanted to flip completely. Rajkot was a traditional BJP bastion, 10% nearly voter percentage drop.
You know, it is, as I said, India's perhaps most politically Hindutva-ized state, or Moditva as I call it. But Saurabh Vakhtania, you're the man on the spot there. Why is we are trying to understand why have more voters not come out? Here is the Prime Minister till the last moment, almost reaching out to voters, even going to the polling booth. He was showing the finger. You know, there was a sense that this is a state where the BJP appeared till the very last moment to be campaigning. Why have the voters not come out, Saurabh?
So, well, Rajdeep, when we are speaking to the voters, they are clearly telling us that there is no so much of excitement left, because it's the same old story what they are saying, and it's just that the issues are not being solved at the ground level. That is what the voters are telling us. Now, very interestingly, when we ask about Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he is the only face for Gujarat, and for BJP, it's bang on. It's Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But while we were speaking to the people during the roadshow, what they were saying, that for hours we are sitting for just to get a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but what we vote for, to which party we vote for, it can be different, can be something else. So what we have seen in this particular elections, that the excitement levels or level of voters are not pretty good, and mostly this is happening in the urban areas. That is the stronghold of the BJP. While we see at the tribal areas, the Dahod, Panchmahal, from the Arauli area to the lower belt of the Tapi and the Navsari Dang area, here the voting percent is pretty much higher than it was expected earlier. So what the trend we have seen here right now in this particular election is that the rural and most importantly the tribal people are coming out and voting in huge number, and the bastion of the BJP, that is the urban voters, are not that much enthusiastic. Even during the roadshow we can witness that thing. Now what has happened is the Aam Aadmi Party clearly claims that it was been said that it is just going to dent the Congress party. But what triggered the BJP to go out all against Aam Aadmi Party just 2 months before the election? That needs to be understood, because BJP somewhere down the line felt that Aam Aadmi Party is not just going to dent the Congress party, but in the urban areas Aam Aadmi Party could dent the BJP as well. So the scenario has changed a lot. There is a lot of uncertainty on the ground, because for the Aam Aadmi Party it will be first time when the people of Gujarat will be voting for them. In 2017 they had contested, but it was a friendly match. On 29 seats they contested all the seats, they deposit their money. But for this particular election they have campaigned very nicely, they have campaigned very hard on ground. So it is uncertainty whether the people of Gujarat accept them, and if they accept, then who will be this voter of? It will be the voters of BJP or the Congress party. It will be important to see.
Okay, since the World Cup of football is on, let me present a contra perspective. It doesn't matter how enthusiastic your fans are. What matters is whether your team wins or loses. So what if voters aren't enthusiastic in the way that they've been in a state like Uttar Pradesh or elsewhere where the government was recently formed? But what if the team ends up winning big? Ultimately, it is victory that matters. Because you could have a situation where your voters, like let's assume there's a new B party and voters are really, really rapturous and they don't do too well in the end. Or you could have a clinical election which is managed to perfection in a way that the party actually ends up doing really well.
Just a very quick point. If you look at the...
Do you have a footballing analogy or not?
Do I have a footballing analogy? You know, I'm very nervous at the moment about football because the Brazilians...
Who are you cheering?
You know, my team is Brazil. It's always been since the time I was a kid. I hope they win. I'm going for the World Cup finals, Rahul, for the first time in my life. So I hope it's Brazil. But that's another question. You know, when
now I'm very jealous. I'm going home. This is not fair. Rajni is going for the World Cup final. We are stuck. We are stuck over here. This is no fun.
The interesting thing is, since we keep, you know, the BJP kept harping on this 149 figure of Madhav Singh Solanki. In that election, Congress got more than 50% of the vote. You know, it was a dominant party. It's one of the stories of Indian politics that a party with 149 seats, the next election 5 years later, barely got 30 odd seats. That there's a whole chapter to be written on that. But This time, as you said earlier, even if the BJP gets a lower vote share, there is a chance, if the opposition vote is split, that the BJP benefits. If the AAP is taking the BJP's vote, then it changes this election completely. Then it would make this election far more interesting, especially in rural pockets, in the tribal pockets that Saurabh Bhaktania spoke of. So it's not easy at the moment to gauge where the AAP could get its votes from, which is why I think there is an element of uncertainty in a Gujarat election.
Rajdeep, I wanted to make a point. See, every time we look at Gujarat, in an election after so many years of BJP rule, remember one thing. There is definitely the BJP's grip is weakening on the state. It is, as I will say, this election, a very senior BJP leader told me, it's man-to-man marking. Literally man-to-man marking. In every segment, people have been deputed to ensure that these people are the X number of people who should come out and vote. This Neta should go there. So you have not seen C.R. Patil. Why haven't you seen C.R. Patil? That's what we were discussing in the morning. He has an aircraft and a helicopter at his disposal. Rebellion in X place, he rushes. That's why what C.R. Patil is doing. It's one of the most well-managed elections, not spontaneous support. One election.
Are we being unfair? No, one second.
Fine. What's
a victory is a victory is a victory.
Absolutely.
Whether it's well-managed or there's a rapturous support, it doesn't matter. What if you end up with a historic seat conversion?
No, that's exactly what I was saying, Rahul. In 1985, it was a 50% vote, which was a whole new
Adivasi, Muslims.
Adivasi, Muslim, Harijan vote, which had been crafted by Madhav Singh Solanki, actually by someone called Jinabai Darji, who's not given enough credit for it. But that is then. Now what's happened, he's right, man-to-man market. I'll give you one seat, Limbaya in Surat. 34 Muslim candidates have been put
36
up. There are
out of 46.
There are 90,000 Muslim. What are you doing? Do you really believe those 34 Muslim candidates have been put up by any of the other party? The BJP knows that the Muslim vote needs to be split there, so they put up sponsor candidates. There are similar seats where they have been very clear who is that particular individual who could break the Congress vote. So and frankly, that's how politics is. You see, it's become more scientific. They are better managed. They target constituencies where they are weak. Rahul is absolutely right. C.R. Patil's role is to quell the rebellion. There may be some rebels who may still get a few votes, but by and large, the BJP in Gujarat is the perfect political machine.
Yes.
And therefore, I think, unlike it's not about spontaneous vote, it's the machine.
Let's take a break.
One quick point I want to say that, see, that's the point. So many congressmen brought in, it's not the same BJP.
17 congressmen, 19 rebels.
But you have brought in congressmen who are going to win the seats.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. I'll give you an example. Talala seat, Somnath Gir, you've brought in one of the strongest congressmen right there. He's having a fight of his life, and it is between the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party.
Yes, but
that seat has come down.
No, all I'm saying is that when the BJP chooses a Congress candidate to switch over in Gujarat, they choose that candidate on the basis of whether that candidate can win. There is only one criteria in Gujarat for the BJP, winnability.
But Rajdeep,
winnability. Why have you brought in Hardik, Alpesh into your flanks? Because you've realized that you want to send out a message to the other side. Who do you have?
But you're also sending a message to your own people. There's a whole lot of disgruntled BJP men and the cadre.
The BJP
you don't want these people stepping in. And they are not energized to bring out their voters.
No, but as the BJP top brass would say, if those people were so good, we wouldn't have needed to bring these Congress leaders in. And that's the way they see it, for good or for bad. Okay, so it's about 5:27, 5:30 is when we can start showing you the MCD results. 250 wards, we've done some fascinating conversion of 272 wards into 250. We'll show you the results of the MCD, the Municipal Corporation of Delhi elections, when we come back on the other side of a very quick break. Stay with us.
Elections, 75,000 plus sample size, credibility that comes by being out of the studio and on the field. 93% accuracy record, capturing the pulse of the voters like no one else. India Today. Access My India Exit Poll, 6 p.m. onwards on 5th December.
agile, flexible and courageous. These tough troops of the Assam Regiment, specializing in unarmed combat, have left the US Army troops awestruck. The US Army troops, part of the exercise Yuddha Abhyas, have got lessons on these skills. Highest levels of fitness makes this possible. Unarmed combat is a critical aspect of warfare today, and what is being rehearsed here is exactly how troops in a situation where they cannot use their weapons but are forced to get involved in a situation where they have to take on the enemy without their weapons. That's when this kind of training and skills come in extremely handy, and this is something that the Indian Army has witnessed in the recent past. There have been several face-offs at the line of actual control. In fact, the biggest example where troops came face to face, exchanged blows, was in Galwan, and in wake of these kind of fierce encounters, this kind of training has become extremely important, and this is something that has been part of the Indo-US exercise Yuddha Abhyas in Oli. The Indian troops have in fact imparted this training to the US counterparts as well, something that the US troops have said that they were very excited about, and this kind of training is essential for situations where weapons cannot be used. It's a skill that not many have. It requires lots of training to make sure that one is adept at unarmed combat.
कहीं ऐसे भी स्थिति मिल सकता है हम लोग को जहां पर हमारे पास हथियार नहीं है, जिस पर हथियार नहीं है उससे अपना ये जो स्किल्स है उसका मदद से अपने आप को बचाव करने के लिए या अपना स्किल का इस्तेमाल करते हुए दुश्मन को अपने काबू में लेके खुद का सेल्फ डिफेंस कर सकता है.
Welcome back. It's time, Rahul, for the first of our results that we are giving of the Axis My India exit poll for India today, and it's the Delhi Civic Body Poll, the MCD, that went to the polls on Sunday. Remember, 15 years the BJP has ruled it. What's happening now, Rahul? Over to you.
So we have a sample size of 34,505 in the MCD exit poll done by Axis My India for the India Today group. What I want to show you at the top is a conversion of 272 wards into 250. So this is the baseline from which this election starts. And remember, the MCD elections are very interesting because they always typically tend to vote in contrarian fashions from what's happening in the rest of Delhi. For example, in 2009, the Congress won in Delhi all the 7 seats in the Lok Sabha elections. In 2012, when the MCD elections happened, it's the BJP that won. The same thing happened in 2007 as well. When you had the BJP winning the MCD, even though in 2004, the Congress had done better in the state assembly election. So therefore, things happen in a way which don't follow what you expect to be a typical pattern. Now, the BJP has been in power for 15 years. This is the conversion, Rajdeep. We converted those 250 wards. Painstaking, this kind of detailing you won't see on any other network, I guarantee that. We converted the so basically the 272 wards. In May this year, they joined all the three different municipal corporations into one, thinking that it would become one big state and they'd be able to do better. There, at the starting point, the BJP has 163 wards. The Congress has 22. The Aam Aadmi Party has 51. The Aam Aadmi Party typically has about a 26% vote share. The BJP starting vote share is about 36%. So that's the starting point. In a while from now, Rajdeep, and I will get you the numbers for the MCD elections in Delhi. Very exciting, but there are some trends, Rajdeep. We're not giving away the overall numbers just yet because there is some granularity we want to build out over the next few minutes. I'll start with the occupation-wise vote share. Now, what you will see is, as you move along the pyramid, whether it is the income pyramid or the economic pyramid, you will find that the AAP's vote share goes down and the BJP's vote share goes up. So, for example, amongst the unemployed, you've got the Aam Aadmi Party at a 43% vote share. Amongst Labour, you've got AAP at 46. Amongst auto and taxiwalas, you've got 44, skilled professionals 40, small shops, the AAP is at 36, housewives, the AAP is at 49, private service AAP is at 39, others 38. The BJP's vote share 35 amongst the unemployed, 32 amongst Labour, auto taxiwalas 36, skilled professionals 38, small shops 40, housewives 30, private service 37. So the trend that I'm finding as we go through the different data sets is that as you move along the income pyramid, as you move along the class pyramid, voter preferences are changing. Let's take a look at education criteria as an example. And there again, you will notice exactly the same thing. Amongst those who are less educated, and I'm not saying this as an affront to someone's level of education, but just as a fact from this poll, amongst the less educated, the propensity to vote for AAP is higher than the propensity to vote for the BJP. And as you go to those with professional degrees or postgraduate degrees, people have tended to vote for the BJP much more. Rajdeep, this is interesting, that not gone to school, 52% saying they voted AAP, 28% saying they voted BJP. Amongst those who won professional degrees, 51% saying they voted BJP, 32% saying they voted AAP, but there are fewer people with degrees than there are those who didn't go to school.
Sure, and you know, as Delhi becomes this urban sprawl, with many jhuggi-jhopri clusters out there who are getting the benefits perhaps of electricity or water, the AAP becomes a natural choice. Kunal, are you surprised that the AAP seems to be doing better among the less educated, the lower income groups? Is that the core constituency of AAP today in Delhi?
Exactly, and inflation is a big issue these days, and that's why even if you are saving some few thousand rupees out of your kitty, so you are you can't be surprised that if Aam Aadmi Party is helping them to save so much amount, especially in the lower income groups, so they are going to vote for the party. And that's why brand Kejriwal, I always say that Kejriwal has become a brand in Delhi. They are actually voting for these things, but they are looking up to Kejriwal. If you will, if you are remembering that what kind of posters are being put up all over the Delhi, there are only one leader, that is Arvind Kejriwal, no other leader, even not Manish Sisodia was there.
So similar to what brand Modi has become in Gujarat in a way.
It's the same,
and this is a civic poll.
It's the same template. When we were shooting for the MCD elections, the AAP was talking about a double engine ki sarkar, that you got the Aam Aadmi Party in government in the assembly, have us in government in the MCD, they're reading off the same script.
And if you see middle class areas, you know, where we live, polling percentage 25%. You go to the areas with larger lower income groups, polling percentage crosses 50%. So, you know, the complainant, the people who complain are people like us. We complain about, you know, there's too much of congestion, too much of pollution. But when it comes to actually going to the voting booth, we have less and less interest in civic polls, which is dangerous because it means citizen engagement is less with your councillor. You're still voting for an individual like Kejriwal, who perhaps is the chief minister of Delhi, but he can't solve necessarily the drainage problem outside your house. So I think that is where elections have changed. Everything is becoming presidential, including a civic poll.
See, what Rahul's data is very interesting is that even 32% professionals are voting for Kejriwal. You know, 52% of those who have not gone to school, but 32% of those with professional degree are also voting for Kejriwal.
No, but there's a huge, no, 1 minute. There's a 19, no, 1 minute.
Yeah.
The BJP is getting 51% vote among professional degrees versus 32% that AAP is getting. There's a 19% difference. On the other hand, those not gone to school AAP is getting 52 and BJP 28. That's a 24% difference. So it almost seems like there are two Delhis. One of the lower income groups who are reposing their faith in Kejriwal, and those who are slightly more affluent who perhaps have issues with it.
But there is a remarkable thing which you can see in this survey report, that BJP is not getting votes in the slum areas.
That's right. We'll come to it.
Yeah.
So, but just imagine the BJP squander here. Everywhere else, in UP, in Bihar, in Gujarat, they have poor people voting for them. In Delhi, they seem to be an Amiroo ki party. Whereas the Garib, the poor, the ones who really matter in an election are on the side of the Aam Aadmi Party. I want to show you how this plays out across age categories. So if you see, the younger a voter, the higher the propensity to vote for the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi. The older the voter, the more the probability of voting for the BJP. And this again is interesting. Those above 61 have voted for the BJP, 46 versus 34 for the Aam Aadmi Party. The Congress is a lost cause in Delhi, just about 10% aggregate vote. 51 to 60, 38% for BJP, 36% for AAP. But as you come down amongst those who are 18 to 25, 49 for AAP, 36 for BJP, a 13% gap. Preeti tracks the Aam Aadmi Party. Now this is great news. The AAP doing to the BJP what the BJP has done to other parties by making their vote bank rock solid amongst the poorest of the poor.
Amongst the poorest of the poor and the young. Even if you look at the voting percentage, which Rajdeep was pointing out, in, say, the affluent colonies of Delhi, in South Delhi, abysmal. But where has it picked up? In East Delhi. Where does Arvind Kejriwal's vote bank lie? In East Delhi. So East Delhi is voted en masse and East Delhi is voted well. Yes, there are posters, Rahul, that you were talking about as well, what Kunal was saying. Kejriwal ki sarkar, Kejriwal ka parshad, Kejriwal's cooperator. But this time around, what they have done is that the Aam Aadmi Party is trying to draw a distinction. Who's calling you right now? For all of us who've been living in Delhi, it's not मैं Arvind Kejriwal बात कर रहा हूँ, it's मैं मनीष सिसोदिया बात कर रहा हूँ. और आपको जाकर अपना वोट डालना है. So there is a distinction that the Aam Aadmi Party is now trying to make from the city, which is Delhi, and at a national level. So yes, while there is Prime Minister Modi's posters asking for vote for the Bharatiya Janata Party, even for MCD polls, you had JP Nadda going door to door. You had 5 chief ministers across India of BJP that campaigned for MCD polls. Every cabinet minister was campaigning for MCD polls. On the other hand, you have a Kejriwal who's asking for the votes. But that team B, which Kunal was talking about, headed by Manish Sisodia, has 3 key people. Atishi, it has Saurabh Bhardwaj, and it has Durgesh Pathak. Now, whatever goes down in MCD polls will be at the doorstep of this team B. And if you look at it, this is actually a moment for Manish Sisodia, the deputy, to step up and say, I can take charge of Delhi. Kejriwal is for now bigger things. A lot will rest.
There are 35 departments which are under Delhi government, and out of those 35 departments, Manish Sisodia is minister for 19 departments.
Exactly.
And other 6 ministers have just 15 portfolios. So it's a clear-cut thing that Manish Sisodia is now going to take charge of Delhi.
This is an acid test for him. It's a litmus test
Arvind Kejriwal is set for the next
But make no mistake, the vote in Delhi for AAP's Parshads or their candidates is in the name of Kejriwal. In some senses, like the Prime Minister, he, for whatever it is worth, has been able to build a cult and a personality around himself. You can't take away from that fact. And you have to acknowledge that, in a way, he's been able to play out from the same script by making himself, in the context of Delhi, Rajdeep, larger than life.
Also, Delhi is a changing city. You know, this is not the Delhi of the 1960s. I was looking at an old article where Vijay Kumar Malhotra became the head of the Municipal Council of Delhi, or the age when Madan Lal Khurana and the likes were, Kedar Sahni were the likes of, were the strongmen in a way of Delhi. It was a very Punjabi-fied city. And it was a middle-income city. Look at the way Delhi has changed. The inflow of migrants who have come into Delhi have largely come over the last 20 years. Many of them have come and lived in very, very difficult conditions. For them, therefore, someone like Kejriwal, who's promising you basic amenities, has offered you, therefore, a narrative. It's not just the leader. There's a narrative that's coming along with it. The narrative that Kejriwal is offering. This morning, and on my morning walk, I went to Shapur Jat, which is a colony near my colony, less affluent, where we sat and we chatted over chai with a lot of old Jat farmers from there who told me we used to grow the best gobi in Delhi till 30 years ago, till our colonies were taken over. Then they told me that, yes, sir, आप चलिए हमारे साथ मोहल्ला. I told them, ये मोहल्ला clinic मैंने सुना है चल नहीं रहा है. नहीं sir, हमें बहुत अच्छा लगता है. And they all took me there. And for them, it's a sense that, you know, at least I've got something on my doorstep. You see, the affluent versus those who are deprived of the facilities is a big battle of Delhi.
You know, one thing
it's a big battle across Indian cities.
Rajdeep, one thing we're not touching on, and I would reckon the results of the MCD polls will also decide the narrative on the Kattar Imandar. Main Kattar Imandar hu. That is the tagline that Arvind Kejriwal is going out. Now it will come down to the corruption taint when it comes down to the liquor scam, to the incarceration of Satyendra Jain, the videos there. If the Aam Aadmi Party does well and wins the MCD polls, then has the corruption taint actually stuck?
I asked these people, none of these issues matter to them.
No,
people
not at all.
People are living
But it's a referendum on that.
No, it is no.
It would be.
It is a referendum essentially on who provides me my basic amenities. It's a civic poll.
Okay, can we go across to our
Is
guest?
he accessible? Is she accessible?
Joining us
matters.
from the BJP, its national spokesperson Sardar R.P. Singh. From the Aam Aadmi Party, we have Priyanka Kakkar. From the Congress, we have Onika Mehrotra. And I want to take our viewers through a community-wise vote share breakdown. And this is fascinating. Amongst the Purvanchali voters, those who come from Eastern UP and from Bihar, 43% said they voted for AAP, 37% said they voted for BJP, Congress was only 8%. Amongst the Punjabi voters, 58% said they voted for AAP, 24% said they voted for the BJP, Congress was 8%. Amongst the Delhi Vasis, those who are originally inhabitants of Delhi, 42% said AAP, 34% said BJP, 11% said Congress. Amongst the Bengali voters, 42% said AAP, 41% said BJP. So only a 1% vote share gap. Amongst the South Indian voters, 58% said AAP, 23% said BJP. Interestingly though, amongst the Pahadi voters coming from Uttaranchal, coming from Himachal, 43% said BJP, 36% said AAP. Amongst the others who are left, 42 for AAP and 35 for the BJP. Going by this community-wise vote share breakup, we haven't given the overall vote and seat share numbers. RP Singh, as far as the second biggest municipal body of the world is concerned, it doesn't seem to be going rather well for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Well, Rahul, I was just hearing Rajdeep. He was batting for Aam Aadmi Party's Mohalla Clinic. He's a seasoned journalist. He probably
I went to one, sir. Please don't say batting. I went to the one in my neighborhood where the people were very happy with it. That's all I'm saying.
The word to use right now is dribbling. Football season is on.
Yeah, sir. आप कह रहे हैं बैटिंग. मैं वहाँ गया था, वो अच्छा था, लोगों को पसंद था. मैं क्या करूँ उसमें?
I thought Rajdeep के साथ बैटिंग ही वर्ड यूज होता होगा.
ठीक है, no problem.
अभी फुटबॉल सीजन चल रहा है ना, तो इसलिए ड्रिबलिंग.
चलिए, तो मिस्टर राजदीप हमारे अच्छे दोस्त हैं, ड्रिबल कर रहे थे. वो बता रहे थे कि खूब अच्छा है मोहल्ला क्लिनिक. मैं कल सुबह ही जाऊंगा राजदीप वहाँ पर उस मोहल्ला क्लिनिक और आपको वहाँ की फोटोग्राफ्स और वीडियोस जरूर भेजूंगा और अपडेट करूंगा, पोस्ट करूंगा. और आप जानते हैं मैं थोड़ा जिद्दी सा आदमी हूँ, परंतु सच ये है कि इन्हीं मोहल्ला क्लिनिक में 3 बच्चों की डेथ हो गई थी. मैं डेथ वर्ड यूज कर रहा हूँ, हत्या नहीं कर रहा. जब उनको गलत दवाई प्रिस्क्राइब कर दी गई डॉक्टर्स के द्वारा, मतलब दे दी गई, जो मेडिसिन दी गई. खैर, दैट्स नॉट इशू. इशू इज कमिंग टू दी व्हाट्स हैपनिंग ओवरऑल एंड देन दैट प्रॉब्ली दिस इज कट्टर ईमानदार सर्टिफिकेट बीइंग गिवन टू केजरीवाल. लालू यादव को भी ऐसे ही सर्टिफिकेट दिया था. कितने साल जेल में काटे? वी ऑल नो हाउ मेनी इयर्स ही स्पेंट इन जेल. So the cases will go on. Satyendra Jain or Sasodhya or cases have nothing to do with the elections. You can get yourself ratified in the elections. You can win elections. Lalu Yadav also kept winning elections, but ultimately he was sentenced. And then thereafter also, that's how the Indian politics is. After that, his son is the deputy chief minister, twice being deputy chief minister. So that's how the Indian politics. So that election winning and not winning doesn't give you certificate of Imandar. I mean, let's keep aside. Preeti, I'm sorry. You were saying that this will be ratification of the Katra Imandar Sarkar. But fact is that even today, I was just checking on AQI level is at such dangerous level that they have to shut the construction work in Delhi. It's almost touching 400 today. And then promises were made that we are putting smog towers. That's one smog tower which was sponsored by Tata is still not working. So promises were made, and but
Priyanka Kakkar, you want to respond to what you are hearing from Sardar R.P. Singh? A lot of promises were made, and now the Aam Aadmi Party is being put on test.
Another second.
No, let her respond. Let her respond. You've said that, or whether it's mohalla clinics, whether it's pollution level, the Aam Aadmi Party has failed to deliver cleaning up Ganga. Now the time has come for the voters to respond.
Good evening, sir, Rajdeep ji, to you and everyone on the panel. I was told that this is about exit polls, and therefore you asked him a question about the BJP not faring well in the MCD, but he could not answer. I think that speaks for itself. He knows what the result is going to be, one thing. Secondly, when he speaks about mohalla clinics without any verifiable data, what he's saying, I don't know about these incidents. But anyway, he can say it. Unlike the UP government, we are not going to imprison a doctor who came out with the truth of 100 children dying without oxygen. So let's not get into that. You also mistakenly just questioned me on Ganga. He probably wanted to talk about Yamuna. So the thing is that about Yamuna, I've said it repeatedly, we've taken time till 2025. When it comes to Ganga, the Namami Gange mission has been under the radar of several high courts, most recently been Allahabad High Court, which said that it is a पैसे खाने की machine बन गई और बांटने की machine बन गई और कोई improvement नहीं हुआ है गंगा में. I don't know where they get this moral authority. I'm taking you back to the question that you asked him, that it seems that BJP is not faring well. But before you go, there's one thing that Rahul Kanwalji said, which I agree with. He said that statistics shows that the young people are voting more for AAP, which clearly indicates we are the future.
Not just young, ma'am. You are cherry picking young and low income groups. The professionals, the young and low income groups are more inclined to vote for you.
Okay, let me answer you on that. So according to our government, if you earn less than 8 lakh rupees, you are a low income group. One thing. Secondly, there is another statistic which says if you earn under 25,000 rupees per month today, you are in the top 10% of the country. So basically, you leave such a large pool for us. Okay, we are happy with that.
Okay, let's show our viewers geography-wise vote share breakup of MCD. Now, if you look at the slum community, in the slum dwellers, 49% of those who were residing in slums said they voted for AAP versus 28% for BJP. Remember, slum voters earlier in the day of Sheila Dikshit used to be strong Congress loyalists. They've migrated in big numbers to AAP. Those who stay in colonies and in flats, 42% said they voted for AAP. 36% said they voted for BJP. If you stay in the kind of colony that Rajdeep does, the probability of voting for the BJP is higher. Nothing about you in person, but just generally the probability is higher. Those who stay in kothis and bungalows, Rajdeep, say they voted for the BJP 42 versus 37. So again, the richer you are in Delhi, and this is problematic for the BJP, make no mistake, because it doesn't matter what the kothiwalas say. R.P. Singh, ultimately you have to get the Garib ka vote, and right under the nose of the Prime Minister in the national capital, when you win 68 out of 70 assembly seats in a Lok Sabha converted into assembly in 2019, you can't seem to hold on to the win in the MCD. And this is happening in Delhi under the BJP top high command's nose.
Okay, Rahul. When you say that the slum dwellers or the people from the poor background vote for Aam Aadmi Party, let's understand it logically. The logic behind is that the freebies are working there. It is clearly showing that the free bus, especially for the woman, is working there, because generally all the support staff which comes to everyone's household comes from those areas only, and then they get the advantage of freebie and then they vote for it. I'll give you one example, and I'm quoting it on record. I have an area named Sangam Colony. There's a JCBs came to demolish the colony. I went there, contested with the authorities. They went back. But even then they voted for Aam Aadmi Party. Our party, I went and asked them that, "Tumhari sir pe chhat bachi thi?" They said, "Nahi, hame sir wo chhat to aap bachaoge. छत मोदी जी भी हमको मकान दे देंगे, हमको पता, हमको नए मकान मोदी जी दे रहे हैं, वो हमें कालका जी में, कठपुतली में हमारे लिए नए मकान बन रहे हैं, पर अल्टीमेटली इट कम्स टू free bus for us, free bus ride when we go for colonies where we go and work as a helping hand. There we get free bus, and that's the advantage. although
you're saying it's the so-called Revdi freebie culture that is. You're saying AAP is benefiting from the so-called Revdi culture, but it's very interesting. In all these numbers, Rahul, you cited the Congress. Once the dominant party, only 10 years ago, won 3 elections in a row, state elections. Sheila Dikshit was the one who trifurcated the MCD in 2012, and it was a dominant party. What is apparent is the AAP has taken completely almost the Congress vote, and therefore, Onika Mehrotra, that should worry you, because here is a poll where it only reaffirms what has been happening over the last 8 years. The Aam Aadmi Party steadily and surely in Delhi takes over votes that were yours. These very low-income, pro-poor groups were Congress voters till about 10 years ago.
Well, sir, we will respect the verdict, no doubt about it, because these very people also gave us power, isn't it? And we worked for all community, all age factor, irrespective, all age group, we worked for it. For the time being, yes, let AAP and BJP bask in the glory of falsification and false glorification. It's okay, because, you remember the mirage effect, Rajiv ji? When you see from the top, the eagle plunges nose dive into the ground and falls flat on the face. And very shortly, it's going to happen.
It's been 8 years now, ma'am. The fact is that in Delhi, the Congress seems to be struggling to recover. I mean, what
struggling? Are they even trying to recover? That's the question. How hard are they fighting? Are they fighting for whatever it is worth? The Aam Aadmi Party fought Gujarat like their lives depended on it. They were na 3 mein na 13 mein, as they say in Hindi. They were hardly in contention, but they fought like their lives depended on it. The Congress, which won 77 seats in 2017, could have fought much harder in Delhi in the MCD elections. Kunal, is it not fair to say that they ran a rather dispirited campaign? They were like this. You see some spirit in the Bharat Jodo Yatra. You see the Congress making some serious effort there. You have to credit that. But in MCD, they were pretty clueless.
Look at the senior leaders of the Congress. Ajay Maken, seen nowhere. Sandeep Dikshit was in Madhya Pradesh. He was with Bharat Jodo Yatra. Other leaders like Arvinder Singh Lovely, he was also seen nowhere. So all these senior leaders,
they doing?
They are doing nothing. Actually, they are not happy with the state leadership. And
what is the state leadership?
There's
Anil
none. Anil
Chaudhary, who didn't even check his name in the voter list.
Whom Preeti is talking about.
Okay.
He is unable to take all them together.
You've got some big guns or so-called big guns or expired big guns. They're sitting at home. Here you've got a party which has, very little presence on the ground, and they're fighting as if their life depends on it.
You've not thrown up a new generation Congress leadership. No. You see, what has happened over the years, politics also has to go through a political party has to also go through a process of renewal. I mean, when we come to Gujarat, we can discuss that. Look at the generational change, like it or not, that the BJP is effecting in Gujarat. Unless you effect generational change, it can be painful at times, but you've got to do it. Otherwise, what happens? You've got people who've been there in the party for 20 years. They get a defeatist mentality because they've lost 3 or 4 elections, and they lose the hunger to win again.
Want generational change. In Gujarat, there are 3 candidates that the BJP has given tickets to are over the proverbial 75 years of age, only on winnability. It's not generational change.
But they've also fired half the cabinet.
Preeti, they have changed half their
So it's not a generational change. It's not a generational change.
There are a number of young leaders. Look at the likes of Nitin. We are talking about Delhi, but we can give you example. Vijay Rupani removed, Nitin Patel removed, new leaders, Bhupender Chudasama removed, new leaders come in, and that has not happened in the Congress party in a long time. Ajay Maken, for example, was the young face of the Delhi. Now, could he have been fully empowered and told Ajay Maken, forget being spokesperson of the Congress in Delhi, become our face
but
for the next 10 years?
When he was, what did he do?
But no one is going to give him the free hand. That's why the problem is.
Okay, let's take a break. When we come back, we will show you the results of the MCD. Like, we've done enough maholbazi about MCD. We'll get you the exact numbers for the Municipal Corporation of Delhi, the seat share, the vote share, the gender-wise breakup. When we come back on the other side of a very quick break, you're watching the India Today Access My India exit poll numbers. We return with the top line numbers for Delhi on the other side of these messages.
India's ace shuttler. A former world junior number 1. And a youth icon finds himself in trouble over allegedly fudging his age. Badminton star Lakshya Sen booked in an FIR. The FIR filed in Bengaluru claims Lakshya's family and coach forged his birth certificate to avail government facilities. The complainant, Govippa Nagaraj, claims the 21-year-old shuttler has been playing with the doctored age certificate since 2010 and depriving other youngsters from badminton platforms.
बच्चे लोग अभी उस स्पोर्ट्स में खेल रहे हैं, ये सब ऐसा किया तो वो लोगों के लिए बर्बाद हो जाएगा, प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा उसके लिए, इसके लिए वो सब क्लीन करना है.
Lakshya Sen's family and coach rubbished the charges, claiming them to be motivated campaign. Lakshya's father added that the baseless charges have disturbed Lakshya.
देखो ये जो मैटर है इन्वेस्टिगेशन पे है और ये एक उनका अपना वो है और बता हमारे हिसाब से ये बेसलेस है और ये केवल मलाइन करने के लिए, एक इमेज डैमेज करने के लिए है ना, और ये मोटिवेटेड है ना.
Lakshya, an Arjuna Award winner, has many top honours to his credit, including Youth Olympic Laurel and World Championship bronze. He also grabbed gold in 2022 Commonwealth Games. Can the champion player emerge unscathed from the controversy? Bureau Report, India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
India's biggest and most accurate exit poll is back. Three different elections, a poll with a sample size of more than 75,000.
तो मंत्री आपके हिसाब से किसको बनना चाहिए?
A phenomenal 93% accuracy record. Credibility that comes by being out on the field. Capturing the pulse of voters like no one else. Watch the India Today Access My India exit poll, the 5th of December.
Presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-powered by OLXautos.in. Only OLX Autos gives OLX extra price for every car. In association with Titan Eye Plus, expert who cares. AMD, take the quantum leap in performance.
Welcome back. This is the India Today Axis My India poll that's going to give you all the big numbers of the exit poll, what's happened in Himachal Pradesh and indeed in the crucial battleground state of Gujarat. Polling virtually now over in Gujarat. Voting percentage moderate in this second phase of polling that's gone on in Gujarat. We're counting all those numbers. We want to be accurate with them because there is a track record that we have to live up to. But we're going to start with the Municipal Corporation of Delhi, MCD, the largest in terms of size in the country, second only in terms of resources to the Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation. What has happened in the MCD polls? Has 15 years of anti-incumbency hurt the BJP? Rahul has all the big numbers.
There are 250 wards in the combined municipal corporation of Delhi. I want to show you first the vote share numbers for Delhi. And here, exit poll numbers done by Axis My India for the India Today group are predicting that the Aam Aadmi Party will get a whopping 43% of the Delhi vote share. Remember, in the last municipal elections, they had about 26% of the vote share. The BJP, for the most part, has managed to hold on to its core voters. They were at 36%, they're at 35% now, but it is the Congress's vote share which has actually crashed, almost halved from the last election. So a massive vote share edge for the Aam Aadmi Party in the MCD elections. When I convert this into seats, this is what the new MCD is going to look like. Here it is coming up on your screen. Out of the 250 wards, Axis My India predicts for the India Today group that the Aam Aadmi Party could win a whopping 149 at the bottom part of the range, going all the way up to 171. The BJP's tally could crash down to 69 to 91. So in Delhi, which is the first exit poll numbers that we are putting out today, the Aam Aadmi Party likely to win MCD. The Congress down to 3 to 7. So what we're seeing here essentially, Rajdeep, is a collapse of the Congress's bacha-kucha vote share. The BJP holding on. You know, they're consistent at 36, 35, but that's not enough. The Congress vote going to AAP means Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party likely to win the MCD election in Delhi.
No surprise here. If anything, the AAP would have hoped to win even bigger, given what they did just 2 years ago in the assembly election, where they got more than 50% of the vote share. But clearly today, AAP is Delhi's party number one, and that's been re-established with these numbers. An 8% lead in vote share, which translates into a near 2/3 victory for the Aam Aadmi Party. So the AAP clearly has emerged as the dominant party. The BJP has remained where it is, static almost in Delhi, and that could raise questions over the kind of leadership the BJP also has in Delhi. And the Congress is the one which has collapsed, and that collapsed vote largely seems to go to the Aam Aadmi Party as it did in assembly elections. Preeti, will Mr. Kejriwal and Team Kejriwal, or Team B as you call them, be happy with these numbers, or would they have preferred an even more overwhelming mandate?
Well, anybody would have preferred an overwhelming mandate, but Team A, Team B would be very, very happy with these numbers. Rajdeep, and I'll tell our viewers why. Because what really happens when Aam Aadmi Party, as we've predicted, if it actually wins the MCD polls, then the mayor is as powerful as the chief minister. It's a constitutional post. So with what we've been seeing, that entire conflict between the LG and the Delhi, chief minister, now every time and time again, all of that will recede. He'll have the mayor by his side. The mayor will come from the Aam Aadmi Party. So in that context, it's very, very important to go ahead. And, it was very clear for them. This was also a test for the Team B. And now it would be going ahead, and I'm sure Kunal will add to it, Arvind Kejriwal will take a larger mantle, and this will be the Team B now, which will kick in even bigger if these numbers are to hold.
I beg to differ with Preeti. This will add troubles for Arvind Kejriwal. Because after the unified MCD, what central government has changed in the MCD constitution, that all the MCD employees will be the central government employees. So indirectly, center will rule the MCD with the help of commissioner, and this will add to the problems of Arvind Kejriwal.
But then you have another constitutional head, the mayor.
Their mayor in the MCD, they can't rule with the independent hand. And secondly, God forbid, if that 91 seats might cross 100 for BJP, if that scenario arises, there is no anti-defection law in MCD. Any councillor can jump their step any time to elect their choice of mayor. So BJP, as they are known for, they can arrange councillors, they can make any government fall. So there are many probabilities which might
so let's
take place
give our
after the
viewers
election
a sense of context. In the last municipal corporation of Delhi elections, if you aggregate the 3 municipal corporations, the BJP had 163 wards. That's now likely to crash to 69 to 91. The Aam Aadmi Party had 51 wards. That's likely to go up 3x to between 149 to 171. The Congress had 22 wards. That could crash to 3 to 7. 3x of the number they had the last time suggests now, Rahul, that the Congress will have to live up, the Aam Aadmi Party will have to live up to the promise of double engine ki sarkar, governing both the Delhi Assembly and the MCD with at least one hand tied behind the back.
Yes, absolutely. I think this is going to be the one big challenge. Remember, this vote, if the poll is true, is largely because how the MCD has worked, Rahul. You know, our daily lives of people in Delhi, they are run by a municipal corporation. The garbage collection, the small roads less than 60 feet or something. 60 feet. Health clinics, all these little elements are run by the MCD. And I think the people of Delhi had enough. Also, I think the BJP suffers what the Congress suffers in other states also, that there is virtually no leadership. And if you see the BJP fortunes, Rahul, you'll be surprised. I'm surprised. The last time around, in 2017, the BJP vote share was 37%. It got 181 seats. It has fallen 2% only, vote share. And the seats, number of seats can actually fall by almost 100. It just by a drop of 2%.
But look at the vote share of Aam Aadmi Party. That was 26% last time. That has climbed up to 43%. So massive jump in Aam Aadmi Party vote share.
It has eaten up into the Congress, BSP and other votes more than the BJP votes actually.
But you know, the fascinating part of Delhi is that you have a Lok Sabha poll in 2019. The BJP gets more than 50% of the vote share and wins all 7 Lok Sabha seats. 8 months later, you have an assembly election. The Aam Aadmi Party gets more than 50%. The Aam Aadmi Party gets more than 60 out of the 70 seats in the Delhi Assembly. Now, 2 years later, you have an MCD poll with delimitation having taken place, with new wards in place. The Aam Aadmi Party is heading towards a 2/3 victory. So look at how voters also look at it. In a national poll in Delhi, you look at Mr. Modi and you choose the BJP. In a state election, you believe that Mr. Kejriwal is best placed to represent your interests. And now you've come down to an MCD level where even in a civic poll, you're looking at councillors from a party other than the BJP this time and going to arms.
The MCD, the Delhi BJP is jinxed. You know, you can't even say off with his head or heads need to roll, because heads have rolled. Innumerable heads have rolled. They just can't seem to find a winning captain who can actually take them to power. So if you see, I want to show you now what people think of the idea of the merger of the 3 MCDs. When we ask this question, do you support the central government's decision to merge the 3 municipal corporations? This is what respondents told us. 66% of the respondents in this Access My India exit poll said they think it's a good idea. 10% said they think it's a bad decision. 5% said it doesn't help. 1% say it's a political stunt. 18% say they don't know. Kunal, what was the actual rationale? First you say they're too big to govern, so you split them into 3. In May you converge them into 1. What was the actual rationale of doing this? 66% seem to be supporting it.
Basically, initially, the rationale was just political. BJP was not faring very good in a month of April, May. AAP was coming from Punjab's victory, so they want to delay election somehow. What was the talks in the political circle all about? But now, the unification, why Sheila Dixit had trifurcated the MCD? She actually wanted to she did it for the 2 regions. The first region was she wants MCD to be decentralized. People can be served better. But the second reason was that time Ram Babu Sharma was actually challenging Sheila Dikshit, and she actually didn't want anyone to challenge her in the Delhi Congress, and that's why she trifurcated to make persons like Sachin Kumar, Jagdish Titler, Ram Babu Sharma weak. But now unification, people are hopeful that MCD has failed to serve their duties quite miserably. So somehow MCD will do good. That's why they are so much hopeful about the unification.
But the problem in all these cities is the same, whether it's Mumbai or Delhi. There are multiplicity of authorities.
Exactly.
And therefore, there is, the UD department will intervene in some parts of Delhi, the Delhi government, there's the LG, there's now the MCD. The fact is that unless you have a clear chain of command, this is not going to work. This is, talk of decentralization and yet you have multiple authorities in a city. That is the problem. That's why cities are so badly run. Look at New York, look at other cities, clear, direct, elected mayor who has the authority to run a city. You don't want to do that in Indian cities because no party wants, Delhi is a golden goose.
Exactly.
Just
and
like
that's why
Mumbai is a golden goose.
DDA is with central government.
That's right. So you see, the central government doesn't really want to lose their power over Delhi, and therefore the infrastructure
No, but the
remains where it is.
trifurcation, one of the main reasons for the trifurcation, what happened was that South Delhi was getting a lot more revenue than the other two. Other two were in penury and South Delhi was raking it in. So one of the reasons to for unification was also that the revenue is at least divided.
But that's why Delhi government has
there was
to
a political,
fund the other two
so there was a political reason because the elections
there
have happened
is
6 months late.
Political arm twisting by the Delhi government. Actually, MCD was complaining that they are not receiving funds from Delhi government, and actually they were doing it. What central government was doing with Kejriwal was doing the same with the MCD, and that's why MCD failed miserably.
Sir,
so there is a Kejriwal factor. Yeah, exactly.
The very interesting element about overlap you said, the education department, the primary schools are with MCD.
Yes.
The higher education is with Delhi government. You've got big vehicles, automobiles are with Delhi government. Smaller vehicles, rickshaw, thela, everything is with MCD. You've got 60 feet road with MCD and beyond that with Delhi government. This overlap is disastrous, Rajdeep.
No, but from
now
another
you've got the same government.
But
now you've got the same government.
But now you have a problem. Half the officials are with the central government.
That's the problem.
No, but AAP so far oftentimes has made excuses saying MCD is not with us, which is why the garbage mountains are the way they are. Now it's for Kejriwal to fix it, because so far all he's done is give freebies in terms of bijli, pani. Now he needs to bring that mountain of shame down.
As Kunal said, the central government, the central government wants MCD employees to become their employees. So you you've created a situation tomorrow where more potential conflict will exist between the LG
no, but he'll be judged now. But Kejriwal and AAP will be judged by their promises.
No, of course they will be. But my point is, Rahul, unless we have a clear chain of command, you're going to have in the city of Delhi, like it's happened in Mumbai, where we have a multiplicity of authorities running Mumbai. Mumbai becomes Ram Bharose, and Delhi also then will become Ram Bharose.
Okay, I want to go across and get some political reactions. Priyanka Kakkar from the Aam Aadmi Party is with us. A 3x gain in seat share on the back of a 16-17% gain in vote share. The Aam Aadmi Party seems poised to run the Municipal Corporation of Delhi. It also suggests that you'll be now left with one less excuse to not be able to deliver. So it's now really for you to run both Delhi and MCD and show you can do the job that you promised to do.
That is correct, Rahul Kanwalji. But there is one thing I want to address. You mentioned that we give freebies, but so does BJP. It only gives freebies to the top 1%. That besides the point when it waves off 10 lakh crores. So that besides the point. We are giving facilities from the taxpayer money back to the taxpayer, which eases their lives, increases their standard of living. Let's not call them freebies. Secondly, sir, you mentioned that, we were stopping the funds of the MCD. I also want to correct that. Because you will see, if you it's available online, that the paramedical staff, the sanitation workers had to repetitively knock the doors of the High Court, and the High Court would reprimand the MCD to release the funds. There was never a shortage of funds. The only problem was with the intention. And also, I request Preeti ji to please correct herself. We are not the team B, we are the team A. Going by the incorrect results that you show, we will score at least 230 in the NCD polls too. So we should now be called the team A at least.
So you made Kejriwal and gang team भी कहते हम team है, चलो ये भी ठीक है.
हम team है.
I want to go across to Sardar RP Singh. The BJP is hoping for a big victory in Gujarat. To some extent, if this is what the exit polls show for the MCD election in Delhi, would it be slightly bittersweet? Okay, so you can say it's not the size of Gujarat, which it isn't even as significant as Gujarat, but the opponent was the same. And if the BJP loses the MCD election, क्या मजा थोड़ा किरकिरा होगा?
गुजरात में कितने कॉर्पोरेशंस हैं ऐसे?
Okay, go on.
एक और कॉर्पोरेशन है. But issue is, give me a second. Kunal, you right now said that BJP सरकार बना लेगी, BJP तो सरकार बना लेगी. प्लीज़ लेट अस नो कहाँ ऐसी सरकार बनाई जो भी आप कह रहे थे कि सरकार बना लेगी, एमसीडी में एंटी डिफेक्शन लागू नहीं होता. कहाँ ऐसी सरकार बनाई जहाँ हमने एमएलएस अपने आप छोड़ कर आए. इनके एमएलएस आम आदमी पार्टी के एमएलएस पंजाब के अंदर पिछली बार कितने कांग्रेस में चले गए थे. ऑलमोस्ट 80% ऑफ एमएलएस फ्रॉम पंजाब आम आदमी पार्टी बिफोर दिस टर्म वेंट टू कांग्रेस पार्टी. So before giving a sweeping statement, please, I'll appreciate, be very specific. I mean, instead of giving a sweeping statement. मैंने आपको टोका कि आपको अच्छा नहीं लगता ना.
I want to go across to Siddharth Mishra. Siddharth Mishra is a senior journalist who's tracked Delhi a large part of his lifetime. The Congress's complete collapse. You worked you saw the working of the Sheila Dikshit government when the Congress was at its peak in Delhi, from ruling for 15 years to now being almost comatose, picking up only 3 to 7 wards. Is this rest in peace Congress in Delhi?
I think so. There is no doubts about it, because you see the class of leaders whom Sheila ji mentored, Ajay Makans and Ravinder Lovelies and Naseeb Singhs, who could have taken over the charge of the Congress, they are too hesitant to take up the cudgels of the party in these difficult times. And when you don't have a leadership to take up the cudgels of the party in difficult times, naturally the party is going to die down. And that's what is happening in Delhi. How shameful it was that the leader of the Congress, the Congress president of Delhi, even did not know that his name was not there in the voters list. So that looks about the whole seriousness of attitude and approach which the Delhi Congress had towards what you call this municipal corporation election. And I was hearing you people about one thing. You see, Delhi can be run with this multiplicity of authority if the intentions of the different tiers have the intention to do so. Sheila ji, I will recall, it's part of recorded history and something told by Rajni Abhi, who was the last mayor of Delhi before this trifurcation took place. Because when she became mayor, the first call of congratulations she got was from Sheila ji. And Sheila ji told her, look, we both are from Miranda House and we both are women and we should rise above party lines and work together. So you see, unless and until people from different political parties put their heads together, it's very difficult to run Delhi.
That's a very different era, Rajdeep.
No, it is a very different era. There have been 3 eras in a way. There was the pre-Sheila Dikshit era, which was very BJP dominated. You had tall BJP leaders. Old-timers tell me about how Madan Lal Khurana would hold press conferences in Volga restaurant, and everybody would gravitate towards him. Before that, Vijay Kumar Malhotra, who's still with us, and was someone who was seen as a Delhi ka, real sort of hard-boiled Delhi wala. The BJP was a very, very strong party here. Then you had the age of Sheila Dikshit, and now you've got the age of Kejriwal. I just wonder, Onika Mehrotra of the Congress, who's your, an example was just cited which really reflects your own Delhi Congress president didn't even know that he was not registered as a voter. What does that say about your party?
That shows the mischief of the BJP of going and eradicating the votes. Nevertheless, that's something different. But my
point is, where is the energy, for God's sake?
As a voter, I check whether my name is on the voter list or not to be certain that I can vote. If he's asleep on the wheel, then he doesn't know.
Why the changes? What do you mean I have to check? What's there to be checked about? Like, we all have our votes. I mean, who will go and change it? Just imagine this. So
I'm sorry, what are you even saying, Anika? Every voter checks whether his name was on the voter list or not. Because anything could happen, your name could get knocked off. You always check.
Only if I need to change the Form 6, the Form 7, we are aware of it. If I have a voter ID card, and that's for me to show it in the polling booth, that's about it. If Form 6 and Form 7 or any changes has to be made by the candidate or the person. So if the person has not made any changes,
that's not correct. Oftentimes, people come from the local authorities, and if they don't find you at home, they knock your name off. You have to be awake and you have to keep checking. I mean, that's just the very basic, unless you're the Congress president of Delhi and you're so clueless that you don't even know your name is on the voter list.
Let me come to the point that multiplicity of department was always there in Delhi, and Congress always ensured that the people of Delhi never suffered. With Kejriwal, he came with a blame game, sir, of pointing a finger at LG, the central government, and he insisted that he should have his own parshad. Now, if the exit poll is saying so, we just hope he doesn't twist it again.
What's the message in Delhi?
Yes,
the fact is, another question is, yes, whether, Mr. Anil Chaudhary didn't find out that his name was on the voter list aside, but to have the likes of Jagdish Treitler on your committee for MCD elections, especially, the likes of Trilok Puri and East Delhi would think it's a cruel joke on them.
No, you see, the leaders who have been working for Delhi, as Rahul was mentioning, the Punjabi community or the, Provincial committee, that many people have come to Delhi from outside Delhi. So each one to its own, people can work for their own community.
But madam, what traction could a Jagdish Treitler in this day and age have in Delhi, especially MCD polls? Who could align with the ideology of a Jagdish Treitler right now?
Okay, so...
we have senior leaders around. I mean, it's not that Congress is not getting vote share, so we don't have leaders. I mean, I said what the point is. 70 years or 65 years.
No, but you have leaders, but they're not on the ground. Arvinder Singh Lavli, Ajay Makan, Sandeep Dikshit, these are some of your leaders in Delhi. They hardly campaigned in the MCD election.
No, they did. All the pictures are there. You can see it very clearly that all were focusing on in their constituencies. That's where they mattered. At this juncture, they had to go out in their own constituencies. Everybody was working there, from Subhash Chopra to Harun Yusuf to Anil Chaudhary, Anil Bhardwaj. Everybody was working in their own constituencies.
And you end up between 3 and 7 wards. That also shows you what these leaders are capable of.
Rahulji, that's a narrative which we can't, work on at this juncture. It's there, it's a cloud. I said about the mirage effect. That's what is happening to Delhi.
You're saying it's the mirage. You're saying, in that sense, you believe eventually will give way and the Congress will return. So while you have that wish or dream,
but they're waiting for something to change, Mira. This is the problem with the Congress mindset. They're thinking that somehow AAP or BJP will implode, things will go wrong, and the Congress will spring back to life. Whether they make any effort or not, whether their president is on the list or not, they'll spring back to life.
Can I just ask one question, Siddharth? Is the BJP itself, while you mentioned the Congress, why do you think, Siddharth, the BJP has not been able to take advantage in the last decade? Here is a party where they also threw a lot of their national leaders into a civic campaign. JP Nadda was campaigning there. They had road shows.
Shivraj Singh
Chauhan came. Leaders come from other parts of the country. Why is it that the BJP is unable to take off in Delhi anymore?
Rajdeep, I'm really, I was amazed when this person called Adesh Gupta was made president of Delhi BJP. I have been part of Delhi reportage and before that in Delhi University and such places. I never heard of this man, and he suddenly becomes president of Delhi BJP. They have wasted whole generation of their leaders who came up through the Delhi University Student Union elections. Whole lot of people, who could have it, and in fact, JP Nadda was used to be in charge of AVVP in 1980s, late 1980s, when all these leaders were coming up. And suddenly, all these leaders who have, who have contested those elections, who are in part of their setup, who have been part of their struggle, they all have been ignored. For last 10 years or so, they all have been ignored like anything. So I just wonder, is the BJP really doesn't want to revive its unit in Delhi? Because, you had a Manoj Tiwari before him, Manoj Tiwari, and in Delhi, BJP, they have always had people with strong organizational skills who have run the party. You mentioned Khurana, you mentioned Vijay Kumar Malhotra, for that matter, even Vijay Goyal, and in that gentleman called Kohli, who was later governor of Gujarat. They all were people with a lot of organizational skills, and they did pretty well with the organization. And suddenly you drop in somebody who is not even heard of. I even don't recall, who he was, because, when
Kunal,
it
what
was said
you know,
that Rajesh Gupta was
what is the
wondered
BJP's?
that,
What is the
person from the
BJP's?
corporate
You know,
was
Siddharth says he's never heard of Adesh Gupta. What is the BJP's philosophy for Delhi? Do they have a solution? They keep sort of moving 1 minute thinking we'll get the Purvanchali vote, next minute thinking let's go back to the to our original Punjabi base. Do they have any solution? Is there any modern phase? There's talk of Gautam Gambhir being pitched as a future leader of Delhi. Is that serious?
Just imagine that they have 7 MPs, but that they didn't found any of them to be the state president. Any of them could be a state president. Ramesh Vidhuri is there. He is not that old. You talked about Gautam Gambhir, Manoj Tiwari. They tried Manoj Tiwari. Meenakshi Lekhi is there. She is also a urban face. But they are not choosing any one of them. So they are leaders. There is no doubt that they are leaders. But why they are choosing Adesh Gupta, that is their internal problem. But obviously he is not just giving them any vote. He doesn't have any kind of glamour.
Yes, Rahul.
At one time in Delhi, you see, they had big leaders like Madhanlal Khurana and others. But then came a problem that in Delhi, there was a tussle between the likes of Sushma Swaraj, Arun Jaitley and others over who really holds the strings as far as Delhi is concerned. Now the Delhi thing is a problem is that any leader who is a big face in Delhi, because it's the national capital, also becomes a very prominent national face. And I think that's where lies one of the problems with the BJP, that it is looking for karyakartas to run the Delhi outfit instead of creating a leader.
No, they've tried. Can I just give you a It's like a big headache. You know, you have these problem childs. If you're a top management in a corporation, you have several successful ventures and you have one where you should be doing well, but you aren't. You've tried everything that you possibly can, but somehow it doesn't work out. And that's really problematic. Given the way Messrs. Modi and Shah run the BJP, you know well that they would not want defeat. They have tried whatever they can. It's just very lethargic and disorganized, the Delhi BJP, and they simply can't seem to shake it up, wake it up and get it to work, which is why Aam Aadmi Party and Kejriwal continue to do well in the municipal elections. Rajdeep.
Okay, I think we've done Delhi.
Okay.
And we've got plenty more to go. I appreciate all my guests from Delhi joining us, because we are now going to build up to the 2 big states of Himachal Pradesh and Gujarat. Important for different reasons. Himachal Pradesh, important because remember, a government has alternated in Himachal Pradesh since the 1980s between the Congress and the BJP. So you would think that history tells you this is the Congress's opportunity. However, as we saw in Uttarakhand only 8 months ago, that didn't happen there. And the Congress at the moment doesn't really have a foothold in the entire Himalayan belt across this country. So can the Congress get at least a toehold in Himachal? Is there enough anti-incumbency to do that? And remember, it's also the state which is the president of the BJP. He comes from Chamba and therefore JP Nadda. Can he, in a way, salvage his home state? So Himachal is critical. And
but
then
remember,
of course,
Rahul Gandhi never campaigned in Himachal. If the Congress wins in Himachal and Rahul Gandhi was on his Bharat Jodo Yatra, it also tells the Congress you can win without having the Gandhi's campaign. To some extent, Priyanka did campaign.
You know, my friend Rahul and my other friend, every time he mentions, you see, there's a club of Rahul.
Who's your other friend?
Rahul Srivastav, Rahul Kanwal and Rahul Gandhi. These are, all of them have views, strong views on each other.
I don't know how you can put us all together, because I thought we are on the different side of the fence, Rajdeep.
Okay.
I don't think you can club us.
No, the reason I'm saying it, you're right, that Rahul Gandhi didn't campaign. Interestingly, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra did. And you know, I can tell you for Mallikarjun Kharge is looking very excitedly. One of his people has sent me a message at what are your Himachal numbers?
Sure.
Because remember, he's become party president just 6 weeks ago. He wants something to go to the people and say, look, I'm a lucky mascot, I won you a state.
But remember Rajiv Shukla, if the Congress were to do well in Himachal Pradesh, Rajiv Shukla has been sitting there managing this campaign, and if he can lead the Congress to power, beating a record that's held since 1985, when Veerbhadra Singh won 82-85, and after that no parties won successively in Himachal Pradesh, if he can beat that record, Rajiv Shukla will be a man in demand.
No, he's not beating the record. He will be going by history.
No,
to be fair,
Sure, I'm saying that since Veerbhadra won in 85 after winning in 82, nobody has won twice over.
That's right.
So if that record continues and Rajiv Shukla led the Congress's campaign, he would have taken them to a rare victory.
I don't think it's going to go to a Rajiv Shukla. I don't think it's going to go to a Priyanka Gandhi. It will go to a hyper-local campaign which is run by the local leadership. And why I say that? It's a new model of electioneering which will be introduced by the Congress, where a presidential election where you're facing off against the might of a Modi, then you have a new model that you don't need to bring out the big faces and you can run a campaign and win it on hyper-local issues.
Preeti Chaudhary, that may be the reason. If that happens, that may be the reason. That may be the reason the Congress, if they do well, does well in Himachal.
It's a new model for them.
But when it comes to credit taking, let me be very clear. There will be people immediately saying, Priyanka ji, aap gayi thi aur aapne chamatkar kar diya.
No. They will say things like Pratibha Singh, the wife of Veerbhadra Singh, or Vikramaditya Singh, the son who was playing an important role in the campaign. You'll have Mukesh Agnihotri. You will have the likes of Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu all jumping in. And there would be a big problem there. So remember, there will be many people wanting to take credit for this. I want to just welcome...
Rahul, one interesting point. Sachin Pilot campaigned heavily in Himachal. So if they win Himachal, then Sachin gets credit. Gehlot campaigned in Gujarat, and if they lose Gujarat. So I think a bit of impression on the Gujarat politics.
Okay, I just want to welcome now, ladies and gentlemen, can we have some silence, please, as we welcome the man himself, Pradeep Gupta. Pradeep Gupta, welcome. You've come with the numbers. He's got Gujarat, he's got Himachal, he's got all the numbers you're looking out for. And he is now with us in the India Today studio. India's #1 pollster, Pradeep Gupta. Pradeep, a lot of people asked me, is Pradeep going to dance again?
Let's please do not go down that route of dancing, because that got me into trouble. It was done by our producer when AAP won Delhi 2 years ago. We thought we'd bring some excitement into the poll. It was late afternoon. Pradeep said he's a fan of Hindi film music, so am I. And we did a dance. Next thing we were told we were dancing for the AAP victory. We were dancing because Mr. Gupta had got his numbers right.
In fact, for the dance, Rajdeep is the sole responsible to get the credit for.
Meaning?
Because of you, I dance.
अरे वाह ये क्या बात हुई नाच मेरी बुलबुल पैसा मिलेगा
बिल्कुल
है ना देखो ये बताइए okay ये बताइए प्रदीप जी you know we are moving into Himachal in a short while from now. You've done MCD. MCD, I'll tell you, some people who are responding to your MCD numbers again, just very quickly, are saying, have you underestimated AAP? They're saying AAP 47-48% will get 180 to 200.
No, see, MCD elections should be seen...
Is it very tough to do?
No, MCD elections should be seen in a different light, and reason is very simple, because local election, ward election is fought basis the individual Parsad candidate, and there are many, I would say, independent Parsad who is in the fray.
No, so it is very difficult, therefore, for you as a pollster to get the numbers?
No, I don't think. But all I am saying, it should not be comparable with the assembly election outcome for Aam Aadmi Party.
Why not? Why are you saying that?
And also, you should see the Delhi's nature, the mitti, Delhi ki mitti. Delhi ki mitti always give 15 years to all the party. 15 years they give to Sheila Dikshit Congress Sarkar. 15 years they give to MCD. 15 years roughly to Arvind Kejriwal as a chief minister, and in Lok Sabha also you have seen and witnessed in last two elections, at least 14 and 19, they gave BJP 7 out of 7 seats. So that is the mitti of MCD. But these are the good number, and you should see this.
He's also confident majority. Because the vote share margin is so much. If you have an 8% gap between the winner and the runner-up, Pradeep Gupta is very confident. Let's come to Himachal, then we'll gauge his... No, we're not giving Himachal numbers yet.
No, but just the difficulty. Of, you've got a state sprawling from Lahore Spiti down to Hamirpur on one side. How difficult is it to poll in a state with a sparse population, widely spread out mountain? आप गए थे क्या गाड़ी में
ऊपर नीचे
नहीं गए, हिल स्टेशन नहीं गए कहीं?
नहीं, I've been ऊपर नीचे सभी जगह. Problem with Himachal is only 10% urban population and consolidating in the Simla and to large extent Dharamshala and Bilaspur. Problem is one assembly constituency only average 80,000 plus voters, and they are spread across more than 200 villages. To reach out to them and try and get hold of them is a nightmare.
So 80,000 voters on an average,
yeah,
spread over about 200 villages, you're saying?
Yes, in one assembly constituency.
In one assembly constituency. Yes. So it is a nightmare in a way, one of the most difficult states.
No, and also, Rajdeep, what's very complicated, and I'll want our viewers to look very carefully at the Himachal numbers when we put them out. Different regions of Himachal have thrown up different trends. And that, Pradeep, is always very complicated.
Very complicated.
The moment you have a situation where in different pockets of the state voters are voting differently, it makes your life much tougher.
Yeah, and as you are mentioning, the region and beyond region, the demography, the rural-urban voting differently, male-female voting differently, regions are voting differently, and over and above, there are as many as 22 rebels, BJP rebels. BJP got 44 assembly MLAs last time, and half of them are rebel. Meaning, we need to catch hold and get hold of the independents also, how they are performing, good or bad.
You know, and Himachal is very, if you look at elections in Himachal over the years, Rahul, it's almost as if two states at times are voting. You'll see Eastern Himachal voting very differently to Western Himachal. Normally, who wins Western Himachal wins the state. And you've got a situation, again, remarkable, like we said in Delhi. 2019, BJP, Rahul, got 69% of the vote share when they swept the Lok Sabha. Last year, 4 by-elections held, BJP comes into the 40s and the Congress goes ahead of the BJP and wins all 4, including the Mandi Lok Sabha. So from 2019, BJP sweeping Himachal to 2021 to now 2022. We just wonder whether that voter, the same voter, is voting very differently in a national election and a state election in a small state like Himachal.
And it's one of the few states in the country where the Congress still has a strong organizational machinery on the ground. In many states like Uttar Pradesh and in Bihar, the Congress's party structure has been corroded. Himachal is one of those states where they still have presence on the ground, and to some extent the sympathy for Veerbhadra Singh and his family trying to take that legacy further is something which has helped the Congress to some extent. Now, how close will those numbers be? We'll start putting that out in just a short while from now. But remember, in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, the BJP picked up a whopping 69% of the vote share of Himachal Pradesh, picking up all the 68 assembly leads, which means the Congress didn't even open its account in Himachal in 2019.
2019, Rahul, I think was a outlier election, you know, call it through a black swan event that took place a few months earlier, where what you had in Pulwama and then Balakot, I think changed the dynamics of large numbers of North Indian states. Himachal was a good example of that. Number of Himachalis do go into the army, have, you know, are connected to the government, about 2 lakh government employees, multiply that by 5 or 6, that's about 12 lakhs or more than 20% of the population. But when you come to a state election, you're looking at apple growers, you're looking at the government employees, their pension problems. These are very different elections. But what's at stake, Rahul Srivastava, in Himachal? Can, you know, MCD, the BJP could well say, look, this was an election for AAP to lose. Himachal, can the BJP, is it of high importance to the BJP that this is JP Nadda, your BJP president's home state? Or could they turn around and say, if they are losing, every 5 years government change?
Yes, Rajiv, in a way, if you look at Himachal, it's a strange state. It's strange because why? It almost seems as if after voting in one election, say in a Lok Sabha, the Himachalis start thinking of voting against that very party they had voted in par. The classic case is this, what happened in 2019 and then in 2021 when Fatehpur, Arki, Jubalkot Khai, others went to vote. The BJP actually lost 54% vote in Jubalkot Khai. That is remarkable that within 1.5 years of winning a Lok Sabha election, you're losing 54% vote in a constituency. But yes, BJP will have a lot of questioning to see the kind of machinery now BJP has become. It is averse to losing. Averse to losing means that you have put everything into an election. It's a matter of prestige. Congress is on the back foot. Rahul Gandhi is on a yatra. He has not even campaigned here. There is no third player. So everything that the BJP stands for is at stake in Himachal. It's a small state, but definitely one element is that...
And since 2019, I don't think the BJP has lost to the Congress in a direct bipolar fight.
See, the interesting element is in this election, a lot was left to JP Nadda. So it will also be a question mark about JP Nadda in his own home state, because he was after all responsible for tickets, the campaign and everything.
Okay, I just want to tell our viewers that we're going to put out the numbers for Himachal Pradesh in a moment from now. So we'll start showing you some of the aspects of how Himachal Pradesh voted. What I'm going to do is show you some of the caste-wise vote share. We'll show you the region-wise vote share, the age-wise breakup as well, and show you how Himachal Pradesh has voted.
So while Rahul goes to give us how those numbers of Himachal work out, how Himachal tends to vote, we want to make it very clear that, remember, this is an exit poll and it's a closely run race, as Pradeep will say. But go ahead, Rahul.
Okay, so let's show you where Himachal Pradesh stands at the starting point. So on the India Today Election Intelligence dashboard, I'll show you where Himachal Pradesh stands at this moment, and then we'll start showing you the numbers from Himachal Pradesh. So if you look at the seat share of 2017, the BJP won 44 seats out of 68, the Congress 21, the AAP 0, and if they can pick up anywhere above 34, the BJP would be happy. But will it actually come down to that or not? That is the critical question. JP Nadda comes from Bilaspur, so it's very important for him as the party president to be able to lead the BJP to power, and if that doesn't happen, that is a bit of a problem because he is the party president. I had an opportunity in the build-up to this exit poll to actually travel with Pradeep Gupta to Gujarat for being part of the field work, and that was a lot of fun. Because what we saw, Rajdeep, is just the amount of effort the entire Access My India team makes in trying to bring this poll together. Because when we go with the bells and whistles of a television camera, all those who come to us are those who want to speak. The problem with what Pradeep does is you have to try and go to those who don't want to speak and try and get them to start speaking. It's a bit, it takes a bit of getting used to, because you've got a lot of people saying, "Humani baat karni ji, ab aap jao." So you're now trying to convince them. Pradeep, that was a lot of fun. The immersion and the kind of military precision with which all the logistics are planned. And from, in a state like Gujarat, from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., nobody even is awake, especially in the rural areas. It's just all dukaan band, and you're trying to knock on the door, find a way of going in and getting voters to come out and tell you who they actually voted for.
Most important is the identity issue. They see you as somebody, as a salesperson or some suspicious person who has come to do some kind of a fraud. The identity issue is the biggest issue and the most confidential matter we are likely to ask them whom you have voted for. So that is something, until and unless we try and bring some kind of a value proposition, as far as first, that's the reason why we ask, what is the kind of problem you are facing? What are the issues you are facing in your daily lives? We will try and put them together and send to the right stakeholder who is likely to address them, and that is when they become little bit comfort and we try and connect them and get the insight from.
I believe you also give them pan, you give them some Jamnagari pan.
No, they give Pepsodent. They give Pepsodent toothpaste.
What is it? How do you entice the voters to tell you the truth? Jamnagari pan de do.
No.
Jamnagari wala.
We just give the token of appreciation for talking to us as a gift.
No, but I must tell you that. No, Rajdeep, it's a Pepsodent tube. It's a very small Pepsodent tube. When Pradeep showed it to me, I looked at it and I said, Pepsodent tube is like literally small one. Who's going to speak because of this? But when you give it to them in rural areas, they're very happy. Oh, okay, it's not like you took my time and didn't give me anything, so you give a Pepsodent tube. And what's also very fascinating is the pride with which in rural areas and elsewhere people give their mobile number. Now imagine if you were in Europe or the United States and somebody were to ask you for their mobile number, it will be thought of as a big intrusion into somebody's privacy. In India, to bade khush ho ke lo, ye lo bhai mera number. And Pradeep Gupta is asking him, we will call, then you must tell us what you think. They're feeling very important that somebody is asking us for our opinion, our voice matters.
Linked to that though, is that while you look at these, while we discuss this, I just want to understand Himachal, since we are going there in a moment. When you are doing these surveys on the ground, you've got a state where out of the 68 constituencies, 20 saw winning margins of less than 3,000 votes. So 1 in every 4 or 1 in every 3 almost are less than 3,000.
Yeah.
How do you then, given these sprawling villages, given that the population is very sparsely populated, how do you then capture even with the Pepsodent? वहाँ भी Pepsodent दिया या हिमाचल में कुछ और दिया?
Different places, different gifts. Logistical is also issue we have to address to. So in Himachal, as you are rightly pointing out, that the first of all, the number of voters are very less in comparison to normal size state. Second is the margins, because and to bipolar. Let me tell you, bipolar is more difficult to predict than the multi-corner like 3 and 4 parties in the fray. And reason is at least 1 or 2 are having a good this thing, and it is easier. The victory number is easier. For example, in 4 corner contests like in Uttar Pradesh in earlier days, in 29% vote share,
Samajwadi Party once got an absolute
221 seats absolute, and with 26% vote share, Mayawati formed the government, winning 207 seats.
Okay, so let's get started.
Yeah.
Here it is, Himachal Pradesh, and I'll show you, and hopefully you'll appreciate the complexity of this exit poll. I'll start with the caste-wise breakup, and you'll see how, as we move across different castes, the preference for parties seems to change. Amongst the Dalit voters of Himachal Pradesh, 34% said they voted BJP, 52% said they voted for the Congress. Amongst the tribal voters of Himachal Pradesh, it was a close dead heat. 44% saying they voted for the BJP, 43% saying they voted for the Congress. Amongst the Muslims of Himachal Pradesh, 65% said they voted for the Congress, 7% said they voted for the BJP. Amongst the OBCs, and this is where things start getting interesting, and remember, Himachal Pradesh, the dominant communities are the Brahmins and the Rajputs, and there is a fair presence of Dalits as well, but Brahmins and the Rajputs are the dominant communities. But amongst the OBCs, 46% said they voted for the BJP, 43% said they voted for the Congress. Now let's come to the 2 dominant Unchi Jatis, the Brahmins and the Kshatriya Rajputs. Amongst the Brahmins, you had 42% saying they voted for the BJP versus 40% saying they voted for the Congress. Amongst the Rajputs, 45% saying they voted for the BJP, 42% saying they voted for the Congress. Amongst the Banyas as well, the BJP doing much better than the Congress, 52 versus 34. So Pradeep, in that caste cauldron, you've got big variations. Amongst the Unchi Jatis, big support for the BJP, and amongst the lower castes, stronger support for the Congress.
In fact, there are 3 major castes, to be precise: Thakurs and Rajput, which has about 32% types, where the difference between 2 parties is only 3%. Next is Brahmins, where the difference is only 2%. So BJP is ahead in 2 and 3% respectively among Thakurs.
They are ahead amongst the biggest communities.
Yes, but if you see the 20% Dalits, the difference is huge, which is 18% difference between BJP and Congress. Congress is getting 52% among Dalit, and BJP is only 34%.
And what we sometimes forget is, out of all the states after Punjab, highest Dalit population spread across the state is in Himachal Pradesh. And therefore, traditionally we've seen, and that's because chief ministers have usually been Rajputs there. You've had the odd Brahmin chief minister, Shanta Kumar being an example, but by and large, you basically had Rajput chief ministers in Himachal. So the feeling is, there are no other castes, or the other castes do not matter. Actually, Dalits matter. They've not been in power as chief ministers, but they often influence elections. And what the BJP very successfully did in 2017 and 2019 is got the Dalits to vote for them in large numbers. So if these numbers are right, what it suggests is that's where, and these again come back to what we saw in Delhi. Relatively poorer groups. Who are the groups, Rahul, affected by rising prices, महंगाई? Who are the groups being affected by unemployment? Who are the groups that are worried about when मेरा pension market link नहीं चाहिए, मुझे मेरा 50% चाहिए of my last given salary? The poorer groups. Who are those working on those apple farms? I think somewhere, if these numbers are right, there is a message coming on that the poorer you are in these states today, more inclined to vote against a government in a period of rising prices.
I have a question for Mr. Gupta, and the question is, what's very interesting is that a state which has over 70 to 75% upper caste, still doing very well with the Congress. Is an issue like the old pension scheme a big issue there?
The issue is...
Because you're voting out of your...
No, not 75%, but yes, go ahead.
70%.
Yeah. 2/3 you can easily say.
2/3.
Yeah. So the important here is old pension scheme. You have to see the total representation of this group. So odd 2 lakhs types of employees multiply by 5, that is the total numbers. But actually voters is less than that, you know. So 4 lakhs versus 55 lakhs is the total electors. 54.5 to be precise in this thing. So it may not be the big issue, but closely fought election, that 1 and 2% difference make all, you know. So we asked them why you have voted for this particular party. Out of whatever Congress is likely to get the vote, the total 1 to 2% absolute number is because of old pension scheme.
So that could be
that could be the difference.
But you know, one critical number that I'll come to, Rahul, and I think that's why you're going to have to look at Himachal very closely both today and come Thursday. Look at gender-wise vote share, because I think it tells you a story.
Yeah.
BJP among males 40%, Congress 45%, 5% difference.
Yeah.
Go to females. BJP 44%, Congress 43%, others 13%.
Yeah.
It has always been my view, and Pradeep and I have in a way disagreed at times, and I got Bengal right and he didn't at that time, because women voted for Mamata.
Yeah.
And traditionally women have voted for BJP, if you look at recent elections, in much larger numbers than the men are.
Yes.
So I just wonder, if Pradeep's numbers are at the moment virtually a dead heat among women, what if more women end up voting for the BJP than men? Pradeep's numbers, and indeed all our numbers, could be very... No. So it's a very, very close race at the moment in Himachal. If 44% versus 43%, among men it's a larger yes, but women are coming out in larger numbers now increasingly to vote. So Pradeep, is that one of the caveats you want to put? If the female voter comes out in much larger numbers in Himachal,
yes,
maybe the numbers could change.
Not change, that is the...
But it's a very tight fight.
Very tight fight, yeah. I mean, the party become #1 party.
But Rajdeep,
whoever gets the highest
female
among females, it tends to become the #1 party. So I think we've got to be very... And it's very interesting, Rahul, because look at election after election. Bengal was an exception. Nitish Kumar in Bihar was an exception. He does very well, or traditionally did, among women. But otherwise, the BJP in recent times... Narendra Modi seems to particularly...
No, Nitish was an exception. He had the BJP with him on the ticket.
Yes, but even when Nitish in his, when he was the driving force 2010, look at women voters voting for Nitish. By and large, barring those couple of exceptions, BJP does very well among women voters in comparison to men.
I have to make a point. Women voters are actually voting for those who are giving them benefits. So BJP was being favored when they are giving actually the Lavarthi voters, when they are coming in picture, women voters are voting for more in number.
Okay,
but when this inflation is a big issue, see in Delhi, women voters are voting more for Arvind Kejriwal when they are getting benefits from Arvind Kejriwal in terms of power subsidy and other DTC bus services. So women voters are favoring Arvind Kejriwal in Delhi.
Price rise compared to Delhi in a state like Himachal is much magnified. A gas cylinder which may cost 1100 rupees in Delhi might actually cost you 1300 rupees in Himachal, because somebody has to carry it on their backs. The women voter has been impacted by price rise in Himachal. The LPG cylinder is definitely an issue. Also, second is this pension element, in which what has happened that the pension people used to take used to keep them out of the workforce. Larger pension meant that they stay back home and enjoy the pension. Now the pensions have gone down tragically, means people are coming out into the workforce system who are beyond 58 or 60 years old, and that is squeezing out the employment opportunities in the state of Himachal.
Let's take you through the family monthly income of respondents in Himachal Pradesh to give you a sense of why this exit poll and the poll in Himachal is so complicated, because as you move along the income pyramid, the choice of voters seems to change. If a respondent had an income of less than 5,000, amongst them, 47% said they voted for the BJP, 41% said they voted for the Congress. So the poorest said they voted for the BJP 6% more than the Congress. Amongst those who had a salary an income between 5,000 to 10,000, 45% said they voted for the BJP, 43% said they voted for the Congress. Amongst those who have an income between 10 and 20,000, now it changes. Congress 46%, BJP 40%. Amongst those who have an income between 20 and 30,000, you've got 44% saying they voted for the Congress, 41% saying they voted for the BJP. With those who have an income of more than 30,000, you had 42% saying they voted for the Congress, 40% saying they voted for the BJP. So amongst the poorest people of Himachal Pradesh, Pradeep, you had more people saying they voted for the BJP. Amongst the richer people, you had more people saying they voted for the Congress.
Yes, and this is linked to the urban constituencies and urban people who.
But there are hardly any urban seats in
the urban. Yeah, but still in each and every constituency there are urban people as well. You know, those who are in the main city area. So here the trend is reverse. Mostly it was the Congress was always doing better in lower section of the society, and BJP was always in the higher and middle income group.
Why do you think that's the case in Himachal Pradesh?
Himachal Pradesh, see, there are 3-4 things are clubbing together here. One is the beneficiaries and farmers. Here when you say poor, is bulk of them are farmers, and the difference between BJP and Congress among the farmers is far greater because of the benefit of Kisan Samman Nidhi over here.
No, but this is also represented in the urban-rural divide of Himachal Pradesh, where the Congress, and this is very interesting if you track the politics of the Congress seems to have a major lead over the Bharatiya Janata Party in the urban pockets of Himachal. It's another matter that there are very few urban pockets in Himachal Pradesh, but it has a 14% vote share gap. 37% of urban voters in Himachal tell us that they voted for the BJP. 51% said they voted for the Congress. Flip that to rural areas where you've got a dead heat at 43% saying BJP. We're giving some teasers about what the numbers could look like, which we'll be putting out in just a short while from now. But this 14% gap, Rajdeep, is very interesting. In urban areas, this is the first time I'm seeing this since 2014. You actually, and remember in 2009, the Congress did well in the Lok Sabha elections because they won in the urban pockets, even in states like Uttar Pradesh. This seems to be happening in Himachal.
The problem for the Congress is that they are doing very well in urban areas in a state with a limited urban population. If these numbers were Gujarat, the Congress would be, through. The fact is, Himachal Pradesh is a state divided, as I said, between upper and lower, that is east and west. Yes, there are splits, urban, rural, but I maintain, Rahul, the gender gap is going to be critical. If Pradeep Gupta's numbers are right, they will be right because he's got the gender skew right. If they are wrong, it will be only because women have come and voted in larger numbers. I maintain Narendra Modi has the edge among women voters.
One question I have from Mr. Gupta is that he said that BJP is getting 34% of the SC vote, 52% of the SC vote is going to the Congress. That is the 18% vote difference. But here you are saying that those with lower incomes are voting for the BJP. Now, you mean to say the SC in Himachal Pradesh are rich?
No. It's not like that. SCs is only 20%. Then you have 80% left out. Out of that 80%, 10% is higher income group and roughly 20% is middle income group, upper middle.
Let's now
big number,
come to the moment that everyone's been waiting for. We'll start putting out one by one the seat share and vote share numbers for Himachal Pradesh. I'll start with the vote share of Himachal Pradesh first, where Access My India is predicting for the India Today group that the Congress party will enjoy a 2% gap in vote share, 44% for Mallikarjun Kharge and the Congress. This is Kharge's first election as president. If he can make this happen on the 8th of December and lead the Congress to power, it will be a big victory for him. It's a small state, relatively politically insignificant, but a victory is a victory. A 2% gap for the Congress. BJP led by JP Nadda, who comes from Himachal Pradesh at 42% in this Access My India poll. If you look back at the last elections, at the party-wise vote share, the BJP was at 49. So from 49, their vote share predicted to come down 7% to 42. The Congress's vote share in the last elections was 42. That could potentially go up 2% to 44. Let's now convert this into seats. That's what you're waiting for. Axis My India predicts for the India Today group that the Congress could end up between 30 to 40 seats in this election. When results are counted on the 8th of December, the BJP could get between 24 to 34 seats. The Congress 30 to 40, which means that the victory magical number is around 34. So your numbers seem to suggest, Pradeep, that the Congress could potentially win, but it also says BJP bhi jeet. Ye kya poll hota hai? Koi bhi jeet sakta hai?
No, that is what we have discussed so far. Congress is having edge over BJP in this poll for sure.
No, to thoda edge ki bada edge? Slight edge or you're confident Congress is winning?
Slight edge. No, I am not confident that Congress ko bada edge hai, otherwise numbers would have been different in my exit poll. Slight edge. But the biggest matter here is what is damaging the prospect of BJP and whatever the Congress is gaining is the rebel of BJP. Remember, BJP has won 44 seats last time and there are 22 rebel candidates. What it suggests? It is spoiling in most of the seats.
No, you are also giving 4 to 8 seats to others.
Yes.
That means that you are not only saying, because this is a two-party state as we've accepted, in a two-party state, out of 68 seats, you are giving 4 to 8 to others. So who are these, rebels?
2 to 3 are rebels. 1 and 2 is that traditionally they have been always contesting and winning the election.
So independents and rebels.
Independents and rebels.
No, but it's not comfortable. Make no mistake. The moment the gap between the victor and the runner-up is 2%, Pradeep Gupta has his hands in his mouth and he's chewing his nails, as are the BJP and the Congress leaders. Remember, whether you're Mallikarjun Kharge or Rajiv Shukla, it's too early to pop the champagne and declare victory. And if you're the BJP, you're still hoping that you can find some way of entering through the back door.
You know, you can find through the back door, which would be through rebels, many of whom could be with the BJP, and we've seen in recent elections the BJP's capacity post-election to do this kind of jugaad is much greater than other parties. Number 2, I keep maintaining women voters. Keep an eye on women voters in this election. If that women voter gap changes in favor of the BJP, the election moves towards the BJP. Also, Pradeep's poll is actually turning logic on its head, because traditionally, Western Himachal is where the BJP expected to do well, and the hills and the Eastern Himachal and Shimla Congress is doing well, but Eastern Himachal, that's Mandi and other areas, you expected that the Congress would do well. So the reverse is taking place in his
Let me show that to our viewers.
Yeah, please show that.
So we'll now do a region-wise breakup of Himachal Pradesh, and you'll see how the different regions of Himachal seem to be voting differently. Primarily, there are 3 regions, Kangra, Mandi and Shimla. Kangra has 25 seats, Mandi 24, Shimla 19. If I look at the seat share numbers for Kangra, are we looking at seat share or are we looking at vote share first? Okay, so here are looking both at seat and vote share of Kangra. BJP likely to bag 9 seats, the Congress 15 in Kangra out of 25. In Mandi, and Kangra includes Chamba, Kangra, Una. In Mandi, which is Bilaspur, which is where JP Nadda comes from, it also includes Hamirpur, which is where Prem Kumar Dhumal and his son, the Information and Broadcasting Minister Anurag Thakur, come from. Kullu, Lahaul, Spiti and Mandi. In these 24 seats, you've got the BJP picking up 13 and the Congress only 9. So in Mandi, the BJP is doing better. You come to Shimla and the urban areas and the areas around Shimla, out of those 19 seats, the BJP picking up 7 and the Congress 11. So 3 different regions and 2 different voting trends.
Yes.
What explains this, Pradeep?
Mainly that's what Simla, if you see Simla particularly, that is the very strong, traditional, very strong hold of late Veerbhadra Singh.
Sure.
You know, and this time sympathy is clubbed together. So that's the case in case of Simla, which is traditionally Congress stronghold. But Mandi, where the Bilaspur and Hamirpur particularly, this is the strong, traditional, again a stronghold of Prem Kumar Dhumal,
Sure.
comes from this area. And this time, BJP President JP Nadda is also belonging to the Bilaspur. So here, last time, in fact, BJP was didn't do too well. In fact, Prem Kumar Dhumal himself lost his seat. But this time, they seems to be doing much better. And here, in this particular area in Mandi, Narendra Modi, which is like BJP's trump card, has some kind of a roots. He has spent a good sizable number of days over there, you know, during his pravas as a Sangh Pracharak. So this time, Kangra is the one who is going to be a deciding factor.
As it has been, you know, we have Ashwini Sharma, senior journalist, who is joining us. Ashwini, traditionally, am I correct that Kangra is the district that decides who comes to power in Shimla? Our poll is saying Congress ahead in Kangra, but interestingly, Mandi numbers are in favor of the BJP, so it could be a close fight. Are you also going along with this, that this could be a very, very close fight where 4 or 5 seats make all the difference?
You know, Rajdeep, it has been said, and it is a trend that the route to Shimla's power passes from Kangra. So Kangra has 15 seats, and Kangra remains a deciding factor. And even this time, the Kangra will play a very crucial role in electing a new government. Mandi, because it's a chief minister's district, maybe it is favoring Jairam Thakur because of his background. He is a gentle person. He comes from Mandi, and it's for the first time that the chief minister comes from Mandi. That may be a factor. Having said that, but in last by-election, Lok Sabha by-election,
that's right,
Chief Minister had a big setback when Pratibha Singh, former Chief Minister's wife, won the elections. You know, and I was listening to the discussion that is a sympathy factor, and that sympathy factor remains because now she is the president of the party. So all these things together, I can say that it's a very well fought election. And it's an election which is fought in absence of 2 stalwarts like Veerbhadra Singh and Prem Kumar Dhumal. So it's an election which has a generational change in the leaders.
Ashwini Sharma, if it comes down to the Congress actually leading the BJP on counting day in Himachal Pradesh, amongst Pratibha Singh, her son Vikramaditya, Mukesh Agnihotri or Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu, or maybe some wild card, who do you think has the strongest chance of being the next Congress chief minister in Himachal Pradesh?
See, when Veerbhadra Singh was there, he never went to the High Command or to Delhi. He used to hold back his MLAs and tell the High Command that I have so many number of MLAs. And this time, every claimant for the chief minister's post, every aspirant is going to Delhi. And few you have seen going to Rahul Gandhi in his Pad Yatra. So I wonder which factor will prevail the most. But I think right now Sukhu being seen as one of the potential person who has the MLAs rallying around him, and he has made a statement that new chief minister will be elected from among us the elected MLAs. So that is a war which has started within the Congress party. Now all eyes are on the High Command. And
the war has already started between Mukesh Agnihotri and Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu. Watch that space. The Brahman versus the Thakur lobby. We don't know who will prevail. They could also pick Pratibha Singh, which, you know, if you pick the wife of the former chief minister, that's one Congress way of typically doing things. The other is that this is a new Congress, you got a new president, and therefore you pick whoever the MLAs want, and Sukhu thinks it could be him.
Sukhu, I'm told from Congress sources, is the front runner between him and Agnihotri.
No, but who made him the front runner? Unless he's made himself the front runner.
You see, if these are the numbers, you see, the first thing for the Congress will be to hold on to these numbers. You know, if you're, let's say, if you're at the halfway mark of Pradeep Gupta's own poll, you're at 35, which is barely one above the halfway mark. So you're going to have to hold on to each and every MLA. And we know what the BJP is capable of doing post-poll. They are, you know, they have the resources and they have the connection. We'll come to that in a moment because Shama Mohammed of the Congress is joining us, spokesperson, and Shehzad Poonawalla looking bright with his new scarf that he's just got. making sure that we know of his party affiliations?
Going to go beyond my neck into Himachal also and Gujarat also and MCD also.
Okay,
although
so
you're not saying that in MCD.
Okay, so we've already said that you've lost the MCD. And interestingly, Shehzad Poonawala, we are already saying that you could lose Himachal.
It's very tight.
It's very tight, but it is clearly one of the states where you're facing a huge battle. And perhaps if these numbers stand, the first state since 2019 where in a direct fight, the Congress is slightly ahead of you. Should these numbers worry you, or are you sab changa hai?
Rajdeep, first of all, your poll, as much as I respect it, is not the exact poll and is not the only poll, because the other polls are suggesting that we will win and win handsomely in Himachal. And let me tell you what is exactly happening. In Uttarakhand also, we beat a historical trend and formed the government there, which was never a trend before. This time too in Himachal, Raj nahi, Rivaj badlega. And the reason why the Rivaj will change is because there is a politics of DPS. Delivery, performance and seva of Prime Minister Modi and Jairam Thakur, which I also call as double P, double T, double V. There is performance, there is the politics of pro-incumbency. For the first time in this country, we are speaking about pro-incumbency, be it in Gujarat, be it in Uttarakhand, in Uttar Pradesh, in Himachal. Deliver karo or vote milega, janta vishwas jatayegi, and the double V stands for Vishwas and Vikas. Look at what we have done in Himachal. AIMS, neev bhi Pradhan Mantri ne rakhi, udghatan bhi Pradhan Mantri ne kiya. The Una-Delhi railway line, which was not completed for 50 years. Hati Samaj was given their rights by us. It is triple IIT or it's IIT, IIM, all of this has been taken to Himachal, and therefore the people of Himachal are going to vote for us. And you mark my words, 8th of December, it will be the victory of double P, double V. Their PV stands for Parivarwad and Vibhajan. They are being rejected, and they are being rejected in Himachal.
Before I go to her, I want to know these acronyms that you come up with. It seems that Mr. Modi has set a template. Acronym में कर दो, anchor को confuse कर दो कि धड़ाधड़ एक anchor
Rajdeep, but in your long, collectively 100 years of experience is sitting on this table. Collectively. I mean collectively. Effectively. Rajdeep ji, I mean collectively. I mean 20 years of Rahul Kawal, 40 years of you, and but on a serious note, let's calculate. 1 minute, since you did, how many years, Rahul?
Of what?
Of doing this political reporting? 35?
Total 36, but 34.
No, okay, 34. So 34 plus 34 is 68.
23.
28. That's 91. Preeti?
15.
Ho gaya 100. And Gupta ji is also there.
This is not the only thing I'm right about. Okay. I'm going to be right about the numbers in Himachal also, because I have been there and seen that. But let me tell you just one thing. Rajdeep, in your so many years of experience, have you ever heard the word pro-incumbency in this country? It is only after the BJP and Prime Minister Narendra Modi that pro-incumbency की बात होती है कि सरकारें काम करती है, डिलीवर करती है, गरीबों को सामाजिक जन कल्याणकारी नीतियों को लागू करती हैं, चाहे वो घर तक नल तक देना हो.
We have seen it in Orissa. So why is it first time?
No, but
left parties. Of course, left parties in Bengal.
Rahul ji, with all due respect, in a state like Uttarakhand, which has the rivage of changing government,
yeah, that's a different thing. But
the politics of pro-incumbency.
Okay, let's just go to Shama Mohammed. Shama Mohammed, pro-incumbency versus anti-incumbency. These numbers suggest it could be very close. In fact, among women, and I keep maintaining that the BJP has a slight edge. So if it turns out on voting day, if more women have voted than men, you could still be in trouble and lose a state which has always changed governments every 5 years since the 1980s. So are you confident of Himachal or now worried with these numbers?
Rajdeep, first and foremost, I fail to understand why exit polls are done. I feel that one should just wait for the day when the results are coming out. Number two, we are not 100% but 200% confident of Himachal.
I'll tell you why. Exit polls are done because they are better than the gyan that politicians tend to give and tend to just throw in the air ki hum sab chunav jeet rahe. That's why.
Yeah, but even exit polls have gone wrong multiple times, no? Don't you agree with that, Rajdeep?
Sure.
They have gone wrong. So what I'm trying to say is that every politician now, what is Amit Shah's technique? Have you ever noticed? And that's the same technique followed by Arvind Kejriwal. Amit Shah says when I remember in West Bengal, 200 सीट के ज़्यादा हम जीतेगी. मतलब what happens is you have to understand in politics there are those surely who are going to vote for the BJP, there are those who are going to vote surely for the Congress. So there are those who sit on the fence and they don't know which side to vote in most states. There are a lot of them. What happens to them is when somebody is saying that they're surely going to win, most people in a state do not want a hung assembly because they know it's going to be very difficult to pass bills. There'll be issues. So if one party has a majority, it's easier for them to manage the government and pass various bills and manage the state. So those are the people. That's the reason Amit Shah always says.
So it's interesting that you're quoting Amit Shah, Shama. I'll tell you something. Very often he plays mind games with the opposition and actually does reverse psychology. Recently in the Aaj Tak Panchayat in Ahmedabad, I asked him how many seats is the BJP likely to get, and he said, "Nahi, seat nahi bataunga abhi. Campaign hone do, first phase, second phase, uske baad." How it actually happens in his head is, if the BJP is winning big, he doesn't give out a number because he knows that he thinks that the BJP karyakarta could get complacent. It is in a state where the BJP is making bombastic claims. 200 aayenge, 250 aayenge, whether it's say West Bengal or any other state where they may not do as well. Or for example, the Gujarat elections of 2017 when they kept saying 150 plus. It is when they know that things aren't necessarily going very well and they want to get the cadre excited, they want to get voters excited. When they know when they are winning big, which could be potentially a state like Gujarat, we'll find out on the 8th, he is very reluctant to give numbers. So how it plays out is very often the opposite of how it's interpreted. If they're making big claims, view that with more suspicion than you would when they're being very circumspect because they don't want voters or their own karyakartas to get complacent. So there's a bit of reverse psychology, but leave that for the time.
One more thing I want to comment, Samaj, this thing, though I relate with what Samaj commented on the probably opinion polls he was commenting on. This is the exit poll. There is no way voters can be influenced. All voters is done and dusted. So this is what I just wanted to make a comment. And why exit poll? Voting is done and exit polls suggest whomever they have voted, the voters, this exit poll says why they have voted to A, B, C, D party. That is the reason why exit polls
it's very significant. Done. Make no mistake, this is the only time you actually get to understand why certain communities, genders, voted the way that they did. Otherwise, all you get from the Election Commission on the day of counting is a number, which is the overall vote share numbers. You don't understand the granularity. Otherwise, any politician can get away by saying whatever they want. You actually get to see how different castes are moving, how different communities are moving. Rajdeep?
You were mentioning Amit Shah's reverse psychology, and there's a story which is told to me which, in a sense, typifies, I think, the way they fight the election. Because a lot of Congress people have thought that why is the Prime Minister going till the very last moment? Amit Shah, the very last moment, many are saying they violated the model code of conduct, and it is debatable whether they did or not, and thought that this was a sign of their desperation. Now, in 2012, Amit Shah fought an election in Sarkhej. He's a dominant figure there. He comes there and sees that there are no posters of his opponent and says that, tells his people, "Arey, unke bhi poster lagao." So they are surprised that here is their leader saying, "Mere opponent ke poster lagne chahiye." Why? Because he wanted to tell his people and his voters that we are in a fight.
No, absolutely.
Because otherwise, they would come out and vote on voting day. Now, who is thinking in these terms? So clearly you've got someone, whichever side of the political divide you are on, who is trying to understand the management of an election. Now you could call it Sam, Dam, Danda, Bhed, whichever way you look at it, it is a way of doing politics.
I'll build on the story that you're saying. This time during the Gujarat campaign, we saw the Bharatiya Janata Party making a conscientious effort to try and prop up the Congress's fortunes. Tell the Congress, you are the principal opponent, get the Congress up and running, because what they didn't want is Aam Aadmi Party emerging as the dominant opponent. They'd rather fight a comatose Congress, and therefore you had the BJP trying to pump life into a Congress which was struggling in Gujarat.
To be fair to that, because my family partly comes from Gujarat, just like Rajdeep has a part of his family from Gujarat, it has always been a bipolar state, and it is a state where third party has never had any kind of ground in that state. Because people of Gujarat are very, very conscious and they are very, very smart about their electoral choices. कोई गंजे से बाल उगाने का तेल नहीं खरीदता गुजरात में. So they are very smart about their choices, and Aam Aadmi Party was never a factor there. They will not even cross Nota there.
See, Rahul, but there is what you are saying is, Rajdeep is saying is right. Prime Minister started in his first few rallies with development talk. After that, when Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra, he suddenly discovered that Medha Patkar was walking with him, and Prime Minister started talking about how the Narmada Dam was stalled for 30 years. That element came in. Then came the element about anti-tribal, pro-terror. Then came the Aukat element. There was a definite shift. I think the Prime Minister wanted the battle between the BJP and the Congress on larger issues than on the local issues.
But let's come back for a moment to Himachal. Because, and then we'll come to Preeti in a moment. Because in Himachal, since we are looking at these numbers, the fact is there, anybody traveled there who's come back has said there is anti-incumbency. From the Agniveer scheme, to apple growers who are upset with minimum support price, to government employees who are angry with OPS, to those who are affected by rising prices, to those who've been affected during the COVID years because it's a tourist destination, have been affected by unemployment. Let's get it clear. While Mr. Shehzad Poonawalla is right in saying that the BJP has tried to push this pro-incumbency theme, in Himachal they have faced genuine headwinds. And it has not been easy. So even if they get 34, 35, it'll be a huge achievement. If they get less than that, it's clear somewhere that where Mr. Modi is not on the ticket, I repeat, where Mr. Modi is not on the ticket, in Gujarat he's on the ticket. In Uttarakhand was an exception, and Shehzad is right. But by and large, remember in UP, Mr. Modi was as much on the ticket in a way as Yogi because he is from Varanasi today. Otherwise, generally, we've seen BJP dips by 10 to 15% between Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha. If that happens in Himachal, and I'm comparing 2017 now to 2022, the BJP is in trouble.
I don't agree with you.
If the women voters come in large numbers, I think the BJP is through.
I don't agree with Rajdeep, and I'll explain to you why. 20% of the respondents in this poll said they voted for the BJP because of Prime Minister Modi. He was very much on the ticket. You may not have seen his face on the ticket. He was very much on the ticket. If the BJP loses, rebels would be a big factor. Remember, in a state like Gujarat, 40 people were unhappy with the way tickets were distributed, whether it is the Prime Minister, largely the Home Minister, also C.R. Patil making calls, going and meeting them, the Home Minister, Harsh Sanghvi going and meeting them, getting them to sit down. In Himachal, they could not control the rebels. 12 of them actually contesting on an independent ticket, and that's the big difference. The fact that someone like a Prem Kumar Dhumal, after it was decided that he won't be given a ticket, stayed at home, didn't campaign. And the fact that you had these rebels in the fray, and I want to introduce Rajat Sethi at this moment as well, it suggests that in a small state with small constituencies where people, despite an overwhelming goodwill for the Prime Minister, you could still end up in a very tight fight.
Well, Rahul, if you look at both the hill states, Himachal and Uttarakhand, there is one peculiar aspect to these state elections is, over there, the local candidate, irrespective of which party he's coming from, his or her goodwill matters disproportionately more. And what we are seeing in Himachal Pradesh, even during the campaigns, it was the public which was looking at defeating individual candidates and supporting the others. So I believe that whatever you are seeing this mixed sort of a result coming in from the exit polls in Himachal, it has to do with individual satraps challenging the incumbents and tilting it in their favor. So I would want to read it from that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think one fact that we are missing, and maybe Mr. Gupta can come in on that, is the entire youth factor. 18 to 25, 26 to 35, the gap between the BJP and the Congress 45%, BJP 39%. 49% and then 41% and 26 to 35 age.
But unfortunately, that particular age group, which is 18 to 25,
even 26 to 35.
Yeah, it contributes only 15 to 20% of total base.
Of your total base.
Yes.
Okay.
You see, when you said that Narendra Modi, people asked, and we can put the graphic, what is your reason for voting this party whom you have voted in this assembly election? 32% of BJP voters said development of the state. 19% of them said Prime Minister Modi.
That's the point.
Right? Now, without him, you could argue they would do even worse.
They'd get hammered.
But the fact is that even with him there, I'm just contrasting 2019 Lok Sabha. 2019 Lok Sabha, BJP's highest vote percentage in the country was in Himachal Pradesh at 69%. Turn to 2021 by-elections. In the same by-election, the BJP comes down by 20 to 25% on an average. In Mandi, they lose a Lok Sabha. 1 year later, we've had a Vidhan Sabha. The BJP is in the fight. It's in the fight because Mr. Modi, if you remember, famously went to Himachal Pradesh and said, when you press the lotus, you're voting for me. JP Nadda doesn't go to Himachal Pradesh and talk about the problems of apple growers, doesn't talk about old pension scheme, doesn't talk about Agniveer, doesn't talk about tourism. What does he talk about? Uniform civil code and vaccines. They are trying to draw, I agree, on brand Modi. But the problem is, the problem the BJP is facing in Himachal is that there are headwinds. As I said, without those headwinds, I believe the BJP would still win Himachal. But if they still win now, it will be because of women. I think the woman voter is the BJP's only hope.
Basically,
Rajdeep has been very unfair to JP Nadda ji. JP Nadda ji, as health minister, when he was the union health minister, he was behind the Bilaspur aims. He was behind the hydroelectricity college there. And Bilaspur is now emerging as one of the biggest hubs. The drug park has also been launched. So, you know, to say that our campaign, you like the UCC bit and therefore you have reduced our entire campaign to UCC. And by the way, may I ask you, what is wrong if we have a vision to implement the Uniform Civil Code? The Congress party was in power in Goa, your state, one of your states, when it was implemented. It was in power when it was put in the constitution. The Supreme Court has advocated for it. Why are we against the UCC?
One minute. The Uniform Civil Code existed in Goa, predates the Congress party.
But they never removed it. They never removed it. That is exactly what I'm saying. Why are they against it today?
I would like to ask you.
They have become uncivil. They have become uncivil Congress committee over UCC. They do not want to stand from Shah Banu to Shaira Banu. They stand against women's rights, and therefore the women of Himachal
allow me to ask you a straight question. As part of political strategy, would you concede that the Congress tried to localize Himachal by focusing on local issues? They didn't even send Rahul Gandhi or any of their major national leaders there.
Didn't send, or he didn't want to go?
Or didn't want to go. Didn't want to go maybe. And on the other hand, the BJP consciously believed that Prime Minister Modi and the national image of the Prime Minister is what will lift them in Himachal. Yes or no?
Look, for us, Modi ji is synonymous with this idea of delivery and performance. So Modi ji is the best symbol of that delivery and performance which our state governments, our chief ministers do. And therefore, what better way? But yes, now Congress party should explain that why are they so embarrassed of Rahul Gandhi? He can do a so-called Bharat Jodo, but they are embarrassed to even position him properly in Gujarat or in Himachal. So they should tell us, I told you in the starting that P and V for us means performance, pro-incumbency, and Vikas for them it is Parivarvad and Vibhajan, and therefore they oppose UCC and they know that Parivarvad is being rejected.
And the one problem that you have in Himachal Pradesh, Shama Mohammed, whom would you like to be the next chief minister? 27% said Jairam Thakur, which some would argue is because he is the incumbent. There's a lot of visibility an incumbent has. Anurag Thakur was next 4. JP Nadda, surprisingly, just 1%. Any candidate from the BJP, 10%. But then when I look at the Congress number, they are all single digit. Pratibha Singh 5, Mukesh Agnihotri 5, Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu 3, Asha Kumari 1%. Any candidate from Congress was 26%. The point is that you haven't been able to fill the gap of the towering figure of Veerbhadra Singh. And that could cost you in the end. Would you concede once again the Congress needed to make sure who was their face? You need in all state elections, you made the mistake in Uttarakhand, you may well have made it also in Himachal.
Okay, so before I answer your question, I want to answer to that gentleman called Mr. Poonawala, that we decide, our party will decide who goes to which state and what, okay? Mr. Rahul Gandhi will go when he wants to, and if there is no requirement, he will not go. It's not that he doesn't want to go.
When he wants to, 1 minute. When he wants to, 1 minute. Ma'am, Rahul Gandhi is your leader. He's your #1 leader according to Congress persons. Should he not go to a state like Himachal where you're in a tough battle and lift the morale of your workers and leaders?
Can I speak? If you're not going to let me speak, I'm going to be silent. I've decided that. I'm not going to override you and
No, ma'am, let's not. I'm asking you a question. Answer the question. Why did Rahul Gandhi not go to Himachal?
See, we are running a kind of a local campaign based on local issues. And we are running a silent campaign. We've been telling you that. You're always saying there's a high command. So we want local leaders to be doing the campaign. This is a state election. I fail to understand from MCD to state election to Lok Sabha election. Why is there Modi? Now, Gujarat, they tell you that we have done wonderfully. There is Vikas over there. I fail to understand why there are 35 rallies by Mr. Modi in the first. Next is that in Himachal, we hardly see him because just in case if we lose, they lose Himachal, they can put it on JP Nadda's head because there have been huge rebels. Now in Gujarat, if you're doing so well, you've been in power for 27 years, but you've given for more than 16 Congress turncoats the tickets. Aren't there any BJP leaders or netas to give tickets to in Gujarat for y'all? That is the other one. Another very important issue which I want to speak about, Bilkis Bano and of course the Morbi Bridge. Now, when there's such a bridge has collapsed, Rajdeep, I want to ask you, around 55 children have died. Anywhere in the world, the media is going to be reporting it day in and day out. You're a father. Rahul Kanwal is a father. I'm sure many others sitting there are fathers. I'm a mother. What have you all done in terms of reporting? Where is Jaisut Patel? Not behind us.
Please.
Why has that story been not a most important story? Now, during the... Let me finish. During the Congress era, during the UPA...
Preeti has a point to make.
Okay, Mr. Mohammed, you can turn around and blame us for as much, but I want to ask you, what stopped Rahul Gandhi?
We covered the story day after day.
Yeah, you can turn around and do it, but what stopped Rahul Gandhi from going there? He could have gone there, sat down till justice was delivered. It's been a month over. The owner of Areva is still out large. The question is that the reason because he's Patel? You could have raised those questions on ground. Rahul Gandhi could have done it, sat there on a dharna.
Can I speak now? Okay. Our party, day in and day out, has raised this issue. We don't want symbolism. We want real things to happen. We have raised Bilkis Bano and we have raised, you cannot say that we have not raised Morbi Bridge disaster. Let me ask you all, such a big thing, what happened before 2014? You all say there was policy paralysis, but how did the rest of the India come from? Because you guys were highlighting something called, you guys were highlighting that there is the so-called corruption. Otherwise, the rest of India. Why is there nothing of that sort of energy in you when 55 children have been killed, I would say, murdered, and not a single person? There is not an FIR on anybody, a municipal corporator, no FIR. On the panchayat head, no FIR. The district magistrate, no FIR. Jaisut Patel, no FIR.
I don't think you've seen our coverage. I really don't think you've seen our coverage. It's a tad bit unfair to blame the shortcomings of Morbi on us.
I asked you a question of Veerbhadra Singh, and you went, ma'am, into...
Also the Congress is doing well in Himachal.
Yeah, you should take...
Relative to how the Congress does nowadays.
The question is, are they booking resorts in Rajasthan?
No, but that's what I'm saying. They've actually not done well.
And I also wonder what the point that Preeti has been making. Do you have a model now, ma'am, that in state elections you're going to keep the Gandhis out of it? Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, even her meetings which was allegedly going to happen in Gujarat didn't happen in the end. Rahul Gandhi just did 2. Is that the model? State election, let local leaders fight.
Low key, low resource,
low key, low resource.
Taking on a presidential campaign, which is
there is one more thing.
You want to respond to that quickly, Shama, and then I'll get Rajat and Shahzad.
It works, Ms. Mohammed, isn't it? If you actually on exit polls won Himachal, then low key, low resource, no big faces, hyper local campaign could be your answer to a presidential style campaign of the Bharatiya Janata Party, where you have somebody like a Modi. Then you don't put your big faces there, which haven't worked in the past. You let a hyper local campaign run it.
See, we had Priyanka Gandhi going to Himachal. We had other leaders. We have other state national leaders, CMs going to Gujarat also. So we want to make one thing very clear is that, the Prime Minister of this country should focus on running the country. What we see is even today, can you believe that? Where is the Election Commission? What happened today after he cast his vote? 2 hours of rally. What is happening? Why was Himachal and Gujarat, when an election is there in 6 months' time, 2 state elections, every time we have both of their, the same days that when the date of election, moral code of conduct is normally told on the same day. Why was Gujarat made later? Because Mr. Modi had to lay foundation stone. My question today is to the Election Commission. Yesterday, one of our MLAs who said we need protection, one of our guys who are standing for an MLA election.
Madam, at least our exit polls.
Let Shahzad speak, please. Shahzad, go on.
Rahul, as much as I would love to sermonize, but I don't want to sermonize the Election Commission or the media. I think both are doing a fair job with their, and they have the right to do so. But let me tell you, you asked a question, why our top leaders go even for the smallest of election? Rahul, for us, and Amit Shah ji has told you this. May I complete, ma'am?
Let him
Shama
speak.
Can you please
Shama, you're being unfair. Let Shahzad speak. Go on, Shahzad.
Thank you, madam. You know, Rahul, for us, elections are not just about winning a seat. It is for us taking our ideology to the last person and testing it on the anvil of the most pious exercise in a democracy, which is election. Election से ही तो पता चलेगा ना कि हम जब सामाजिक जन कल्याण करते हैं तो जनता उसको एक्सेप्ट करती है कि नहीं, हमारी विचारधारा से जनता जुड़ती है कि नहीं. तो हम जाते हैं और क्लासरूम का भी इलेक्शन होगा, राष्ट्रीय प्रवक्ता जाएगा उसके लिए कैंपेन करने के लिए, because we are not embarrassed in going for elections and working 24/7 round the clock with the people. We believe elections are the most pious exercise in a democracy. So our top leaders to our booth level leaders, all of us go for elections. Also, no discrimination.
See, this is an important thing, and we must analyze why did Congress not send its topmost Gandhi family leadership. Principal reason in the shift in strategy is that all the Gandhis come with very strong baggages. And all the baggages are negative in nature, negative in connotation. What I believe is that Congress does not want these elections to circumvent and keep talking about Rahul Gandhi's and his failings about on his leadership style. This is the reason why they kept the election deliberately very local, hyper-local, with issues which are, as centered around the individual constituency and the individual candidate. They did not allow Rahul Gandhi to come in and bring his baggage to the elections. That's a good strategy. By the way, that's a good strategy. The top leadership does not have the moral gumption to come in and go and oppose, look eye into eye and oppose either Narendra Modi or Amit Shah or JP Nadda. And I think in this new strategy...
You want a quick response to that? That it suits the Congress not to make an election, Gandhi family versus Modi, keep it local.
Yeah, so no. We have multiple leaders in the Congress party. We do not have puppets like them, like the Patel Chief Minister of Gujarat, who said that,
saying Patels are puppets?
He said Patel,
no, Shama Mohammed, you should at least stop insulting from Sardar Patel to the Patel community. Now you're saying Patels are puppets, they can't make decisions on their own. Miss Mohammed, I'm not surprised that somebody of your mindset has said this about the Patel community. I'm not at all surprised. From Sardar Patel to the Patel community, you, Shama Mohammed, are insulting them. It is not surprising for me. It is not surprising.
Rajdeep, can I talk? Otherwise, I can just leave the debate.
No, what do you mean Puppet Patel? What do you mean Puppet Patel, madam? Please explain Puppet Patel.
Mr. Patel, Bhupinder Patel.
No, she said that you have a puppet chief minister in Gujarat.
That people of Gujarat will answer. People of Gujarat will answer on 8th that if Patels are puppets or not puppets. This is the mindset.
Okay, so we need to move to Gujarat now. Okay, so let's bring up now because we've had...
No, we'll just get Ashwini to give a final word on Himachal.
Okay, do that.
Because he's been waiting. Ashwini, your final word. Do you believe that it will go down to the wire and the rebels could well decide who forms the next government?
Rajdeep, rebels are a big issue for the BJP, and BJP has been concerned about 21 rebels in the poll fray, and at least 8 or 9 are going to damage the BJP prospect on some of the crucial seats, and there are chances of 1 or 2 getting elected also. So that is the scenario which BJP is looking at right now. But I was listening to the discussion, and Prime Minister definitely has an impact when he appeals. When he sends an open appeal in the newspaper saying that if you want to continue the development work, Vikas, agar aapne jari rakhna, then BJP is the option. So among the women voters, he also had some kind of an appeal, and let's see, I can't tell you the final word, but it's a very close fight, and it's a clear victory whichever the party will come into the power.
Okay, thank you, Ashwini, for joining us. We want to shift our attention now to the big state of Gujarat, because remember, that is where the maximum is at stake in the context of national elections. MCD ultimately is just a municipal election. It's not even a full state. Himachal Pradesh, very small hill state, not as significant. The big daddy in the room on the 8th of December is Gujarat. And what happens there is very, very critical. I'll start with the methodology deployed by Access My India for this big exit poll conducted for the India Today group. In total, we had a sample size of 42,156. Respondents from Access My India actually went down to every single constituency. I had the opportunity of traveling with some of their surveyors. Every seat is tracked. At least 200 odd people are spoken to in every constituency. Some of them are full extensive surveys, which is how you get that number of 42,156. Some of them are, it's called front and back. So back is a smaller sample just to confirm what the front survey showed you. So it's very, very extensive, unlike a lot of other polls which you'll be seeing this evening, which are done by Catty. Catty is essentially calling on the phone and speaking, which isn't as authentic as actually going down to the ground, which is what Access My India did for India Today. So that being said, let's come to the first question we are tracking from Gujarat, which is, what is the reason that you voted for the party that you did? For the development of the state, 30% of the respondents said they voted for whoever thought could develop the state better. If I look at the respondents for each party, 41% of those who said they voted for the BJP said they voted because of the issue of development. Did you vote because it's your favorite party? 15% said they voted for their favorite party. And here, 23% of the Congress voters said they voted for the Congress because it was their favorite party. So the Congress still has a fair presence on the ground in Gujarat. Because of Prime Minister Modi, 12% of the overall respondents and 19% of the BJP respondents. So 1 in 5 of those who voted for the BJP said they voted for the BJP because of Prime Minister Modi. That's a big number. Take Modi out of the equation, your vote share, BJP's vote share could potentially come down by 12%. Here you have a numerical figure given to the value Prime Minister Modi brings to the BJP's ticket in a state like Gujarat. 9% of the respondents said they voted the way they did because of inflation. And as I traveled across Gujarat, the one thing we found again and again was that Mehengai, rising prices, was indeed a big issue. 28% of those who voted for the Congress said they did so because of inflation. 21% of those who voted for AAP said they voted for AAP because of inflation. So inflation is a big issue. There can be no doubt about it. Because of their MLA, 7% said they voted for who they did because of the MLA. So basically, you've got people saying they voted for the party that they did largely on account of who they thought could develop Gujarat best.
And take that forward. Among AAP voters, 25% have said for betterment and change.
Sure.
And 32% are saying because of promises made by AAP. So in a way, AAP has become the vote for change. If I want to remove the BJP, I'm not seeing the Congress as the natural alternative anymore in Gujarat, which would have been a given, let's say even in 2017. This time, I've got a third force, and that third force, somewhere what the Prime Minister called Revdi, hit the, I maintain this. Kejriwal captured the narrative for change in Gujarat. So all those who wanted change went to Kejriwal. The problem was, they were Congress voters. The BJP voters stuck with the BJP. But those who want change, these numbers suggest, those who voted for the BJP have voted because they think Modi ji is there, development has taken place. But if I'm a non-BJP voter, I have seen a new alternative. So what's happened? The opposition vote is getting split, which means game, set, match to the BJP.
Yeah, and also, it also depends on how many people are seeking change. There'll always be some people seeking change. You have to have a overwhelming majority of people wanting to seek change for that factor to turn into votes first and then ultimately seats. A few people wanting change is not that important. Let's now, you want to say something?
No, I just wanted to say that, you see, when you look at it, for Congress, when you are asked the same question for betterment or change, only 12% said I vote for Congress for betterment or change. 25% say I vote for AAP for betterment or change. When Congress is asked about promises, it's 0, AAP is 32. The point I'm making is the narrative was captured by AAP.
Narrative. What you heard on ground. Badlav,
When I speak of Parivartan today in Gujarat, a lot of the Parivartan voters have turned to AAP.
No, but
as against the Congress, the opposition
but can I just say, read the full question. It says, because of the promises made by AAP, naturally, if those who voted for AAP will say that they did, that's why it looks like 32. It's actually just 4%. Because the promises made by AAP is 4%, no, as an aggregate.
Among the voters of change.
No, that's not the question. You have to look at the question that was asked in the poll. The question that was asked in the poll was, because of the promises made by AAP, how many people voted? A total is only 4%. Because of this Revdi business, only 4% of the voters were swayed in the overall sense.
Look, no, I agree. But all I'm saying is the opposition space in Gujarat is slowly getting split as this poll shows.
Rajdeep, let me just come in here. First of all, I know a little bit of Gujarat because my community, my family comes from there. People of Gujarat don't go for these fake promises. They go for delivery. Milta kya hai, us par vote
transactional.
Nahi, transactional nahi. It is much more than transactional. It is emotional also. It is emotional, it is transactional, but they know that they want a value for their vote. Secondly, don't get caught in by this banner-based parties. There are cadre-based parties, there are ideological-based parties. ये बैनर लगाने वाली पार्टी बहुत बैनर लगाते हैं और मीडिया को लगता है कि अरे इनके बैनर दिख रहे हैं तो ये सब जगह हैं. बैनर लगाने से बैनर-based party, what happened in Himachal? They were making their government. What happened in Uttarakhand? They were making a government there. They were making a government in Goa. तो ये बैनर लगाने वाले अच्छा बैनर लगाते हैं, परंतु इनका बैनर के अलावा कुछ नहीं है. Thirdly, what has happened in Gujarat over the last 27 years? Can anybody say that the development, what would you rather want? You would want a short supply of electricity, good law and order, so that FDI comes into your state, your GSDP is higher than the national average, your crime rate is lower than the national average. 50 years ago, Mr. Nehru promised Sardar Sarovar project. Mr. Modi had to implement it. And whom are you roaming around with? Medha Patkar. So there is people of Gujarat have tasted development. They have tasted that development and they are not going to leave.
Rahul Srivastava, you've travelled as much as anyone in Gujarat. Is there development across Gujarat, or is it the big cities and 50 kilometers outside the city?
See, Rajdeep, Shehzad speaks for the party and the BJP government. But my perception from return from Gujarat is that it is the second most industrialized state in the country. There is no discussion on development on the ground. What is the electoral narrative about? It is about UCC. It is about Congress had done this in the past.
Curfews during the Congress.
Curfew lagta tha, law and order. It's about something in the backyard of history. Now, why do you need to, when you have given development to a state, you should win outrightly. Your narrative should be about development, but it's not there. You say that Gujarat is going to be a 1 trillion economy, but the center says India is going to be a 5 trillion economy. So in the next few years, Gujarat is going to contribute 1/5 of the total GDP of the country. There are few problems. Since Prime Minister Narendra Modi left Gujarat, definitely governance has suffered. Corruption is rampant. I think these are issues Narendra Modi cannot really control, even if he micromanages from Delhi. And that is showing. And I think that's why I have been saying it's a very beautifully managed election. And managed election
micromanaged, man-to-man marking. Man-to-man marking.
But what if the BJP wins a historic mandate? What if the BJP in Gujarat wins a historic mandate? Poll pundits are very unhappy. That looks very clear. But if the voters of Gujarat are voting for the BJP in big numbers, then you have to respect the mandate.
Absolutely, you've got to respect the mandate. My suspicion, and we'll come to the numbers of the exit poll in a moment, my suspicion is this. The BJP's vote share is more or less the same. What has happened in Gujarat is very simple. It's arithmetic, stupid. It is basically when your opposition vote gets split in the close constituencies of 2019, of 2017, which the BJP lost. I'm winning this time because I maintained this at the start of the show today, Rahul. It is the anti-BJP. Gujarat is a state caught in a time warp. For 25 years, BJP voters have voted BJP. Non-BJP voters have chosen the Congress. 40% plays about 50%. When the 40% gets split and the 50% goes down even by 2%, मैं 15-20% में
Rajdeep, now let me come in. In all fairness, let me come in.
It's not chemistry, it's arithmetic.
Rajdeep, it is so unfair to the people of Gujarat. Let me just tell you why. 99 onwards, not just the 95 onwards, not just the Vidhan Sabha. 99 Lok Sabha we have won, 2004 Lok Sabha we have 2009 Lok Sabha we won, 14 we won, 19 we won local body polls, we won assembly polls. Everything is about arithmetic. Means the average Gujarati, he for the last so many years in election after election, local to national, is saying नहीं मुझे सिर्फ अरिथमेटिक मेरा वोट बढ़ जाएगा मैं इस प्रकार से वोट कर दूंगा and he is not voting on genuine
but I know you think you are
10 seconds you have the nice fafda on your table 10 seconds more. Which is the number one ecosystem in the state for startups? Gujarat. Who has got out of last 5 years the highest FDI for the last 4 years? Gujarat. We are denying this to people of Gujarat.
Of course we are not.
You are doing shows के Foxconn महाराष्ट्र मेरा स्टेट है होम स्टेट महाराष्ट्र से गुजरात चला गया कैसे जाएगा? Any multinational will invest in a state which has nothing.
You know, Shehzad.
So let us be fair to the people of Gujarat and their industriousness and their wiseness to elect the government.
Let me be very clear about it. I think I made a point to you, which you don't seem to. I made a point that from 1995 to 2022, there are 44 seats out of 182. The BJP has never lost. These seats predate Mr. Modi also being the face of the BJP. 44. So I'm starting with a huge advantage. In fact, out of the 76 seats which are slightly urbanized, BJP has won 60 on an average in Gujarat. I start with a huge advantage. Now what has happened in 2022? I think you've got to look at the numbers objectively. The numbers objectively will suggest that the BJP with the same vote percentage, when the opposition is split, gets a huge benefit. This does not minimize any of what you're saying. The BJP has provided, I believe, Rahul, three things. Uninterrupted power supply, water to parts of Gujarat which did not have water in the past, and a sense of Gujarati Asmita as embodied in Prime Minister Modi.
Can I counter what you're saying,
When your Prime Minister is a Gujarati son of the soil, it is very difficult for the opposition to challenge him. Why don't we appreciate that?
So while you make an impassioned argument, what you're saying is not correct.
Sir, Chief, despite that, the fact is the education system there needs huge amount of repair. Jobs are a huge concern. Quality of health services in rural Gujarat is a huge concern. The problem is, if you go by the Shehzad Poonawalla argument, you think Gujarat is shining and is vibrant. It's time we recognize there are areas of darkness.
No, so I'll tell you why I disagree with Rajdeep on the point of arithmetic being all that there is, because there cannot be arithmetic in the absence of chemistry.
Of course, the chemistry is Modi.
There has to be an underlying chemistry, not just with Prime Minister Modi, but also with the Bhajap, the BJP.
Agreed.
Without that, there can never be arithmetic. There has to be underlying chemistry, which is the glue that holds the BJP voter together. If there was no chemistry, he'd jump over to the Congress or the Aam Aadmi Party. And nothing is ever shining in the sense that nothing is ever utopia. There are problems. Despite having two opponents in the fray, the voters of Gujarat have assessed as best as they could and made their decision, and that decision must be respected, as should the mandate of MCD and Himachal.
Absolutely, and let me add one more factor. The Congress Party. When you have 77 MLAs elected, instead of building on that momentum for 2022, what happens? 20 of your MLAs leave and join the BJP. What's the message the voter has got? कि ये party के लिए, I met number of people who said, sir, हम इनको vote देंगे, हमको guarantee नहीं है कि हमारा candidate Congress में रहेगा या नहीं. So when you've got a divided, discredited opposition over the years that has not thrown up a single leader of substance for 20-25 years, and on the other side you've got a Prime Minister, son of the soil, son of the soil who's become India's number one leader.
I have one bone to pick with you. When Congress did its best in 2017, it was on the back of purely caste-based movements to divide Gujarati society. That is kosher, politically kosher. But I appeal to the Gujarati voters on Vikas, it is not kosher, it is arithmetic. This is not right.
You talk about caste politics, do tell me in the 48 seats of Saurashtra, how have you distributed tickets? It's purely on the basis
Why
of
representation
caste.
Is a bad idea?
You're accusing the Congress of the same
in a democracy a bad
You're
idea?
accusing the Congress of the same thing. The reason you have Bhupendra Bhai Patel as your chief minister is a reason. At the back of the Patidar agitation, you have a Patidar as the chief minister. There's a reason why Mr. Rupani was made to step down.
There is one thing to divide society. There is one thing to divide society in the name of caste, and there is one thing to, for instance, now the president of this country, the president of this country is Draupadi Murmu ji. Is it divisive?
Congress divides society. When you're doing it for the betterment of representation.
No, it is the reverse. When Congress does it, you all say it is chamatkar, and when BJP does anything, you all say chamatkar unka aur hamara gunegaar nahi chalta.
I just want to make one point, because as I've travelled through the course of Gujarat, away from the arithmetics and chemistry, there is only one X factor above all X factors, and that is Narendra Modi.
Absolutely.
There is only one identity, which is Modi and the one against it.
Unhappy with the government, unhappy with the BJP, but they don't want to vote against Narendra Modi, and that's their winning factor. And that actually, see, they have finished off the
That's what I said, emotional connect.
Three angry movements were there last time around. The Thakors, the Dalits, and the Patidars. The BJP has decimated them. So they are on a different level compared to 2017. Narendra Modi is there. It might be lesser, but he's still there. The opposition has no answers to Narendra Modi, and that is why the BJP has been consistently saying this election is about improving the victory margin than about winning or losing. And that's where they think that they will be getting more than 100.
Let's look at the caste-wise breakup. Otherwise, we're not making any progress in the poll. We'll keep doing our punditry, but let's take our viewers through the caste-wise breakup according to this Access My India exit poll done for the India Today group. I'll start with the Dalit, the scheduled caste voters. 35% said they voted for the BJP. 35% said they voted for the Congress, 28% say voted for the BJP, 30% said they voted for AAP. So amongst the Dalit voters, the vote split between AAP and Congress, with the Congress having a 5% lead amongst Dalits.
And Dalits, Rahul, are only 8 to 9% in Gujarat, so they're a small group. Go ahead.
Let's now come to the tribals. Tribals are a significant bunch of voters,
15%.
especially in places like South Gujarat, where the tribals are numerically significant in several seats. Out of the tribal voters, again a split in opposition votes. Now remember, this is typically your Congress vote share, where you've got the AAP with 31% of the vote, Congress with 27%, scheduled tribes voting for the BJP is 33%.
And this is a huge story, Rahul, because this is huge. Remember, there are 27 reserved seats for tribals. And traditionally, the Congress has dominated. Look at what has happened. And if you went to Dangs, you saw it. There were houses in deep Dangs with a jhadu symbol. And this is the bad news for the Congress.
And what works and what
This is the point I made. The agents of change, or those who are traditional Congress voters, have switched to the AAP in Gujarat.
Let's now come to the OBCs. And this is non-Thakur OBCs. Amongst them, 57% saying they voted for the BJP, 22% saying they voted for the Congress, 14% saying they voted for AAP.
And a story there again, Rahul. 1985, the famous Congress election of 149. These were the groups that voted for the Congress. Look at how they have all switched to the BJP. And this is consistent. Ever since the BJP picked up Ayodhya movement, these are the groups that started switching to the BJP.
Amongst the Thakurs, there was a massive anti-alcohol agitation in the last time. Alpesh Thakur was the face of that agitation. This time, Alpesh is on a BJP ticket. Many more Thakurs getting BJP tickets as well. BJP at 47% of the vote share amongst the Thakurs. Congress at 29%. Aam Aadmi Party at 16%. Let's now cut to the general communities. Let's start with the upper caste. Amongst the upper caste, you have BJP at 59% of the vote share. Congress at 19%, Aam Aadmi Party at 15%. Amongst the Koli community, BJP at 49%, Congress at 24%, Aam Aadmi Party at 9%. Now, one of the big stories in this poll, which would be disheartening from the perspective of the Aam Aadmi Party, which was hoping that it will be able to get Muslims to back them en masse. 54% of the Muslim respondents have said they voted for Congress. In Delhi, the Congress's support amongst the Muslim community collapsed, votes getting transferred en masse to the Aam Aadmi Party. That didn't happen in this election in Gujarat, where the Congress enjoys a 24% lead over AAP amongst the Muslim community. Let's now come to the Patels. Now, there are two kinds of patidars, Lewa patidars and Kharwa patidars. Amongst them, and remember, this is where Hardik Patel and the PAS, the PASS, had a massive agitation in the last elections where the Congress ran the BJP close. This time, though, amongst the Lewa Patels, BJP enjoying a 56% vote share, Congress only at 17%. Amongst the Kharwa Patels, BJP at 58%, the Congress decimated only at 16%. Aam Aadmi Party beating the Congress both amongst the Lewa and the Kharwa Patels. That is, Rajdeep, quite significant.
Primarily for the representation that they've given. They've taken all those people who are associated with the Patidar movement and they've given them tickets. Gopal Italia, Alpesh Kataria, they're all poster boys of the Patidar Patel movement.
You see, you've got to realize the Patels vote, in a way, never vote en bloc. Different Patels have different concerns that they have. I'll go to give you the vote share in a moment, but the Patels are significant, you're right, because without the Patel vote, you can't really dominate Gujarat politics. Last time, why was the contest closer? Because the Patel vote, even though the BJP was still ahead, we sometimes forget, despite Patel agitation, BJP was still ahead.
But it was a tighter fight.
But it was a tighter fight. And swept Surat, where there is a large Patel population. The point of this is that I think the most significant thing, Rahul, is even in traditional Congress constituencies, barring Muslims, the AAP has made a dent. And therefore, the Congress really has found itself not just facing the BJP, but also facing the.
Okay, Rajdeep has his fafda. The jalebis are still coming.
This is
and now it's time for what you've all been waiting for us to get you the results of the India Today Access My India exit poll for Gujarat. So here it is. The vote share and seat share numbers. Rajdeep, take it away.
Okay, Rahul. Very interesting. Remember, we're going to give you a comparison of 2017 to 2022. 2017, remember, it was a very tight race. The BJP, for the first time in 25 years, came to double digits to 99. How have things changed? First, in terms of vote share, BJP 46%, down 2% compared to 2017 in vote share, down. The Congress 26%, down a whopping 16%. 16% down the Congress in Gujarat compared to 2017. Aam Aadmi Party, which remember was 0%, almost less than 1, is 20%. And I said this in the morning when evening when Rahul asked me, what would the Aam Aadmi Party want? 20% vote share is a significant amount. And remember, Congress is down by 16. So the presumption will be that 16% down Congress, 20% up. So AAP has taken the Congress vote. That is becoming more and more. 4 out of every 5, as per this vote, have gone to the AAP from the Congress. Others 8. Seat share. These are the big seat share numbers. 182 seats. Where does it stand? Has the BJP benefited from this fragmented vote? You bet it has. It has gone up to as high as 129 to 151. At the top end, it beats Madhav Singh Solanki's record of 1985 of 149 seats. AAP 9 to 21. And remember, in my view, if the AAP gets anywhere between 14-15 seats, that's huge. The Congress 16 to 30, which would be its worst ever performance. The previous worst was in 1990. So you're looking at now a split opposition, a BJP solidifying, and therefore the Aam Aadmi Party damaging the Congress, benefiting the BJP in a way, advantage BJP. This is huge. The biggest ever BJP victory in Gujarat could be on the anvil. 127 was 2002. Even at the midway point, Rahul, you're looking at 140. That's huge.
Things the Prime Minister said is that he wanted to beat Narendra Modi's record of 2002 when the BJP won 127 seats. What you've just seen in the Access My India Today projections is the BJP is set to record history in Gujarat, winning for a 7th successive time. It is only the CPIM government which ended its rule in 2011, starting in 1977, which won 7 straight elections. This is history not just in the context of Gujarat, but in the context of India's electoral history being scripted. It doesn't happen if there is no chemistry. It doesn't happen only because there is arithmetic. It happens when the party has been able to build a solid foundation on which it's likely to record its 7th successive victory, and that is huge. The other big story there, the Aam Aadmi Party reducing the Congress virtually to a rump. In the context of where the Congress was in 2017, from 77 seats down now likely to between 16 and 30, the Aam Aadmi Party making serious ingress in the Congress's vote share. I want to welcome Sheila Bhatt, who is one of the foremost experts on Gujarat, tracks the state like nobody else does. Sheila Ben, welcome. You travelled across the state. We saw a lot of your reportage. Does this largely align with what you picked up on the ground?
Yes, Rahul, thank you. Yes, I think so. And as a reporter, as you know, we feel so relieved to read that what we wrote and what we predicted has come exactly true. And if this this exit poll looks quite believable and logical also. So first of all, I think Modi, AAP, Kamandal and Mandal, in this chronology, all these 4 factors, Modi, AAP, Kamandal and caste system, all 4 worked in advantage of Modi.
No, one of the things the Aam Aadmi
in advantage for BJP, and I think this election, everybody had a goal and an agenda, all 3 parties. I think AAP had a certain goal and agenda, it's fructifying. BJP also definitely wanted anything more than 127, Modi's best figure, and of course they wanted to cross Madhav Singh Solanki 149. But I think everybody, whatever they plan, AAP and BJP, it has come
Preeti, from the Aam Aadmi Party's perspective, they were hoping to come second. whether it is vote share or seat share, our polls suggest that may not happen.
No, I would say no, that was a maximalist goal, but minimalist goal definitely
to make an impact. And you can't take away, Preeti, the fact that the Aam Aadmi Party has made an impact. Yeah, they've gone into the Lions Den and challenged the Lions.
You know, Rahul, what you're saying, there are many micro stories in this number, and I think one big story is the story of the Aam Aadmi Party. Arvind Kejriwal might have gone to town to say we will get 90 seats. He will be looking at these numbers in glee. Because I'll give you an example. When they came the first time round in Punjab, they tested the waters, they thought they were winning, they came back and they swept Punjab. What Saurashtra is today for the Aam Aadmi Party, the next election will be the Malwa for them is what they are hoping. That Saurashtra will flip to a Malwa for them and they'll sweep Malwa. And if we look at the micro numbers, it seems to suggest that. I can say this with utmost confidence. If the Aam Aadmi Party hits double digits, the Aam Aadmi Party would be ecstatic. Anything over that is just a plus.
Okay. These are remarkable numbers because the last time there was a 3-contest race in Gujarat was 1990. And that was an intelligent alliance that Chimanbhai Patel crafted with the BJP. So it wasn't even, and Chimanbhai Patel was essentially old Congress, which had moved with him to his various parties that he formed, including the Janata Dal Gujarat at the time. But this is a new party, comes into a state first time, contests all 182 seats. 2 of their candidates, of course, withdrew, so 180. To get 20%, it would suggest that there is a hankering for change among the anti-BJP voters because they feel dissatisfied with the Congress. And that dissatisfied voter has turned to the AAP, which would give Rahul AAP a platform to tomorrow claim across the country, including other bipolar states, forget the Congress, hum hai na. For Arvind Kejriwal, I don't think 2024 as he would like, but certainly possibly into 2029, a result like this into the Lions Den, as Sheila Ben called it, gives him an opportunity to say, I am the real challenger.
No, but look at this biggest story here. The biggest story is that despite this being the 7th straight election they were fighting, it's the BJP, Rajesh, which is heading to its biggest victory in Gujarat. Everything else is a side story. It's a comma. The big headline there is Narendra Modi has been able to beat Narendra Modi's record, leading the BJP to a record 7 successes win. That is by far the biggest story from these numbers.
I think the only other party which is even close to such a record is the left party erstwhile in their West Bengal performance when they consecutively won for 7 times. So I think BJP is that hegemonic force now, where only this record which was left for the BJP to trample on, and I think this election will.
No, but the fear that's being voiced is that while AAP this time only got 20% of the vote share, the Congress could collapse further because they're also very lethargic, and the next election in 2027 could become a tighter fight between AAP and BJP.
See, Congress is receding ground and Aam Aadmi Party is really smart. You know, what they did in this election was they made these ATM-sized cards, guarantee cards. It appeared like those ATM cards are there to swipe. The moment you swipe it, you will get free electricity.
But this is Prashant Kishore's idea from 2000.
Whatever it is, I mean, I'm not going whose idea it is. I'm just looking at a political party. You know, this is where I believe, the Election Commission will have to come down on that, Revdi politics, there has to be consensus that you can't start promising absolutely free things and start creating ATM cards. Then you swipe that card and you start making all parties. I'm not just picking one party.
Which has been said. If there's Revdi by the Aam Aadmi Party, there's Papad by the
I absolutely agree. All parties. It is the Election Commission.
True. They set a template which all these other political parties are
which
following.
Is absolutely responsible.
300 units of electricity, for example.
I totally agree.
I'll give you a hard example. 300 units of electricity, Aam Aadmi Party says will be free. The BJP is following it up.
My starting point was, I said all parties. It is the Election Commission which will have to step in because it is reaching a grotesque level. It cannot be the norm of electioneering in this country.
What do you want to do with 6,000 rupees given to farmers?
Kisan Samriddhi.
I'm saying if it is during the election time, certainly it has to be stopped. But if it is a policy,
not a matter of election time.
No, it is a policy intervention. It's another matter. There used to be
it's not a policy intervention.
There used to be farmer societies in this country which has become a history.
Rajat Sethi, Uttar Pradesh. Uttar Pradesh, UP elections. What was the Yogi's calling card? 300 units free? Exactly what?
No, it was not in UP. It was in Uttarakhand.
It started off with UP also.
Let Rahul Srivastava speak.
May I just for a moment?
What is very interesting is that if we go by these numbers, Compared to 2017, we are looking at a possibility of BJP increasing its tally by almost 50 seats in 4 regions. Now, in 4 regions, if BJP is increasing its tally by 50 odd seats, means 12 seats in each region. Means that the BJP is doing something commendable in all the 4 regions of Gujarat. It has to be. See, you might have.
Can I just put a little? Can I just put this thing to this? They got 48% of the vote in a 2-party contest in 2017. 2-party facing headwinds like the Patel agitation. They're coming down by 2%. And let's be very clear. Many of us who travel through Gujarat also realize people are also, there is an element of
It could be low voting percentage could be that reason as well.
No, one minute.
There are a lot of people who might not be enthused.
Sir, my point is, what has happened in Gujarat, the chemistry has existed for 25 years. This time, the chemistry is backed by arithmetic of a split opposition vote. Add 26 and 20%, 46% plus 46%. Equal number of people in Gujarat who have voted for the BJP and equal number are not voting for them.
Sir, in the end, Jo Jeeta Wahi Sikandar. I want to go across now to the Aam Aadmi Party candidate from Khambalia, the chief ministerial candidate of the Aam Aadmi Party, Isudan Gadvi. Now, the thing about Isudan is he's a television anchor himself. So, if you give him space, he could take over the show. He'll say, Rajdeep, Rahul, आप लोग बैठ जाओ, मैं ही आपका शो कर देता हूँ. मेरा शो काफी पॉपुलर है, 20 लाख लोग उसको देखते थे. आप लोगों की कोई खास जरूरत नहीं है. I can take over. So, Isudan, welcome. It's great to have you with us. सबसे पहले ये बताएं कि ये जो Access My इंडिया टुडे का एग्जिट पोल का नंबर है, वो ये बता रहा है कि आम आदमी पार्टी की 9 से 21 सीटें आएंगी. 20% आपका वोट शेयर रहेगा, 26% कांग्रेस का वोट शेयर रहेगा. बहुत हद तक ये लड़ाई थी कि सेकंड नंबर पे कौन आएगा. ये पोल बताता है कि कांग्रेस सेकंड नंबर पे आएगी, सीट्स और वोट्स दोनों के लिए. 20% और करीब 9 से 21 सीटें. क्या आपकी ये बहुत बड़ी जीत है या आप जिस तरीके से सोच रहे थे उसकी तुलना में आप उसको उतनी बड़ी जीत नहीं मानते?
देखिए राहुल जी, जब एग्जिट पोल जब 2 पार्टियां होती है तभी तो आप थोड़ा बहुत अंदाजा एग्जिट पोल में लग जाता है. लेकिन जब तीसरी पार्टी आती है और तीसरी पार्टी मजबूताई से जब काम करती है तब एग्जिट पोल में अंदाजा नहीं लगाया जा सकता. मैं एग्जांपल देता हूं, जब आम आदमी पार्टी पहली बार लड़ी 2013 में, तब सब एग्जिट पोल ये सब कह रहे थे कि अरविंद केजरीवाल अपनी डिपॉजिट बचा ले तो भी बहुत है, और 28 सीट के साथ सरकार में आए थे. पंजाब में चले जाओ, सब देखो. एक चीज ये होती है कि आप उसमें एग्जिट पोल पंडित हैं सब क्या गिनते हैं. 2017 की कांग्रेस देखते हैं, 2017 की भाजपा देखते हैं, 2012 की कांग्रेस भाजपा देख रहे हैं, और सब ये लोग मान रहे हैं कि वही पैटर्न चलती है, वही मतदार चलते हैं. ऐसा नहीं होता है. देखो, हमारी पैटर्न है आम आदमी की डोर टू डोर. हमने 50 लाख गारंटी कार्ड दिए थे लोगों को, 50 लाख. उनका 3 आप गिन लो परिवारजन तो भी 1.5 करोड़ होते हैं. दूसरा कि हमने जब वोटिंग करने गए तो वो गारंटी कार्ड ने हमने मैपिंग कर लिया था कि जिस चीज को गारंटी कार्ड दिया है वो परिवार बूथ तक चला जाए. तीसरी बात मैं आपको बताता हूं कि 8 दिसंबर को तो पानी का पानी और दूध का दूध हो ही जाएगा. अब तो वोटिंग भी खत्म हो चुकी है, और मुझे ये भी शौक नहीं है कि मैं एग्जिट पोल जो दिखा रहे हैं या तो मैं अपनी और अब डालूं, क्योंकि अब तो मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला है. लेकिन मैं आपको एग्जांपल देता हूं. मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि तीसरी पार्टी को सब लोग इतने सीरियसली नहीं लेते हैं, और तीसरी पार्टी की एंट्री तभी होती है
हमारा एग्जिट पोल खराब है. तो आप बताओ ईसुदन गढ़वी, अब तो सेकंड फेज ऑफ पोलिंग भी खत्म हो गई. आप आम आदमी पार्टी के चीफ मिनिस्टरियल कैंडिडेट हैं. आप अपनी प्रतिष्ठा को दांव पे रख के बताओ कि आपके हिसाब से ये पोल गलत क्यों है और आपकी कितनी सीटें आ रही हैं आज?
बिल्कुल. देखो, पहली बार तो मैं आपको बताऊं कि भाजपा को आप ज्यादा बहुत सीटें दे रहे हैं. उसका रीजन मैं आपको बताता हूं क्यों दे रहे हैं. आप भाजपा का ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड देख लीजिए. 2007 में भाजपा कितने पे थी, 2012 पे कितने पे थी, 2012 में 115 थी, 2017 में 199 पे थी, तो 2022 में 125 कैसे चली गई? पहली बात, भाजपा ने ऐसा क्या काम किया है? किसान आंदोलन कर रहे थे, बेरोजगार युवाओं के पेपर लीक हो रहे थे, कर्मचारी आंदोलन कर रहे थे, महंगाई इतनी बढ़ गई कि गैस के सिलेंडर 350 से 1100 हो गए। दूसरी बात कि आप कह रहे हैं कि आप मेरी प्रतिष्ठा दांव पर लगाकर मैं आपको बताता हूं क्या है। फर्स्ट फेज में 89 में से 51 सीट आम आदमी पार्टी जीत रही है।
सर ठीक तो लगा लो।
उसमें 5-10 माइनस होगी, मैं आपको बताता हूं क्यों।
ठीक,
हाँ, मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं प्लस माइनस 5-10 इसलिए हो सकती है कि हम भी अब इस बार जनता को करना मुश्किल है। जनता इतनी साइलेंटली जा रही है, जनता इतनी साइलेंटली वोट कर रही है। मैं आपको एग्जांपल देता हूं, जब मैं खंभालिया सीट से लड़ा हूं तो मैं 92 बूथों पे घूम रहा था। जैसे मैं गांव में उतरता था ना, लोग मुझे घेर लेते थे, इतना प्यार करते थे। जब मैं बूथ पर जा रहा था तो एक महिलाओं की लाइन लगी थी, इस साइड पुरुषों की लाइन लगी थी, मैं बीच। जी
ઈસુદાનભાઈ, હું તમે કહું શું થયું છે, કેમ છો? પહેલા ટાઈગર जिंदा છે ને, તમે जिंदा છો, डोंट वरी, दिस इज अ वेरी गुड परफॉर्मेंस इफ दीस नंबर्स आर राइट। बट તમે आप मुझे पूछ रहे हो 99 125 कैसे बन गई या 130 कैसे बन गई हमारे पोल में। हमारा पोल ये दिखा रहा है कि बीजेपी का वोट करीब उतना ही है, 46-48%। उनका वोट नहीं गिरा है। कांग्रेस का वोट जो 42% था वो 26% आ गया है, और आपने ज्यादा वोट जो लिए हैं कांग्रेस के लिए है। 5 वोटरों में से जो आम आदमी पार्टी को वोट दे रहा है उसमें से 4 कांग्रेस के वोटर हैं। क्या आप मानते हैं कहीं ना कहीं आपका जो वोटर है वो कांग्रेस का वोटर आपके पास आ गया, बीजेपी का वोटर आपके पास नहीं आया अभी तक?
राजदीप भाई, टाइगर अभी जिंदा है, पहली बात।
वेरी गुड।
और दूसरा, आप जो कह रहे हैं कि हमने बीजेपी का वोट ज्यादा नहीं काटा है, नहीं मिला है। सुनो, अब बीजेपी देखो अर्बन पार्टी है, समझ लेना। बहुत, मैं आपको इसलिए एनालिटिकल बात करता हूं, ये बहुत दर्शकों को बतानी जरूरी है। 16 साल से, पिछले 16 साल से भाजपा, 15 साल से 16 सीटें सूरत में से उसमें 15 भाजपा पे थी। आज हम सूरत की 7 सीट जीत रहे हैं, 8 तारीख को पता चल जाएगा तो ये किसकी सीटें हैं, पहली बात। दूसरी कि जिस तरह से आप ले रहे हैं ना, हमें हजारों सर्वे डेली हम लेते थे, हजारों के सैंपल लेते थे हम डेली, और हमेरा और भाजपा का इक्वल ऑलमोस्ट सर्वे में पिछले 12-15 दिन से रह रहा था। 1% हम बढ़ जाते थे या 1% वो बढ़ जाती थी। कांग्रेस 23-24 के आसपास रहती थी और 10% साइलेंट वोटर थे। अब 10% जो साइलेंट वोटर थे वो स्वाभाविक तौर पर भाजपा के तो होंगे नहीं, तो किसी और पार्टी के होंगे। तो आप देख लेना, भले एग्जिट पोल, मैंने कहा ना कि एग्जिट पोल जब तीसरी पार्टी आती है तो आकलन करना मुश्किल होता है। हम खुद अभी आकलन करने में बूथ तक का डेटा लेते हैं, तब पता चलता है कि ये सीट मेरी इतनी मार्जिन से निकल रही है।
एक सवाल अभी आ रहा है, वो है कि जो आपकी खुद की सीट खंभालिया की है, जो दिक्कत दे रही थी आपको, वो है एक साइजेबल माइनॉरिटी, मुसलमान का वोट। अब हमारे सर्वे तो बता रहे हैं सारा मुसलमान का वोट बिल्कुल कांग्रेस के पीछे हो गया है। वो आपको भी बहुत दिक्कत देगा अपनी सीट पे अगर आपको मुसलमान का वोट नहीं आया, ये आपको भी पता है।
तो आप ये मान रहे हैं कि मैं खंभालिया से, मतलब दिक्कत दे रहे हैं, खंभालिया से मैं मार्जिन से जीत रहा हूं। मैं आपको बता देता हूं, ये 8 दिसंबर को आप लिख लेना मेरे शब्द। दूसरा कि देखो, वहां पे जब आम आदमी पार्टी आती है, मैंने मेरी सीट पे 44,000 गारंटी कार्ड लोगों को दिए थे और मैंने पूरा मैपिंग करके वो बूथ तक पहुंचा दिया था। इसलिए मैं आपको कह रहा हूं कि आप है ना कास्ट बेस ऊपर देखते हैं। हमने चुनाव को डिवाइड किया है क्लास बेस पे। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, सुदान गढ़वी, गोपाल इटालिया ने एक स्ट्रेटेजी बनाई थी कि क्लास में इसको डिवाइड करना है। देखो, लोअर क्लास हमारे साथ है, लोअर मिडिल क्लास हमारे साथ है, मिडिल क्लास हमारे साथ है। क्यों? क्योंकि हम उनको ये जताने में सफल हो गए कि आपको यहां ये मिलने वाला है, आपके टैक्स का पैसे का वरतर ये मिलने वाला है, आपको बिजली फ्री मिलने वाली है। अभी तक इतिहास में नहीं दिया किसी ने, हमने पंजाब दिल्ली में भी देख लिया, फोन करके पूछ लो। तो जब 25,000 कमाना और कैनेडा पर्सन 25 तारीख को बिजली बिल भरने का पैसा नहीं रहते हैं, तो वो क्यों भाजपा कांग्रेस को वोट देंगे? हमने क्लास में डिवाइड किया इसको। और आप देख लेना, एग्जिट पोल आपका ये गलत होंगे, ये मैं दावे के साथ कहता हूं।
आपका नंबर दीजिए,
फिर बोलना भी
नंबर लगा दो।
गढ़वी ने कहा था कि हमारे एग्जिट पोल करते।
ईसुदन भाई, आप राहुल और मेरी तरह पहले न्यूज एंकर थे, तो आप नंबर दे दो। हेडलाइन ब्रेकिंग न्यूज क्या है? साउंड बाइट कितने नंबर आए, कितने सीट आएंगे, नंबर लगा दो।
देखो, फर्स्ट फेज का तो मैंने आकलन कर लिया, सेकंड फेज का अभी टीवी में पढ़ा हूं मैं, अभी टीवी चैनलों में इंटरव्यू में, तो सेकंड फेज का अभी मैंने आकलन किया नहीं है। और मैं इसलिए दावे के साथ इसलिए मैं कहता हूं कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ कि मैं गलत नंबर देने वाला आदमी नहीं हूं, मैं भी जर्नलिस्ट रह चुका हूं, मेरी भी क्रेडिबिलिटी है। लेकिन एक बात ये मानकर चलिए कि भाजपा सरकार नहीं बना रही है, मैं दावे के साथ कह रहा हूं आपको।
ओके, हम आपको फिर से बुलाएंगे 8 तारीख को, देखेंगे।
फर्स्ट सुनो
कि जी
एक लास्ट कमेंट आप ले लीजिए मेरी। फर्स्ट फेज में भाजपा 30 क्रॉस नहीं कर रही है, और ये आप अगर फोन घुमाएंगे ना आपके दोस्तों को, सेंट्रल आईबी और सबकी रिपोर्ट आप पूछ लेना, 30 क्रॉस नहीं कर रही है भाजपा फर्स्ट फेज में।
ओके, विल कॉल यू बैक ऑन द 8th, तब देखेंगे कि गुजरात का टाइगर कौन है। यू आर कॉलिंग योरसेल्फ द गुजरात का टाइगर। देयर आर lions in the jungles of Gir, and there is one man who's convinced that he is the lion of Gujarat. We will find out on the 8th. We'll have you back, like most television anchors, Isudan Gadvi, confident of what he's saying. This is an interesting incident. We were on a tractor, Rajdeep.
I saw those shots.
No, so here's what happened. We were in a tractor and the camera fell down. Now, while I was shooting, I said, oh, good Lord, the camera's fallen down. When I started asking a question, Isudan picked up the camera and set it right. I said, yeah, that's the advantage of filming with a television anchor. He figured out the production aesthetics and he said, let's bring the camera back. Okay, let's now go across to Ravi Shankar Prasad, senior leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party, as the BJP looks set to record a historic 7th victory. BJP looking set to beat Chief Minister Narendra Modi's record from 2002 when the party won 127 seats. Ravi Shankar Prasad ji, the India Today Access My India exit poll suggests that at the lower end of this range, the BJP will definitely beat Narendra Modi's record. It could potentially also end up beating Madhav Singh Solanki's record of 149 seats in 1985. This is a massive record mandate that the BJP is winning in Gujarat.
And if I recall correctly, Rahul Kaval, it may also surpass CPM's continuous victory in Bengal, isn't it?
It will equal. CPM won from 1977 to 2011, 7 straight times. They lost the 8th time round. The BJP in Gujarat will equal the CPIM's record from West Bengal.
Well, Rahul, how I see this result, I was campaigning in Gujarat for many number of days, as I have been done in the past also. I was stationed in Ahmedabad. Let me tell you 2-3 things which I feel. Don't minimize the importance of the impending victory of BJP because of the split of vote between Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party. That is surely your analysis. But what is the real upshot of this whole projection is, after 27 years in power, there is not a shred of anti-incumbency against the BJP in general and Narendra Modi ji in particular. That's the first thing you must remember. And why it has been achieved, I clearly see 3 factors responsible for this. The BJP's organizational strength, all pervasive, Narendra Modi ji's overpowering leadership as the Chief Minister and also now the Prime Minister, bringing glory to India, and the connect of the people with his leadership. I was in Ahmedabad, Rahul, the day he was having this massive roadshow of 50 kilometers. As you know, I have been an activist from my student days. And clearly 10 lakh people all over Ahmedabad waiting to shower petals and flowers and eulogize him is nothing extraordinary. It's truly extraordinary, I'm sorry. And no one was brought from outside. So this hold of Modi ji and the BJP has been occasioned again by 3-4 factors. And let me quickly recount for you. As a student activist, I had gone to Ahmedabad for the first time in ABVP conference. I saw Sabarmati river as a nala. And I cried, this is the Sabarmati ke sant tune kar diya kamal. And I was standing by the side of the river front, which I'm sure you must have gone to. All the channels are there. It is today one of the best river fronts of the world. And when I say so, I've seen the riverfront in Paris, in London, in Washington, and in Berlin, as you must have seen also. Take the case of Narmada River reaching the Saurashtra region, Parchi regions completely. How it has changed there. As a former IT minister, I know Gujarat is today the biggest center of startup movement, of IT, of 5-year law degree course university, of petroleum university, of cyber university initiatives. Baroda, Airbus is getting manufactured. Rajkot, all the auto parts in the country and the world are being manufactured there. This tectonic metamorphosis of Gujarat, from university to agriculture to startup to empowerment, and obviously Somnath to Kedarnath via Vishwanath.
Ravi Shankar ji, no one denies the fact that it is remarkable that one political party can remain in power in today's world for 27 years. That's a huge achievement. But in this election, you said at the very outset, don't confine your analysis to a split in the vote. I'm just looking at our numbers. Our numbers are showing BJP's vote is more or less the same. Could even go down by 1% or 2 to 46. The opposition vote has gone down. Congress from 42 to 26. AAP is coming to 20. Two questions arise. Do you see AAP as a future challenger? And do you accept that that divided vote was a huge boost to the BJP? It's not as if you've got new voters, but the opposition vote has got split. That's why we are analyzing it from that perspective.
Rajdeep, my reply is very simple. As if we are responsible for the division. Is the BJP responsible for the unity of opposition?
Right.
Coming from Bihar, what my great friend Nitish Kumar is doing, who left us to unify all the opposition parties? Let us leave it there. Let's leave it there. As far as the larger issue of what is going to happen in future, in a democracy of India, any party is most welcome. Why not? As a Democrat, I'll welcome any party to do its best to get the support of the people by their work. But about Aam Aadmi Party, Rajdeep, I'll make one gentle observation, less as a political activist, more as an observer of Indian polity. You go to Goa, contest the election, back out after you lose. You go to Himachal, contest the election, will back out after election is over. You went to Uttarakhand with a CM candidate, you backed out after you lost. And what is happening in Punjab, we'll have a separate debate. To do well in the polity of India, you have to work hard as a political leader, in the ground, on the ground, develop local leaders, strengthen your organization, and work on a full-time basis, not from election to election. As I'm sorry to say, as I'm seeing in the case of Aam Aadmi Party. How long it will carry, I cannot say now. But as I will again say, the political observer, Congress Party has a big support base in Gujarat. लेकिन राजदीप, अगर आपकी इजाजत हो मैं एक ही बात कहूं, अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी अपने को नहीं सुधारना चाहती है तो हम क्या कर सकते हैं? छोड़ दीजिए. But we are sure public is with us, will remain with us.
So is this Ravi Shankar Prasad telling us that you believe this kind of verdict gives you huge momentum going into 2024? That given the fact that the opposition across the country doesn't seem united, not just in Gujarat, given the fact that these numbers suggest that your vote is not sharply declining, are you telling us 2024 is a done deal? Should we all go home?
Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai, my problem with you is that we are in 2022 in Gujarat, you will bring in 24. I remember every time you will bring 19. 24 will be debated separately on a separate horizon.
Okay.
But let me give you what I understand again as a political activist. People of India are very much alive and conscious that who can govern the country and who can govern the state. And contesting the Lok Sabha elections for Patna Sahib, I won from all the constituencies, including from the Yadav-dominated constituency. And I remember the great Yadav vote blank, which is with RJD, I know for sure. My BJP MLA candidate lost there. They said, तुम लोग देश में चला सकते हो क्या? तो रविशंकर जी अच्छे उनको वोट देने दो ना. देश तो मोदी जी चला पाएंगे ना.
Shankar ji,
let me do a quick govern India. Ultimately, Modi ji's personality, his appeal, and the way he is taking India to extraordinary developmental path. Today, Mr. Biden is appreciating him publicly. The French president is appreciating him publicly. Even Mr. Putin has good words of praise for him. And today, India is a global force.
Ravi Shankar ji, I'll do a quick cross tab of the number of respondents as an aggregate who said they voted for the BJP because of Prime Minister Modi. In Gujarat, this number stands at 12% overall. 19% of BJP voters said they voted for BJP because of Modi, but 12% of the overall voters. In the Himachal Pradesh elections, 10% of overall voters said they voted for BJP because of Prime Minister Modi, and 19% of BJP voters said they voted. 1 in 5 who voted for the BJP because of Modi. In the MCD elections in Delhi, 14% of the overall voters said they voted for the BJP because of Prime Minister Modi, and 34% of the BJP voters, 1 in 3 BJP voters said they voted for the BJP because of Prime Minister Modi. Now that is very good from one perspective, that you've got this Lionel Messi who can take his team single-handedly to power. The problem though is that your MLAs have a lot of anti-incumbency. The state governments don't seem as powerful or as popular as the Prime Minister, which means if Messi doesn't fire, then BJP has a problem. You've won 1/3 of those who voted for you in MCD are saying they voted for Prime Minister Modi. They're not voting for your ticket, Parshad kaun hai, MLA kaun hai, they're voting for Prime Minister Modi. How do you look at this and analyze this, sir?
Well, my reply is very straight and simple. Kindly don't mix up the voting approach, considerations and factors in a local body election like the MCD with a state or national elections. All of you are unanimously showing poll that we are losing MCD. We were in power for the last 15 years. Maybe we have to pull up our socks if it ultimately results in, though I don't believe we are going to have a washout as some of you are saying. I also have my feedbacks. But let's leave it there. What is important is that yes, MCD is important. We have to work hard. We'll work hard if the projections are ultimately concretizing to results. But in a larger issue of state elections and national elections, राहुल कमल, अगर मैं आपसे हिंदी में पूछूं, अगर हमारे नेता एक लोकप्रिय नेता है तो आपको परेशानी क्या है भाई? क्या परेशानी है आपको?
बहुत अच्छी बात है।
नहीं, परेशानी ये होती है रविशंकर जी, परेशानी नहीं, एनालिसिस होता है। You were there.
अरे राजदीप जी थोड़ा,
you started your political career. You started your political career when Indira Gandhi was in her pomp. You remember what happened to the Congress after Indira. Does it worry you that you put all your eggs in Mr. Modi ji's basket, that he is the one who lifts you up? Does that worry you, or you believe that's the way it should be?
Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai, let me be very blunt to you. Is it fair on your part that on a day when you are showing such extraordinary result of Gujarat, because of Modi ji's leadership also, you start questioning again what will happen in future? It will be very okay in future too, okay? Kindly see the rise and rise of BJP. And it will continue to be the rise and rise of BJP.
Fair
but what I was talking to Rahul Kanwal, and that is very important. Rahul Kanwal, what is my point I'm trying to tell you is this, that this whole tectonic shift in the political consciousness of India, and whenever I come on programs like this, I really love to talk on those larger narratives. I have been an ardent advocate of the study of India's democratic awakening. I have been in charge of 8 states of India on behalf of my party, being a student activist, being a pupil of Loknayak Jayaprakash Narayan, who ingrained in the people of India that you can change even the world to the power of your vote. Today, you must understand this tectonic shift in the thinking. And what is that? अच्छा काम करोगे फिर जिताएंगे तुमको. Anti-incumbency gone. खराब काम करोगे नमस्ते करेंगे. And your party must be stable. तुम्हें 5 साल के लिए वोट दिया, काम करो, गवर्न करो, अच्छा करोगे जिताएंगे, नहीं करोगे नमस्ते कर देंगे.
Okay, thank you very much, Ravi Shankar ji.
Which is coming, and therefore you see the
Ravi Shankar ji, we are going to get you again on the 8th. So thank you very much for joining us.
I want to go across very quickly to Harsh Sanghvi. Harsh Sanghvi is the bright young star of the BJP in Gujarat. A diamond merchant turned BJP Home Minister. He has 10 portfolios plus in the Gujarat cabinet. Joining us now, ardent cricket player as well, Sports Minister too of Gujarat. हर्ष सांघवी जी, जो आप कह रहे थे जब हम लोग सूरत में मिले कि बीजेपी का रिकॉर्ड आंकड़ा आने वाला है, लग रहा है कि नरेंद्र मोदी का जो 2002 का कीर्तिमान था 127 सीटों का, वो इस बार बीजेपी तोड़ने वाली है। हो सकता है कि अब माधव सिंह सोलंकी के 1985 के रिकॉर्ड को भी तोड़ सकते हैं। कैसे देख रहे हैं आप इस एग्जिट पोल को?
देखिए 20 साल पहले राहुल जी, मोदी जी ने जो गुजरात के विकास के लिए संघर्ष और साहस की शुरुआत की थी, गुजरात के नागरिकों ने मोदी जी के साथ ये संघर्ष और साहस की यात्रा में आगे निकल चुके थे। मोदी जी ने ही ये नींव को रखा है और आज ये बड़ी एक इमारत बनने जा रही है। आज गुजरात की जनता और भारतीय जनता पार्टी साथ में मिलकर एक नया इतिहास लिखने के लिए तैयार हो चुकी है। 8 दिसंबर को गुजरात के नागरिकों की भव्य विजय होने वाली है। गुजरात में भारतीय जनता पार्टी और गुजरात के नागरिकों की, गुजरात की खुद की सरकार एक ऐतिहासिक आंकड़ों के साथ ये वक्त सरकार बनने भारतीय जनता पार्टी की आगे निकल चुकी है।
नहीं, आप कह रहे थे मुझे सूरत में कि आपका रिकॉर्ड नहीं खुलेगा। मैं आपको लिख के दे रहा हूं कि आपको कुछ नहीं, जीरो आने वाला है। 9 से 21 सीटें और 20% वोट। थर्ड रहे, लास्ट रहे, लेकिन जहां आप थे ही नहीं वहां पे 20% वोट निकाल के लाना भी, वो भी बीजेपी के खिलाफ, वो आसान है नहीं। क्या आपको लग रहा है कि 2027 का जो असेंबली इलेक्शन होगा उसमें आपको टक्कर दे पाएगी या कम से कम आपकी प्रिंसिपल ऑपोजिशन बन जाएगी?
देखिए राहुल जी, मेरी आपसे विनती है कि आजकल गुजरात में वो लेटर गेम बहुत चली थी। वो लेटर्स आप जरूर से पढ़ना। वो लेटर्स पढ़ोगे तो आंकड़े क्या कहे जा रहे थे और 8 दिसंबर को खाता खुलता या नहीं, वो स्पष्ट हो जाएगी। राहुल जी, गुजरात की जनता बहुत भावुक जनता है। हमारी गुजरात की में एक परंपरा रही है कि आप खाने के समय आओगे तो हमारे मध्यम वर्गीय परिवार में भी आपको खाना खिलाएंगे। 2 रोटी बनी होगी तो एक आपकी और एक मेरी होगी, लेकिन उसका मतलब ये नहीं होता है कि घर उनको दे लेते हैं। हम भावुक जरूर है, हम मूर्ख नहीं है।
आप हर जी, इस चुनाव में मैं देख रहा हूं नंबर्स, कहीं ना कहीं डिवाइडेड ऑपोजिशन का बहुत फायदा हो रहा है बीजेपी को। क्या आपको आपके सामने कांग्रेस अभी भी आपकी मेन राइवल है, या आप मानते हैं कि अब गुजरात, खासकर की सूरत, त्रिकोणी हो गया है, ट्रायंगुलर हो गया है?
नहीं राहुल जी, मैंने आपको पहले भी बताया है कि गुजरात में इसी प्रकार से कांग्रेस ने पहले भी कई चुनावों में तीसरी पार्टी को लाने का प्रयास किया था। पहले भी उन्होंने शंकर सिंह वाघेला जी, केशुभाई पटेल, उनके साथ इसी प्रकार से चुनाव लड़ा था। लेकिन चुनाव खत्म होते ही वो पार्टियां गुजरात में समाप्त हो जाती है, क्योंकि गुजरात में कभी भी कोई तीसरी पार्टी का कोई जगह नहीं बन पाई है। और ये चुनाव में भी आप देख पा रहे हो कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी और कांग्रेस के बीच के ये चुनाव में कांग्रेस ने फिर से एक बार तीसरी पार्टी का प्रयास जरूर से किया, लेकिन ये प्रयास भी कांग्रेस का निष्फल गया है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का भव्य विजय की तरफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी आगे निकल चुकी है।
सांघवी, હું રાજદીપ સરદેસાઈ, તમે મને કહો છો कि आम आदमी पार्टी को कांग्रेस लाई है?
नहीं, राजदीप जी, आप तो बहुत ही वरिष्ठ पत्रकार हो। ये सब लोग एक ही है। ये मैंने आपको बताया, आप तो पहले के चुनाव भी आपने बहुत करीब से देखे हैं। पहले के चुनाव में भी ठीक इसी तरह से तीसरी पार्टी को लाया जाता था, अलग अलग प्रोपेगेंडा के माध्यम से उनको लोगों के बीच भेजा जाता था। ठीक वो ही षड्यंत्र है राहुल। आपने राहुल जी देखा होगा, अभी वो भारत जोड़ो यात्रा में बीच में ही यही पार्टी के एक नेता को राहुल गांधी जी के साथ चलते हुए देखा होगा। दोनों जन कान में बहुत धीरे धीरे से बात कर रहे थे। वो शायद मेरे ख्याल से वो आम आदमी पार्टी के संसद के उम्मीदवार भी है। शायद मुझे लग रहा है कि तब यही सीटों की जो बातें थी, चुनाव में प्रोपेगेंडा की जो बातें थी, वो यहाँ से छेक वो यात्रा में कानों में बात चल रही थी। ये दृश्य आपकी चैनलों में ही मैंने भी देखा था।
So the interesting thing about Harsh Sanghvi is he's a blue-eyed boy, not just of the Prime Minister. He's also a blue-eyed boy of the Home Minister. and the Chief Minister gets along okay with him as well. So you got, one of the people who've been leading their campaign, especially in Surat, and look out for Surat because Surat is where AAP thinks it will make inroads. And there were at least 4 seats where AAP thought they could do well. Harsh Sanghvi, khatam karne se pehle, we want to welcome Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party, Member of Parliament, joining us also.
Take their class.
किनका सूरत में खाता खुलेगा कि नहीं? सूरत में खाता खुल रहा है कि नहीं?
So Harsh Sanghvi could be a future Chief Minister of Gujarat. I don't want to jinx him, but you never know. He could be a future. आप थोड़ा मुस्कुराइए हर्ष जी, इतने अच्छे नंबर दे रहे हैं।
आपको राजदीप सीएम बना रहे हैं या फंसवा रहे हैं? देख लो,
फंसवा दिया,
फंसवा रहे हैं कि सीएम बना रहे हैं?
नहीं, यंग है, यंग चेहरा है, नया चेहरा है, जनरेशन। हर्ष भाई,
he's pretending not to hear you.
Anyway, he can't hear us at the moment, but Sanjay Singh, you want to? आपने सुना होगा हर्ष संघवी क्या कह रहे हैं कि आम आदमी पार्टी के आने से एक तरह से अभी तक आपको कांग्रेस की बी टीम, सॉरी बीजेपी की बी टीम कह रहे थे, अब बीजेपी कह रही है आप कांग्रेस की बी टीम है।
देखिए राजदीप जी, ये बहुत अच्छी बात है कि ये दोनों पार्टियां आपस में इसी तरह से गलतफहमी में रहे और हम लोग लगातार ए टीम बनते जाएं। दिल्ली में 3 बार 28 सीट, 67 सीट, 62 सीट लेके हम जीते। पंजाब में 20 सीट और उसके बाद 92 सीट लेके हम प्रचंड बहुमत से पंजाब में जीते। गुजरात में गए हैं तो ये कह रहे हैं कि हमें कांग्रेस लेके वहां गई थी। अरे भैया, इनका इतना गहरा रिश्ता है, इलू इलू वाला रिश्ता है, ये समझने की कोई बाहर से कोई दिमाग लगाने की आवश्यकता है क्या?
हर्ष सांघवी से
गुजरात के अंदर 17 विधायक, नहीं इसको नहीं ये कंप्लीट कर लूं मैं। राहुल जी मैं, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात है।
बोलिए।
गुजरात में 17 विधायक कांग्रेस के बीजेपी ने खरीदे। गुजरात में 17 विधायक कांग्रेस के बीजेपी ने खरीदे हैं। बीजेपी और कांग्रेस का तालमेल है, आम आदमी पार्टी का तालमेल है।
चलिए हर्ष,
गोवा में 8 विधायक खरीदे, हम खरीदने गए थे।
कि
कर्नाटक में विधायक खरीदे, हम खरीदने
इसलिए पसंद है कि वो आसान ऑपोजिशन है।
हम खरीदने
जैसे कुश्ती का अगर बाउट हो तो वो ऐसा पहलवान है जिसको कि आप आराम से हरा देते हैं। आम आदमी पार्टी आपको अच्छी नहीं लग रही क्योंकि उससे पहलवानी करना ज्यादा मुश्किल है, इसीलिए बीजेपी को कांग्रेस पसंद है क्योंकि उनको हराना ज्यादा आसान है। हर्ष सांघवी जी, कैन हियर?
हर्ष जी, आपको आवाज नहीं आ रही है लगता है।
राहुल जी, कैन यू रिपीट योर क्वेश्चन?
ये आम आदमी पार्टी के सांसद ये कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी को कांग्रेस पसंद है क्योंकि कांग्रेस को दंगल में पटकनी देना आसान है, आम आदमी पार्टी ज्यादा लड़ती है, इसलिए आपको आम आदमी पार्टी पसंद नहीं। कांग्रेस से आप सेटिंग कर लेते हो, उनके विधायक तोड़ देते हो, इसलिए आप चाहते हो कि कांग्रेस ही आपके खिलाफ मुख्य प्रतिद्वंदी हो आपकी।
देखिए राहुल जी, मैं संजय जी की मानसिक परिस्थिति आज समझ सकता हूं। जिस प्रकार से पंजाब और दिल्ली के मध्यम वर्गीय परिवारों की मेहनत की कमानी इन्होंने गुजरात में प्रोपेगेंडा में डाली और जिस प्रकार से आज ये जब रुझान आए तो निष्फलता मिली, तो इस प्रकार के बौखलाहट वाले स्टेटमेंट तो जरूर से उनके आएंगे। ये मुझे पता ही था, मैं उनकी परिस्थिति समझ सकता हूं। मैं संजय जी को मात्र आपके माध्यम से इतना कहना चाहता हूं कि आपके मुख्यमंत्री जी ने यहाँ पे कई प्रेम पत्र लिखते थे, हर रोज कोई ना कोई चैनल को लिख के देते थे। वो पत्र मैंने बहुत अच्छी तरह से उसके फोटोकॉपी संभाल के रखी है। 8 तारीख को हम बात करेंगे, इस विषय पे भी बात करेंगे।
संजय जी जवाब दीजिए।
जनता और हमारे जो रिश्ते हैं,
आप तो कह रहे थे 80 सीटें आएंगी, वो संदीप पाठक का पोल चल रहा था कि 90 से कम नहीं आएंगी।
पास फोटोकॉपी, हमारे पास तो ओरिजिनल पत्र है।
अब आपके पास 9 से 21 ही आ रही है, कह रहे हैं आप तो इतने बड़े-बड़े दावे कर रहे थे, उन दावों को ही हवा निकल गई, टेंट है फिस। जवाब दीजिए हर्ष सांघवी को। संजय जी,
देखिए राहुल जी, आपको याद होगा कि आपके चैनल ने 2013 में हमें 6 सीटें दी थी, हम 28 सीटों पे आए। उसके बाद 15 में हमको किसी सर्वे में 67 सीट नहीं दी गई थी। कोई 42 दे रहा था, कोई 33 दे रहा था, कोई 32 दे रहा था।
चलो राहुल जी, 2 दिन और रुक जाते हैं, इन लोग को क्लियर हो जाएगा।
हमको इस बार के चुनाव में बहुत सारे,
अरे आपकी जीत के कारण तो राजदीप बदनाम होगा डांस करके, और आप ऐसे बोल रहे हैं।
वाले
लेट संजय सिंह स्पीक। संजय जी बोलिए।
मैं अपनी बात पूरी कर लूं पहले, फिर
कहिए।
मैं अपनी बात पूरी कर लूं। दूसरी चीज, गुजरात की जनता से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के इतने गहरे रिश्ते हैं कि जहरीली शराब पिला के 75 लोगों की जान चली जाती है लट्ठा कांड में। इतने गहरे रिश्ते हैं कि 2 करोड़ का पुल 12 लाख मरम्मत।
आज आप रुझान की बात कर लो, ये सब आरोप
150 लोगों की जान चली जाती है। 150
वो जवाब भी दे लेंगे, वो सब जवाब दे लिया आपको संजय जी।
150 लोगों की जान चली।
यही विषय लेके आप
खड़ी बनाने वाली लोगों ने आपको खड़ा नहीं रखा, ठेका दे दिया इन्होंने।
लोगों ने आपको खड़ा नहीं रखा।
बनाने वाली ये कौन
संजय जी आप कई
ये कौन?
अरे संजय जी यही विषय लेके
हर्ष जी आप अपनी बात अपने मौके पे कहिएगा।
घूमे आपको किसी ने खड़ा नहीं रखा।
अपनी बात पूरी कर लीजिए तो फिर मैं बोलूं।
Okay, let me end this.
हर जी एक
तो हम कुछ और
हर जी एक सवाल जो आपको,
आप जब बोल रहे थे मैं नहीं बोला। अभी
संजय
एग्जिट पोल आ गए, अब 8 दिसंबर को परिणाम भी आ जाएंगे। इतना क्यों आप लोग घबरा रहे हैं भाई? हर जगह हमले करवाते हैं, कैंडिडेट बैठलवाते हैं, दूसरे विधायकों को खरीदते हैं, सरकारों को तोड़ते हैं, गिराते हैं।
संजय जी मैं आपकी हालत समझ सकता हूं।
दिमाग लगा है कम से कम चैनल पे जब बैठे
मैं आपकी हालत समझ
आप अपनी बात कह रहे थे, मैं नहीं बोला, मुझे अपनी बात कह लेने दीजिए।
संजय जी आपने अपनी बात, संजय जी आपने अपनी बात रखी, लेकिन
27 साल के कुशासन से लोग छुटकारा पाना चाहते हैं।
बिफोर यू लीव अस, आप कह रहे हैं 25 साल से कुशासन। हर जी बिफोर यू लीव अस, जो सवाल मैंने पूछा था, डू यू सी योरसेल्फ एज अ फ्यूचर चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ गुजरात? हर्ष जी, आर यू अ फ्यूचर चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ गुजरात?
भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल हमारे मुख्यमंत्री कैंडिडेट है और उनके मार्गदर्शन में ये चुनाव लड़े, और ये रुझान आज आप जो देख रहे हो वो रुझान भी उसी का नतीजा है, और वो रुझान सब बोल रहे हैं। संजय जी मैं आपकी परिस्थिति समझ सकता हूं, लेकिन बहुत दुखद बात है कि आप ये रुझानों को आज भी नहीं मान पाओगे, और 8वीं दिसंबर को जब लोग जब आपको रिजल्ट दे लेंगे तभी भी आप ये विषय को नहीं मान पाओगे। क्योंकि मैं समझ सकता हूं आपने जो प्रोपेगेंडा के लिए इतना बड़ा पंजाब और दिल्ली का जो खर्च था वो आपने गुजरात में प्रोपेगेंडा के रूप में जो उपयोग किया और आपको सफलता प्राप्त नहीं हुई है, वो मैं समझ सकता हूं। लेकिन निष्फलता के कारण आप इस प्रकार के अलग अलग विषयों पे बात करके रुझान की बात आप उड़ा लो, उससे जनता आपको स्वीकारेगी नहीं।
Okay, so we'll thank Harsh Sanghvi for joining us. He's a fine left-handed batsman, enjoys playing some cricket as well. Hopefully once these elections are over, he'll get an opportunity to get back on the cricket field. Thank you very much, Harsh Sanghvi ji, for joining us. The BJP seeming set for a historic 7th victory, potentially also breaking the record of Narendra Modi from 2002. Sanjay Singh, आम आदमी पार्टी किस लेवल पर इस चुनाव को अपनी जीत मानेगी और किस लेवल पे आपको लगेगा कि ये थोड़ा अंडरवेलमिंग परफॉर्मेंस था? आपके खुद के आंकड़े तो 90 सीट के थे, अगर उसको मैं एक किनारे भी कर दूं 1 मिनट के लिए, 20% का वोट शेयर, कांग्रेस से करीब 6% कम, क्या आप मानेंगे कि इस रेस में जो लड़ाई थी कि सेकंड कौन आएगा, ये एग्जिट पोल बताते हैं कि सेकंड तो कांग्रेस है और आप थर्ड?
देखिए पहली चीज राहुल जी, हम पहली बार गुजरात के अंदर चुनाव लड़े, और मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं आपको, आपके दूसरे हिंदी चैनल पे मैं था तो वहां इस बात को दिखाया गया कि गारंटी कार्ड पे बहुत सारे लोगों ने भरोसा जताया।
करेक्ट।
अब वो गारंटी कार्ड कितने बड़े पैमाने पे हम लोगों ने भरवाया है, वहां पे लाखों की संख्या में 300 यूनिट बिजली फ्री, 3000 रुपए बेरोजगारी भत्ता, 1000 रुपए माताओं बहनों के लिए महिला सम्मान निधि, इसका जो गारंटी कार्ड था अरविंद केजरीवाल का गारंटी कार्ड, वो गांव-गांव में पहुंचाया गया। गांव-गांव में उस पे लोगों ने भरोसा जताया। बहुत सारे लोग अपने जेब में उसको लेके घूम रहे थे। पूरा का पूरा परिवार कह रहा था कि हम आम आदमी पार्टी को वोट देंगे। परिवर्तन के नारे हर जगह गूंज रहे थे। रैलियों में बड़ी संख्या में लोग आ रहे थे, सूरत और राजकोट जैसे तमाम जगहों पे आप लोगों ने देखा। तो मैं समझता हूं चुनाव परिणाम में भी ये बातें निकल के आएंगी, उसकी प्रतीक्षा करनी चाहिए 8 दिसंबर तक। अभी नतीजे आए नहीं हैं, ये एग्जिट पोल का नतीजा है, और जब 8 दिसंबर को परिणाम आएगा तो निश्चित रूप से
संजय जी जो
आज है इससे
संजय जी आप समझदार हैं, मैं ये पूछ रहा हूं, कोई एक वोट शेयर, क्या ये लड़ाई आपकी वोट शेयर की थी? एक बार आप 6% पार करते हैं, यू बिकम अ नेशनल पार्टी नाउ, बिकॉज यू विल बी देन मोर देन 6% इन 3 states व्हिच यू आर नॉट। कौन सा वो आंकड़ा है जिस पर आप संतुष्ट होंगे? फॉरगेट सीट्स की छोड़िए, वोट शेयर का को देखिए ना। वोट शेयर 20%, 15%, 25%, 10%।
राजदीप जी देखिए, राजदीप जी, कोई भी राजनीतिक पार्टी चुनाव हारने के लिए चुनाव नहीं लड़ती। अगर हमने अपनी पूरी ताकत वहां पर झोंकी है, अगर हमने अपनी पूरी शक्ति लगाई है संगठन निर्माण में और रैलियों में, सभाओं में, गारंटी कार्ड बांटने में, तो हम अच्छे परिणाम की उम्मीद करते हैं। हम ये किसी परसेंटेज ऑफ वोट या 1-2 सीटों के लिए चुनाव नहीं लड़ रहे थे। हम पूरे मन से, तबीयत से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को कड़ी टक्कर देते हुए ये चुनाव लड़े हैं।
Okay,
तो
Preeti has a question for you.
संजय जी,
8
संजय
दिसंबर
जी,
को
अंदर की बात क्या है कि जो अगला चुनाव होगा गुजरात में, वो है आम आदमी पार्टी का। सौराष्ट्र ले लीजिए, साउथ गुजरात ले लीजिए, वो आपका मालवा बन जाएगा। लार्जर पिक्चर क्या ये है कि इस बार जम के लड़ो, रेटरेक खूब करो कि 90 सीट आएंगी। उनमें से एक लेटर की फोटोकॉपी नहीं ओरिजिनली हमारे पास है संजय जी, जिसमें लिख रखा है कांग्रेस की 5 सीट से ज्यादा नहीं आने वाली और आप नंबर 2 पार्टी रहेंगे। पर अल्टीमेट एम क्या अगला गुजरात चुनाव है?
तो आप एक तो 2017 में भी जो चुनाव हम लोग लड़े थे पंजाब के अंदर, वो भी पूरी ताकत से लड़े थे, सरकार बनाने के लिए लड़े थे। 2022 में जो चुनाव लड़े उसमें प्रचंड बहुमत से हम जीते। हम इस बार के चुनाव में जो गुजरात के अंदर चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, वो सरकार बनाने के लिए पूरी ताकत से हम लोग लड़े। अब चुनाव परिणाम 8 दिसंबर को आएगा। हम अभी भी उम्मीद करते हैं कि 50 लाख परिवारों ने, उसका डेटा मौजूद है पूरा, 50 लाख परिवारों ने 300 यूनिट बिजली फ्री का गारंटी कार्ड भरा है। आदिवासी इलाकों में, सुदूर इलाकों में भी आप गए होंगे तो वहां पे झाड़ू का नाम लेने वाले लोग थे।
आदिवासी इलाकों पे तो आ रहा है, आपको जमकर वोट आ रहा है एज पर जो हमारे आंकड़े और जो रुझान है।
ओके, सो अभी हम यहीं पे छोड़ते हैं संजय जी। 8 तारीख को एक बार फिर से मिलेंगे। आपकी एंट्री तो हुई है गुजरात में, इसको तो कोई इनकार नहीं कर सकता, बट एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स लुकिंग एज इफ इट्स थर्ड. You're hoping it could be second. I want to welcome also Pradeep Gupta, and there's something fascinating in this poll. We'll talk about it with Pradeep after a break, but what he's saying is there was a time in this contest, because remember Pradeep did 3 pre-polls and then he did 1 post-poll. So there was a time in this election when it seemed the AAP was ahead of the Congress, and then something changed and AAP fell behind the Congress. So we'll ask that question to Pradeep Gupta when we come back on the back of a very quick break. We'll also talk about what the national ramifications are. 3 different states, or 2.5, or maybe 2 states and 1 municipal election, but 3 different results, or that's what it seems like. What are the big national takeaways? We'll discuss that with Pradeep Gupta and our fabulous panel when we come back on the other side of a very quick break. You're watching India Today and Access My India's coverage of the big exit polls.
भैया जी हमला। भैया जी 10 गोलियां ले ले।
गोलियां नहीं रज्जा, गोली।
पर बाहर तो 10 लोग हैं।
10 हो या पूरी बस, अब तो बस 1 है तो डन है। इसको कोई वॉचो वॉच कराओ। जब वॉचो में मिले ढेर सारे OTT ऐप्स एक ही प्लान में, तो हर कोई बोलेगा वॉचो 1 है तो डन है।
वॉचो प्लान स्टार्टिंग एट जस्ट 42 रुपीज पर मंथ। आज ही सब्सक्राइब करें और पाएं सिलेक्ट प्लान्स पर 1 महीना कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री।
I'm with a group of US Army soldiers who are part of exercise Yudhabhyas in Auli. Let's speak to them and find out what their experiences have been, what practices they have learned from here, and generally just get a sense of how their last 2 weeks have been. So guys, I mean, can you just share what all have you been through in the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, so we've been through mountaineering. We've been through obviously traps, as you guys saw. We've exchanged different tactics, and we've watched each other conduct operations, so we've learned a lot from each other.
And you know, of course, an exercise like this can be strenuous, it's hard work, but what do you do to unwind?
What do we do to unwind? Well, we had this thing called the icebreaker before the exercise started, so we all had a bunch of food and then songs, so that's what we had, you know, just to get to know each other. And
so did you dance to Bollywood tunes?
Oh, absolutely.
Which is the favorite one?
Ooh, I don't know if I can name it. I don't know.
How about you?
My favorite was Freebird. When they sang Freebird, I liked that one. So that's Bollywood, though.
And I've been hearing, speaking to all of you, off camera, that the food was an exciting aspect as well. So what about that? I mean, Indian food?
Yes, I really liked the roti. That was really good. Upstairs, they cook Indian food, and downstairs is the Americanized. But I like to go upstairs.